In this world governed by fighting spirit, there are no flamboyant spells. Instead, there exists only the pure essence of martial prowess, cultivated to its pinnacle. The youth from Blue Star has been reborn for the third time, bearing the 12 mysterious thunders from another realm, ready to conquer the fighting spirit continent and proclaim the name of the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 1. MOYU.I in the vast universe, within the northwest of the fighting spirit continent. In the Jama Empire, in the city of Wutan, within a modest dwelling located in the southeast of the Xiao family estate. Mo Sha, Han Shuang, you vile rodents, dare to conspire against me in the shadows? Even if I descend into the abyss, I will not spare you. The once tranquil Xiao family abode was suddenly pierced by a chilling and terrifying proclamation, akin to a divine thunder crashing from the heavens. This haunting declaration emanated from a pale-faced youth lying upon the bed. Though youthful, the boy's features were strikingly beautiful, his slender form reflecting an ideal ratio that promised he would become a heartthrob for countless maidens in the future. Yet at this moment, a sinister and terrifying expression marred his otherwise youthful visage, and his eyes flickered with hints of purple lightning, evoking the image of a thunder god from ancient tales. Witnessing this scene, an elderly man clad in a green robe did not cower in fear. Instead, he exclaimed in joy, his murky old eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity as he gazed upon the awakened youth, akin to a child, exclaiming in excitement, You're awake. How marvelous! I thought. As he spoke, tears of joy began to flow unbidden down the elder's cheeks. The boy on the bed was none other than the elder's grandson, and upon seeing his grandson awaken after days of unconsciousness, the old man was overwhelmed with emotion. What is happening? Did I not die? Startled by the elder's weeping, the youth gradually regained his composure, the fury in his eyes subsiding as he began to observe his surroundings and the weeping elder before him. With his keen senses, he could readily discern that the elder's cries were sincere, a genuine outpouring of emotion. Yet he did not recognize the man, nor did he possess any family ties. As this realization struck him, a sudden headache washed over him, as if a powder keg had exploded within his mind, causing him to faint once more. This spectacle once again alarmed the elder, who, upon confirming the youth's steady breathing and heartbeat, gradually eased his worries. He carefully adjusted the covers around the boy before tiptoeing out of the room. Time passed, and before long, a quarter of an hour slipped by unnoticed. Fighting Spirit Continent, Wutan City, Xiao family, I am MOU. The youth, now awake, gently rubbed his aching forehead, and with that, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, this confusion swiftly dissipated, and clarity returned to his gaze that he had been reborn. The reason he grasped this so quickly was that this was not his first resurrection. In his first life, he was an ordinary college student on Blue Star, who tragically perished during a mountain climbing excursion organized by his class, before he could even graduate. In his second life, he found himself in a realm known as the Shan Xiao continent, where, through divine favor, he ascended to the pinnacle of power within a mere decade, earning accolades befitting a transmigrator. However, during a critical moment, he was betrayed by his companions and met his demise. Contemplating this, a wave of fury ignited in the youth's eyes as he seethed. Mo Sha, Han Shuang, you shall pay for your treachery. Although he possessed unparalleled talent in his past life, his humble origins led him to inadvertently offend many of the continent's elite powers, and he had often snatched victory from the jaws of the formidable sects and noble families. He had believed that standing atop the continent meant the end of such troubles. Yet, during the 10 gods breaking the void, the other 7 gods, in collusion with Mo Sha and Han Shuang, launched a surprise attack against him. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped death, leaving behind a fragment of his soul to traverse into this realm that I in this life. He was named MOU, Fighting Spirit Continent, Xiao family. Upon realizing he had been reborn for a third time, even MOU, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In his previous life, upon first arriving in the Shan Xiao continent, he had harbored doubts about this world, but he had refrained from confirming them. However, hearing the name Fighting Spirit Continent now made everything clear. A vast universe. Recalling the novel he had read his first life, a bittersweet smile crept upon MOU's lips. His past adventures and rapid ascension had once led him to believe he was the chosen one of fortune, yet he now recognized that it was not he, but the future legends of the flame, emperor and martial ancestor who would resonate throughout the vast universe, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, After his trials in the second life, he was no longer that naive college student, but a superlative powerhouse who had once reigned at the summit of the continent. Swiftly casting aside distractions, he focused on three vital priorities: strength, strength, and once more, strength. Whether it be Xiao Yan or Lin Dong, they held no relevance to him. Now, only strength mattered, and Mou did not believe he would be inferior to these two prodigies. Moreover, recalling the miscreants from the Shun Xiao continent, Mou was resolute even if they ventured into the vast universe. He would personally send them to their doom. You're awake. Come and take your medicine. At that moment, an elderly man clad in green entered the room, none other than the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Elder Mou. Mou's identity was that of Elder Mou's only grandson. Observing Mou, who, though still pale, appeared far more revitalized, the elder's weathered face broke into a gentle smile. However, as if suddenly reminded of something, the warmth vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. I know you have a passion for martial arts and a strong competitive spirit, but your body has always been frail. Do not act recklessly. It turned out that the original soul of this body, driven by an insatiable desire for martial prowess, had tragically met its end due to neglect of its fragile health, which allowed Mou's lingering soul to seize the opportunity. Fully aware of his circumstances, Mou calmed himself. Remaining composed in the face of adversity was one of the secrets he had learned to navigate any predicament in his previous life. He did not dismiss the elder's admonitions, but solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Although his soul occupied this body, the original sentiments led Mou to understand that the bond between this grandfather and grandson had surely been quite profound. Seeing Mou so obedient, the elder nodded with a smile, offering a few more words of advice before quietly closing the door, allowing the youth to rest. Fighting spirit. Fourth stage, it seems the original was not merely weak. Mou murmured softly as he sensed the power within this body. Although the cultivation systems across different dimensions vary, the essence of power remains constant. Coupled with the influx of information into his mind, Mou swiftly discerned the strength inherent in his new body. If my memory serves me right, the once fallen genius Xiao Yan still possesses 4 stages of fighting energy after 3 years of having it absorbed by Yao Lao. In comparison, the original body truly seems to be a waste. No wonder it met its demise due to the backlash of fighting energy against its meridians at Mou's side, somewhat at a loss regarding the original body's talents. However, having embarked on this new life, he resolved to embrace it. With the gift of a second chance and a burgeoning ambition towards the Dou Qi Continent and the journey that lies ahead, this thunder god from the divine sky continent radiated. An indomitable spirit. As he indulged in such aspirations, a sudden realization struck him when he turned his attention to his soul space. His expression froze, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, but soon after, an overwhelming joy surged within him, and the depths of his tranquil gaze sparkled with brilliance. Xianlei, I never imagined that you would accompany me in this rebirth. Chapter 2. The Source of Destiny Thunder. The mysterious thunder, known as Xianlei, is a phenomenon unique to the divine sky continent. Similar in nature to the otherworldly flames of the combat Qi continent, the vast expanse of the divine sky is home to several celestial thunders. Perhaps remnants of the primordial lightning that fell at the creation of the world, or perhaps the result of millennia of refinement deep within the heavens. These Xianlei possess a potency far exceeding that of the thunder summoned by martial artists themselves, rendering them formidable weapons that can decisively influence the outcome of battles. However, these celestial thunders are exceedingly wild and rarely reveal themselves, and even when encountered, they are notoriously difficult to tame. Despite their elusive nature, each variety of Xianlei is a manifestation of the world's essence, capable of shattering all in its path and tearing the heavens asunder. Thus, they exert a tremendous allure upon the powerful. In his previous life, Mou ascended to the pinnacle of the continent in a mere decade, owing to his rare physique, known as the Heavenly Gang Thunder Body, which resonated with the Xianlei, enabling him to harness their power with minimal self-harm. Consequently, after gathering the 12 Xianlei of the divine sky continent and merging their energies, Mou shattered his limitations, emerging as a paragon of strength and earning the title of Thunder God among the masses. Regrettably, following the War of the 10 Gods, as Mou's remnants drifted through the boundless void, the once mighty Xianlei, possessing godlike power, began to dissipate, ultimately condensing into his source of destiny thunder, lying dormant within his soul. Recognizing this, a flicker of despondence crossed Mou's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by an unmistakable smile. Initially, he believed that with the dissolution of his physical form, these celestial thunders would be lost to the divine sky continent. Yet he was astonished to find that they had traversed to the Qi Continent alongside him. It is essential to note that each of these 12 Xianlei possesses the capacity to rend the earth and sky, shattering all barriers, even in the Qi Continent. They rival the most precious of otherworldly flames. Although they have lost a significant portion of their energy in the endless void, retaining only their core essence, they are not beyond restoration. With sufficient energy to absorb, these formidable Xianlei, which once instilled fear across the divine sky continent, can once again radiate brilliance upon the Qi Continent. Of course, the restoration of each Xianlei demands an immense quantity of resources, and the total energy required to restore these 12 Xianlei to their former glory is staggering. Nevertheless, Mou remained unperturbed. In his previous life as the Thunder God, he possessed the confidence and patience to nurture the Xianlei back to their prime. With the 12 sources of destiny thunder at his disposal, Mou had the means to rise once more. Upon awakening and realizing his arrival in the Qi Continent, his initial inclination was to pursue the otherworldly flames. Reminiscent of the Xianlei, having retained the memories of his first life, he possesses an acute awareness of the formidable capabilities of the precise locations of several. As for Xiao Yan's fortunes, seizing them is merely a matter of course. After all, we are all traversers. Encountering a fellow compatriot is merely a shared experience. However, the innate talents of this body pale in comparison to those of his previous existence. Although he hailed from humble beginnings in his former life, he was endowed with the rare Tiangang Lei Ti, which allowed him to master an abundance of profound thunder and earn his illustrious reputation. Yet in this life, both his origins and talents are of the lowest caliber. Moreover, with Xiao Yan, the chosen one of this realm, the prospect of fortune seems less certain for Mou, who cannot assure himself of the same heavenly assistance he received in his past life. Thus, he finds himself somewhat indecisive regarding his future plans and growth trajectory. However, upon witnessing the true name of his soul space, Thunder Source, Mou has discerned the radiant path that lies ahead of him. He aims to carve out a reputation as the Thunder Emperor on the continent of Dou Qi. He even aspires to transcend this realm and confront the demonic fiends, such as Han Shuang, who ambushed him. Resolute in his determination, Mou no longer hesitates. He enters his consciousness and observes the 12 profound thunders within his soul space. In a pitch-black expanse devoid of any light, an overwhelming silence prevails. Yet, in the next moment, as Mou's heart stirs, the formerly dark space begins to flicker with brilliant lights, transforming into a tempest of radiance akin to a sea of thunder, with strands of terrifying lightning power. Like silver serpents, radiating outward with a crackling sound. Behind the silver serpents of lightning, the 12 fundamental thunder sources, resembling small serpents, quietly coil in place. Each silver lightning source, though feeble and seemingly on the brink of demise, conceals within it a terrifying and tumultuous power that only true masters can perceive. Much like the continent of Dou Qi, the Xiao continent boasts a thunder ranking, which records 12 formidable profound thunders, precisely those present within Mou's soul space. While the quantity of profound thunders may not rival the of the Dou Qi continent, their quality is by no means inferior. In fact, they may even surpass it. Mou speculates that the thunder ranking of the Xiao continent must now include a 13th entry. In his previous life, after collecting all the profound thunders, Mou had emulated Xiao Yan's method to fuse the 12 profound thunders, creating a terrifying profound thunder the likes of which had never been seen in the Xiao continent, thereby breaking through to the divine realm. Alas, following the battle of 10 gods shattering the void, the 12 profound thunders reverted to a state of disintegration, transforming back into their fundamental thunder sources, now dormant within his soul space. Which profound thunder should I awaken as the first of my journey on the continent of Dou Qi? Mou muses softly, gazing at the 12 dormant thunder sources that, despite their slumber, exude an imposing aura. Within Mou's soul, there exist 12 profound thunders, and in terms of power, those ranked higher are naturally stronger. However, both the Dou Qi Continent and the Xiao Continent are classified as lower realms, where the laws of power exhibit remarkable similarities. The esteemed Xianlei ranks among the pinnacle entities within the Dou Qi Continent. Currently, Mou holds the status of the grandson of the steward of the Xiao family, which, in the grand scheme of the Dou Qi Continent, is but a minuscule clan with scarcely any resources to nurture a top-ranking Xianlei. As such, Mou instinctively directs his gaze towards the lower-ranked Xianlei. As the master of the 12 Xianlei, he regards them all with equal consideration, focusing solely on maximizing benefits. After a moment of contemplation, his attention shifts to the 10th-ranked source of his elemental thunder. Unlike other thunder sources, this particular one emanates a ferocious and terrifying thunderous aura. simultaneously revealing a hint of a violent and searing flame power. The intensity of this flame power rivals that of the thunder itself. This Xianlei holds the distinction of being the 10th on the Xinjiao continent's Xianlei ranking. The Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder. Brothers, the new book by Old Jia unfolds a fresh tale in the Dou Qi Continent, and your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 3. The Marvelous Applications of Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder. As two of the most tempestuous elemental forces in existence, the thunder and fire elements are not typically conducive to harmonious integration. Yet, whether it be the 9 dragons thunder fire of the Dou Qi Continent or the Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder of the Xinjiao Continent, they have mysteriously achieved a flawless amalgamation of the thunder and fire elements, enabling them to unleash the formidable powers of both simultaneously. As the master of the Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder, MOU is well acquainted with its capabilities. In its prime, the Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder, while surging with thunder, reveals an ethereal glimpse of a colossal crimson firebird navigating through the tempest. It is said that the inception of the Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder involved the consumption of an adult divine beast, a Dou Qi, which, after centuries of sedimentation, evolved into its current form. One must recognize that each adult Dou Qi possesses strength equivalent to at least a battle sovereign in the Dou Qi Continent. Thus, by absorbing the intense flame power within the Dou Qi, a duality of thunder and flame was established. MOU's choice of the Dou Qi Burning Heaven Thunder stems from his appreciation of its immense flame power. He understands that in the Dou Qi Continent, there exists a profession that transcends the status of mere fighters, the alchemist. As the name implies, alchemists possess the ability to concoct various miraculous elixirs that enhance one's strength. Any alchemist will be fervently courted by various factions, their status exceedingly elevated. The exceptional treatment afforded to alchemists is undoubtedly linked to their rarity and practicality. The path to becoming an alchemist is fraught with stringent requirements. Firstly, one must possess a fire attribute, and secondly, within that fiery essence, there must be a trace of wood energy to facilitate the alchemical process. The original essence of MOU's body was attributed to the water element. However, for reasons unknown, after the rebirth of his soul, his constitution gradually began to transform towards the thunder element. Consequently, MOU found himself lacking the qualifications to become an alchemist. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for the essence of alchemy boils down to 3 fundamental requirements: materials, a source of fire, and spiritual perception. As for materials, it goes without saying that they encompass various rare treasures of heaven and earth. Aside from the temporary unavailability of materials, he possessed the other 2 innate conditions. This was precisely why he chose the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame. In terms of fire source, the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder rivals the extraordinary flames, surpassing even those ignited by fire attribute fighting spirit, and it possesses the remarkable ability to eliminate impurities due to the contained power of thunder. It can be asserted that in the realm of fire sources, MOU had already surpassed 99% of alchemists. Regarding spiritual perception, in his previous life, he was one of the continent's most formidable beings. Although his prowess had dissipated in this new life, his spiritual perception remained significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Even the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, a 5-star Dou master, could not compare to him. As for alchemical techniques, while MOU was not an expert, he had nonetheless observed numerous alchemy masters in his past life, which naturally endowed him with insights that surpassed those of average alchemists. Thus, the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder could serve not only as an offensive weapon and trump card for MOU, but also elevate him to the status of an exceptional alchemist, alleviating concerns over initial resource scarcity. The value of an alchemist lies in their mastery of abundant resources, whether for cultivation or networking. This identity is what MOU treasured. In a serene and orderly room, a youth was intently gazing at a palm-sized entity resembling a silver serpent, known as his innate thunder source. With the emergence of this thunder source, a wave of oppressive aura from the Vermilion Bird surged forth. However, instead of fear, MOU felt an unexpected sense of familiarity in the presence of the ferocious and formidable Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder. After all, as the master of the profound thunder in his previous life, MOU harbored a unique emotional connection to these profound thunders. With the relentless erosion of time in the boundless void, the once majestic Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame had now diminished to a mere fragment of its former glory, manifesting as a diminutive source of profound thunder, seemingly on the verge of annihilation. It was only through deep perception that one could grasp the immense ferocity and terror contained within. However, MOU remained unconcerned with his existence. These profound thunders would surely not fade into obscurity on the Dou Qi Continent. What MOU needed to do next was to awaken the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder and master it through this body. Awakening the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder was a simple task. It merely required the infusion of fighting spirit. However, at present, MOU possesses merely the strength of 4 segments of combat power, and only upon reaching the level of a fighter, following the condensation of a cyclone within, can one generate fighting energy. It is fair to say that MOU is currently incapable of awakening the thunder source. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. As the former master of the Vermilion Bird's Burning Heaven Thunder, it is not entirely impossible for MOU to channel fighting energy. With this thought in mind, MOU resolved to act, circulating the fighting energy within his body, deftly controlling the feeble energy as he gradually infused it into the Vermilion Bird's Burning Heaven Thunder. Unbeknownst to him, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The countenance of MOU, possessing only 4 segments of combat power, had turned somewhat ashen. Clearly, the prolonged output of fighting energy had imposed a significant burden on his physique. Cursed be his feeble strength, he found himself nearing his limits. Sensing the gradual depletion of fighting energy within and the stillness of his innate thunder source, MOU furrowed his brow in concern. With his current 4 segments of combat power, sustaining such an output for an extended period was evidently untenable. Thus, he felt compelled to relinquish his efforts. To continue in this manner could jeopardize his foundational strength, leading to irreparable consequences. As this realization dawned upon him, a flicker of disappointment crossed MOU's gaze. Yet, just as he prepared to cease the infusion of fighting energy and resigned himself to giving up, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once dull and lifeless thunder source suddenly shimmered with silver light, akin to a nimble serpent awakening to its master's presence, slowly beginning to revive. Although its aura remained faint, teetering on the brink of extinction, it undeniably radiated a spark of vitality. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept upon the pale lips of MOU. He had succeeded. Now, he simply needed to seek abundant resources from heaven and earth, or energies suitable for the Vermilion Bird's Burning Heaven Thunder to nurture it back to its peak state. However, before undertaking this, MOU needed to fully master this body. Gazing at the thunder source before him, imbued with the might of thunder and flames, MOU narrowed his eyes, then opened his mouth wide, directly swallowing it whole. As the thunder source entered MOU's body, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through him. At that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into lightning itself, with myriad currents flowing through his veins, leaving in their wake an unbearable sense of numbness. His arms clung tightly to his body, gradually succumbing to the ground, curling in agony as he endured the excruciating pain radiating from within. This inhuman torment persisted for a full 10 minutes before it began to subside. As the last vestiges of numbness and pain dissipated from his body, MOU's trembling form gradually settled, heavy breaths escaping his lips, and he lay helplessly upon the ground. As he lay on his back, a surge of intense heat and a current-like power of thunder suddenly permeated through his body. This heat, accompanied by the force of thunder, swiftly integrated into his entire skeletal structure. Faintly, he sensed the presence of something deep within his bones, emanating a subtle tingling sensation. Fortunately, the mysterious thunder recognized his aura. Otherwise, even a mere 4th tier of combat power would have succumbed to the explosive might of this thunderous energy intertwined with flames, leading to certain demise. MOU exhaled, feeling a mix of emotions while silently cautioning himself against his own recklessness. Despite his extraordinary achievements in a past life, his current strength remained insufficient, and prudence must always be his priority. However, this daring venture was not without merit, for a smile graced his lips as he felt his powers swiftly ascend. Combat power. 6th tier. Chapter 4. The commencement of the story. 3 days swiftly passed. At the Xiao family square, a resounding voice echoed. Xiao Yan, combat power, 3rd tier. Level low. In the heart of the square, beside the testing stone tablet, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed and announced it with an indifferent tone. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of mockery surged through the throngs in the square. 3rd tier? Huh, just as I suspected. This so-called genius has stagnated for another year. If it weren't for the fact that the clan leader is his father, this useless waste would have been expelled from the family long ago, left to fend for himself without the benefits of our clan. Who knows? Perhaps he has committed some heinous act, inciting the wrath of the divine. It seemed the narrative of the original story was about to unfold. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the square, a young boy stood quietly, observing the lively scene and the incessant taunts echoing in his ears, murmuring to himself. Since mastering the Vermilion Bird Flame Thunder, MOU had remained secluded in his small chamber, indulging only in necessities. With the aid of the Vermilion Bird Flame Thunder, coupled with his past life experiences, his strength had once again surged, reaching the 7th tier of combat power, an advanced level. Just as MOU prepared to retreat into solitude once more, his grandfather, Butler, Missouri, personally approached the Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Yan, to request a chance for him to participate in a ceremonial test exclusive to clan members. Mou did not refuse this opportunity. In the realm of martial arts, one must never become overly reclusive. He understood well the principle of moderation. 3 days in seclusion was just enough time to relax. Moreover, he was quite curious about the future Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan, recalling the iconic moments from his first life. He followed the path etched in his memory to the Xiao family square. Indeed, shortly after his arrival, he witnessed that renowned scene, merging with the recollections of his first life. As mockery continued to reverberate around him, a disdainful smile crept upon Mou's lips. To elevate oneself while belittling others is undeniably a facet of human nature. Reflecting on his former self and the memories of his first life, Mou is acutely aware of just how formidable the talents of this fallen genius truly are. Training in energy at the tender age of 4, achieving the 9th tier of combat power by 10, and becoming a fighter by the age of 11. Such prodigious talent marks him as an exceptional figure across the entire Dou Qi Continent. Even the illustrious Xiao clan, at the zenith of its power, would struggle to find many with such gifts among the ancient 8 great clans. Mou speculates that, even without the assistance of the esteemed Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's accomplishments, while perhaps not as elevated, would still be boundless. Astonished by Xiao Yan's extraordinary gifts, the entire Xiao family had once lavished attention on this brilliant youth, yet upon his sudden fall from grace, they were quick to mock him. Such is the fickleness of human sentiment, with warmth and coldness known only to oneself. Nevertheless, Mou understands that Xiao Yan is merely a coiled dragon lying in wait. Though stripped of power and glory, the trials of the past 3 years have shaped his mind into one of remarkable maturity and resilience, providing a solid foundation for his future ascent. Moreover, with Yao Lao's imminent appearance and the guidance of this top-tier alchemist, the young man is destined to soar, astonishing the world as he rises like a dragon into the heavens. Mou reflects on the notion of the child of destiny, which is no mere platitude. It resonates deeply with his own past. Yet, possessing 12 innate dark thunders and the wisdom of his previous life, he does not fear being outmatched by the combination of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the ongoing assessments in the arena continue. Xiao Mei, combat power, 7th tier. Rank, advanced. By the magic stone tablet, a captivating young woman beams with pride upon hearing her results. Simultaneously, Mou is enveloped by a chorus of applause. Observing the triumphant young woman, he merely shakes his head, deeming her a foolish and narrow-minded individual. Next, Xiao Suner. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the tester's voice resounds once more. As this elegant name is called, the previously boisterous assembly falls into an abrupt silence, all gazes shifting in unison. Mou's eyes also involuntarily follow the crowd's focus, eager to glimpse the official counterpart of Xiao Yan in the original narrative, the future matriarch of the limitless flame domain. In the convergence of gazes, a young girl clad in a purple dress stands with grace, her serene and youthful visage unchanged by the attention. Her cool and composed demeanor resembles the first bloom of a pure lotus. Though still young, she exudes an otherworldly charm. In terms of beauty and poise, she undoubtedly surpasses the earlier Xiao Mei. Even Mou, who has encountered countless enchanting figures in his past life, cannot help but marvel at the fortuitous luck of Xiao Yan, who has managed to win the affections of this exquisite young lady at such a tender age. Born into a distinguished lineage, endowed with striking beauty and remarkable talent, her personality a delightful blend of pride and charm, both domineering and gentle. It is no wonder that Suner captivates the hearts of countless admirers. At this moment, she stands before the magic stone monument, her delicate hand extending forth as the purple sleeve, adorned with strands of black and gold, gracefully slips down to reveal a fair and tender wrist, which she gently touches against the stone. A brief stillness envelopes the air, and once more, a blinding radiance emanates from the monument. Fighting energy, 9th stage. Rank, advanced. Gazing upon the inscriptions upon the stone, an enveloping silence descends upon the crowd. Amidst the chorus of praise echoing around her, Mou merely shakes his head in indifference. He understands that this is merely the result of Suner deliberately suppressing her breakthrough. With the resources of the ancient clan and her innate talent, her strength undoubtedly surpasses this threshold. As Suner gracefully navigates through the throng, she ultimately approaches the boy at the back, who has been the subject of mockery. This boy is Xiao Yan, who at this moment appears far from the spirited individual he would later become. Instead, he is steeped in despondency, resembling a youth who has spent 3 days and nights in a cyber CAF. Upon learning of Suner's impressive results, Xiao Yan's demeanor grows even more forlorn. After exchanging a few casual words with her, he finds himself disinterested. Just as he turns to leave the square, a voice resonates suddenly. MOU, Fighting Energy, 7th Stage. Rank, Advanced. The tester's voice rings out once more. MOU? Who is this? I've never heard of him, yet he possesses the strength of the 7th Stage. ISNT, this a test exclusive to the Xiao family? How could a non-Xiao individual be here? I believe I've heard of him. He is the grandson of Steward Mo. However, I heard his talent was rather lackluster. How could he be so formidable? At this moment, the middle-aged man beside the testing magic stone, upon witnessing MOU's achievement, manages to coax a smile from his usually stern countenance. Excellent results. Steward Mo certainly has a fine grandson. Taken aback by such a rigid compliment, MOU pauses briefly before realizing that the man likely shares a deep bond with his grandfather. He humbly responds, "Thank you for the praise. It is but a modest achievement." In truth, MOU considers this level of prowess hardly worthy of recognition, merely offering a polite reply. The middle-aged man, surprised by MOU's calm demeanor as if the matter bore no consequence to him, praises him further. Unassuming and composed, splendid. It appears our Xiao family has produced another genius. His words astonish the onlookers from the Xiao family, who turn their gazes toward the youth on the platform, intrigued by how this outsider could be deemed a genius. Even Xiao Mei, who shares the same 7th Stage prowess, casts a curious glance at him, perplexed as to why her similar abilities have not earned her the same regard. As observe the myriad gazes of admiration, envy, and awe directed towards the Xiao family. He maintained a serene expression. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, he was far from being the naive youth he once was. Just as he shook his head, preparing to depart, a youthful, somewhat hoarse voice interrupted him from behind. "Cousin MOU, congratulations." Chapter 5. Xiao Yan, "Sun'er, what are your thoughts?" As was about to leave, the voice halted him in his tracks. Turning around, he beheld a slender, solitary figure slowly approaching. The boy wore an expression devoid of emotion, his demeanor clearly troubled. Yet he managed to muster a smile upon facing. "Cousin MOU, I heard you have been in seclusion for some time. Today, you surprised everyone." The speaker was none other than Xiao Yan. Taken aback by the boy's greeting and congratulations, quickly composed himself. Although his parents were no longer alive, his mother was a cousin to Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Yan, making Xiao Yan's address as cousin entirely appropriate. Moreover, he recalled that the original owner of this body had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Xiao Yan. Of course, they were not particularly close. The original owner had merely refrained from mocking Xiao Yan and had offered encouragement during these past 3 years. Thus, it could be said that among their peers in the Xiao family, their relationship was the most favorable, excluding Sun'er. To think that he had become the cherished figure in Xiao Yan's heart, amused by the original owner's past actions, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Given their already decent rapport and positive perception of Xiao Yan, he felt no aversion to fostering a closer bond. Indeed, if all proceeded as anticipated, this moment would mark the onset of Xiao Yan's meteoric rise, propelling him to become the formidable emperor Yan who would command respect across the vast world. Just then, a voice as delicate and clear as a lotus flower graced the air, accompanied by a faint, maidenly fragrance. The speaker was Sun'er, who, upon noticing Xiao Yan's presence, approached him and greeted in a harmonious manner. "Greetings, cousin Sun'er." As he beheld the charming young girl up close, found himself momentarily entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. Undeniably, Sun'er radiated the beauty and innocence of youth, yet, having encountered countless grand spectacles in his previous life, where divine maidens had tended to his needs, found that while Sun'er was indeed lovely, she still bore an air of youthful naivety that rendered her somewhat lacking in sophistication. Furthermore, it was evident that her heart and mind were entirely devoted to Xiao Yan, leading him to prefer the original owner's essence over this new encounter. Observing MOU's calm demeanor before her, unperturbed and devoid of any ripple of emotion, Sun'er, who had initially been indifferent, could not help but display a flicker of surprise in her charming eyes. While she was not particularly concerned about her own beauty, she was acutely aware of its allure to the impetuous youth surrounding her. Yet, the young man before her merely cast a fleeting glance, akin to appreciating a beautiful flower in the street, before dismissing it from his mind. This was evidently not an accomplishment typical of a mere 15-year-old boy. Reflecting on the earlier accolades bestowed upon him by the testing personnel, Sun'er, hailing from an ancient clan, began to ponder whether the Xiao family might harbor another genuine prodigy apart from her brother Xiao Yan. With this thought, her attitude towards MOU grew considerably more earnest. "Thank you, cousin MOU, for your care over the years towards brother Xiao Yan. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly find a way to express my gratitude." Sun'er, perceptive as she was, had taken note of MOU's unwavering encouragement and support for Xiao Yan throughout the past 3 years. For Sun'er, who valued Xiao Yan above all else, his kindness was tantamount to her own. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan's expression became complex. burdened by the weight of Sun Er's gratitude towards him. Not preoccupied with Xiao Yan's internal turmoil, Mou raised an eyebrow slightly at Sun Er's statement. He was not like that foolish boy Xiao Yan. He was acutely aware of the formidable potential this young lady possessed. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that if Sun Er, and indeed the ancient clan behind her, could provide him with resources, it could restore at least a third of his profound thunder to its peak state. However, Mou kept this thought to himself. For the profound thunder was his greatest secret, one he would not reveal casually until he possessed formidable power. Should the ancient clan become aware of such a treasure within him, they would likely capture him, and the most favorable outcome, given Sun Er's influence, would be a lifetime of confinement. Nonetheless, while he could not leverage the ancient clan's resources, the prospect of having Sun Er indebted to him was sufficient. I appreciate your goodwill, cousin Sun Er. If ever I require assistance, I shall certainly seek your help, and I hope you will not refuse when that time comes. Mou remarked with a light chuckle, nodding his head. Sun Er was taken aback by his unreserved acceptance. Could it be that he knows my true identity? She mused inwardly. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that her infiltration within the Xiao family was a significant secret. One even the current patriarch was not wholly aware of, let alone Mou, the grandson of a steward. Thus, she concluded that Mou must simply possess a forthright nature, despite the fact that this trait was not readily apparent in him. Disregarding Sun Er's wild speculations, Mou turned to the slightly dispirited youth beside him, suddenly recalling a fervent saying from his past life. He extended his hand, gently patting the young man's shoulder, and solemnly declared, Cousin Xiao Yan, though your body may be afflicted, this does not justify your despondency. It is said, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Your current failures do not define your future, and I firmly believe that one day you shall earn the admiration of the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Sun Er was the first to react, her eyes sparkling like diamonds as she looked at Xiao Yan and Mou. A gentle smile graced her lips, and she mused inwardly. To earn the admiration of the entire continent, it seems cousin Mou has such faith in brother Xiao Yan, even more than I do. Surely, brother Xiao Yan will not linger in despair any longer. And cousin Mou, you are truly enigmatic. Contemplating Mou's inscrutable depth and his tranquil, pool-like gaze, Sun Er's playful smile widened. It appeared that besides brother Xiao Yan, another intriguing individual had emerged from the Xiao family. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Xiao Yan murmured this phrase repeatedly. Before long, a spark of determination began to rekindle in his eyes. Cousin Mou, you are right, I am still young. I shall uncover the reason behind my body's changes, and I will not disappoint my father, Sun Er, or you, cousin Mou, Xiao Yan stated earnestly. Witnessing Xiao Yan's despondency dissipate, replaced by a newfound vigor, Mou smiled and nodded, leaving after a brief farewell. As he observed Mou's departing figure, Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with resolve, and he turned to the girl who had steadfastly remained by his side. Sing, what do you think of cousin Mou now? Seeing Xiao Yan's lingering gaze, Sun Er felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy, though she quickly dismissed this perplexing emotion. Following Xiao Yan's line of sight to the vanishing silhouette, her expression grew serious. Suddenly, recalling something, she teased, cousin Mou has undergone significant changes. He will surely not remain among the lowly in the future. Brother Xiao Yan, you must strive hard, or you might not even catch a glimpse of cousin Mou's back. Chapter 6, The Refiner. The following day, the morning sun streamed through the window, casting warmth upon the youth seated cross-legged on the bed, immersed in his cultivation. After a prolonged period of stillness, Mou inhaled deeply. A surge of crimson, thunderous energy coursing through his nostrils, nurturing his bones. Suddenly, his eyes flung open, a flash of lightning coursing through them. Mou languidly stretched, murmuring, The power of Xianlei has waned. It appears I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. A day had elapsed since the last assessment. After offering some words of encouragement to Xiao Yan and planting a good deed card, Mou resumed his period of seclusion for further training. However, in stark contrast to the rapid growth of his strength in recent days, his progress had now significantly decelerated. Clearly, it was time to contemplate ways to enhance his power. Mou mused. With a calm demeanor, he descended from the bed, stretched his limbs, and donned a fresh set of azure garments. Outside, a gentle, aged voice called, Are you not yet up? Grandfather, I'm awake, Mou replied. Gradually, he had become accustomed to the presence of his adoptive grandfather over these past few days. In his previous 2 lives, he had been an orphan, devoid of any concept of family. Although his parents were no longer alive in this life, having a grandfather somewhat compensated for his past regrets. Today a group of esteemed guests is visiting the family, and I must attend to them. I have prepared lunch for you. You may eat on your own without waiting for me, the elderly man instructed, reminiscent of a teacher imparting wisdom. Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. He was certainly capable of managing his own affairs, but the old man showed no signs of relenting. Nevertheless, he found a certain enjoyment in this familial affection. At that moment, Mo's attention was caught by the mention of esteemed guests, prompting a thought of the infamous marriage annulment scene that was evidently about to unfold. However, he had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Firstly, his status was insufficient. He did not possess the qualifications to partake in the internal affairs of the Xiao family, unlike Sun, who had a more illustrious background. Secondly, what mattered most to him now was his strength, not idle gossip. With this in mind, Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned to the elderly man beside him. Grandfather, do you have any money? The old man, caught off guard by the question, paused momentarily. Money? Do you require funds, Yua? Yes, grandfather. I need to purchase a few items. Mo replied straightforwardly, shedding his previous hesitance. The old man chuckled. Yua has grown up and understands the value of money. Please wait a moment. I shall find some for you. Without waiting for a response, he busied himself rummaging through the room. Shortly thereafter, the elder emerged, cradling a small box, carefully opening it to reveal a brilliant golden light that caused Mo to squint slightly. This is all I possess, 700 gold coins. I shall give them all to you today, he declared, with an air of unyielding authority as he handed the small box to Mo. Feeling the rough, aged skin of the elder's hand and realizing this was the culmination of a lifetime of toil, Mo felt a pang of reluctance as he said, Grandfather. Before Mo could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the elder, who said, Enough, I was worried you might find it insufficient. If it weren't for the expenses incurred due to your father's incident a few years ago. As he spoke, the elder seemed to recall some sorrowful memory, and the corners of his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Mo's brows furrowed tightly. The original body's mother had died during childbirth, and Mo had subtly inquired about the circumstances surrounding his father's death several times, yet the responses he received were invariably vague. Realizing this, Mo understood there must be some untold secret, perhaps involving a force that even the Xiao family could not confront. With this thought, Mo resolutely decided that once he attained a certain level of strength, he would unearth the truth behind this matter. He felt no emotional connection to the father he had never met, but the elder's grief over the loss of his son was something he could not overlook. Grandfather, this is more than enough. Do not worry. In due time, I shall return you 1,000 gold coins, Mo asserted confidently. He was not speaking recklessly. A mere 1,000 gold coins was not beyond his means, and he already had a preliminary plan for the utilization of the 700 gold coins. You are thoughtful. However, this gold was originally left for you by your grandfather, so feel free to spend it without concern for repayment. The elder replied with a smile before offering a few more words of advice and departing the room. Witnessing this, Mo felt a surge of emotions. After the elder left, Mo secured the money in the box and set out beyond the family estate. Along the way, he encountered several members of the Xiao family. Following the examination yesterday, Mo's name began to circulate among the younger generation, and he received numerous greetings from them. Mo responded with indifference. Aside from Sun and Xiao Yan, there was no one in the Xiao family he deemed worthy of befriending. However, he faintly caught wind of the names Yunlan's sect and Nalan Yanran, piquing his curiosity about the debacle surrounding their broken engagement. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed the thought and, upon exiting the family grounds, slowed his pace to leisurely stroll along the bustling streets. Wutan City truly lived up to its reputation as one of the major cities of the Jiama Empire, teeming with life. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the streets remained crowded, occasionally showcasing some peculiar races. Mo had a clear objective in mind for his outing: Thundercloud crystals, Fire Niter, and Fire Shan iron. Although these items would not directly enhance his strength, they could be utilized to craft a type of concealed weapon known as the Thunderfire Pearl. As the name suggests, the Thunderfire Pearl is created by amalgamating the elements of thunder and fire, which, when propelled by Dou Qi, could inflict severe injury or even death upon a careless fighter. With 700 gold coins as his initial capital, Mo recognized it was insufficient. Thus, he contemplated expanding his financial resources before procuring materials for cultivation. In response, Mo first thought of the Thunderfire Pearl. Unlike the Dou Qi Continent, where alchemists reign supreme, the Divine Sky Continent boasts a myriad of disciplines, with both alchemists and blacksmiths holding esteemed positions. In his previous life, Mo was an exceptional master blacksmith, and the Thunderfire Pearl was precisely the trinket he needed at this moment. Moreover, considering its promising marketability, especially in Wutan City with its plethora of mercenaries, it was certain that these individuals would be willing to invest a considerable sum to secure a trump card for themselves. With this in mind, Mou promptly embarked on his procurement journey. Fortunately, these items were also quite common in the Dou Qi Continent. Thus, within less than an hour, he had gathered all the necessary materials. However, after completing his purchases, the original 700 gold coins had swiftly dwindled to merely 200. Yet, Mou felt no dismay. Gazing at the materials in his hands, the youth declared with confidence and fervor, "Everything is prepared. It is time to embark on the lucrative venture." Chapter 7. Selling Thunderfire Pearls in the serene confines of his room. Mou grasped the Thundercloud crystal in his left hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment, he exhaled gently, and from his palm surged a brilliant crimson essence of primal thunder. The moment the vermilion bird's heaven-burning thunder materialized, the room was filled with the crackling sound of electricity, and the temperature rose sharply. In comparison to flames, thunder was equally formidable in the realm of blacksmithing, even possessing certain advantages. Unlike medicinal herbs, the materials required for forging were predominantly among the hardest substances in existence, which made their refinement through fire both arduous and slow. In contrast, the currents of thunder could effortlessly penetrate and break through the very essence of these materials. Moreover, the vermilion bird's heaven-burning thunder combined the dual forces of thunder and flame, endowing it with unparalleled superiority in blacksmithing. It was this very prowess that had elevated Mou to the ranks of the top blacksmiths in the Divine Sky continent in his former life. With a calm demeanor, Mou observed as the red, serpent-like thunder flickered, consuming the several pounds of thundercloud crystal. The flames and thunder surged, and before long, the crystal transformed into a small mass of flowing yellow liquid. After further refining with the vermilion bird's heaven-burning thunder, he proceeded to purify a nearby fire Xian iron, aiming to eliminate its impurities. In no time, the fire Xian iron, which had originally been the size of his two hands clasped together, shrank to a size manageable with a single hand, having nearly halved its impurities. Seizing the purified fire Xian iron with his right hand, he cast it directly into the tempest of thunder and flame. Upon the complete immersion of the iron, the yellow liquid visibly expanded. Gradually, it enveloped the fire Xian iron. The two entities writhing in the tempest of thunder and fire, the searing heat, and the incessant crackling of electricity, tirelessly refining the impurities within. Subsequently, Mou cast 2 pieces of fire nitrate into the mixture, allowing them to amalgamate into the yellow liquid after undergoing a process of calcination. Under the forge of flame and thunder, a black, bead-like form began to take shape gradually. Following this, under Mou's mental control, the black orb commenced a slow division, perfectly splitting into 10 smaller black beads. After the passage of half an hour, Mou gradually opened his eyes, beholding the 10 beads as they solidified slowly. Each of the 10 thunderfire beads, approximately the size of half an egg, emitted waves of crimson light into the air. The fiery patterns on their surfaces slightly bulged, as if yearning to soar into the sky, with the flame motifs appearing vividly red, resembling a conflagration of fire and thunder brewing within. Despite their modest size, a discerning observer could sense the immense power of fire and thunder contained within. Even a combatant would need to exercise caution in their presence. The entire process spanned roughly an hour, yet Mou's complexion gradually paled. After all, he currently possessed merely 7 segments of combat power, and the Zhuke Burning Heaven Thunder was still in its nascent stage, its potency significantly diminished compared to its former strength. As the crimson thunder gradually faded from his palm and ultimately vanished, Mou exhaled a sigh of relief. These 10 thunderfire beads, capable of dealing with combatants and even first-tier magical beasts, should fetch several thousand gold coins. The next step was to find a buyer. With a subtle motion of his hand, he tucked the 10 beads into his robe. As long as no combat energy was infused, the thunderfire beads were indistinguishable from ordinary beads, thus posing no significant risk when kept close to his body. After resting for another hour and fully restoring his state, Mou decided against further delay and stepped out of his home, heading towards the largest weapon sales establishment in Wutan City, guided by his memory. The Lorraine Weapon Sales Hall, the most prominent weapon sales venue in Wutan City, though not as influential as the Xiao family or the other 3 major clans, held a considerable presence in the city. Whispers even suggested that Lorraine had connections with the Intel family. In the Empire, the Miter family, the Nalan family, and the Intel family were collectively known as the 3 Titans of Gamma, their influence permeating the realms of commerce and military within the Empire. The Lorraine Weapon Sales Hall was expansive and easily locatable. It wasn't long before Mou arrived at his destination. Gazing upon the grand hall at the end of the street, bustling with mercenaries coming and going for transactions, he knew he had arrived at the right place. He touched the slightly cool thunderfire beads within his robe and slowly made his way out of the alley, directing his steps towards the weapon sales hall at the street's end. Under the vigilant gazes of several fully armed guards at the entrance, Imoyu continued onward without hesitation. Upon entering the hall, a wave of heat seemed to be stripped away from his body, replaced by a refreshing sensation that imparted an extraordinary feeling of duality between the inside and outside. The gaze swept through the resplendent and spacious hall, bustling with numerous mercenaries and a dazzling array of weaponry, albeit of rather mediocre quality. Imoyu then approached a nearby room, its door adorned with the gleaming characters of the appraisal chamber. Upon entering, he found the interior somewhat vacant, with only an elderly man idly seated at a table. Hearing the door creak open, the old man lifted his gaze to the youthful figure before him, his brow momentarily furrowing. Yet, upon perceiving the aura emanating from Imoyu, a warm smile blossomed upon his face. "Young sir, do you intend to appraise some weapons?" Indeed, Imoyu nodded in affirmation. He paid little heed to the old man's sudden shift in demeanor and produced 10 thunderfire orbs from his pocket, presenting them to the elder. "What is this?" The old man's expression grew serious as he accepted the orbs from Moyu's hand. Though uncertain of their nature, he sensed an undercurrent of danger. "This is called a thunderfire orb, which I acquired during one of my travels. By channeling one's fighting spirit into it, and then throwing it, it can unleash a force comparable to a full-powered strike from a combatant," Moyu explained nonchalantly. "Instantaneous, throwing weapon." The old man's countenance changed upon hearing Moyu's description. Cautiously, he placed the thunderfire orbs on the table and respectfully remarked, "Young sir, may I kindly request you to wait a moment? I need to summon our boss for authentication." "Very well, make haste." Moyu waved his hand dismissively and took a seat on a nearby chair. Closing his eyes to rest, the elder nodded hurriedly and exited the room in a flurry. After a brief interval, the old man returned, accompanied by a bald middle-aged man. Moyu recognized this bald man as the weapon tycoon of Wutan City, who held a near monopoly on weapon sales there. Though not as powerful as the three prominent families, he nonetheless ranked as a significant figure in Wutan City. The bald man did not address Moyu immediately. Instead, he approached the table to examine the thunderfire orbs. After meticulously inspecting each orb, he finally spoke. "Indeed, this is an instantaneous throwing weapon. Regrettably, its power is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, its value would be considerably higher. Such instantaneous weapons often yield surprising advantages in combat, thus garnering much favor in weapon sales. I am Gree, the owner of the Green Weapon Sales Hall. May I ask how to address you, young brother?" The bald man approached Moyu, a shrewd smile playing on his lips. "I am Mo, hailing from the Xiao family." Moyu emphasized the latter part, for the Xiao family represents a top-tier force in Wutan City. It seemed prudent to don the skin of a tiger, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in the future. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Xiao family, the balding middle-aged man's expression became serious. Although he was unaware of Moyu's standing within the Xiao clan, he nonetheless spoke courteously. "Ah, I see you are a scion of a prominent family. I shall accept this Thunderfire Pearl at a price of 200 gold coins, for its power is somewhat limited. However, I can offer it at 300 coins each. Otherwise, I shall sell it to the mercenaries outside, who would surely pay a handsome price for a life-saving talisman." At the hint of threat in Moyu's words, Greeley furrowed his brow. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "Very well, 300 gold coins it is. However, should you come across any valuable items in the future, do inform me at your earliest convenience. The Lauren Trading Post shall not be stingy with its offers." At 300 gold coins each, 10 would amount to 3,000 gold coins, showcasing Greeley's evident boldness. Once the transaction was completed, Moyu felt a sense of relief. He then recalled something and addressed Greeley. "Might I inquire if your esteemed establishment possesses any fire or thunder-type magic cores? If so, I would be grateful if you could sell me some, deducting the cost from this transaction." In response, Greeley smiled. "Naturally, we have them. If you would kindly wait a moment, I shall send someone to bring them to you." The Lauren Trading Post frequently engaged with mercenaries, thus acquiring a variety of elemental magic cores, making it quite feasible to fulfill Moyu's request. Before long, a servant approached, bearing a golden cloth bag. "Herein are 2 first-tier fire-type magic cores and 2 first-tier thunder-type magic cores. In consideration of young Master Mo, I shall offer them at the market's lowest price of 400 gold coins each, totaling 1,600 gold coins. After deductions, you shall have 1,400 gold coins remaining, all accounted for. Please, young Master Mo, verify the contents." With that, Greeley handed the golden bag to Moyu. Utilizing his spiritual sense, Moyu briefly scanned the contents and found Greeley's claims to be accurate, nodding in satisfaction. The proprietor was indeed straightforward. Should he come across more valuable items, Moyu would certainly return. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Moyu bid farewell and took his leave. Having labored for quite some time, it was now time to return and reap the rewards. Chapter 8. A Breakthrough in Strength. In the small room, Mou began to assess the fruits of his labor from the day. Initially borrowing 700 gold coins from his grandfather, he had only 200 left. However, through the refining of the Thunderfire Pearl, he not only regained 1,400 coins, but also acquired 4 first-tier magic cores. Magic cores, known as magic crystals in the continent of combat Qi, are energy cores found within magical beasts, filled with ferocious energies of heaven and earth. Even a battle king would not dare to forcibly absorb such volatile energy for fear of catastrophic bodily harm. Thus, in the continent of combat Qi, the primary function of magic cores lies in serving as materials for potion making or enhancing weapons, thereby augmenting destructive capabilities or amplifying combat energy effects. Consequently, the magic cores on the continent are perpetually in a state of high demand, with higher-grade cores being swiftly acquired at auction or elsewhere for exorbitant prices. The exorbitance of magic cores has inevitably given rise to numerous mercenary groups dedicated to hunting magical beasts. However, extracting cores from these cunning and ferocious creatures is no simple task. Thus, the value of magic cores on the Dou Qi Continent has persistently remained elevated and highly sought after. Having barely warmed his gold coins, hastily purchased 4 first-tier magic cores, driven by his desire to absorb their energy. Indeed, he sought to harness the ferocious energy that even Dou Wang would hesitate to approach. At present, S strength had subtly reached a bottleneck. To further enhance his abilities, he needed to rely on painstaking effort, given the inherent limitations of his original talent. Moreover, the cultivation of Dou Qi must adhere to conventional methods, as the meridians of practitioners at this stage are exceedingly fragile. The consumption of external substances, such as elixirs, could lead to mild discomfort at best, or at worst, catastrophic consequences like severed meridians and death. Did not possess the foundational spiritual liquid prepared by Yao Lao to enhance his Dou Qi cultivation. Indeed, across the entire continent, only Xiao Yan enjoyed such a privilege, as only Yao Lao could concoct that unique foundational spiritual liquid. Although had mastered various other precious formulas in his previous life, he naturally lacked any that could accelerate the cultivation of foundational Dou Qi. However, since the consumption of elixirs proved impractical, devised another plan, to utilize Xianlei to absorb energy and, upon evolution, return the benefits to him. Thus, set his sights on the magic cores. The magic cores were filled with violently chaotic natural energy, which Dou practitioners could not absorb, but this did not preclude Xianlei from doing so. In some respects, Xianlei epitomized the most ferocious representation of natural energy, thereby establishing a non-conflicting relationship with the cores. Additionally, the violent lightning and fire attributes contained within the Zhuqiue's burning heaven thunder resonated harmoniously with both lightning and fire magic cores, making absorption exceedingly compatible. With this thought, no longer hesitated. He retrieved 1 magic core, preparing to commence the refinement and absorption process. With a flicker of his mind, a surge of crimson lightning erupted from the palm of his left hand, accompanied by a crackling sound reverberating throughout the room. Zhuqiue's burning heaven thunder, observing this, slowly produced a deep red magic core with his right hand. This was the magic crystal from a first-tier magical beast, the Flame Wolf, which was considered quite remarkable among first-tier fire magic cores. It seemed that the proprietor, Jelly, had not deceived him after all. Even with traces of blood still on the magic core in his right hand, paid it no mind and directly cast it into the crimson lightning. As the magic core was cast into the crimson thunder, it was swiftly engulfed as if it were a delectable morsel. And the Zhuqiu burning heaven thunder emitted an even more intense crackling sound. Concurrently, with the refinement of the magic core, torrents of wild energies from the heavens and earth cascaded forth. Yet, these ferocious energies, which even the mightiest Dou Wang dared not ingest lightly, were consumed with the swiftness of a mouse encountering a cat, vanishing without a trace upon meeting the crimson thunder. 3 hours elapsed, and the once formidable magic core had been reduced to 1/3 of its original size. Following the absorption of the chaotic energies within the core, the form of the Zhuqiu burning heaven thunder expanded gradually, its thunderous might steadily augmenting. Observing the efficacy of the magic core's absorption, Mou nodded with satisfaction before closing his eyes, patiently awaiting the core's metamorphosis. Unbeknownst to him, a full day and night passed. At this moment, the deep red magic core within the crimson thunder had vanished entirely, and the volatile energies once contained within it seemed to have never existed. Only the now doubled in size crimson profound thunder remained, shimmering in Mou's palm. It appeared that this first-tier magic core had yielded commendable results, significantly advancing the Zhuqiu burning heaven thunder. Gazing at the more condensed thunder and the surging chaotic energies it contained, a smile crept upon Mou's lips. Indeed, The consumption of the magic core bore immense advantages for the growth of the profound thunder. However, the reason for such rapid advancement from devouring a first-tier magic core was primarily due to the current weakness and low starting point of the profound thunder. Should it continue to grow, the consumption of lower-tier magic cores would likely not yield such effects, necessitating the search for other heavenly energies or higher-tier magic cores in the future. Nevertheless, at this moment, Mou was not overly concerned with future matters. Gazing at the crimson thunder in his hand, he declared confidently, "It is time to break through to the 8th stage of Dou Qi." Despite having gone a day and night without rest, his spirit was invigorated. Indeed, the enhancement of strength is the greatest aphrodisiac for a man. Resolute in his decision, Mou hesitated no longer. After retracting the Dou Qi, burning heaven thunder into his body, he sat cross-legged, placing his hands gently on his legs, controlling his breath with focused intent. As the profound thunder entered his body, a tremendous surge of energy suddenly manifested within the young man. Faced with this scenario, Mou remained calm, fervently absorbing the rich energy that enveloped him. With the absorption of this energy, his aura gradually intensified. The relentless craving persisted for a full half hour before it began to wane, and at that moment, the energy feedback from the profound thunder had diminished somewhat. As the final wisp of gentle energy coursed through his meridians, Mou's body fell into a brief stillness before erupting into a violent tremor. His abdomen contracted slightly, and he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of obsidian orbs that flickered with crimson lightning. His mouth opened slightly, releasing a cloud of murky air. The moment this tainted vapor left his body, a renewed vigor washed over Mou's handsome visage. With his eyes wide open, he turned his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. His hands clenched gently, a profound sense of power surging within him, which curved the corners of his lips into a subtle smile. 8th level of fighting energy. Chapter 9. Practicing Earth-level combat techniques. Thunderbolt body. Time flew by, and a month gradually passed. One early morning, a thin veil of pale mist enveloped the summit of the back mountain, lingering stubbornly. As a gentle breeze swept through, it carried with it the crackling sound of electricity making contact with flesh. In a secluded grove atop the mountain, Mou stood firm like a stout tree stump. His expression resolute, his jaw clenched tightly. His bare torso, clad only in shorts, was surrounded by a web of crimson electricity. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely perceive it as self-inflicted torment. After breaking through to the 8th level of fighting energy, Mou chose not to absorb the 3 first-tier magic cores for another breakthrough. Instead, he sought a hidden sanctuary to diligently solidify his foundation. Drawing upon the rich experiences of his past life, Mou understood that the journey of a fighter does not solely revolve around incessant breakthroughs. Rather, it requires a methodical and steady approach to advance further. Particularly at the stage of fighting energy, where the foundation of one's abilities is established, caution is paramount. Xiao Yan's remarkable achievements in later years stemmed from his 3-year stay at the fighting energy stage, allowing him to build a more stable foundation than most fighters in the world, thus enabling him to accumulate strength and eventually soar to great heights. Mou's choice to refine his body through the Thunderbolt body technique was not an act of self-mortification, but rather a pursuit of mastering a combat skill. The Thunderbolt body is an Earth-level low-grade combat technique, renowned for its close-range physical attacks and immense power. When perfected, it renders the user impervious to blades and flames, with its might rivaling that of mid-grade Earth-level techniques. This technique was one that Mou had practiced in his previous life. Translated to the Dou Qi Continent, he estimated it to be of low-grade Earth level. Though its quality may not be exceedingly high, it was exceptionally suitable for his current stage of cultivation. Furthermore, the highest level techniques of the Xiao clan are merely of the mysterious tier, making Earth-level techniques a rarity in Wutan City and even the Gamma Empire. The disparity between mysterious and Earth-level techniques on the Dou Qi Continent is akin to the chasm between heaven and Earth, incomparable in nature. Nevertheless, although the Thunderbolt body is merely a physical refinement technique, its power, when fully realized, can rival some mid-grade Earth-level techniques. The Thunder Body technique is a formidable foundational skill in the realm of body cultivation, residing within the depths of Mou's consciousness. However, his current capabilities are insufficient. To forcefully pursue this technique would be to invite more harm than benefit. This technique is comparable to celestial-grade skills. Once Mou masters the Thunder Body to a significant degree, his future endeavors in mastering the aforementioned technique will yield remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, one of the pivotal reasons the Thunder Body is particularly suited for Mou at this juncture is its relatively modest demand on Battle Qi. While the requirements for Battle Qi are not stringent, the technique places substantial demands on physical fortitude, as it is purely a body-refining skill. The fiery might of the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder serves as the quintessential energy for physical enhancement. As the energy released by the vermilion bird intensifies, so too does the strength of the body. Thus, for the past month, MOU has visited this locale daily, utilizing the power of the mystic thunder to temper his physique. Through this method of training, MOU's grasp of the thunder body has advanced rapidly. To date, he has successfully condensed 4 lightning patterns within his body. These patterns are the hallmark of proficiency in the thunder body technique. The ability to condense a single lightning pattern signifies a preliminary mastery of the thunder body, while 10 patterns indicate a substantial achievement. And mastering 100 patterns signifies its completion. A rudimentary thunder body is akin to yellow grade techniques. A perfected thunder body rivals profound grade techniques. And a consummate thunder body is truly a terrestrial grade skill. The 4 resplendent lightning patterns adorning the youth's right arm are a testament to his month of arduous training. These 4 patterns are comparable to certain intermediate yellow grade techniques. As MOU savors the surging power of the lightning patterns upon his right arm, he retrieves a blue garment resting upon a stone and slowly dons it. Due to the tempering with mystic thunder, his physique is remarkably rigid. Thus, the simple act of dressing, once effortless, now presents a Herculean challenge for the young man, an amusing spectacle to any onlooker. As another fortnight passes, apart from his relentless training, MOU devotes the remainder of his focus entirely to body refining techniques. Fortune favors the diligent. During this period, he successfully condensed yet another lightning pattern, bringing his total to 5. The progression from 3 patterns in a month to 1 in a fortnight indicates that the process of condensing lightning patterns becomes increasingly arduous, and achieving 100 patterns is undoubtedly a formidable endeavor. Upon reaching 5 lightning patterns, MOU decided to conclude his intensive training session. For the time required to condense each subsequent pattern grows longer, and prolonged dedication to this aspect would only impede his overall advancement. Moreover, the fighting energy within him was rather feeble. Even if he were to master the thunder body technique to its fullest extent, he would still be unable to unleash its full potential, which rivaled that of profound tier combat skills. Instead, the 5 thunder patterns, equivalent to intermediate yellow tier techniques, were just right. With ample time at hand, it would be prudent to visit the Xiao family's technique hall to explore the lower-tier combat skills of the Dou Qi Continent. Having spent considerable time in this realm, MOU had gradually acclimatized, and thus harbored a keen curiosity about the cultivation system of the Dou Qi Continent. Although the lower-tier techniques of the Xiao family's technique hall were commonplace, they could offer a glimpse into the broader world, compensating for MOU's limited understanding of this domain. After months of arduous training, a visit to the library to alleviate his mental fatigue seemed an excellent choice. After squinting slightly to adjust to the somewhat intense sunlight, MOU returned to the Xiao residence and strolled leisurely along the pebbled path towards the backyard. Flanking the path were verdant willow trees, their lush greenery invigorating the spirit. Turning a corner, the sounds of laughter from a group of young boys and girls echoed from another path. The disruption of the tranquil atmosphere caused MOU to furrow his brow as he shifted his gaze towards the source of the mirth. Spotting a group of youthful revelers approaching, among them were a somewhat alluring girl and a handsome young man engaged in spirited conversation, none other than Xiao Mei, who had garnered much attention at the testing square, and Xiao Ning, the grandson of the family's elder. Casting a nonchalant glance at the beautiful girl and the esteemed Xiao Ning, MOU dismissed any inclination to greet them, strolling past with indifference. Observing MOU's aloof demeanor, the handsome youth's expression darkened. Upon learning of MOU's background, he coldly remarked as he noted the latter's direction, "The technique hall? Is it? Just wait. I shall make you, the son of a servant, regret it." Chapter 10. Defeating Xiao Ning. In the backyard of the Xiao family, MOU lifted his gaze to behold the spacious room before him, its plaque adorned with 3 elegantly inscribed crimson characters, Technique Hall. Listening to the occasional shouts emanating from within, MOU was not taken aback. Although the Xiao family's technique hall was modest and mainly housed lower-tier techniques, it was quite commendable in Wutan City, attracting various clan members. While MOU possessed extensive knowledge of higher-tier techniques, his purpose here was merely to study the foundational combat principles of the Dou Qi Continent and to unwind by perusing some books. With that in mind, he wasted no time and promptly stepped into the technique hall. Upon entering, he could faintly hear the cheers and applause of youthful voices. The technique hall was divided into 2 sections. The eastern part housed the family's combat techniques, while the western part featured a reasonably sized training ground where family members occasionally engaged in competitions. Uninterested in the competition, Missouri plunged into the East District. He paused in front of the eastern wall of the hall, casually pulling a purple scroll from a nearby shelf. As he unfurled it, several bold black characters appeared on the back: yellow rank low level, mountain cracking fist, Leaning leisurely against the bookshelf, Mou began to savor the cultivation techniques of this martial art. With his rich experience from a past life, he soon grasped the essentials of this yellow rank low-level technique. After internalizing the fundamentals, he approached another shelf and retrieved a black scroll. Upon unfolding it, he read, Yellow rank low level, cloud dispelling leg. Mou's interest was piqued by this leg technique. His thunder body had greatly enhanced his physical prowess, yet he lacked some finesse and technique. Although he had compensated for this deficiency, acquiring knowledge from the Dou Qi Continent was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, Mou embarked on a frenzied exploration, leaving no scroll untouched. His fervent actions caught the attention of several members of the Xiao family. Typically, a Dou Qi practitioner only needed to master 2 or 3 yellow rank low-level techniques, as the mastery of martial arts requires considerable time and dedication. Moreover, once one breaks through the ranks of a fighter, the utility of low-level techniques diminishes, necessitating the learning of higher-level skills. Therefore, few would focus excessively on these rudimentary techniques. Consequently, Mou's behavior was quite perplexing. While he was engrossed in observing the various martial arts within the Xiao family's training hall, an unexpected visitor approached him. Are you Mou? A voice, tinged with skepticism and a hint of schadenfreude, rang in the young man's ear. Abruptly pulled from his reverie, Mou frowned. Having lived 3 lives, he detested being interrupted during his moments of enjoyment. And you are? He inquired, casting a glance at the slightly plump boy, approximately 15 or 16 years old. A flicker of anger ignited in Mou's eyes, akin to a tempest brewing. The portly youth, caught in the icy gaze of Mou, trembled, realizing that what he thought was an opportunity to curry favor with brother Xiao Ning was turning into a rather intimidating encounter. I am Xiao Lo, he stammered. I heard you performed admirably in the last assessment, and brother Xiao Ning would like to invite you to the West District Training Ground for a match. The chubby lad, now intimidated by Mou's presence, adopted a more cordial tone, gesturing toward the training area, albeit hesitantly. Understanding that this individual was merely a messenger, Mou redirected his gaze toward the training ground to the left. On the field stood a youth, presumably around 17 or 18 years of age, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. This young man was none other than the dashing figure whom Mou had encountered earlier, and he was not unfamiliar to Mou. He was the grandson of the elder of the Xiao family, endowed with considerable talent, having already attained the 8th stage of combat energy at such a tender age. Within the family, only Sun'er could surpass him. Of course, that was in the past. It seemed that his previous demeanor had led to some misunderstanding on the young man's part. Indeed, he appeared to be rather petty. Observing Xiao Ning's inexplicable animosity towards him, Mou quickly discerned the underlying reasons, yet he remained unperturbed. A colossal elephant would hardly alter its course for a mere ant, after all. Although you are not a true member of the Xiao family, dear cousin, you still carry our bloodline. Now, I challenge you to a duel. I trust you will not decline. Xiao Ning, noticing Mou's gaze, smiled amiably, though a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. As the descendant of the family's elder and the second most gifted individual after Sun'er, he possessed both lineage and talent, making him a formidable contender for the future leadership of the Xiao clan. How could he tolerate the disregard from Mou, a mere servant's offspring? Today, he intended to teach the young man a lesson. Perceiving the fleeting malevolence in Xiao Ning's eyes, Mou's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Since his opponent was so eager to provoke him, it would be an excellent opportunity to stretch his muscles. Since he were so insistent, I shall oblige my cousin Xiao Ning with a few exchanges. Mou gradually set down the scroll in his hand and made his way to the training ground. Xiao Ning had broken through to the 8th stage of combat energy 2 months prior. Mou might be in peril. Just a servant's descendant. Even with the Xiao bloodline, he can never rival the true genius of our family. Go, cousin Xiao Ning. Upon witnessing Mou accept Xiao Ning's challenge, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, even calling friends to witness the spectacle. For some inexplicable reason, the plump youth, Xiao Lo, recalled the penetrating gaze from earlier and shivered. He sensed that Xiao Ning would be defeated. Mou, I must confess that I have recently achieved the 8th stage of combat energy. Should you concede now and bow to me, I may forgive your earlier transgressions. Xiao Ning declared confidently, eyeing Mou. In response, Mou merely shook his head dismissively. No need for that. Let us commence. Seeing the unwavering arrogance in Mou's eyes ignited Xiao Ning's fury. If that is your stance, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Xiao Ning let out a cold laugh, his fists clenching tightly as a faint aura of combat energy coursed through his body, bringing forth waves of formidable power. In a brief moment of silence, Xiao Ning abruptly stomped his foot against the ground, propelling himself directly towards Mou, who was merely an arm's length away. As he charged, Xiao Ning's palms slightly curved, his sharp nails glinting with a hint of cold light. Just half a meter from Mou, Xiao Ning suddenly halted. His right claw carving a cunning arc aimed directly at Mou's chest, a mid-level yellow rank combat technique, the rending claw strike. The spectators gasped in astonishment as Xiao Ning audaciously unleashed a mid-level yellow rank technique right from the outset. The family strictly prohibited employing such heavy-handed tactics during matches, and Xiao Ning's actions were evidently a breach of this decorum. However, considering that his opponent was the grandson of a grand elder, none dared to voice their objections. Their sympathetic gazes were directed towards Mou, as this move could likely incapacitate him for several months. In the arena, Mou, with a tranquil expression, regarded the swiftly approaching claws. Unhurriedly, he raised his palm, slightly curling it before forcefully thrusting it open. An overwhelming force surged forth like thunder, striking out with tremendous power. Simultaneously, the lightning patterns on his right arm shimmered brilliantly, akin to flames. This was the thunderbolt body. Under this unforeseen and colossal thrust, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically. His body felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He retreated hastily, ultimately stumbling out of the training ground before he could regain his balance. Xiao Ning was defeated. Chapter 11. A reunion with Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning's cousin has been defeated? As they observed Xiao Ning's swift and decisive downfall in the arena, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd before chaos erupted. A wave of shock gradually surged within their hearts. The younger generation of the Xiao family stared wide-eyed at the bloodied and crumpled figure of Xiao Ning, fully aware of his prowess in battle. Among their peers, only Sun Er could rival him. He was virtually unmatched. Yet now, in a mere encounter with Mou, he had been utterly overwhelmed. This abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. Mou had just exhibited strength at the 8th level of combat prowess. Moreover, the combat technique he had employed, imbued with the essence of thunder, was something none had ever witnessed within the Xiao family. Gradually recovering from their astonishment, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. No one had anticipated that the typically low-profile Mou was, in fact, a concealed genius. Mou, my cousin, what remarkable strength. I never imagined that, apart from my cousin Sun Er, our Xiao family would harbor such a talent as you. Having been decisively defeated by a single blow and recognizing that Mou also possessed 8th level combat prowess, Xiao Ning, despite his arrogance and confidence, was not foolish. He quickly grasped that Mou's earlier demeanor was backed by formidable strength. With this realization, the malice in Xiao Ning's eyes dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of apprehension. In that moment, as the audience was awestruck by his formidable display, Mou exhibited no trace of arrogance or pride. Instead, he descended calmly from the training ground, as if the preceding events were merely a warm-up. The power of the thunder body was indeed impressive, although Xiao Ning's abilities were rather ordinary. He nonetheless possessed the strength of an 8th-tier fighter coupled with mid-level yellow-ranked combat techniques. With merely 2 thunder patterns, he was easily defeated, validating the arduous training he had undergone. As Mou sensed the potent energy concealed within his right arm, a subtle smile graced his lips. Xiao Ning had unwittingly served as a training dummy for him. Having resolved this minor annoyance and having perused a considerable amount of literature, Mou felt a degree of fatigue and was prepared to depart. However, he then noticed a youthful figure approaching from his left. The boy's face bore a youthful innocence, with an expression that was difficult to discern as either serious or smiling, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were alone in the world. Oh, this demeanor suggests that Xiao Yan has shed his despondency and regained his vigor. It seems that Elder Yao has made an appearance as well. The young man before him was none other than Xiao Yan. Over the past few months, Mou had devoted himself to enhancing his own strength, leaving him little time to keep abreast of the affairs of the Xiao clan or Xiao Yan. Yet today, fortune smiled upon him as their paths crossed. At that moment, Xiao Yan also took notice of Mou. With Elder Yao's guidance, he had come to understand the reasons behind the disappearance of his fighting spirit and had begun to restore it. Under the tutelage of the continent's foremost alchemist, both his strength and confidence were rapidly rejuvenating. Nevertheless, the encouragement Mou had offered him in the past remained vivid in his memory, for which he was deeply grateful. Xiao Yan had merely intended to visit the family's combat hall to seek out any accessible low-tier combat techniques. But he had unexpectedly witnessed the match between Mou and Xiao Ning. Even more astonishing was the fact that Mou emerged victorious. It is worth noting that aside from Sun Er, Xiao Ning was arguably the most talented individual in the Xiao clan, and even Xiao Yan, who had only recently begun to rise, considered himself incapable of besting Xiao Ning at this time. Yet, Mou had defeated him with a single move. A display of mystery and power that rivaled even that of Sun Er. Mou, cousin, it has been months since we last met, and I never anticipated you would surprise me so greatly again. Having undergone 3 years of trials, Xiao Yan quickly regained his composure and greeted Mou with a calm demeanor. Cousin Xiao Yan, you are not lacking either. I presume your strength has also seen considerable advancement. Mou gazed intently at the young man before him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. While others might not perceive it, Mou's extraordinary soul perception allowed him to sense that Xiao Yan had subtly broken through to the 5th tier of fighting power. Achieving such a feat in just 2 months solidified Mou's suspicions. The young man before him was on the cusp of soaring to new heights. Gazing into the profound depths of Mou's eyes, Xiao Yan felt as though he were without clothing, yet fortunately, the fleeting nature of the other's gaze rendered this sensation a mere illusion. Haha, Cousin Mou, you flatter me. I have merely recently uncovered the cause of my physical mishaps, thus my strength has been somewhat restored. Xiao Yan, wishing not to deceive Mou, disclosed a fragment of truth, yet he withheld any mention of Yao Lao, for that remained the greatest secret of his youth, one he had not even divulged to his father. In this regard, Mou nodded in understanding, for just as Xian Lei was his own most guarded secret, Yao Lao held equal significance for Xiao Yan. Having endured 3 years of decline, Xiao Yan was no longer the naive child of yesteryear. He had learned the perils of careless speech. Their casual banter soon drew to a close, as both were fervent practitioners of their craft, and they swiftly returned to their respective pursuits. As their conversation waned, Xiao Yan hesitated slightly before saying, "By the way, Cousin Mou, our family is hosting a gathering soon. I have recommended you to my father, and he has agreed to your participation. If you have the time, do come and meet the elders of our clan." With his talent restored, Xiao Yan felt that a small family could no longer confine him, especially considering his 2 brothers had ventured forth to establish their own enterprises. Thus, he thought to recommend Mou to his father, envisioning him as a valuable ally. Yet, it appeared that even the Xiao clan, or indeed the entire Jiama Empire, would not be able to retain this cousin before him. As Sun Er had remarked, Mou was not one to dwell beneath others for long. Despite possessing exceptional talent, Xiao Yan's perspective, shaped by his humble origins, lacked the acuity of Sun Er's insight. Mou, taken aback by Xiao Yan's words, nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I shall attend when time permits." Attending a family gathering merely indicated that his talents had garnered the Xiao family's recognition and that he held some value for their alliance. However, Mou considered the Xiao clan merely a transient stop in his life's journey. Relieved by Mou's acceptance, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable reluctance to see him sever ties with the Xiao family. After confirming the time of the family gathering, Mou turned to depart. As Mou's figure receded, the voice of Yao Lao suddenly echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. "What is the matter? Is your Xiao family not a small clan within the empire? How is it that such extraordinary talents abound?" That young lady aside, though her origins are notable, I can discern her background. Yet your cousin, I cannot fathom at all. How peculiar. Could it be a matter of the Xiao family's fortunes? Hearing Yao Lao's mutterings, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily dazed. "Cousin Mou, you truly are enigmatic." Chapter 12, The Family Gathering. 3 days later, in the main hall of the Xiao family. After agreeing to attend the family gathering, Mou remained true to his word, concluding his training early. As the grandson of the steward, Mou had never participated in family gatherings before, for such events were beyond the reach of even ordinary members of the Xiao clan. However, as Mou gradually unveiled his talents, he began to earn the recognition of the clan's upper echelons, who sought to curry favor with him. Upon Mou's arrival, the banquet was already prepared. At the head of the table sat Xiao Yan's father, the current patriarch of the Xiao family, exuding an air of solemnity. Flanking him were the 3 current elders and other high-ranking members of the clan, followed by the distinguished younger generation, including Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and Xiao Ning, who were all seated nearby. The middle-aged man in the prominent position was the first to notice Mou's entrance. Dressed in opulent gray robes, he radiated authority, and his thick brows added to his imposing presence. This man was Xiao Yan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family and a 5-star Dou master. "Is that you, little you? It has been years. I scarcely recognized how much you've grown," he said, rising to his feet and approaching Mou, patting the young man's shoulder with a smile. Following his lead, Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and others also stood to greet him. "Greetings, patriarch," Mou replied, cupping his hands in respect upon seeing the middle-aged man before him. The Xiao family's continued prominence after the passing of the previous patriarch was undoubtedly due to the diligent efforts of this man. Not only was he a commendable leader, but also a devoted father, earning Mou's utmost respect. "Your mother is my sister. You may still call me Uncle Jean, little you," Xiao Yan remarked, observing the composed youth before him with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. To achieve an 8th-tier Dou strength at such a young age and to defeat an opponent of equal rank with a single strike, such talent warranted the patriarch's personal attention. "Very well, Uncle Jean. MOU accepted without hesitation. Excellent. Please take a seat beside Yenner. Xiao Yan indicated a place next to Xiao Yan. At the dining table, MOU cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ning, who was grimly chewing his food, seemingly in a foul mood, but he chose to disregard him entirely. Despite being the grandson of the clan's grand elder, Xiao Ning's demeanor was clearly inappropriate for the occasion. MOU's gaze wandered somewhat disinterestedly around the table, landing on the stern faces of the clan's high-ranking members. He turned to Xiao Yan and inquired, "Isn't the family gathering typically held only during certain festivals? Has something transpired within the clan recently?" Xiao Yan paused, taken aback by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It seems that the Mitre auction house in Wutan City is set to hold an auction soon, where intriguing items are expected to be available. Father and the others are currently gathering clan funds in preparation to make a bid at the auction." In truth, Xiao Yan harbored an ulterior motive for the family gathering that he had not disclosed. Initially, the occasion was merely a routine meeting for family discussions. However, upon learning that MOU had triumphed over Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan deliberately elevated the gathering's significance to honor MOU's achievement. Xiao Yan held a neutral stance regarding his father's decision, fully aware that his cousin MOU was unlikely to remain with the Xiao clan indefinitely, for he, like Xiao Yan, possessed an insatiable ambition for greatness. Nonetheless, this approach to strengthen the bond between MOU and the Xiao family was commendable. As Xiao Yan's response resonated, a flicker of interest ignited in MOU's previously indifferent gaze. The realm of Shenxiao was equally fervent in its auction events, and in his past life, MOU had attended numerous such gatherings. On fortuitous occasions, he had indeed acquired several intriguing items. With his cultivation having reached a stable level, he contemplated the possibility of attempting to break through to the 9th stage of Dou power that very night. Attending an auction could potentially lead him to opportunities for advancement. Gradually, the gathering concluded amidst a somewhat solemn atmosphere. Upon witnessing the clan leader, Xiao Yan, wave his hand, MOU politely bid farewell and promptly exited the hall, making his way to his chamber without a backward glance. Once inside his room, MOU did not succumb to slumber immediately. As the night deepened and the world fell into slumber, he nimbly leapt from his bed and retrieved 3 magic cores hidden within his cabinet, placing them cautiously upon his desk. These 3 cores were the remnants of the previous encounter, 1-tier fire and thunder magic cores. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since his breakthrough to the 8th stage of Dou power. During this time, MOU had not only begun to master the thunder body, but had also solidified his cultivation level, indicating that the moment for another breakthrough had once again arrived. The 3 magic cores on the desk represented the key to this advancement. With a decisive thought, MOU summoned the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder from within him and promptly tossed one of the magic cores into it. As in the previous instance, the exterior of the core began to melt gradually under the searing flames of thunder, the turbulent energies contained within starting to pour forth. However, as soon as they emerged, they were devoured by the surrounding crimson lightning. With the growth of the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder, the speed of absorption for 1-tier magic cores had markedly increased. Within merely 2 hours, 1 thunder core was completely consumed. Observing this, MOU's expression remained unchanged as he casually tossed the remaining 2 magic cores into the mix. At this juncture, the form of the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder had expanded sufficiently to accommodate the simultaneous absorption of 2 cores. The introduction of the 2 cores invigorated the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder, producing a chorus of crackling electric sounds that echoed throughout the room as the cores dissolved. Time passed slowly for 3 more hours. As daylight broke and noon approached, the 2 magical cores were finally consumed and absorbed. In that moment, the phoenix thunder of the burning heavens had also grown once again. Its terrifying thunderous flames emanated an awe-inspiring and formidable aura, almost tangible in its might. Witnessing this, MOU could not help but smile slightly. Indeed, absorbing the heavenly energy within the magical cores proved to be an effective method for the growth of the mystic thunder. However, it was unfortunate that after this, consuming a 1st-tier magical core would likely no longer contribute significantly to the growth of the phoenix thunder. To continue its evolution, he would probably need at least a 2nd-tier magical core. The value of a 2nd-tier magical core often far exceeded that of a 1st-tier by dozens of times. Contemplating this, MOU felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his future. Sustaining a single mystic thunder was already challenging, let alone the 11 within him. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts. Regardless of what lay ahead, it was time for him to break through once more. With several experiences under his belt, he was no longer inexperienced in this endeavor. Half an hour later, MOU emerged from his room, invigorated after an all-night breakthrough, surpassing even the pleasures of a spring night. His fighting power had reached the 9th tier. 3 days later, at the heart of Wutan City, the Middle Auction House, the largest auction venue in Wutan City, belonged to the wealthiest family in the Gamma Empire, the middle family. In the Gamma Empire, the middle family was undoubtedly the pinnacle of wealth. With a long-standing history, they had developed within the Gamma Empire for centuries, their connections intricately woven. In the Empire, the middle family, alongside the Nalan and Intel families, formed what was known as the Gamma Triumvirate. Thus, with such a formidable backing as the middle family, no one dared to covet the profits of the auction house, regardless of how enticing they might be. After breaking through to the 9th tier of fighting power, Mou secluded himself for several days before departing from his family to attend the recently held auction at the middle auction house. Although he had largely forgotten the details of the original story, he still retained some memory of the beauty of Yafei. While he was no longer particularly swayed by beauty, the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the enchanting goddess, adored by countless men, would serve as a solace for his arduous training over the past days. As he gazed upon the grand venue at the end of the street, Mou turned into a secluded alley and swiftly donned the black cloak he had prepared earlier. The voluminous cloak concealed not only his features, but also made his somewhat slender frame appear bulkier. Now, even if the old butler Missouri stood before him, it would be challenging for him to recognize the young man at a glance. Concealing his form, Mou nodded in satisfaction. His meticulous caution was not unfounded. He had prepared a low-level mysterious combat technique for auction, intending to secure sufficient funds for certain coveted items. This technique, a form of movement he had mastered in his previous life, held considerable value and had taken him 3 days to transcribe. The reason it had not been presented earlier was due to the considerable expenditure of fighting energy and mental focus required to transcribe a combat technique onto a scroll. Given his current strength, which was just one step away from that of a fighter, it still took him 3 days to complete the task. Months prior, it would have taken even longer. Cradling the black combat technique scroll in his arms, Mou opted to conceal his identity, much like Xiao Yan, to avoid unnecessary troubles. After all, the Thunderfire Pearl was relatively unremarkable, but a mysterious combat technique was a treasure in Wutan City, even if it meant little to him. Once prepared, Mou slowly exited the alley and made his way toward the auction house at the end of the street. The Mitre auction house resembled the green weapon auction house he had previously visited, and upon entering, he was greeted by a refreshing coolness reminiscent of a long-forgotten memory. Scanning the opulent and spacious hall, he approached a room marked with the glittering golden characters that read Treasure Appraisal Room. Upon entering, he found the room somewhat empty, with only a middle-aged man idly seated at a table. Hearing the door open, the man raised his head and regarded the figure shrouded in a black robe. His brow slightly furrowing before a professional smile quickly adorned his face. "Sir, do you wish to appraise a treasure?" "Indeed," came the dry, muted voice of the middle-aged man from beneath the robe. The art of voice modulation was familiar to him, as he had witnessed an uncle transform his voice into that of a lowly in his first life. Thus, he handled this skill with ease. Mou took 2 steps forward and casually retrieved the black scroll from his cloak, placing it gently on the table. "What is this?" The middle-aged man blinked in confusion, casually picking up the black scroll. He ran his fingers along its rough texture, his expression dimming as he looked back at Mou with a hint of disdain. "Are you looking to sell a combat technique?" In a bid for convenience, Mou had used a common scroll for his transcription, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. After all, high-level combat techniques, regardless of their intrinsic content, were typically crafted from superior materials. What kind of combat technique is this? What is its purpose? At that moment, the middle-aged man lacked even the desire to unroll the scroll, his tone nonchalant. "It is a low-level mysterious combat technique, the 9 shifts of the swimming dragon, which can enhance a fighter's speed. You, as professionals at the Mitre auction house, must be more aware of its value than I." Regarding the other's demeanor, Mou remained unfazed, casually remarking that he held little regard for this particular combat skill. "Oh, a movement technique?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression abruptly shifted. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary combat skill was, in fact, a profound-level technique, and a rare movement technique at that. While low-level profound techniques are commendable, as an appraiser for the Mitre auction house, he had encountered many and found nothing extraordinary about them. However, a movement technique of profound level was an entirely different matter. Such techniques are generally quite scarce within the classification of combat skills, and reaching the profound level signifies a prowess that could rival some ordinary intermediate profound techniques. With eager anticipation, he unfurled the scroll. As an appraiser for the Mitre auction house, the middle-aged man clearly possessed a discerning eye. After approximately 15 minutes of scrutiny, he finally confirmed that this was indeed a rare, low-level profound movement technique. The man's demeanor grew animated as he inquired, "Sir, do you intend to auction this scroll?" "Yes. I have heard that you are hosting an auction today, so please arrange for me to participate." "Ha. Sir, you are quite well informed. That is certainly no issue. Please take this to auction room number 1, where the auction is still underway." Your combat skill will be auctioned shortly. The middle-aged man cheerfully handed over a pitch-black iron token. Mou accepted the token without hesitation, but just as he was about to exit the room, a portly figure clad in black robes entered. Startled, Mou paused, and a moment of realization crossed his mind, causing a subtle smile to form at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave the room. Meanwhile, the man in the black robe also noticed Mou's attire and was taken aback, yet he felt a sense of familiarity upon witnessing the latter's departing figure. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the appraisal room scratched his head in confusion, having received two rather peculiar guests in succession. Could it be that black robes are in vogue today? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and courteously welcomed the next guest. Today has been rather eventful. A chapter for another time. Chapter 14, The Beast Ring. Led by a female attendant, Mou gradually stepped into the ongoing auction. As for the similarly clad man he had encountered earlier, it was highly likely, as he suspected, that it was Xiao Yan. After all, with Yao Lao's prowess, concocting a pill that would attract the attention of the Mitre auction house was hardly a challenge. Upon entering, the bright surroundings dimmed, and a cacophony of noise flooded his ears, causing Mou, who cherished tranquility, to frown deeply. The auction hall was vast, effortlessly accommodating hundreds of attendees. At this moment, under the radiant lights at the center of the venue, a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown was enchanting the audience with her dulcet, mellifluous voice, elucidating the functions of the item she held. As her crystalline tones resonated through the hall, the price of the rather unremarkable item began to escalate at a fervent pace. In a secluded corner, Mou quietly seated himself, his gaze sweeping over the captivating woman. The chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, Yafei, was a renowned beauty in Wutan City, her mature allure causing many a man to succumb to her charm. Observing this, Mou settled comfortably, taking his time to relish the exquisite scene before him. While the original text featured numerous beautiful characters, in terms of allure, Yafei undoubtedly reigned supreme. As Mou sat in contemplative silence, a sudden frown creased his brow. He caught a faint, unpleasant scent wafting through the air. Turning his head slightly, he noticed a man shrouded in darkness nearby, whose gaze burned fervently upon Yafei, his hands subtly moving as he fixated on her. Is this what one would call a lovesick fool? Mou mused quietly, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth beneath his cloak. In his 3 lifetimes, he had never truly encountered such a spectacle. With this thought, Mou shifted his position slightly, and the unpleasant odor dissipated. His gaze casually flitted to the item in Yafei's hands, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with interest. This particular object piqued his curiosity immensely. The Mountain River Stone, as authenticated by the Mitre auction house, was said to possess a unique purpose, though its specific use remained unknown. Nonetheless, it promised to be an excellent addition to any collection. The starting bid was tentatively set at 3,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence, Yafei said with a playful smile, inadvertently augmenting the value of this enigmatic stone. Regrettably, those present were astute individuals. How could they justify spending 3,000 gold coins on an item of uncertain origin and purpose? Some, hoping to win Yafei's favor, considered bidding. But upon gazing into their wallets and confronting the hefty sum, they dismally shook their heads. Seeing this, even the usually graceful and poised Yafei appeared somewhat flustered. A lull in the proceedings was an uncommon occurrence for her. Yet, although the purpose of the Mountain River Stone remained elusive, its appraisal as a rare gem left her feeling as though she would regret selling it for a pittance. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, a charming middle-aged voice broke through the silence. 3,000 gold coins. I'll take it. This disguised voice belonged to none other than Mou. While others were oblivious to the stone's significance, he was all too aware of its true value. In the realm of Dou Qi, there exists an item known as the storage ring, crafted from the rare material known as storage stone. Within this artifact lies a diminutive, rarefied space capable of holding lifeless objects. In contrast, on the continent of Shan, the beast tamer sect thrives, possessing a unique beast ring that can contain living creatures such as magical beasts. Notably, the Mountain River Stone serves as a crucial material in the creation of these beast rings. Had the esteemed beast tamer sects of my previous life known of such a substantial piece of Mountain River Stone, they would have readily parted with a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins. Thus, 2,000 gold coins is a mere pittance. For Mou, the crafting of the beast ring poses no considerable challenge. Upon witnessing Mou's bid, Yafei, who had been tense, visibly relaxed. With a charming smile directed towards his direction and without allowing the onlookers a moment to react, she promptly declared, 3,000 gold coins, deal. Mou found himself both amused and perplexed by Yafei's hasty decision, unsure if her concern was for his well-being against potential rivals or a fear of his reconsideration. This seemingly alluring and mature woman possessed an unexpectedly endearing quality. After acquiring the Mountain River Stone, Mo's interest in the subsequent items waned. His gaze shifted from the woman, slowly surveying the auction hall. Xiao Yan. His attention halted abruptly upon noticing the figure of a man in a black robe who had just seated himself at a distance. He deemed it prudent to refrain from any form of greeting in such a setting, opting instead for an air of mutual unfamiliarity. As he continued to scan the room, he observed not only Xiao Yan from the Xiao family, but also the heads of the other two prominent clans, the Gale and the Oba families, present as well. It seems my mystical tier fighting skill has fetched a handsome price. A flicker of excitement coursed through Mou, his brow arching slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The presence of the three most powerful families in Wutan City undoubtedly heightened the fervor of the auction. With Yafei's adept manipulation of the atmosphere, the excitement within the hall remained at a crescendo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction that I believe will pique your interest, she announced with a beaming smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, a servant hastily presented a jade plate containing a small white jade vial. This item is a second-tier pill known as the Foundation Establishment Liquid, effective only for those below the rank of Dou Qi. Immersing oneself in this liquid during training accelerates the cultivation speed without damaging one's foundational roots. Her enticing, sultry voice sent shivers through the assembly. Upon seeing this item, Mou felt a stir of interest. However, he had no intention of acquiring it, given its ability to enhance training without harming the foundational essence. It was undoubtedly a product of the revered Yao Lao, likely the very item Xiao Yan intended to auction. Since it is crafted by Yao Lao, one could expect the price to be substantial. Indeed, this was confirmed amidst the ensuing fierce competition among the three powerful families. Ultimately, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, acquired it for the exorbitant sum of 40,000 gold coins. Witnessing this, Mou couldn't help but marvel slightly. Indeed, alchemy is a lucrative profession in the Dou Qi Continent. Should the opportunity arise, he might well explore the realm of alchemy in this lifetime. Now, let us present a significant item from this auction. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Yafei dimmed the lights upon the high platform and gently leaned forward to retrieve a plate from within, upon which lay an unassuming black scroll. A low-tier, Shan-level movement technique, the 9 flickers of the swimming dragon. Chapter 15, the auction concludes. As the words of the low-tier, Shan-level technique were uttered, the auction hall fell into a sudden silence. Compared to the previously auctioned foundation building spirit liquid, the stir caused by the Shan-level technique was undoubtedly more profound. After all, while elixirs are precious, they serve only a temporary purpose. This is one reason why high-tier artifact smiths were more favored than high-tier alchemists in Mou's past life. An exquisite high-tier divine weapon forged by an artifact smith could accompany a warrior throughout their lifetime, whereas an elixir merely fulfills immediate needs. Moreover, techniques, akin to divine weapons, can also be utilized for a lifetime and even passed down to future generations. From a certain perspective, high-tier techniques are even more coveted than elixirs. In a contest between two warriors of equal standing, the one who masters the high-tier technique will undoubtedly emerge victorious. This is why techniques are so sought after. After all, life is the most precious asset for a warrior. Among all classifications of techniques, movement techniques are particularly rare. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. And this holds true in the Dou Qi Continent as well. Possessing a high-tier movement technique allows one to command the rhythm of battle, granting the ability to advance and retreat with ease. If one cannot overpower their opponent, they can always slip away. It is not disgraceful to retreat. Rather, losing one's life is the most lamentable fate. As this thought crossed his mind, attendees gradually regained their focus, their fervent gazes fixed intently upon the black scroll on the stage, even momentarily overlooking the enchanting Yafei. Ladies and gentlemen, this scroll of the Shan-level movement technique has been entrusted for auction by a gentleman at our middle auction house, with a legitimate provenance, ensuring no complications will arise. You may bid with confidence. Yafei gently cradled the black scroll and smiled radiantly. Miss Yafei, please announce the starting bid. Someone in the audience shouted impatiently. Maintaining her alluring smile, Yafei responded, the starting bid for the 9 flickers of the swimming dragon is 60,000 gold coins. As this steep price was declared, a notable hush fell over the audience, clearly indicating that most attendees lacked the means to acquire such an item. In a remote corner, Mou nodded subtly upon hearing the price. A typical low-level mysterious martial skill is generally priced around 50,000 gold coins, and it is not unusual for the 9 flashes of the dragon to command a higher price as a technique of agility. However, given that this is an auction, starting at such a lofty price, it is reasonable to anticipate a final transaction that will not disappoint. With this thought, a faint smile graced Mou's lips. While he remained indifferent to wealth, securing a greater sum of gold would not be an unwelcome outcome. The patriarchs of the three prominent families of Wutan City in the front row wore solemn expressions beneath the high price, yet they found themselves powerless, after all. In this realm, one is willing to pay while another is willing to sell. If you choose not to buy, there are plenty who will. Beneath the staggering figure of 200,000, the atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. In the face of this awkward silence, Yafei remained unperturbed, her enchanting smile unwavering. She was acutely aware of the allure of this mysterious martial art. Some individuals would likely risk everything to possess it. As she had anticipated, the silence did not persist for long. A balding middle-aged man was the first to tremble and call out a bid, 70,000. Mou glanced towards the source of the voice and recognized the balding man as Go Li, the weapon tycoon of Wutan City, with whom he had recently conducted a transaction. 75,000. Following Go Li's bid, an elderly man clad in yellow also chimed in. This aged merchant, a prominent figure in Wutan City with several apothecary shops under his stewardship, was no stranger to wealth. After casting a fierce glare at the elder, Go Li called out once more, 80,000. The auction hall soon erupted with additional bids. After all, a mysterious agility technique was worth the risk of financial ruin. 100,000. Amidst the cautious increments, one of the patriarchs, Galabai, from the first row finally spoke coldly. His two counterparts followed suit, each adding another 10,000. In mere moments, the price of this low-level mysterious martial skill surged to 120,000. This price undoubtedly deterred a multitude of competitors. Even though the technique was exceptional, upon hearing this figure, Go Li's complexion paled, and after a moment's hesitation, he stammered, 150,000. Upon uttering this price, Go Li appeared almost drained, as it represented a significant expenditure for him. However, to the surprise of many, after Go Li's bid of 150,000, the patriarchs of the three prominent families of Wutan City fell silent, clearly opting to withdraw. This outcome left numerous onlookers perplexed. Although 150,000 was substantial, it did not seem exorbitant for the three families. Only Yafei on the platform seemed to comprehend the situation. A smile gracing her lips as she struck the small hammer in her hand and declared, "Congratulations, Manager Go Li, for acquiring the mysterious martial technique, 9 Flashes of the Dragon." Upon hearing the result, Gri was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the positions of the patriarchs of the three prominent families. Soon, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. Although 150,000 gold coins was a substantial sum, it was not beyond his acceptance, given his monopoly over the weaponry of Wutan City. Ha, he thought, now comes the Pai to our assistance of this auction. With a flick of her delicate wrist, Yafei gathered the black scroll, causing the lights above the stage to dim. Leaning slightly, she retrieved a silver platter from the center of the platform, upon which lay an ancient, azure scroll. The scroll emanated a faint blue glow, and its mystique was enhanced by the sheen of the silver platter. The advanced Xian-level technique, Wine Scroll Decision. Witnessing this scene, the audience suddenly comprehended the earlier reticence of the three patriarchs. They were biding their time to unveil a grand surprise. Although Xian-level martial arts techniques were rare, they were considered inferior. Hence, the auction's grand finale featuring an advanced Xian-level technique was undoubtedly of greater worth. Indeed, when the technique was revealed, the faces of the patriarchs in the front row lit up with delight, akin to a groom beholding his bride for the first time on their wedding night. Meanwhile, Mou found himself rather indifferent. The Xian-level technique held no allure for him. Nevertheless, he was somewhat taken aback by the 15,000 gold coins fetched by the previously auctioned Dragon 9 shifts, especially alongside the substantial piece of Mountain River stone he had just acquired. At this moment, he felt as though he were merely an observer, watching the fierce competition among the three families. Ultimately, it was Galabai who proved ruthless, successfully bidding an astronomical 55,000 gold coins after a deliberate high bid from Xiao Yan. In contrast, the 15,000 gold coins bid for the Dragon 9 shifts seemed insignificant. Mou felt no regret. He gradually stood up and exited the auction house. First, let me secure my money and belongings, he mused. After breaking through to the fighter realm, it will be time to leave Wutan City and explore the broader world beyond. As he stepped outside, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Chapter 16, Harvest. Upon leaving auction house number 1, Mou, guided by a maid, entered a fragrant room, where he quietly awaited in solitude. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a striking figure entered through the door. "Oh, is this the esteemed proprietor of the Xian-level martial arts auction? I presume this is your first visit to Wutan City?" A fragrant breeze enveloped him, accompanied by a soft, enchanting laugh that sent a slight tremor through his heart. Indeed, she was a bewitching enchantress. Mou buried his face deeper into his cloak. glancing subtly at the woman in the crimson dress beside him. This woman was Yafei, who, upon the conclusion of the auction, recognized that the individual who had come to her aid was none other than the one who had commissioned the auction of the martial arts technique. Thus, she instructed the maid to escort him to her office, gazed at the enchanting woman before him, nodding slightly as he spoke in a voice rich with the charm characteristic of a middle-aged man. Has the auction been successful? Please hand over the money, deducting the cost of the mountain river stone. Upon hearing this, Yafei gently covered her red lips with her delicate hand and let out a soft chuckle. The alluring curves of her ample bosom drew attention as she smiled, then replied with a radiant demeanor, "Might I kindly ask you to wait a moment, sir? Some procedures are still being processed." Nodding thoughtfully, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Yafei, inquiring, "Do you have any low-grade spatial rings at the auction? The one I previously owned has broken, and I wish to replace it. I also require second-tier fire and lightning magic cores. I'll take whatever remains of my funds." In mere moments, a staggering sum of 150,000 gold coins was once again lavishly spent by. Observing his extravagant display of wealth, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, gesturing for a maid to relay his requests. "Sir, may I inquire why you spent 3,000 gold coins on the mountain river stone? Do you know its purpose?" Yafei leaned closer, her gaze narrowing slightly as she probed, glanced at the beautiful woman before him, her slender waist swaying with an alluring grace, her voluptuous figure inciting a stir of desire in men lacking self-control. Particularly during her earlier inquiry, the fleeting glimpse of her soft skin left much to the imagination. However, quickly steadied his thoughts, responding calmly, "Miss Yafei, your captivating presence on stage was utterly enchanting. To win your favor, I simply chose to purchase it." Is 3,000 gold coins considered excessive? Naturally, refrained from divulging the mountain river stone's purpose, skillfully diverting the conversation to convey his admiration for the woman before him. As anticipated, a look of surprise crossed Yafei's charming face. Reflecting on his earlier display of wealth, she realized that while 3,000 gold coins might be a significant sum for most, it clearly was not for this mysterious individual. "Oh, then I must thank you for your generous support," she replied, her spirits lifted by his timely intervention. As she smiled, her ample bosom swayed, much to S delight. Indeed, it appears that in any realm, spending money is the swiftest means to win a woman's heart. Witnessing Yafei's joyful expression, mused to himself that the 3,000 gold coins were not squandered in vain. Shifting the topic away from the mountain river stone, engaged in light-hearted banter with the mature beauty before him, he was no longer the somewhat naive youth he once was, having lived 3 lifetimes. He had become adept at understanding the intricacies of a woman's psyche. Yafei found herself genuinely pleased in the presence of this enigmatic man, enchanted by the richness of his voice. It can be said that few women can resist the allure of a man spending money on them. Even if feelings do not develop immediately, a hint of affection is often kindled. Thus, under the deliberate guidance of the topic by MOU, the atmosphere, tinged with subtle intimacy, was interrupted only when a maid entered, carrying something in her hands. "Is the item here?" Although the pleasant conversation was abruptly disrupted, the anticipation of today's gains made MOU's spirits lift. With a playful smile, she gently nodded her alabaster chin, reminiscing about the banter shared with the gentleman before her. The typically graceful and poised Yafei felt a blush creep onto her cheeks in that moment. With a delicate flick of her hand, she accepted a light blue jade card from the maid and smiled, saying, "Sir, the auction price for the Xian level combat skills is 150,000 gold coins. After deducting the other expenses, the remaining amount is all contained within this card." Afterward, Yafei produced a black spatial ring, stating, "All the items you require are also within this ring. Please inspect them carefully." MOU received the blue jade card and the black spatial ring. Their cool, comfortable touch indicated their considerable value. Gently caressing the jade card, Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement. As she gazed at the boyish yet strong hands of MOU, an inexplicable sensation surged within Yafei, delving her soul force into the spatial ring. She discovered an area of approximately 3 to 4 square meters. Aside from several thousand gold coins, she noticed a large black stone and 2 magic cores, one purple and one red, tucked into a corner. They were indeed the Earth River Stone and the second-tier fire and lightning magic cores. Quite a fruitful haul. MOU mused to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Earth River Stone could forge a beast ring, which would provide a space comparable to some high-tier spatial rings, making it an excellent item for storing goods or contracting a magical beast. Moreover, the 2 second-tier magic cores would be sufficient for him to advance as a fighter. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, MOU turned to Yafei and inquired, "Do you possess any third-tier fire or lightning magic cores?" Taken aback momentarily, Yafei shook her head, responding, "Third-tier and above magic cores are only available at higher-level auctions." I regret to inform you that Wu Tan City does not offer such items. Though slightly disappointed, Mou nodded in understanding. After all, third-tier magical beasts rivaled the might of human great fighters, and in Wu Tan City, great fighters represented the pinnacle of combat strength. It was hardly surprising that such formidable individuals would not risk their lives hunting magical beasts, rendering third-tier magic cores exceedingly rare. This scarcity was one of the reasons Mou was eager to depart from Wu Tan City, as his powers gradually ascended. This small locale could no longer fulfill his ambitions. With the items secured, Mou chose not to linger any longer. Casually waving his hand at Yafei, he said softly, "I shall take my leave." "Oh," she replied. Upon hearing that Mou was about to depart, an inexplicable sense of reluctance welled up within Yafei. At that moment, Mou rose resolutely and left the life-threatening room. As she gazed at his vanishing silhouette, the smile on Yafei's delicate face gradually faded. Recollections of his alluring words, which he seemingly learned from an unknown source, caused a gentle blush to rise on her cheeks, and the warmth of her body began to manifest. With her alluring figure languidly reclined in the chair, her hand involuntarily wandered toward the depths of her crimson gown. Chapter 17, 10 Thunder Patterns. At this juncture, Mou was blissfully unaware of the profound impact his flirtatious banter acquired during his studies on Blue Star had on Yafei, a woman who had long been untouched by such attentions. After leaving the auction house, he promptly returned to his family, organizing his acquisitions before storing some significant items in his spatial ring. Although the spatial ring measured merely 3 to 4 square feet, classifying it as the most basic tier, it was still unattainable without a sum of 100,000 gold coins. The costs of this ring, along with the mountain and river stone and 2 second-tier magic cores, consumed more than half of the 150,000 gold coins he had just acquired through the auction battles, leaving him with a mere 20,000 coins. However, Mou was indifferent to this. Wealth held no value for him. Only resources mattered. The following day, he deliberately retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his spatial ring and returned them to his grandfather, the steward Mou. He refrained from offering a larger sum due to the dubious origin of the coins. Additionally, he did not wear the spatial ring on his finger, as his current identity remained too sensitive. Instead, he concealed it within his clothing. Following this excursion, Mou resumed a life of seclusion, blending in with the world around him. Time, like water, quietly slipped through the cracks of existence. The sweltering summer had given way to the refreshing embrace of autumn, and the once lush green branches began to intermingle with hints of withering yellow. Thunderous body. At this moment, in a secluded grove atop the mountains far from the Xiao family, a sharp cry echoed suddenly. A nimble figure danced through the trees, deftly navigating the dense thorns without the slightest hindrance. In the next instant, the figure abruptly halted before a boulder, as large as a reclining tiger, adjusting its stance before delivering a powerful blow to the stone. With a resounding thud, fragments of rock scattered, and spider-like fissures radiated from the point of impact. The boulder, struck with such force, reverberated with a thunderous crash before ultimately shattering. As the stone crumbled, the agile figure, resembling a spirited monkey, swiftly retreated and gracefully landed atop another boulder. Observing the fruits of his labor, a smile graced Mou's handsome face. After breaking through to the 9th rank of Dou Qi, although he possessed 2 second-tier magic cores, Mou refrained from immediately using the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame to devour them and thus ascend to the realm of a fighter. Instead, he chose to continue honing his combat skills in this secluded location. He understood that in critical moments, one must endure solitude. The foundation is of paramount importance during this stage of Dou Qi. Conversely, a hasty breakthrough is to be avoided at all costs. 3 months had passed without elevating his Dou Qi, a pace that seemed considerably slower compared to the preceding months. Nevertheless, Mou felt immense satisfaction, for he had sensed that through these 3 months of steadfast training, the foundation of his Dou Qi had solidified to a formidable degree. Moreover, during this period, he had not been without gains. On his right arm, the lightning patterns had coalesced into 10 distinct lines, barely reaching the level of a profound-grade combat technique. Just moments ago, Mou had utilized the power of 5 lightning patterns to shatter a piece of blue stone entirely, should he unleash the full force of 10 patterns. The resulting power would surely be fatal to any fighter, demonstrating the Thunderbody technique. Mou nodded in satisfaction before returning home to prepare for the upcoming prediction the following day. 1 month prior to the coming-of-age ceremony, all young members of the family were required to participate in a prediction event, which served to eliminate those whose Dou Qi did not meet the standard. As Mou was favored by the family, he was naturally included among the members of the Xiao clan. With his strength, attending the prediction was merely a formality. The next morning, just after changing his attire, a gentle knock echoed from the door. "Cousin Mou, are you there?" hearing the melodious voice of a young girl. Mou raised his brow, fastened his clothing, and leisurely approached the door, pulling it open. As the door swung wide, warm sunlight poured in, illuminating the young man clad in azure robes, rendering him exceptionally charming. Outside stood a graceful young girl. While she could not be deemed a beauty, her youthful visage bore a subtle allure, a blend of innocence and seduction that enhanced her charm by threefold. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, Mou smiled lightly. "Ah, it's cousin Xiao Mei. What brings you here today?" Ever since Mou had triumphed over Xiao Ning and gained the attention of the family elite, attending family gatherings had transformed Xiao Mei's demeanor towards him by a complete 180 degrees. She frequently visited him, whether to inquire about combat techniques or engage in casual conversation, suddenly growing quite close. Mou was well aware of her motivations, but bore no resentment. It was not that he was swayed by her beauty. Rather, he understood that human nature often seeks to curry favor with the powerful. And Xiao Mei was merely an ordinary person, not deserving of disdain. Besides, after a day of arduous training, having a beautiful girl to gaze upon was certainly a delightful reprieve. Gazing at the handsome and dashing Mou under the sunlight, Xiao Mei's alluring eyes blinked as she carefully scrutinized the youth who emerged from the door. Having spent over half a year in this realm, Mou had undergone a remarkable transformation. His handsome visage now bore a more mature countenance, and he had grown taller, seemingly adding several centimeters to his stature. Most notably, his demeanor had evolved from that of a cautious and unassuming servant of the Xiao family to a confident, enigmatic, and formidable young genius. Undeniably, Xiao Mei valued Mou's talent and strength, yet his striking looks were an undeniable asset as well. Stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him, Mou noticed Xiao Mei's unwavering gaze upon him and jested. "What? Have I grown even more handsome today?" A faint blush crept on Xiao Mei's charming face. Despite her open nature, she quickly averted her gaze upon hearing such a jest, feeling a twinge of envy as she replied, "Come on, cousin Mou. Today is the day of the assessment. Last time you defeated cousin Xiao Ning, and this time, the family has high hopes for you." In response, Mou nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "Then let us proceed. I suspect there will be some intriguing developments." A playful smile danced on his lips as he contemplated something. If memory served him correctly, the time for Xiao Yan's first rise to prominence had arrived. Chapter 18, The Assessment. Xiao Family Backyard. Within the expansive training ground, over 100 young boys and girls stood, their chatter rising to a cacophony. In the center of the training field stood a colossal black stone tablet for assessments, beside which stood the previous indifferent examiner. On a platform to the left, several prominent family members were seated, while at the center were the clan leader, Xiao Yan, and 3 elders. The youth awaiting judgment appeared anxious, with those who typically performed while showing little tension, while others of average or below average talent wore expressions of uncertainty and apprehension. At that moment, the boys in the field gazed at Mou, who walked alongside Xiao Mei, their faces reflecting a mixture of envy. Since his last victory over Xiao Ning in the combat hall, the usually low-key Mou had gained considerable renown, his reputation soaring to rival the mysterious and powerful Sun Air. On the edge of the plaza, surrounded by a throng of peers, Xiao Ning glared at Mou, his eyes aflame with a mix of fury and fear. "Damn it, this guy has stolen all the limelight," he muttered under his breath, clearly haunted by the lesson from their last encounter. Ignoring the envious and jealous gazes directed at him, Mou made his way to the back of the line, with Xiao Mei closely trailing him, seemingly intent on drawing attention. On the high platform, Xiao Yan observed this scene, his expression contemplative, as if pondering something of significance. "Patriarch, I believe Mayor seems to harbor feelings for Mou, and Mou's talent has recently become widely acknowledged. I propose we betroth Mayor to him as a means of fostering our alliance." The 3rd elder suddenly inquired beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at him, furrowing his brow before shaking his head. "This is inappropriate. Both Xiao Yu and Mayor are still too young. It is premature to discuss such matters. Moreover, the wishes of one's parents and the matchmaking of a mediator hold weight. Although Xiao Yu's parents are no longer present, he still has a grandfather. Let us first seek the opinion of Steward Mo Xiao. Mayor is the granddaughter of the 3rd elder, who evidently coveted Mou's talent, looking to bind him to the elder's faction through marriage. As the clan leader, Xiao Yan naturally found this distasteful, hence he swiftly sought an excuse to decline. The 3rd elder's expression soured slightly at Xiao Yan's rebuttal, while the 2nd elder coldly interjected, "I recall that Xiao Yan is also to participate in this assessment. Why has he yet to arrive? Could it be that he fears he will not pass?" The 3rd elder, too, was considering the family's interests. "And I see that Mou's talent rivals that of the former Xiao Yan." At these words, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened. He was already feeling irritable, and this individual seemed intent on stirring the pot. Just as he was about to retort, a slight commotion arose in the arena. Turning his gaze, he spotted two figures slowly approaching from the distant path at the end of the square, their composed strides suggesting no urgency despite the day's significance. It was indeed Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Upon their arrival, the family leaders on the platform ceased their bickering. Xiao Yan then rose, his voice resonating with authority. The rules for the assessment are as follows. Achieving the 7th tier of Dou Qi or higher is deemed qualified. Otherwise, one is considered unqualified. However, in accordance with previous stipulations, those who finish with Dou Qi below the 7th tier are entitled to challenge a peer of the 7th tier or above once. And should they emerge victorious, they too may enter the qualified ranks. Since everyone is clear on this, let the assessment commence. As Xiao Yan's commanding words echoed, the young men and women in the training ground grew tense. Beside the black stone tablet, the impassive examiner stepped forward, retrieving a roster from his cloak. His frigid tone sent shivers through those called upon. Mou stood in the arena like a steadfast pine, seemingly detached from the proceedings, his eyes gently closed. With Xiao Mayer standing closely behind him, Xiao Yan chose a clean patch of azure stone to sit cross-legged, while Sun Er sat beside him, resembling an untainted blue lotus. For a moment, these two areas felt like isolated realms, starkly contrasting with the anxious atmosphere surrounding them. Xiao Mei, as one youth after another took the stage. Xiao Mei's name rang out. Cousin Mou, I must go. Mou nodded expressionlessly. Dou Strength, 8th tier. A brilliant light erupted from the black stone tablet, with large, upright characters hovering upon its surface. Xiao Mei, 8th stage of Dou Qi, advanced, casting a glance at the obsidian stone tablet. The indifferent examiner slightly nodded and solemnly announced the result. Upon hearing the examiner's voice, Xiao Mei exhaled in relief, her small face lifting in pride. In just 1 year, she had ascended from the 7th to the 8th stage, a remarkable progress that positioned her among the top 5 in her family. Such an illustrious achievement was indeed a source of great satisfaction for the young girl. The examiner's declaration stirred a ripple of excitement throughout the training ground. With envious gazes directed towards Xiao Mei, a year to advance a stage in Dou Qi, mediocre, Xiao Yan remarked, scratching his nose, before shifting his attention towards the direction of Mou. I wonder how strong cousin Mou has become. It is difficult to ascertain, but he is undoubtedly formidable, so much so that Sun Er lacks confidence in securing victory. Sun Er toyed with her silken hair, her gaze focused intently on the young man in the azure robe, her expression slightly grave, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite her myriad clever methods. She could not discern the true strength of the boy, who seemed shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Upon hearing that the typically mysterious and powerful Sun Er felt uncertain about overcoming Mou, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lamented. I had thought my progress was significant, yet I find myself outmatched by these two prodigies, Sun Er and cousin Mou. He, brother Xiao Yan. Do not be so modest. Sun Er has her own unspoken reasons, and cousin Mou surely possesses his unique opportunities. In any case, your potential is remarkable. Brother Xiao Yan, did not cousin Mou once say you would one day achieve great renown across the continent? With Sun Er as encouragement, Xiao Yan recalled Mou's past words of affirmation, a hint of confidence emerging on his resolute face. At this moment, following the peak of Xiao Mei's performance, only one among the subsequent dozen reached the 7th stage of Dou Qi, while the rest were eliminated. Xiao Sun Er. The examiner's indifferent voice carried a faint hint of emotion as he spoke her name. All eyes in the arena shifted towards the pristine and beautiful young girl. Raising an eyebrow, Mou lazily opened his slightly drooping eyes, gazing at the lovely silhouette of the girl, and murmured, if all goes as expected, she should have already ascended to the rank of Doja. However, after this prediction concludes, I too am prepared to break through to Doja. Chapter 19. The Twin Dragons of the Xiao Family. As the girl in green made her way forward, the training ground fell into a hushed silence, with fervent gazes fixed intently upon her, not daring to blink. On the high platform, all family elders, including the patriarch and 3 elders, ceased their quiet discussions, their attention converging upon the scene. Under the scrutiny of every gaze in attendance, the young girl approached the obsidian stone tablet with measured steps. With a delicate hand, she slid her sleeve down, revealing a long, snow-white wrist. Her jade-like hand gently touched the icy surface of the black stone tablet, and as Sun Er's eyes gradually closed, the Dou Qi within her surged with urgency. As the force of combat surged forth, the black stone tablet erupted in a brilliant display after a brief moment of silence. A 1-star combatant, exclaimed the examiner, unable to suppress his astonishment at the 4 resplendent golden characters. The audience, comprising young men and women, including the esteemed members of the clan, wore expressions of sheer amazement, clearly taken aback by the prowess exhibited by the young lady. Mu Yu observed this scene with an unperturbed demeanor, devoid of any sign of surprise. Beside him, Xiao Meier was equally astounded by Sun's achievement. As she glanced at the composed Mu Yu, curiosity surged within her. What could be the extent of this rising genius's capabilities? Mu Yu. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, the examiner's voice resonated once more. Hearing his name, Mu Yu slightly lifted his head and scanned the training ground. Upon witnessing Sun's remarkable score, the crowd cast inquisitive glances towards the recently emergent talent of the Xiao family. The clan's senior members, too, set aside their prior astonishment and directed their attention towards the young man clad in green, situated in a corner of the square. After all, Sun hailed from a powerful lineage with extraordinary backing. Her impressive results were astonishing, yet not entirely surprising. In contrast, Mu Yu, as a scion of the family, had risen rapidly within the span of just a year, a rarity not seen in the Xiao family for centuries. Consequently, the interest in Mu Yu was palpably heightened. With a casual tilt of his head, Mu Yu sauntered toward the black stone tablet, as if he were merely taking a stroll rather than preparing for an assessment. Under the myriad of envious and inquisitive gazes, he approached the stone. The examiner's eyes glimmered with curiosity, eager to discover what remarkable score this boy, who had recently gained fame within the clan, would achieve. Amidst the intense focus of the crowd, Mu Yu maintained his calm demeanor. He extended his hand, gently resting it upon the cold surface of the black stone tablet. All eyes were riveted upon the stone, each individual holding their breath in anticipation, eager to learn whether Mu Yu would soar to greatness or merely flicker briefly like a fleeting flower. The stone tablet remained tranquil for a moment before suddenly radiating a blinding light. Enormous golden characters emblazoned upon it caused the hearts of all present to momentarily cease their beating. Combat power, 9 stars. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone gazed in shock at the 5 magnificent characters inscribed upon the tablet, their expressions rife with envy and admiration. This outsider, not even a member of the Xiao clan, had cultivated his abilities at such an astonishing pace that only Sun could possibly surpass him. 9 stars. On the platform, Xiao Yan stared at the results displayed on the tablet, his face a mask of disbelief. Seated beside Xiao Yan were 3 elders, their faces etched with disbelief. A 9th-tier Dou Qi, merely a step away from the realm of Doja. The eldest elder's murky eyes glimmered with a flicker of brilliance before he slowly closed them, seemingly indifferent to worldly matters. Yet, the fingers gripping his cane trembled, betraying his inner turmoil. The 2nd and 3rd elders exchanged discreet glances, their eyes distinctly revealing a consensus. Such prodigious talent must be courted. Xiao Meier gazed at the youth standing beneath the black stone monument with admiration and respect. At the edge of the training ground, Xiao Ning was similarly entranced, his eyes fixated on the grand characters inscribed on the stone. Moments later, with a sigh of relief, he murmured, "Fortunately, I did not provoke this fellow too severely, otherwise." Xiao Yan, wearing a look of admiration, remarked, "Cousin Sun and Cousin Mo, you truly evoke a sense of pressure." In response, the ethereal girl beside him chuckled lightly. Cousin Mo's prowess has indeed surged rapidly. But you, Brother Xiao Yan, are not to be underestimated. Soon, you shall astonish everyone. No sooner had the girl finished speaking than the examiner's voice rang through the air. Xiao Yan. At the sound of his name, the young man rose slowly and, bolstered by Sun's encouragement, strode confidently toward the stone monument. Descending calmly from the stone, Mo looked at the approaching young man in black and smiled. "Cousin Xiao Yan, it is your turn to shine." Aware of the unfolding narrative, Mo understood that today, the youth before him would be the one to leave everyone in awe. Feeling the unwavering faith of Mo, Xiao Yan's countenance hardened with determination as he nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Cousin Mo, I shall not disappoint you." Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Xiao Yan subsequently delivered a remarkable performance. His Dou Qi measured at the 7th tier. Although he was taken aback by the astounding prowess displayed by both Sun and Mo, his own achievement was no less impressive, perhaps even more dazzling. After 3 years of being regarded as a waste, he had now risen to prominence, drawing the attention of many. The crowd regarded this scene with mixed emotions, envy, admiration, and delight. On the high platform, due to Xiao Yan's resurgence, a subtle power struggle ensued. Nevertheless, it was evident that Xiao Yan, as a competent clan leader, retained a firm grip on the majority of the family's authority. Mo observed the scene with tranquility. Xiao Yan's ascent held neither advantage nor detriment for him, allowing him to watch with equanimity. The examination concluded, and the next phase commenced. Those who did not qualify had the right to challenge a qualified peer, but remember, this opportunity is singular. Witnessing his son's restored prowess, Xiao Yan felt an immense joy. After regaining his composure, he laughed heartily toward the arena. Casting a glance in the direction of Mo and Xiao Yan, he mused, "Good fortune comes in pairs." The Xiao family's twin dragons. Could it be that the heavens favor us? Upon hearing this, a slight commotion arose in the training ground. Those who were just a step away from qualifying immediately directed their fervent gazes towards their competent peers. In response to the provocative stares from the opposing side, the distinguished members of their clan disdainfully raised their heads. The 6th and 7th tiers represented fundamentally different realms, barring extraordinary circumstances. An individual possessing 6th tier fighting spirit would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over a 7th tier opponent. This reality was well understood by those at the 6th tier level. Yet this was their final opportunity, and regardless of the outcome, they felt compelled to give it their all. The atmosphere in the arena became somewhat peculiar as fiery glances swept over the qualified companions, with everyone subtly selecting the most manageable adversary. Meanwhile, Mou stood quietly, clearly aware that no fool would dare challenge him, a master of the 9th tier. Thus, the suddenly ascendant Xiao Yan became an easy target. Indeed, a clan member named Xiao Ke set his sights on him. However, under the tutelage of the esteemed Master Yao and bolstered by Xiao Yan's diligent training, Xiao Ke soon found himself facing a formidable opponent. After effortlessly defeating Xiao Ke, Xiao Yan shed the label of ineptitude, earning the awe and admiration of those around him. Following Xiao Ke's failure, no one dared to challenge Xiao Yan further. The unqualified clan members were left to seek other targets. After several rounds of competition, only 2 individuals, relying on their adept combat skills and a measure of luck, managed to defeat their opponents and successfully enter the qualified zone. Observing the gradually calming training ground, a beaming Xiao Yan finally stood up to announce the conclusion of the test and to remind everyone of certain matters regarding the upcoming adult ceremony in a month. As the members of the Xiao clan gathered to congratulate Xiao Yan, Mou felt no inclination to join the celebration. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he prepared to leave. Mou, tomorrow in the Combat Techniques Hall, my father will be teaching high-level yellow-tier fighting techniques. Would you like to join? At this moment, Xiao Mei smiled, her face a captivating blend of allure and innocence, undeniably enchanting. I have no time. In the coming days, Mou was intent on breaking through the fighter realm and had no leisure to indulge in romantic pursuits with a young girl. Upon hearing Mou's abrupt refusal, Xiao Mei's expression stiffened, and she glanced toward another lively gathering where a youth clad in black was receiving congratulations. Biting her lip gently, she made her way toward Xiao Yan. In response, Mou couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A woman like Xiao Mei was the same in any world. Her words spoke of affection, while her heart concealed ulterior motives. Shaking his head, Mou felt no sense of loss and turned to depart. Chapter 20. The Fighter. After the conclusion of the test, Mou did not immediately retreat to seek a breakthrough. His cultivation commenced with a serene and unhurried demeanor. Each day, he dedicated 2 hours to the practice of Dou Qi, thereafter retreating to the rear mountains to diligently train his Lei Gang body. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he would engage in conversation with his grandfather, the sole family member he cherished. After 5 leisurely days, Mou finally attuned his state to its zenith. Though endowed with the extensive experience of his past life, the breakthrough to a mere Dou Shi was hardly a noteworthy feat nevertheless. Mou had always been a proponent of meticulous preparation, ensuring that his endeavors were devoid of oversight. At this moment, the time was ripe for him to challenge the realm of Dou Shi. In a secluded crevice beneath a sheer cliff on the rear mountains of Wutin City, Mou sat cross-legged within a cave barely 2 meters wide. This cave had been meticulously chosen as his training ground. It was a place rarely trodden by human feet, devoid of even avian or beastly company, ensuring an utmost level of seclusion. Drawing in a slow breath, he retrieved a spatial ring from his bosom, allowing his spiritual energy to penetrate its depths, whereupon 2 second-tier magic cores appeared in his hand. Gazing at the second-tier magic cores, which harbored a far more tumultuous energy than their first-tier counterparts, Mou smiled faintly. With a flick of his left hand, a small red thunder serpent materialized, its crackling electrical sounds reverberating throughout the cave. After 3 months of consolidation, it was time to break through to Dou Qi. His original foundation had been exceedingly poor. After traversing the Dou Qi Continent for a year, Mou had swiftly ascended to the 9th level of Dou Qi. An elevation of 5 tiers in a single year was indeed more astonishing than Xiao Yan's 4 tiers. Hence, Mou deliberately restrained his breakthrough. Any instability in his foundation could inflict irreparable damage in the future. However, after 3 months of rigorous training, he was now thoroughly prepared. Summoning the vermilion bird's heavenly flame, Mou's expression grew solemn as he directly infused the fire and lightning second-tier magic cores. With their incorporation, the crimson thunder began to churn, and a continuous crackle of electricity filled the cave. Fortunately, this location was seldom visited. Otherwise, it would surely attract the attention of curious onlookers. As the crimson thunder voraciously consumed the magic cores, the hard shell of the cores began to dissolve, while a torrent of formidable and wild energy surged forth. Truly, the second-tier magic cores contained an energy that was at least tenfold that of the first tier. Observing the celestial energy gushing from within the magic cores, MOU was taken aback not only by its ferocity, but also by its sheer quantity. Perhaps throughout the entire Dou Qi Continent, he was the only one capable of absorbing the energy of second-tier magic cores at the Dou Qi stage. Unbeknownst to him, a full day and night had elapsed. Throughout the relentless absorption by the vermilion bird's heavenly flame, the magic core, which had originally been the size of over half a fist, had shrunk to that of merely half an egg. At this juncture, the vermilion bird's heavenly flame resembled a true storm of thunder and fire, intensely hot and wildly ferocious. In this slow yet tranquil anticipation, yet another day and night passed. As the last vestige of raging energy within the magic core was absorbed by the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder, the core shell was utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Only a crimson bolt of lightning writhed and surged in the air. At that moment, the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder had shed its former ethereal quality, now manifesting as a tangible flame of lightning. In terms of momentum, it surpassed the typical thunder catalyzed by robust fighting spirit by a significant margin. The growth of the profound thunder encompasses 4 stages: infancy, growth, maturity, and peak. If the previous incarnation of the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder was merely a nascent form of thunder, it now truly exemplified the infant stage, beginning to reveal the brilliance of the profound thunder. With newfound confidence, MOU felt assured that, with the aid of the vermilion bird's heavenly thunder, even without having broken through to the fighter level, he would not be outmatched by lower-tier fighters. After spending 2 days consuming 2 magic cores, it was time for him to break through to the fighter level. Gazing at the profound thunder, which had taken a significant leap in growth, a fervent gleam sparkled in MOU's eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, the profound thunder seemed to respond to an unseen call, soaring into MOU's body. Upon entering, a wave of intense, scorching, tingling energy surged throughout him. Moments later, a torrent of pure, ferocious energy surged directly into his being, causing MOU to shudder involuntarily. With a tranquil expression, he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the fighting spirit, his breathing gradually stabilizing. The faint fighting spirit within him stirred to life, rapidly intertwining with the potent pure energy, initiating a frenzied process of refinement. Within the confines of the small cave, the previously still air suddenly rippled violently, as wisps of faint silver fighting spirit permeated the atmosphere, continuously flowing into MOU's body. Inside, the fighting spirit enveloped swirling masses of raging pure energy, and as the refinement progressed, crimson energy was incessantly transformed into a pale silver fighting spirit. With this newfound support, the scale of MOU's fighting spirit was expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Though the ferocious pure energy continued to be refined, it seemed inexhaustible. Every time a batch of medicinal power was consumed, an even larger mass of crimson energy surged forth. The refining continued until the follow-up energy began to wane, at which point MOU's internal energy had swelled to a critical point of no return. Concentrating the fighting spirit into a vortex, MOU inhaled deeply. His hand seals shifted abruptly as he interlocked his thumb and index finger, the middle fingers touching, and his 10 fingers formed an intricate seal. Drawing from the experience of his past life, he was no stranger to breaking through realms, and thus, executing the technique again felt second nature to him, devoid of any awkwardness. With the transformation of MOU's hand seals, the surging fighting spirit within him reacted as if pulled by a tremendous force, rapidly contracting towards his lower abdomen. Within the intricate network of veins throughout his body, the pale silver Dou Qi began to recede synchronously. As all the Dou Qi coalesced at his lower abdomen, the once faint silver hue transformed into a brilliant silvery white. Although the force of resistance was not insignificant, MOU's spiritual perception, despite having diminished by half, remained on par with that of an average Dou master. Thus, the protest of the Dou Qi was akin to a feeble attempt to halt an unstoppable force, and after a brief standoff, it swiftly contracted. When the Dou Qi shrank to the size of a palm, it became solid and motionless once more. In the next moment, with his eyes tightly closed, MOU unleashed his surrounding spiritual perception to its fullest extent, then forcefully compressed it downward. A soft thud resonated quietly within his body. As the muffled sound echoed, a smile crept upon MOU's lips. He had broken through to the Dou Master level. Chapter 21. A technique more mysterious than the burning formula. Having successfully ascended to the rank of Dou Master, MOU felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. 3 continuous days and nights of relentless breakthroughs had left him somewhat fatigued. After lying on the cool stone ground for a considerable time, he gradually regained his breath, the joy on his face unwavering. He shifted his slightly numb legs and resumed his meditative posture. Exhaling gently, Imoyu lightly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper within. Internal observation, an auxiliary skill accessible only to those at the Dou master level, enables a deeper understanding of one's internal condition as one's strength increases. As his consciousness sank into his lower abdomen, a palm-sized silver vortex began to rotate slowly, enveloped by a layer of nebulous silver energy. Gazing at this minuscule vortex, Imoyu nodded in satisfaction, though small in size. The energy contained within was undoubtedly more than 10 times stronger than the previous 9-stage Dou Qi. The distinction between a Dou master and 9-stage Dou Qi was fundamentally profound. The energy absorbed before becoming a Dou master was termed Dou Qi, while the energy absorbed thereafter was truly known as Dou Qi. Though the difference was merely a single character, the disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Despite having just broken through, Imoyu was confident that even against a 3- or 4-star Dou master, he would hold a significant advantage. Controlling the vortex with his mind, Imoyu felt a slight stirring within. A strand of silvery Dou Qi swiftly separated from the vortex and surged forth as directed by his consciousness. With the abundant experience from his previous life, Imoyu maneuvered the Dou Qi with remarkable ease, feeling no awkwardness whatsoever. After a brief play with it, he gradually retracted his consciousness back within. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flew open, and within his dark pupils, the silvery gleam lingered for several seconds before gradually fading away. With a slight parting of his lips, a heavy, murky breath escaped from Imoyu, and upon releasing it, his complexion visibly brightened. Fortuitously, with the assistance of Xianlei, he was spared the embarrassment of a failed breakthrough. As he felt his power surging, Imoyu couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Indeed, possessing an auxiliary force akin to a golden finger was a most gratifying experience. Throughout the vast world, whether it be Xiao Yan, Lin Dong, or other rising talents, it was evident that each individual was endowed with extraordinary opportunities. Imoyu, without a doubt, was no exception, having transcended to the realm of a Dou fighter. It was now time to select a suitable Dou Qi technique. As he recalled several techniques stored in his mind, he contemplated the significance of these methods in the Dou Qi Continent. The disparity between techniques in this realm hinged on several key factors. Firstly, the capacity of the cyclone to contain Dou Qi mattered greatly. If two individuals were of the same level, yet one practiced a yellow-tier technique while the other mastered a profound-tier technique, the latter would undoubtedly possess superior endurance in combat. Secondly, there existed a substantial difference in the quality of Dou Qi. Under equal conditions, if a practitioner of a profound-tier technique required a unit of Dou Qi, the one practicing a yellow-tier technique might need to expend tenfold or even more to achieve comparable results. Thirdly, the efficiency of absorbing and refining the energy of heaven and earth into Dou Qi during cultivation played a crucial role. If both sought to absorb the same amount of Dou Qi energy, the practitioner of a profound-tier technique might accomplish this in 10 minutes, while the practitioner of a yellow-tier technique would require 100 minutes. Fourthly, during combat, those training in yellow-tier techniques would find it exceedingly difficult to maneuver their Dou Qi with the same fluidity and swiftness as those who practiced profound-tier techniques. Considering these various reasons, the significance of superior Dou Qi techniques in the Dou Qi Continent becomes abundantly clear. The higher the tier of the cultivation method, the greater the advantages it affords, thus prompting countless formidable warriors to pursue these advanced techniques relentlessly. In this new life, Imoyu was fortunate to possess several highly suitable techniques within his mind, methods that would incite fierce competition among the strongest practitioners on the Dou Qi Continent. These techniques were akin to celestial tier existences. In Wutin City, a high-level profound tier technique was fervently sought after, while earth tier techniques were scarcely heard of, and heaven tier techniques were undoubtedly the stuff of legends. It could be said that with Xianlei's support, Imoyu could effortlessly select any technique for cultivation. And as long as he did not falter, a breakthrough to Douzong, or even Douzun would be assured, with Dousheng not far behind. This was, indeed, a path paved with gold. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Imoyu found himself reluctant to choose from these techniques. In his mind, there existed a technique far more enigmatic than the celestial stage cultivation method. The success rate of this technique was uncertain, yet should it succeed, the results would far surpass those of an ordinary celestial stage method, rivaling even Xiao Yan's burning formula. The burning formula, as known by Imoyu, was an extraordinary technique acquired by Yao Lao, one capable of evolution. Indeed, the burning formula could evolve. However, its evolution required the consumption of rare flames. with each advancement necessitating the devouring of a distinct type of exotic fire. Hence, apart from the future Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, few have managed to master it, and the success rate of reaching its pinnacle hovers around a mere 20%. The technique residing in MOU's mind could similarly evolve and absorb the mysterious thunder. Yet it was not the technique itself that transformed, but rather the essence of the practitioner. Upon reaching its zenith, the wielder would possess a formidable physique akin to the Heavenly Gang Thunder body. This technique was known as the Extreme Spirit Thunder method. MOU had fortuitously discovered it in an ancient relic during his previous life. Its former master, envious of the might of the Heavenly Gang Thunder body, devoted a millennium to creating a technique capable of bestowing such a physique upon future generations. However, in his past life, MOU possessed the Heavenly Gang Thunder body. Thus he did not regard this technique with much importance, merely skimming over it before losing interest. In this life, however, MOU's innate talent was decidedly mediocre. Even with the aid of mysterious thunder and his past experiences, he felt no certainty in his ability to break through to the Dou Emperor rank. Moreover, the Dou Qi Continent was but a lower realm, with vast and boundless worlds awaiting his conquest. This reflection caused MOU to reminisce about his previous life, where, wielding the Heavenly Gang Thunder body, he ascended from being a mere insect to a fearsome thunder god in less than 20 years. Those who possessed the Heavenly Gang Thunder body experienced a cultivation speed several times, even dozens of times, greater than the average person, without the worry of their Dou Qi being insubstantial. If MOU had the Heavenly Gang Thunder body in this life, he would not need 3 months to solidify his foundation. He could break through directly. Such was the overwhelming advantage of the Heavenly Gang Thunder body. Moreover, Dou Qi wielded the might of thunder, making its attacks exceptionally formidable, rendering the practitioner invincible within their rank and capable of easily challenging opponents above their level. Contemplating these myriad benefits, MOU felt an undeniable temptation stir within him. Furthermore, the necessary condition for cultivating the thunder formula was also to absorb mysterious thunder, which MOU possessed. However, in contrast to the 20% success rate of the burning formula, the Extreme Spirit Thunder method was merely a nascent technique, untried by anyone, with a success rate that seemed ethereal. To practice or not to practice. Chapter 22. Cultivating the Extreme Spirit Thunder method. The dilemma of whether to proceed with the cultivation tormented MOU. Truthfully, he was reluctant to abandon the so-called Extreme Spirit Thunder method. After all, the prospect of evolving into a Heavenly Gang Thunder body was immensely alluring to him. Yet, despite the power of the technique, the nebulous theoretical success rate caused MOU to hesitate. However, MOU understood the formidable nature of the Heavenly Gang Thunder body and was naturally reluctant to relinquish his pursuit. Although the creator of this technique was merely a predecessor from a lower realm, MOU was acutely aware that within such realms, many gifted individuals existed. Their potential remained shackled, and though they had not achieved greater heights, it did not imply they were inferior to the prodigies of the vast world. Take, for instance, Xiao Yan and Lin Dong, who ascended from a lower realm to become formidable figures. Over countless millennia, who could fathom the number of geniuses that have emerged from the lower realms? From MOU's perspective, though the Extreme Spirit Thunder method appeared enigmatic, it was not devoid of substance. Rather, it possessed a tangible practicality. The individual who conceived this technique was undoubtedly a remarkable talent of tremendous caliber. With his fingers tightly interlocked, MOU's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and distress, caught in a web of hesitation and turmoil. One path led to a stable ascent, while the other was shrouded in darkness and uncertainty, yet promised greater rewards upon success. Mo Sha, Han Shuang, you two old hounds, await my reckoning. Upon contemplating something, the indecision that clouded MOU's face dissipated, revealing a glimmer of resolve. While the heavenly rank techniques were commendable, they were merely advantageous in the lower realm. For MOU, the true adversaries had already ventured into the vast world. Furthermore, MOU surmised that the Heavenly Gang Thunder body was similarly a top-tier combat physique in the greater realm. Thus, a decisive gamble seemed prudent. Moreover, MOU felt an intrinsic inclination towards the Extreme Spirit Thunder method, as he was accustomed to the domineering physique from his previous life, making it difficult to part with. Should he fail, he could always seek refuge with Xiao Yan, who, being a child of his realm, would likely not disappoint him. As the master of the Xian Lei, MOU's absorption of the Xian Lei posed significantly less risk than Xiao Yan's consumption of foreign flames. If the evolution of his physique ultimately proved unsuccessful, he would merely waste a few decades in recultivation. By that time, Xiao Yan would have undoubtedly become the renowned Flame Emperor, and seeking his cousin's assistance would hardly be a source of shame. With these thoughts, Mou silently resolved that the Extreme Spirit Thunder method was his most compelling and favorable choice. With determination solidified, Mou ceased his hesitation. As he recalled the extensive information of the Extreme Spirit Thunder method in his mind, he sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation according to its principles. Within the confines of the narrow cavern, Mou, with closed eyes and transformed fighting spirit, resembled an unmoving statue. Upon breaking through to the fighter realm, everyone attained the qualification to cultivate techniques. After training in such techniques, the formless milky fighting spirit within would transform into the attribute-specific fighting spirit. The initial transformation of fighting spirit would not require an extended duration. Thus, merely 2 hours later, Mou, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. After cultivating the art of combat energy, Mou appeared more spirited than before, his delicate visage adorned with a subtle sheen reminiscent of warm jade, exuding vitality. Blinking softly, he gazed at the seemingly brightened cave and smiled faintly, aware that this enhancement of perception was a result of his training. Extending his fair hand, the ethereal white vortex of energy within him swiftly manifested as a stream of white combat energy, ultimately coalescing at the acupoint within his palm. The emission of combat energy, a feat typically achievable only by a grandmaster, was beyond Mou's current capabilities. Thus, the energy remained confined, merely causing a gentle luminescence to flicker on his pale palm. This light, akin to a flickering candle, was not dim but certainly lacked brilliance. It seemed the foundational value of the Extreme Spirit Thunder technique resided around the intermediate level of the profound tier, Mou mused, observing the color of the energy in his hand. White, the indicative hue of a mid-level thunder attribute technique, suggested that higher levels would manifest deeper colors. Contemplating the lackluster glow on his palm, Mou reflected, while a mid-level technique might be commendable to others, to him, it felt utterly inadequate. Although he harbored little expectation, the revelation of the technique's level still left him somewhat disheartened. For a combat practitioner, techniques were akin to a second life. When Xiao Yan first practiced the burning art, it appeared to be merely a low-level yellow-tier technique, compelling him to rely heavily on recovery pills due to his lack of endurance, thereby igniting his fervent desire for extraordinary flames. Mou's situation, while slightly better than Xiao Yan's, was not significantly so. A mid-level profound tier technique could only be deemed ordinary at best. Nevertheless, the greatest value of this technique lay in its potential to evolve his physique. Should the Heavenly Gang Thunder body successfully ascend, the quality and quantity of the Thunder combat energy within him, as well as its performance in battle, would far exceed that of Heavenly tier techniques. In his past life, as a possessor of the Heavenly Gang Thunder body, Mou was imbued with unparalleled confidence regarding this. Now, it remained to be seen whether this technique would yield success. He sighed, pondering the possibilities. Meanwhile, outside, the sky darkened, and soon, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, the relentless downpour battered the mountains and forests, while the howling winds stirred a cacophony among the trees. Occasionally, thunder rumbled ominously overhead, echoing through the mountains, its reverberations lingering in the air. Above the oppressive darkness, silver serpents of lightning flickered, accompanied by sharp crackles, illuminating the shadowy woods as if it were day. Within the treacherous confines of the cavern, the youth sat resolutely. Akin to an unyielding boulder, his legs crossed in meditation. After several days of rigorous training, he had begun to appear somewhat disheveled, a faint stubble gradually encircling his lips. Yet, regardless of the tempestuous winds and torrential rains that assailed the world outside, he remained utterly unmoved, as if the apocalypse were upon him, yet he would not waver. In the next moment, an inexplicable transformation overtook him. Terrifying bolts of thunder and flames erupted around him, harmonizing with the resounding thunderclaps outside the cave, creating an atmosphere of profound dread. Then, as swiftly as they appeared, they vanished, retreating back into his being, this cycle repeating itself endlessly. The aura surrounding the youth gradually shifted, as wisps of silver-tinged fighting spirit permeated the air, continuously flowing into his body. The inky darkness of night passed slowly amidst the cacophony of thunder, while the forest was mercilessly ravaged by the lightning throughout the night. As dawn's first light began to illuminate the eastern horizon, the once lush forest revealed its battered and scarred visage. A full sun ascended slowly from the eastern sky, casting its gentle warmth upon the earth, infusing the storm-ravaged forest with a semblance of vitality and vigor. At the moment day broke, the youth gradually opened his eyes. The brilliance that once sparkled within them had faded, replaced by a pronounced redness. Moments later, he regained his composure, and with a flicker of his mind, a strand of fighting spirit surged forth from the swirling vortex within him. No longer was the fighting spirit a mere pure white. It had transformed into a striking silver hue, accompanied by an aura of formidable thunder. Thunderous Fighting Spirit. Chapter 23. The Shock of the Thunder Clan. Upon witnessing the silver thunderous fighting spirit, the youth nodded slightly and retrieved a pristine set of clothing from his storage ring, changing out of his tattered garments. Once donned in his new attire and having tidied himself, the handsome youth re-emerged. After completing these tasks, he turned inward to assess his internal condition. After crossing his still somewhat sore legs, he steadied his mind and swiftly entered a state of meditation. His consciousness darted through several meridians and quickly arrived at the swirling vortex located above his lower abdomen. The fighting spirit vortex, now appearing twice as spacious as before, housed a flowing silver fighting spirit of a quality far superior to the previously pure white essence. Moreover, due to the preliminary evolution of the celestial thunder body, the silver fighting spirit bore a faint trace of thunder, suggesting that with this attachment, its combat potential would become exceedingly formidable. That was perilously close. I almost failed. It seems I must refrain from taking undue risks. Reflecting on his recent training, the youth could not help but break into a cold sweat. Although this technique appears feasible, its actualization is fraught with challenges. It can even be asserted that the creator of this art entirely overlooked a pivotal issue: the compatibility of the soul. The soul and the body, as two facets of humanity, are of equal significance. Indeed, one might argue that the soul holds even greater importance. After all, for some formidable beings in the continent of fighting Qi, as long as a fragment of the soul remains, the body can be readily replaced. The example of the elder medicine residing within Xiao Yan's ring, poised for revival with the latter's assistance, exemplifies this notion. The evolution of the celestial thunder body primarily concentrates on the physical form, neglecting the soul almost entirely, which is evidently a grave error. Even if the practitioner's body evolves into the celestial thunder body while the soul remains unchanged, one can easily imagine the ensuing repulsion. Had it not been for Mou's possession of the celestial thunder body in his past life, his soul would have been incompatible with the evolving body, leading to inevitable failure or even catastrophic destruction. Indeed, it is a perilous endeavor, yet fortune has favored me. Contemplating this, Mou could not help but feel as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The creator of this technique, without a doubt, possessed exceptional talent, as their focus on the physical aspect was undeniably successful. However, the soul, shrouded in mystery and ethereal in nature, presents a far more formidable challenge for study, a consideration that even this great talent failed to account for. It can be said that within the vast expanse of the world, very few can successfully cultivate the extreme spirit thunder law. After all, only those endowed with the celestial thunder body can prevent their souls from rejecting the celestial thunder body form. Yet such individuals with innate constitutions are unlikely to adopt a technique for postnatal transformation. Only Mou, by sheer luck, escaping with a fragment of his soul and inadvertently acquiring this technique, could cultivate a postnatal celestial thunder body. This, too, is a testament to fortuitous destiny. Although the journey was quite harrowing, the outcome is promising. Feeling the surging thunderous fighting spirit within, a subtle smile graced Mou's lips. Presently, the evolution of the celestial thunder body is merely the first step, hardly qualifying as elementary, yet it has already begun to manifest its potential. While Mou harbors doubts about ultimately succeeding in ascending to a postnatal celestial thunder body, he recognizes that the quality and quantity of his fighting spirit have made a significant leap, even surpassing that of typical advanced Shan level techniques, approaching the earth level. Furthermore, the thunderous essence within the fighting spirit can inflict unforeseen damage upon adversaries during combat. Should Mou's physique continue to develop, he is destined to transcend the Shan and earth levels, perhaps even reaching heights beyond the celestial level. This is the formidable nature of the celestial thunder body, and at this moment, Mou is merely at the threshold of his journey. After ensuring that everything was in order, Mou slowly emerged from the cave, cautiously ascending the steep path to the mountain summit. Upon surveying the surroundings and finding no one in sight, he nodded slowly and then strode purposefully towards his family. Meanwhile, far across the continent, a scene of tumultuous upheaval was unfolding. In the central region, the Thunder Realm, a territory belonging to the ancient Thunder clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, excluding the long-fallen Xiao clan and the formidable Soul clan, the Thunder clan stands as one of the mightiest, boasting a wealth of talent within its ranks. Yet, despite such formidable strength, the current atmosphere was tinged with a sense of unease. In the Grand Hall of the Thunder clan, a chamber reserved for the clan's elite, only those of significant status were permitted entry. At the center of this hall, a man of towering stature sat with an air of authority. His skin bore a dark hue, and he presented a striking visual impact, as if a dragon stirred beneath the surface of his flesh, emanating an aura of formidable power. This man was Lei Ying, the current patriarch of the Thunder clan. At the pinnacle of the 8-star battle stage, suddenly, he rose with the force of a dragon stirring the tempest, causing a stir among the assembled clan leaders. Their expressions, usually marked by confidence and composure, now reflected surprise, skepticism, and a hint of wild elation. The presence of a divine bloodline. How could this be? A deafening sound reverberated through the grand hall. Upon hearing the term divine bloodline, the clan leaders displayed disbelief. What? A divine bloodline has emerged within the clan? Where is it? Could it be Lei Yu? He is one of the few with an 8-star rating, yet still far from divine. The ensuing clamor transformed the typically solemn atmosphere of the Thunder clan's grand hall into one resembling a bustling market. At that moment, the young clan leader, Lei Dong, approached Lei Ying with a face mirroring the astonishment of the others, inquiring, "Father, has a divine bloodline truly manifested in our Thunder clan?" The emergence of a divine bloodline filled him with both joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the potential to greatly enhance the Thunder clan's strength, possibly surpassing even the Ancient and Soul clans. However, the trepidation arose from concerns about the implications this divine bloodline bearer might have on his own standing. As his emotions swirled, Lei Ying's expression turned grave as he shook his head, stating, "This individual is not one of our clan. I can sense that they are far removed from us, likely a lost member of our lineage. Yet, the essence of the divine bloodline is unmistakable, though fleeting and faint. It cannot be mistaken." At these words, silence fell over the hall. This explosive revelation left even the battle sages momentarily at a loss for comprehension. After a moment, the venerable elder of the Lei clan suddenly struck his cane heavily upon the hard black floor, producing a resounding echo. The floor, empowered by a special formation, was left with a substantial dent. The aged man, his face flushed with excitement, proclaimed, "We, the Lei clan, must locate this individual without delay. To possess such a high bloodline rank without undergoing the baptism of the imperial altar is indeed a divine blessing for our clan." Instantly, the members of the Lei clan within the grand hall exhibited expressions of sheer elation. A divine bloodline had not graced the Lei clan in countless years, be it thousands or tens of thousands. The exact duration was lost to memory. Contemplating this, the usually composed Lei Ying could not help but laugh heartily. "Let us dispatch the Black Demon Army to swiftly and discreetly find this person. As the clan leader, I shall personally nurture him." This declaration astonished all present. Shortly thereafter, an enigmatic yet formidable leader of the Black Demon Army approached, seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of the divine bloodline bearer. In response, Lei Ying slowly turned towards a specific direction and stated with solemnity, "The Northwest Continent." Chapter 24. Longlegs. Unbeknownst to the shock resonating within the Lei clan of Zhongzhou, Mou had already arrived at the Xiao residence. The achievements of his recent seclusion brought an uncharacteristic smile to the usually composed young man's lips. Not only had he broken through to the fighter realm, but he had also restored the heavenly thunder body, a transformation that filled him with immense joy. The Dou Qi Continent boasts various unique physiques, such as the green serpent triflower eye and the calamity poison body, while the imperial bloodlines of the ancient 8 great clans also represent forms of physique. However, these physiques pale in comparison to the heavenly thunder body, which truly stands at the pinnacle. Once fully developed, it could earn a formidable reputation across the vast worlds. After his breakthrough, Mou granted himself a day of respite. Following this leisurely interlude, his life returned to its previous tranquil and orderly rhythm. Each morning, he diligently practiced the thunder body techniques on the back mountain, returned home to cultivate his Dou Qi, and occasionally spent time with his grandfather, engaging in conversations that were both meaningful and heartwarming. His schedule was meticulously arranged. During this time, he occasionally encountered Xiao Yan, who had regained his previous talents and was now enjoying a rising status within the family. Following the assessment, whether to bolster Xiao Yan's reputation or to promote the strength of the Xiao clan, the title of the twin dragons of the Xiao clan began to circulate. One was Xiao Yan, who had fallen 3 years prior but had recently restored his gifts. The other was Mou, the enigmatic prodigy born of the Xiao clan who had swiftly ascended within a single year. Through this subtle promotion, the fame of the twin dragons of the Xiao clan gradually spread throughout Wutan City. In the span of over half a month, time has gently drifted by in these serene and leisurely days. Tomorrow marks a significant occasion for the Xiao family, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. For a family to endure through the ages, it is paramount to maintain vitality, the essence of which springs from the younger generation. They are the lifeblood of the lineage. Only with a continuous influx of fresh blood can the grand machinery of the family remain in perpetual motion. Consequently, the coming-of-age ceremony is a day of utmost importance for every family, and the Xiao family is no exception. As one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, The Xiao family ceremony naturally attracts the attention of various factions within the city, with some friendly forces even receiving direct invitations to partake in the occasion. However, MOU remains largely indifferent and arrives just in time. Cousin MOU, over here. Upon arrival, he hears a somewhat familiar voice. Turning around, he sees a young man clad in black sitting beneath the shade of a grand tree alongside a girl resembling a blue lotus, where a gentle breeze brings a refreshing comfort. It is none other than Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Upon noticing them, MOU strolls over with a smile, teasingly remarking, "You two truly are inseparable." In response, Sun Er smiles gracefully, while Xiao Yan's face flushes slightly, awkwardly scratching his head. Cousin MOU. Sun Er and I just... Before he could finish, Xiao Yan falters under Sun Er's warning gaze. Observing this, MOU chuckles, finding their childhood romance rather enviable. After a moment, Xiao Yan gradually regains his composure. It is evident that love, for a young man burdened with numerous responsibilities, feels somewhat extravagant. Cousin MOU. Regarding the title of the Xiao family's twin dragons, it was inadvertently leaked by the family. Please do not take offense. Xiao Yan suddenly expresses with a hint of regret. Given MOU's formidable and enigmatic prowess, Xiao Yan is confident that even if he were to reclaim his former talents, he might not stand on equal footing with him. Thus, the title seems somewhat presumptuous. In light of this, MOU dismissively shakes his head. He perceives the patriarch's maneuver as merely a strategy to bolster the family's reputation or to subtly convey implications that link him to Xiao Yan, thereby enhancing the patriarch's authority. Yet, this tactic bears no detriment to him, rendering it inconsequential. Sensing MOU's indifference, Xiao Yan breathes a sigh of relief. Have you reached the 8th stage of Qi? MOU inquires, casting a casual glance at Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nods weakly, realizing that nothing escapes his cousin's keen perception. Brother Xiao Yan, you broke through the 8th stage in less than a month. Your speed is indeed astonishing. However, cousin MOU, you two must have made significant advancements, right? At this moment, an imperceptible flicker of pale golden light passes through Sun Er's autumn-like eyes, revealing her surprise. Upon hearing this, MOU gazed in astonishment at the young lady before him. Although the fighter's realm is not as easily concealed as the fighting aura, it was evident that Sun Er possessed considerable insight. Nevertheless, MOU had no intention of hiding the truth and chuckled lightly, stating, "Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to break through to the fighter level." "Unbelievable," murmured the black-clad youth beside him, visibly shocked. With the assistance of Master Yao, Xiao Yan had recently begun to feel a sense of inflated confidence. After all, the small city of Wuten could hardly accommodate someone of his stature. However, after facing repeated setbacks from Sun Er and MOU within the family, the youth found himself momentarily lacking in self-assurance. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was resolute in spirit, quickly regaining his composure and igniting a higher fighting spirit. The girl beside them, resembling a blue lotus, bore a serene countenance with a smile gracing her lips. Yet, the tranquil beauty of her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, now revealed a hint of surprise. At this speed, he has nearly caught up to her. All three were exceptionally gifted individuals, hence they engaged in lively conversation before the test commenced. At that moment, MOU's peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in a red dress, engaging in cheerful conversation with others near the colossal wooden platform. The alluring figure, wrapped in her crimson attire, presented a tantalizing silhouette, drawing a crowd around her, as she became the center of attention in the lively gathering. This mature and charming woman in the red dress was none other than Yafei, whom they had encountered previously. "MOU, do you know her?" Xiao Yan inquired. Noticing MOU's expression, taken aback, MOU quickly realized his oversight. Xiao Yan had not yet met Yafei. He chuckled softly, explaining, "I have only heard of her. The chief auctioneer of the Maitel auction house, Miss Yafei." Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixated on the enchanting figure. However, his expression incited a wave of jealousy in Sun Er, leading to a playful quarrel between the young couple. Observing this, MOU decided to distance himself, preferring to avoid the display of affection. "You are MOU?" Just as MOU stepped away, a voice laced with curiosity and a hint of arrogance called out to him. Turning around, he saw a striking beauty clad in what appeared to be academy attire, leaning against a large tree. With a long sword at her waist, she boasted a tall stature, but what captivated attention the most were her long, shapely legs, an allure that even the enchanting Yafei could not rival. Such long legs, MOU murmured under his breath, having noticed her before seeing her face. Chapter 25, The Bashful Yafei. Upon observing the newcomer's voluptuous figure and academic garb, a realization dawned upon MOU. She was none other than Xiao Yan's elder sister, Xiao, the granddaughter of the family's elder. Recalled that he and the beautiful woman before him had crossed paths in their childhood, but as they grew older, The disparity in their social standings led to their interactions dwindling. Observing her appearance, it was evident that she had just returned from Ganon Academy, raising the question of why she would approach him. You must be cousin, he remarked after a brief appraisal of the enchanting lady. As she approached with her alluring long legs, felt the true allure of her figure up close. Her legs were not only long, but also impeccably straight. A true embodiment of earthly beauty. You are the one who defeated my brother, the rising genius of our family. And you are now called one of the alongside that scoundrel. I suppose you are not as impressive as they say, said. Her expression suddenly shifting to one of subtle disdain as she drew near. Upon her return to the family, she had inquired about recent developments, learning that aside from regaining his talent, had become the most prominent figure of the. Due to some past grievances, she naturally held a certain contempt for. However, initially, she regarded the recently emerged genius with indifference, having encountered numerous prodigies from various empires and families during her time at Ganon Academy. She doubted that they could produce any noteworthy talent. Yet, whispers began circulating that the family hierarchy entertained the idea of betrothing her to. This revelation incited her fury. As a paragon of grace, she would never consent to an unconsidered marriage. To her, a talent from a lesser family might draw attention in Wutan City. But in the broader context of the empire, or even the entire northwest continent, he was merely ordinary. Thus, she believed he was unworthy of her. Her intention in approaching him was not to greet him, but rather to convey that they inhabited entirely different worlds. Noticing the hint of disdain on his delicate face, was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how he had offended her. During this period, he had kept a low profile, focused solely on honing his combat skills, and did not concern himself with the thoughts of the family elite. Even if he had been associated with, it should not have incited such animosity towards him. As for whether my strength is truly deserving of its reputation, that is of no concern to you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he replied coolly. The most perilous of women were those who were unreasonable, and his gaze briefly lingered on his voluptuous figure, partially concealed by her light purple uniform, adorned with 3 golden stars, indicative of her status as A. This level of power was of no concern to. Although he was currently A, he possessed advanced combat techniques, including in the embryonic, rendering him impervious to any threats from those below. Thus, after his indifferent retort, he turned and walked away. Observing Mou's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yu's lovely face immediately turned ashen, her delicate hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. However, she ultimately restrained herself from striking. For reasons unknown, the indifference reflected in Mou's gaze left her feeling somewhat uncertain. Although he had clearly noticed the 3 golden stars adorning her school uniform, he maintained an air of unwarranted confidence. This indicated either a profound self-assurance in his abilities or a sheer foolishness. Was this renowned talent of the Xiao family truly a fool? Mou, has this madwoman, Xiao Yu, been causing you trouble? Xiao Yan and Sun Er, having noticed the unfolding situation, approached in unison. It's nothing, perhaps just a slight misunderstanding. Mou replied dismissively, waving his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but express his discontent. Just ignore her. She is utterly obstinate. Both Mou and Sun Er chuckled softly, shaking their heads in amusement at the trivial feud between the two. At that moment, Xiao Zhan and a few others approached. Come, Yan Er, Xiao Yu, allow me to introduce you to Miss Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the Tamir auction house, Xiao Zhan announced, stepping aside to reveal the enchanting woman in a striking red dress standing behind him. Mou and Xiao Yan turned their attention to the alluring figure, greeting her with, Greetings, Miss Yafei. Her captivating gaze lingered momentarily on Mou, and when she recognized him, her beautiful eyes inexplicably blinked. His aura reminded her of the master of the profound-level combat techniques showcased during the auction. At this thought, a faint blush crept onto Yafei's cheeks. Reflecting on her behavior in the office after the departure of the cloaked figure, she felt a surge of embarrassment. As a relatively traditional woman, she often prioritized her conduct. Although she frequently appeared in public, she had never allowed herself to be taken advantage of, focusing instead on expanding the auction house's business and garnering the attention of her family's elite. Hence, such behavior was exceedingly rare for her. Nevertheless, Yafei was a woman of experience, possessing the emotions that accompany humanity. Faced with the foreign charm of the cloaked man, she had momentarily lost her composure, leading to her indiscretions in the office, which left her feeling deeply ashamed afterward. Xiao Zhan glanced at Yafei with confusion, unable to comprehend why this typically graceful woman now appeared so dazed. Fortunately, Yafei was not a naive girl. She quickly regained her composure, her red lips parting as she smiled warmly. I presume these two are the twin dragons of the Xiao family? Their reputation has been quite resounding of late. At her words, Mou and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, both dismissively nodding at the title. As the two individuals had become acquainted, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze to the sky and then gently patted the shoulders of Mou and Xiao Yan, smiling warmly. All right, the coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. I must prepare some items first, so do not embarrass me later. Both Mou and Xiao Yan nodded in response. Following Xiao Yan, the shy Yafei, upon turning, cast a deep and lingering glance at the Xiao family's twin dragons. Years of experience in auctions had honed her discerning eye to an extraordinary sharpness. In her meticulous observation, Yafei suddenly felt a shiver of realization. Despite their youth, the boys shared a singular trait. Within the depths of their inky black eyes lay an unwavering calmness, as tranquil as a bottomless abyss. At such a tender age, they could effortlessly master their emotions. The Xiao family twin dragons truly lived up to their reputation. Yafei pondered gravely to herself. Chapter 26, Confirming Talent. As noon approached, with a commanding call from Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony officially commenced. As an ancient clan, though the Xiao family was not large, the procedures of the ceremony were exceedingly intricate. At this moment, Mou, alongside Xiao Yan and Sun Er, stood below the stage, observing the youth on stage who were arranged like puppets in accordance with family traditions. Mou held no interest in these so-called family customs. As a member of the ancient 8 great clans, the Xiao clan had now fallen into decline, with its highest combat prowess reduced to that of a great fighter. In such times, what was required was not adherence to tradition, but rather strength. Before long, Mou grew weary of the tedious proceedings on stage and shifted his gaze to the audience and the distinguished guests. To his left, there were alluringly long and slender legs, bathed in sunlight, forming a perfect arc, enticing one to reach out and touch. Meanwhile, on the VIP platform, there sat a curvaceous and vivacious woman, exuding a mature allure, her waist as sinuous as a water snake, irresistible to behold. As Mou indulged in this admiration, Yafei on the VIP platform seemed to sense a gaze upon her and turned her beautiful eyes towards Mou. Observing her movement, Mou felt no embarrassment. Instead, he smiled at her with unpretentious ease. This smile, combined with the youth's jade-like visage, conveyed a sense of innocence. Witnessing Mou's candid demeanor, Yafei could not help but bite her silver teeth and curse under her breath. Little rascal. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mou's demeanor reminded her of that mysterious figure in black robes from a previous encounter, causing her to tighten her grip. At this moment, the coming-of-age ceremony had progressed considerably, and it was finally Xiao Yan's turn. Listening to the shouts from the stage, a pair of curious yet skeptical gazes descended from the distinguished seats above. Their presence at the Xiao clan's coming-of-age ceremony was largely motivated by the desire to ascertain whether the famed twin dragons of the Xiao family, recently the talk of the town in Wutan City, truly lived up to the rumors surrounding them. At that moment, one of the twin dragons, Xiao Yan, had already taken the stage. The ceremony was presided over by Elder Xiao Ning, who, in a bid to prevent the clan leader from favoring Xiao Yan, took it upon himself to act as the examiner. After navigating through the intricate ceremonial procedures, Elder Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the black stone test monument, proclaiming loudly, reassessment of the ceremony. This reevaluation was markedly more rigorous and meticulous than the initial prediction, as it was supervised directly by the Elder, a formidable 2-star Dou master, underscoring their dedication to the significance of the coming-of-age rite. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's commanding voice, the previously indifferent audience below snapped to attention, their eyes fixated on the elevated platform. Among the distinguished guests, the various factions in attendance also trained their gaze upon the young man clad in black, seeking to confirm whether this once astonishing prodigy had indeed reclaimed his former prowess. Amidst the complex expressions of skepticism and curiosity, Xiao Yan approached the black stone monument, his palm gradually making contact with its surface. The towering wooden platform was illuminated by a brilliant glow from the massive black stone, revealing a line of text inscribed upon it, Dou Qi, 8 segments. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire venue as they absorbed this revelation. With undeniable strength, Xiao Yan once again validated his return to brilliance. Both the dignitaries above and the audience below were left in awe of his capabilities. The transformation from 4 segments of Dou Qi to 5 within a year was nothing short of terrifying. A year of 5 segments of Dou Qi? Such a rate of cultivation was indeed formidable. Gradually regaining composure, Elder Xiao regarded the young man before him with a complex expression, a faint sigh escaping his lips, as the doubts that had lingered in his old eyes dissipated entirely in the face of reality. As the golden light atop the black stone monument gradually faded, it returned to its deep, cold blackness. The dissipating glow left the audience in a continued state of silenced astonishment, clearly still engulfed by the earlier shock. Next, Mou. With Xiao Yan's descent from the stage, Elder Zhao's cough finally redirected the collective attention of the audience. Upon hearing this name, the spectators, still recovering from their previous astonishment, once again braced themselves. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's validation as one of the twin dragons, all eyes now turned to MOU. Some began to speculate maliciously whether MOU was worthy of sharing the title of twin dragons with Xiao Yan. Given the latter's extraordinary talent at 12 years of age, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Once the youth fully regained his talents, alongside him, MOU began to exhibit a touch of overconfidence. Being compared to a genius like Xiao Yan and referred to as one of the Xiao family's twin dragons was not an honor, but rather a lifelong disgrace. After all, in 10 or 20 years, one would be a renowned powerhouse across the empire, while the other languished in a small town, claiming dominion. Such a stark contrast would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to one's dignity. On the VIP platform, Yafei observed the pale-faced youth, her delicate hand instinctively tightening. Her heart brimming with an unconscious tension. She felt an inexplicable fascination for this handsome young man. Ignoring the fervent gazes surrounding him, MOU sauntered forward, halting before the black stone tablet. With squinted eyes, the second elder regarded the youth before him, his gnarled hand reaching out to touch the stone tablet. A surge of fighting spirit infused into it, and he stood expressionless to the side. However, as his gaze flickered over MOU, he couldn't help but harbor a hint of skepticism. Could he truly bear the title of the dragon of the Xiao family? Undeterred by the doubt in his eyes, MOU slowly placed his palm upon the stone tablet. Below the platform, Xiao Yu, unable to suppress her frown, turned to Xiao Ning and whispered, "Did he really defeat you with a single move?" Having recently returned from the academy, she had not witnessed MOU's prowess firsthand. Slightly pained, Xiao Ning nodded, responding in a subdued tone, "Yes, I don't know how that guy trains, but he defeated me with one move," confirming the veracity of the rumors once more. Xiao Yu pressed her lips tightly together, her annoyance manifesting as she stomped her elegantly long leg, glaring at the youth in the blue robe with defiance coloring her lovely cheeks. "Even so, I will not marry him. What does he count as a true genius?" Before she could finish her agitated murmurs, Xiao Yu's beautiful face suddenly stiffened, her remaining words caught in her throat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the platform, Xiao Yan and Sun Er exchanged faint smiles, their expressions suggesting they had anticipated this outcome. Upon the elevated wooden platform, the enormous black stone tablet burst forth with radiant light, golden characters dancing elegantly across its surface. Fighter, 1 star. Chapter 27, Shock. Gazing at the 4 gleaming golden characters on the black stone tablet, the training ground fell into a slight hush, followed by a wave of gasps that swept through like a gust of wind, freezing the expressions of all present. MOU, a 1-star fighter. Astonished by the brilliance of the 4 golden characters, the second elder rubbed his somewhat blurred old eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Unable to contain his astonishment, he shook his head in disbelief, his aged voice ringing out loudly. All gazes, after a moment of stunned silence, became fixated upon the black stone tablet, which shimmered with golden light. In the VIP section, the crisp sound of teacups shattering on the floor echoed, as representatives from various factions of Wutan City stared in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Their purpose for attending was merely to ascertain whether the famed Xiao family's twin dragons were indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. However, the spectacle before them not only confirmed the veracity of the tales, but also surpassed their wildest expectations. The once fallen genius, Xiao Yan, had regained his former prowess, and the emergence of the prodigious MOU further astounded them. At just 16 years of age, this combatant had ascended 4 ranks within a year, starting from the initial 7th tier of fighting spirit, with the transition to a 1-star combatant marking a significant milestone. While his progression did not quite match Xiao Yan's 5 ranks in the same time frame, the quality of MOU's advancement was undeniably superior. The breakthrough to the level of combatant was evidently a far more arduous endeavor, with ordinary individuals often spending 2 to 3 years in this phase. The Xiao family had indeed struck gold, and an involuntary gasp escaped the crowd in the VIP section as they contemplated the implications of having 2 family members who had leaped several tiers in just 1 year, one of whom had successfully become a combatant. The prospects for their future appeared exceedingly bright. Given such a rate of cultivation, it was conceivable that decades hence, the Xiao family might boast 2 combat emperors. Exchanging glances, the attendees shared a collective sense of trepidation at the thought of a single family possessing 2 combat emperors. The sheer magnitude of such power was daunting. It was likely that the 3 prominent families of the Jiama Empire would find themselves relegated to the sidelines, while the imperial dynasty would need to tread carefully in their dealings with the Xiao family. After all, 2 combat emperors could easily secure 2 seats among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire, and those seats would undoubtedly be among the most esteemed. Consequently, Upon witnessing the exceptional talents displayed by Mou and Xiao Yan, none dared to question the title of the Xiao family's twin dragons. And a profound sense of envy and admiration toward the Xiao family enveloped the onlookers. At the center of the elevated platform, the patriarch, Xiao Yan, was once again stirred by the golden characters inscribed on the black stone tablet. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly, casting a look of satisfaction toward the young man in the green robe and the boy in black below, exclaiming with joy, "Indeed, the Xiao family's twin dragons are remarkable." As the patriarch and father of Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan was undeniably filled with immense pride and elation, not only at the revival of his son's talents, but also at the emergence of yet another genius within the family. Patriarch Xiao, the cultivation talents of the twin dragons are truly astonishing. It seems your family is destined for greatness, remarked Yafei, her gaze fixed intently on the boy in the green robe, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke with a radiant smile. Xiao Yan chuckled heartily, unable to conceal his pride and excitement as he politely inclined his head toward Yafei, seemingly remarking nonchalantly, "Miss Yafei, you flatter me. These two young ones are always so elusive. One's talents fluctuate unpredictably, while the other is shrouded in mystery. I merely hope they can maintain their steady progress." The alluring gaze of Yafei curved slightly, her charming laughter resonating softly. She remained uncertain whether Xiao Yan's talent would endure or merely be a fleeting moment. However, what she did discern was that the enigmatic Mou possessed a certain intrigue. Her captivating eyes shimmered, yet within her heart, she had resolved to foster closer ties with the Xiao family in the future. Beneath the high platform, Xiao stood with her mouth slightly agape, her lovely visage somewhat stiff, her wide eyes fixated in astonishment upon the black stone monument in the arena. After a prolonged moment, her bosom heaved dramatically, and she lowered her head, directing her ire towards the equally astonished Xiao Ning. "Did you not claim he was only at the 9th tier? How has he ascended?" Xiao Ning, with a hint of innocence, murmured, "Last month, he was indeed at the 9th tier, but it seems he has broken through this month. How could it be possible to ascend from the 9th tier to a 1-star fighter in just 1 month's time? Was this fellow truly a genius?" Xiao Yu furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed, "Such speed can rival that of the most gifted individuals within the inner sanctums of the Canaan Academy." In that instant, she cast aside thoughts of Xiao Yan's astonishing cultivation rate, her mind consumed by the notion of whether Mou could indeed be a prodigy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan gazed enviously at the golden characters before him and remarked, "Cousin Mou's strength has grown remarkably. I wonder when I shall achieve the status of a fighter." Beside him, Sun Er, with a graceful smile, responded, "Brother Xiao Yan, your advancement to the 5th tier within a year is already impressive. Desiring to instantly become a fighter would indeed mark you as a prodigy among prodigies. Nevertheless, Cousin Mou is undeniably powerful now, having caught up to me." At her words, Xiao Yan could only manage an awkward smile. With both Sun Er and Mou having ascended to fighters, his own progress seemed less significant. Just then, the voice of the medicinal elder within the ring unexpectedly broke the silence. "Do not harbor envy. Your cousin Mou possesses great fortune, and his future growth may very well surpass yours. Moreover, I have a vague sense that after his breakthrough to fighter, this young man seems to have undergone a transformation of sorts. While its effects are not yet apparent, in time, he may prove far more formidable than your petite companion. Fortunately, the bond between the two of you remains strong, and with the title of the Xiao family's twin dragons, the future of the continent appears to hold much promise." Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Yan's spirit could not help but sharpen. Mou harbored secrets, and Xiao Yan had begun to suspect, much like the elder's own unique circumstances, that everyone possesses their own fortunes. He felt no envy or jealousy. However, the elder's assertion that Mou's secrets rivaled those of Sun Er astonished him. The mystery and strength of Sun Er had been etched in his mind since childhood, yet the notion that the grandson of the steward, Mou, might conceal an even greater secret was truly surprising. Xiao Yan was taken aback, while within the dark confines of the ring, the elder was even more astonished. After all, Elder Yao is well aware of Xiao Suner's identity, hailing from one of the ancient 8 clans of Zhongzhou. He is not unfamiliar with such formidable forces, particularly as he belongs to one of the 8 imperial clans himself, the Yao clan. The prospect of a physique even more formidable than that of the ancient 8 clans is indeed exhilarating. Within the ring, Elder Yao's aged voice softly murmured. In the 20th chapter, titled Practicing Body Techniques, the 9 flashes of the soaring dragon, with the rise of Mou, the Xiao clan's dual dragons gained renown. However, unlike in the original tale, Xiao Ning did not challenge Xiao Yan with indignation. After all, with the remarkable Mou as a benchmark, Xiao Ning lost confidence in his ability to defeat Xiao Yan. This unexpected turn of events spared Xiao Ning from the embarrassment of humiliation before the crowd. Following the completion of MOU's ceremony, more clan members took the stage. Nonetheless, under the awe-inspiring shadow he cast, the achievements of the other clan members seemed rather dim. Ultimately, the appearance of Sun'er created quite a stir. A 15-year-old combatant, her performance was only slightly inferior to that of the Xiao Yan of yore. Although Sun'er's accomplishments were commendable, many present had heard of the illustrious reputation of the Xiao clan's brightest gem, and thus, while they were amazed by her achievements, the impact paled in comparison to the sudden shock brought forth by the dual dragons of the Xiao clan. The coming-of-age ceremony unfolded from dawn until the afternoon, finally drawing to a close amidst a chorus of astonished remarks. As the event concluded, countless gazes lingered, still somewhat captivated by the serene figure of the elegantly attired youth in the green robe and the composed young man in black. Observing the conclusion of the ceremony, MOU stretched languidly. Such a tedious ritual felt exceedingly dull. After the coming-of-age ceremony, MOU's life returned to its former tranquility. Furthermore, following his breakthrough into the realm of combatants, he successfully condensed 13 thunder patterns in the technique of Thunderstorm Body. MOU had undoubtedly become the focal point of the clan. Wherever he went, reverent gazes accompanied him, along with respectful addresses. In the lush, verdant forest of the rear mountains, a figure as agile as a soaring dragon swiftly darted through, nimbly evading obstacles scattered throughout the woods. The young man moved like a dragon beneath the sea, weaving through the forest with ease, undeterred by the impediments beneath his feet, his speed far surpassing that of an ordinary combatant. Suddenly, the rapidly moving figure came to an abrupt halt, his legs slightly bent, and his torso tilted at an unusual angle. With a low, resonant sound, he propelled himself skyward, and at that moment, his toes came to rest atop a tree's pinnacle. Although the shadow lingered atop the treetop for less than 10 seconds, any onlooker would be left utterly astonished. Such agility was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. After a brief pause at the treetop, the shadow's feet emitted a flicker of light. With a twist of its body, it suddenly appeared atop a large tree several meters away. Had there not been a faint residual scar in the air, anyone would have assumed that such speed had transcended spatial barriers, achieving the terrifying realm of instantaneous movement. The technique of the profound level movement skill felt quite satisfactory. The shadow landed steadily on the tree trunk, and a hint of joyous sound resonated. This was the 9 flickers of the swimming dragon, a profound level movement skill that MOU had mastered in recent days. After breaking through to the fighter level, he could barely employ such techniques. Thus he had taken the opportunity to learn the movement skill auctioned off previously. Moreover, in his past life, he had enhanced this technique to a level comparable to that of advanced profound level skills. Naturally, what he practiced now was this enhanced version. Although the 9 flickers of the swimming dragon claimed to have 9 flickers, in reality, it consisted of only 3 genuine flickers: instant flicker, shadow flicker, and swift flicker. The 3 lacked hierarchy and merely differed in function. Instant flicker allowed for immediate deployment, nearly akin to teleportation, catching opponents off guard in battle. Shadow flicker utilized high-speed movement to create a shadow identical to the original, imbued with a certain degree of fighting spirit, making it difficult for enemies to differentiate. Similar to the technique of shadow clones, swift flicker was primarily employed for long-distance sprints, useful for traveling, skirmishing, or pursuing foes, proving to be exceptionally practical. MOU had already mastered this technique in his previous life, making its reacquisition effortless. While swift flicker was manageable, even after MOU's breakthrough to the fighter level, employing instant flicker drained the majority of his fighting spirit, indicating that in combat, it could only serve as a decisive strike. As for shadow flicker, with his current amount of fighting spirit, he could not even conjure a qualified shadow clone. After a brief respite, MOU gradually restored his state. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and with narrowed eyes, he gazed towards the forest's edge, brushing off a few dead leaves from his attire. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he lazily strolled towards the forest's exit. Emerging from the woods, the warm sunlight bathed him, sending a delightful shiver through his bones. MOU tilted his head, observing the figure of a woman on a large rock not far away. The sunlight illuminated her graceful form, accentuating alluring curves and highlighting her long, seductive legs, which appeared particularly enticing. As he appraised the scene, MOU, with his hands in his pockets, approached the base of the rock and looked up at the coldly indifferent face of Xiao Yu, pausing momentarily on her captivating legs. Touching his nose, he remarked nonchalantly, "Those legs are quite beautiful. Are you intentionally showing off to me, cousin Xiao Yu?" In an instant, the typically aloof Xiao Yu's expression darkened, her face a stark shade of displeasure. The ample bosom rose and fell slightly as Xiao Yu, biting her silver teeth, coldly inquired, "Do you know why I have come to find you?" If memory serves, I seem to have no grievances with my cousin Xiao, thought Mou, shrugging his shoulders innocently at the girl's demeanor, which resembled that of a relative. Under the sunlight, the handsome youth appeared as innocent and delicate as a young girl. Bullied by the tyrannical young master Xiao. Realizing the incongruity of the situation, Xiao felt a sense of unease. She had come seeking justice, yet somehow found herself resembling a villain. Observing the boy before her, who seemed genuinely oblivious, she suppressed her anger, although a hint of frustration lingered in her expression. The family elders wish to betroth me to you, and it appears my grandfather is in agreement, the girl articulated slowly, word by word. Oh, Mou raised a brow at her words. He was indeed unaware of the family's intentions, but began to understand with a moment's reflection. After all, he was not a pure-blooded member of the Xiao family. Though he bore their bloodline, he was surnamed Mou, not Xiao. The earlier title of Twin Dragons of the Xiao family suggested the family's inclination towards him, but such titles were evidently unreliable. Thus, a marriage alliance emerged as the most viable solution. From the previous Xiao Mei to the current Xiao, it was clear that the family was placing increasing importance on Mou. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's restoration of his talents, the patriarch Xiao Yan no longer feared the rise of the elder faction, and instead began to actively promote this matter. Consequently, this issue had risen to prominence on the family agenda. With this contemplation, Mou furrowed his brow. If great endeavors were not accomplished, how could one uphold the family name? He had no intention of traversing the continent burdened with family ties. That would be a jest indeed. Just as he was about to express his unwillingness, he caught sight of the girl's proud and aloof demeanor, which prompted him to raise an eyebrow and, with a light chuckle, amend his statement. Oh, is that so? To have a beauty like cousin Xiao as a wife, I must admit, I find the prospect quite appealing. Chapter 29, The Spirit Energy Pavilion. Upon hearing Mou's brazen words, Xiao's delicate brows furrowed, and a flicker of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. The boy, who had just moments ago seemed to possess an ethereal charm, now elicited a sense of irritation due to his shamelessness. You might as well give up on that notion. Even if I were to die, I would never agree to marry you, Xiao exclaimed vehemently. In response, Mou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiao was markedly different from Xiao Mei. The latter was somewhat snobbish, while Xiao exuded a refreshing candor that was endearing. Coupled with her long, graceful legs and slender figure, she was undeniably stunning. And the idea of marrying her did not seem unappealing at all. Certainly, Mou contemplated that establishing a family was still a distant notion for him. Upon noticing the genuine anger emanating from the other party, he retracted his jest, his expression returning to a serene composure, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. I was merely jesting with cousin Xiao. I currently harbor no intentions of starting a family, so you need not worry, cousin Xiao. I shall personally convey this to the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Xiao was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes, followed by incredulity as she responded, Are you truly speaking the truth? Although Xiao was not the type to rely solely on her beauty to captivate, she possessed great confidence in her own allure. Within the Xiao family, and even in Wutan City, apart from Sun, she considered her beauty to rival that of any other. Even Sun, being younger, could not compare to her in terms of figure. At the renowned Ghana Academy, she garnered much admiration, yet all of this seemed trivial in Mou's eyes. There is no need for me to deceive cousin Xiao. Mou shrugged nonchalantly. Seeing the young man before her seemingly disinterested in her, for some inexplicable reason, Xiao felt a weight lift from her heart, yet simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment crept in. Recalling the dazzling brilliance he displayed during the recent assessments and his striking demeanor, the title of the dragon of the Xiao clan. The more she pondered, the more melancholic she became. Disregarding Xiao's inexplicably complex emotions, Mou waved his hand and took his leave. Gazing at the slender silhouette of the young man as he departed under the setting sun, exuding an air of nonchalance, Xiao found herself momentarily entranced. One moment he was playful and irreverent, the next enigmatic and aloof. What truly defined him? After leaving the back mountain, Mou arrived home, only to be informed by a servant of the clan leader that the following day was designated for selecting martial arts techniques at the Fighting Qi Pavilion. Although Mou held little interest in the Xiao family's techniques, regarding them as beneath him, he decided to attend nonetheless, if only for appearance's sake, as his current cultivation methods were difficult to explain. On the following morning, after practicing his agility at the courtyard entrance, Xiao Yan and Sun arrived together. Cousin Mou, today is the day for selecting martial arts techniques. Do not forget, Xiao Yan remarked, still clad in black, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment at Mou's graceful movements. He then chuckled lightly. In response, Mou ceased his training and smiled at the young couple before him. You two probably do not hold the clan's techniques in high regard either. This visit is likely just to reassure Uncle Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Mou's candid remarks, Suner smiled gently like a blue lotus, while Xiao Yan awkwardly scratched his head. Cousin Mou, you always seem to guess his thoughts. We cannot disregard the good intentions of father, Xiao Yan added ambiguously. Observing this, Mou waved his hand dismissively. Then let us be off. Time is of the essence. A quarter of an hour later, standing amidst the crowd, Mou gazed up in awe at the imposing edifice before him, shaking his head in astonishment. The plaque adorning the grand building bore the ancient characters for Dou Qi Pavilion, slightly yellowed with age, its surface etched with the ravages of time. From these inscriptions, one could faintly perceive the elegance left behind by a master, undoubtedly the handiwork of a formidable figure from the Xiao clan of yore. This pavilion, after all, was the heart of the Xiao family, the Dou Qi Pavilion, housing centuries of their martial arts teachings, a place of utmost significance. With his keen spiritual perception, Mou discerned several concealed, yet powerful auras in the secluded corners of the pavilion, indicating that the Xiao family harbored hidden experts. Naturally, their strength would not be overwhelming, for the Xiao clan had languished in decline for far too long. As the younger members of the clan gathered, Xiao Yan, the patriarch, declared the rules for entering the Dou Qi Pavilion. Acknowledging the established protocols, he nodded with satisfaction and stepped back, clearing the way for the stone pillar standing before the pavilion's grand entrance. The pillar, approximately 1 meter tall, cradled a transparent crystal orb atop it. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards behind him slowly pushed open the massive black doors with a creaking groan. After testing their attributes, they could enter. Remember, once inside, walk the path according to your attributes. Do not stray, Xiao Yan warned, nodding to the eager crowd, signaling the commencement of the proceedings. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's nod, a spirited youth leapt forward, eagerly placing his hands upon the crystal orb, which emitted a soft azure light. What attribute? Very well, proceed inside, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, affirming the boy's results. With someone leading the way, the crowd below became restless, each individual rushing forth to test their own attributes before eagerly streaming into the Dou Qi Pavilion. Observing the dwindling crowd around him, Mou turned to his companions, Xiao Yan and Suner, with a smile. Shall we go in and take a look? Suner playfully shrugged her shoulders, showing little interest in the family's martial arts. A sentiment echoed by Xiao Yan, who merely nodded. Since the trio did not feel particularly pressed, they waited until everyone else had entered before, under Xiao Yan's resigned gaze. They leisurely approached the entrance. Xiao Yan was the first to test his attributes, a brilliant red light emanating from him, even brighter than that of his predecessors, indicating, as expected, a fire attribute. However, Mou's keen observation caught sight of Xiao Yan discreetly whispering something into the youth's ear at the moment their paths crossed. Clearly, the patriarch was exercising his authority for personal gain. Noting this, Mou silently shook his head, choosing not to comment, for he had long been accustomed to such intrigues across his many lives. After Xiao Yan's assessment, it was Suner's turn. As Suner gracefully pointed, the crystal orb, after a brief moment of stillness, suddenly ignited into a brilliant crimson hue, resembling a blazing sphere in its intensity and radiance. The fiery orb persisted for a brief moment, only to gradually extinguish after Suner withdrew her finger, revealing a myriad of delicate fissures now adorning the surface of the crystal. Observing this, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation and turned to Mou with a wry smile, remarking, I never anticipated that Suner possessed such a peculiar constitution, rendering the crystal orb damaged. If I recall correctly, you possess the lightning attribute, so there is no need for further testing. You may proceed directly. Upon hearing this, Mou felt a surge of delight, for considering his own constitution, the repercussions could very well surpass those of Suner. Lightning Path, Room 31. Just as Mou was about to enter, Xiao Yan's whispered words drifted to him. Taken aback, Mou's lips curved into a slight smile. He and Xiao Yan were evidently afforded the same treatment. Chapter 30. The Divine Might of the Black Thunder Spear. Stepping through the obsidian door, the light dimmed, with a soft glow emanating from the fire orbs embedded in the surrounding walls, illuminating the spacious pavilion with an ethereal quietude. Upon entering the loft, several wide passageways came into view, each adorned with immense characters representing various attributes at their forefront. Mou, being of the lightning attribute, and Xiao Yan and Suner, of the fire attribute, naturally parted ways upon entering the pavilion. Venturing into the lightning path, 5 smaller paths unfolded before him, within which he could vaguely discern the silhouettes of some clan members. Turning his gaze, Mou confidently entered the second small path. Upon entering this narrow passage, he encountered an entirely different realm. On either side of the corridor, every few meters stood a sturdy, silver-hued wooden door, all of which were now ajar, revealing faint silver light emanating from within. The silver light served as a defensive mechanism, simultaneously presenting the final trial for the young clan members to acquire the techniques within. One must breach the shimmering barrier. Numerous clan members had already gathered in the passageway, fervently striking the silver light barrier before the wooden doors, their faces flushed with exertion. Occasionally, the sound of the barrier shattering was accompanied by jubilant cheers, eliciting envy among those still striving to break through. As he turned another corner, Mou glanced at the number on the adjacent wooden door, 31. He hastened a short distance before pausing before the door marked with the number 31, chuckling softly. This must be the one. While he held no particular regard for Xiao Yan's act of opening the back door, he recognized it as the clan leader's goodwill, and thus decided to take a look. At this moment, on the narrow path, there were still over a dozen clansmen. Upon witnessing Mou halting at room 31, they could not help but be taken aback. This room boasted the most formidable protective barrier along the path, and previously, many capable clansmen had attempted to breach it, only to be thwarted. However, recalling that Mou's strength had transcended that of an ordinary fighter, they soon regained their composure. Disregarding the curious gazes around him, Mou's hand slowly caressed the barrier. With his feet slightly apart and palms gradually closing together, he gently shut his eyes. A faint aura of combat energy surged within him, swiftly circulating through specific pathways. With a sudden flicker of his eyelids, Mou's eyes flew open, and the lightning patterns on his right arm ignited in 5 brilliant flashes. Facing the shimmering barrier, he clenched his right fist, producing a sharp whistling sound as he propelled it forcefully toward the silver screen. Thunder Fist. A cold command echoed in his heart as Mou's fist struck the barrier with tremendous force, sending ripples radiating outward from the center like waves. In the next moment, the silver barrier shattered abruptly, akin to glass, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Casually breaking through the barrier, Mou remained unfazed, which only deepened the awe of the Xia family members nearby. Shattering the barrier signified his entry into the room. Upon entering the small chamber, the light brightened slightly. The room was not spacious. At its center stood an ancient black stone platform, upon which lay a silvery scroll. Approaching, Mou picked up the scroll and glanced at its back, murmuring, high-level yellow tier technique, thunderclap art. This, he surmised, was likely the highest tier lightning technique within the clan. Observing the scroll in his hand, Mou couldn't help but shake his head at the actions of clan leader Xiao Yan. Despite the good intentions, he truly felt unworthy of such a high-level technique. Casually tucking the scroll into his robe, he was about to depart when his gaze suddenly fixated on the ancient stone platform. Is this a black thunderstone? The black thunderstone was an exceedingly rare material for crafting, renowned for its hardness and exceptional conductivity. If forged into a weapon, it would be extraordinarily suitable for fighters practicing lightning-based techniques. With this realization, Mou's expression momentarily froze, followed by an involuntary smile that crept onto his lips. Now that he possessed the body refinement technique, Thunder Fist, and the agility technique, 9 Flashing Dragons, he found himself lacking a powerful offensive combat technique. As his strength grew, he had recently contemplated leaving the comforts of Yuten City to venture into the outside world, necessitating thorough preparation. Thus, he had been considering practicing an offensive combat technique. However, most formidable offensive techniques required weapons for their execution. During this period, Mou, aside from his rigorous training, has been in search of rare materials for forging, aiming to craft a weapon that suits him perfectly. Unfortunately, the remote location of Wutan City has not yielded any materials that have caught his eye. However, the Black Thunderstone has ignited a spark of inspiration within him. The Divine Might Black Thunder Spear. In the Dou Qi Continent, alchemists categorize their cauldrons into 9 ranks, with the highest quality, the 13 cauldrons, separately listed in the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. When assessed in the context of the Dou Qi Continent, the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear is not particularly high in quality, estimated to be around the 4th rank. Yet, despite its 4th rank status, Mou remains undeterred. He harbors a profound, sentimental attachment to the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear. In his previous life, it was by chance that he acquired this spear along with its accompanying techniques, which facilitated his rise to prominence and made him a formidable force across the continent. Regrettably, as his strength grew, the spear was utterly shattered during a great battle, a loss that had left him deeply sorrowful. The primary material required to forge the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear is indeed the Black Thunderstone. Fate, in its whimsical nature, has presented him with another opportunity to wield the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear and conquer the continent once more. Will this time witness his resurgence? Indeed, fate is capricious. He had merely come to browse, only to stumble upon this treasure. Caressing the ancient, cool black stone platform, Mou reflected on his unexpected fortune. His visit was merely a formality, and he had scarcely considered the clan leader's earlier hint, yet he had reaped such rewards. It did not surprise him that the Xiao clan possessed such an item, for they were once one of the ancient 8 clans, and it was only natural for them to have some heritage. However, with the decline of the Xiao clan, this artifact had gone unrecognized. Perhaps a clan member had sensed its uniqueness but was at a loss as to how to utilize it. After all, to forge the Black Thunderstone, a craftsman must be at least 4th rank, a caliber of individual clearly beyond the means of the fallen Xiao clan. These various factors have relegated this precious forging material to merely being an ordinary stone platform within the Dou Qi Pavilion. It is somewhat of a case of a hidden gem overlooked. With this thought in mind, Mou unreservedly stored it within his spatial ring. Left here, it would remain merely a stone platform for a century, whereas accompanying him would allow it to reveal its true value. As for the Xiao clan, recompense in the future would suffice. Although the Dou Qi Pavilion houses many concealed powerhouses, its defenses are primarily oriented outward, and Mou's own spiritual strength is not lacking. Thus, collecting the Black Thunderstone posed no challenge for him. Chapter 31, all snatched up? After securing the Black Thunderstone in his spatial ring, Mou felt no further inclination to explore the Dou Qi Pavilion and turned to exit. Approaching the imposing grand door, one could see a dozen indifferent guards firmly obstructing the entrance. In the corner, an expressionless elder sat regally in a chair, wielding a pen over a thick ledger. Before him stood a considerable line of clan members, each presenting the martial arts scrolls they had procured, awaiting the elder's registration before they could squeeze through the narrow opening under the scrutinizing gaze of the cold guards. This was a customary procedure for exiting the martial arts pavilion, primarily instituted to prevent the leakage of techniques. Although these techniques seemed trivial to Mou, they were the very essence of aspiration for many in Wutan City. After a brief wait, it was finally Mou's turn. He stepped forward, retrieving a scroll from his garment and presenting it to the elder. Upon receiving the silver-white scroll, the elder paused momentarily, assessing Mou with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. After registering the technique, the elder returned the scroll to Mou, curiously observing, "You must be the recently emerged genius of the Xiao clan. Indeed, a promising talent. The clan leader has not erred in his judgment. The thunderclap technique is the pinnacle of our clan's lightning arts, and with diligent effort, your future achievements are boundless." Nodding casually, Mou tucked away the technique and was about to depart when he caught sight of 2 familiar figures, one clad in black and the other in green. Inseparable from each other, it was none other than Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Noticing them, Mou halted, leaning against the grand door, awaiting their registration. Xiao Yan and Sun Er seemed to have noticed Mou's presence as well, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, subsequently quickening their pace. Before long, they too completed their registration with remarkable speed. "Mou, you appear to be in good spirits. Have you discovered a suitable technique within the clan?" Sun Er inquired, her hand holding several commendable scrolls. "If you do not mind, I could graciously offer you a high-level Xian-class lightning technique." Observing the faint smile playing at the corners of Mou's lips, the perceptive Sun Er assumed he had acquired a technique of considerable rank within the clan. She was puzzled as to why the typically enigmatic Mou would be interested in the techniques of the declining Xiao family, but nonetheless offered her assistance with goodwill. Beside her, Xiao Yan bore no signs of jealousy. He understood that Sun Er's actions were solely for his benefit. Throughout Xiao Yan's 3 years of hardship, Mou's unwavering companionship and encouragement were not only a favor to Xiao Yan, but also a kindness extended to Sun Er. Moreover, Xiao Yan had no doubt regarding Sun Er's capability to present a high-level Xian-class lightning technique, as she had recently offered him a high-level fire technique, which he had declined. Upon hearing her words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that his elation over acquiring the Black Thunderstone had been misinterpreted. He chuckled softly in response. "I merely recalled a joyful moment, and you both seem to have misunderstood. As for the advanced techniques of the Xian rank, I currently find them unnecessary, yet I am grateful to you, Sun Er. Rest assured, Sun Er, I shall keep a vigilant eye on Xiao Yan and ensure he does not stray into frivolities." Upon finishing my words, Mou suddenly stroked his chin, and a thought crossed his mind. Besides Sun Er, there are many women in Xiao Yan's future to attract his attention. Yafei, Xiao Yixian, Medusa, Yun Yun, and Qinglin. It may prove challenging to oversee them all. Is he to intercept every one of them? Mou is certainly not that kind of person, not in the least. The jest in Mou's latter remark elicited a shared smile and a dismissive shake of the head from Sun Er and Xiao Yan. Sun Er unconditionally trusts Xiao Yan, knowing well that he is not of a lecherous disposition, and thus, she harbors little concern. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan is wholly focused on his cultivation, showing little interest in matters of romance. However, the first part of Mou's statement astonished both of them. To casually reject the advanced techniques of the Xian rank, could it be that cousin Mou practices techniques of the Earth rank? Such techniques are nearly non-existent throughout the entirety of the Jiama Empire. One could say that possessing an earth rank technique is akin to holding a passport to strength. It could elevate an entire family. If Mou indeed practices an earth rank technique, as long as he does not falter, reaching the Dou Huang level would be within his grasp. The prospect of ascending to the celestial rank did not even cross their minds, for within the ancient clans, those capable of cultivating celestial rank techniques could be counted on one's fingers. The medicinal elder within Xiao Yan is also unable to present a single celestial rank technique. Mou seemed to notice the astonishment in Xiao Yan and Sun's hearts, but paid it no mind. He waved his hand with a light chuckle and said, "Let us be on our way." As they exited the bustling door, Mou inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, feeling that this trip had yielded significant rewards. "How was it, Yin or Xiao Yu?" A figure approached leisurely, casting a gaze toward the entrance while inquiring softly with a smile. Turning to the smiling Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation, revealing a dark red scroll from beneath his sleeve. Upon seeing that shade of dark red, Xiao Zhan finally exhaled in relief and then eagerly looked toward Mou. In response, Mou mirrored Xiao Yan's gesture, unveiling a silver-white scroll from beneath his sleeve. Witnessing both Mou and Xiao Yan acquire the family's most formidable techniques, the usually serious Xiao Zhan could not help but break into a proud smile. He placed his broad hand upon the shoulders of Mou and Xiao Yan, exclaiming, "Now that the techniques are in hand, Xiao Yu, you have already surpassed the Dou Shi level and may commence your cultivation. And Yinner, do not be hasty. Once you become a Dou Shi, you shall truly begin your mastery of Dou Qi." And exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of a wry smile. Understood that cultivation technique was certainly of a high caliber, likely at the earth level or beyond. Otherwise, he could not so casually decline kind intentions. Likewise, was well aware that future path would undoubtedly lead him to the enigmatic. Thus, the goodwill from was something they felt unworthy of receiving. Before departing, cast another glance at, a flicker of an inscrutable expression crossing his eyes, and then said, "By the way, our family is hosting a gathering tonight. You must remember to attend." Observing's earnest demeanor, felt a twinge of unease but nodded in acquiescence. "Certainly, uncle, I shall be there on time." Chapter 32. Choose a wife or not. On a night where the moonlight was thin and stars sparse, while ordinary households had already settled down for the night, the family was ablaze with light. Having participated in family dinners before, was quite familiar with the proceedings. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find an unexpected guest, his grandfather. As the long-standing steward who had served the family for decades, held a venerable position within the household, routinely managing numerous family affairs. Yet, regardless of his status, his role was that of a servant, and he had no rightful place at the family gathering. To his astonishment, not only was present, but he also held a respectable position at the table, seated beside the family's esteemed elder. As entered, the gazes of the two elders immediately turned towards him. His grandfather wore a benevolent expression, tinged with a hint of pride and nostalgia, as if he were reflecting on a child's sudden maturation. The elder, usually indifferent, now bore a solemn and dignified demeanor, his hawk-like eyes scrutinizing the youth. After a moment, he slowly nodded, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny's ominous premonition intensified, this could not bode well. "Ah, you've arrived. Please, take a seat," remarked, sensing discomfort and donning a peculiar expression. With a gentle cough, he disrupted the odd atmosphere and waved his hand to beckon. In response, nodded to his grandfather and surveyed the hall, only to be surprised to find that the only available seat was next to. Upon realizing this, understood the family's intentions all too well. It seemed today would be a challenging affair. With a sigh of resignation, a faint smile crept upon his lips. When faced with adversity, one must adapt, he thought. Resolutely, moved towards and took a seat beside her. As soon as he settled into his seat, Mou's nostrils quivered slightly, catching a whiff of a maiden's delicate fragrance. A subtle shift in his gaze revealed Xiao Yu, who seemed to have put in special effort today. She had exchanged her usual academy attire for an elegant, flowing blue gown. The graceful form beneath the gown was both voluptuous and exquisite, and particularly, her long, slender legs could not be concealed. Under the soft glow of the lights, they radiated an alluring charm that ignited a warmth within him. As Mou took his seat, Xiao Yu appeared to sense something amiss. Her typically lively demeanor stiffened, and she fell silent. Across the dining table, Mou cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, who was quietly consuming her meal. Even as she chewed, the delicate sound of her silver teeth could be heard. A hint of indignation graced her beautiful face. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush of shyness in her eyes. The other guests in the hall were also observing this striking pair. It must be said that Mou and Xiao Yu indeed embodied the perfect match of talent and beauty, a golden boy and jade girl. Xiao Yu's tall, graceful figure, coupled with her stunning visage, complemented by the blue gown, exuded a mature allure that overshadowed all others. Mou's looks had consistently impressed, his youthful countenance striking. With sharp brows and starry eyes, clad in a simple green shirt, he emanated an aura reminiscent of ancient artistry. Most importantly, his ethereal charm was exceptional, with his dark eyes resembling the starry night sky, captivating all who beheld him. Some enthusiastic admirers even crowned him the most handsome man in Wutan City. Though the title of the Xiao family's dragon might be met with derision from other families in Wutan City, none dared to dispute the claim of Mou being the city's most handsome. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Mou maintained an expression of calm. While Xiao Yu's face grew increasingly flushed, clearing his throat, Xiao Yan, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the hall before finally resting his gaze on Mou and Xiao Yu, a smile gracing his lips. Today's family gathering is to announce an important matter. As Xiao Zhan's voice resonated, all eyes turned towards Mou and Xiao Yu, as if they had already guessed the news. Without further ado, Xiao Zhan continued. Following discussions between the elder and steward Mou, our families are officially becoming in-laws starting today. Thus, Xiao Yu and Mou are to be engaged. At these words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. He had intended to address this matter at an appropriate time. Yet he had not anticipated such urgency from the other side, who had already conferred with his grandfather. It is essential to note that in the Dou Qi Continent, matters of marriage still adhere to the dictates of parental approval and the matchmaking customs. Once, the previous patriarch of the Xiao family, namely Xiao Yan's grandfather, had arranged a marriage with Nailin Jia. Ultimately, it was Nailin Yanran who came personally to their doorstep, after Xiao Yan penned the divorce letter. This perplexing engagement was finally resolved 3 years later. Now, Mou finds himself similarly burdened with a marriage arrangement, the details of which remain unclear to him. However, he harbors no grievances towards his grandfather. After all, the elder's intentions are quite simple. Even though his grandson has achieved success, he is still, in essence, half a member of the Xiao family. To marry the direct granddaughter of the Grand Elder is indeed a remarkable boon. Mou's father also wed a woman from the Xiao family, though her status pales in comparison to that of Xiao Yu. Following Xiao Zhan's announcement, all eyes in the room converged upon Mou and Xiao Yu. The young men gazed at Mou with envy and jealousy for the exquisite beauty of Wutan City. Xiao Yu had been claimed by him. The young women, particularly Xiao Mei, looked at Xiao Yu with admiration, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Once upon a time, she too had fantasized about marrying the handsome and exceptionally talented Mou, only to be outshone by Xiao Yu. As the patriarch's proclamation echoed, the atmosphere in the hall became lively and spirited. I never expected my cousin would bring home this fierce tigress, Xiao Yan remarked, his gaze towards Mou brimming with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, as she instinctively wanted to retort. However, when she glanced at Mou, an inexplicable fluster crossed her features, and her complexion flushed slightly, leaving her at a loss for words. Xiao Yan, observing this spectacle, couldn't help but be astonished. The once fearless tigress had seemingly been bested by Mou. Could it be that he possesses some secret charm for wooing women? Just as Xiao Yan pondered this, Xiao Yu, unable to endure the embarrassing atmosphere any longer, cast a complex look at Mou before declaring, 1 hour from now, I shall await you at the family's back mountain. With that, she dashed out of the hall, her skirts trailing behind her, leaving a lingering fragrance in her wake. Chapter 33, I have divorced you. After Xiao Yu departed, Mou remained in the hall, basking in the attention of those around him. At that moment, Xiao Ning approached with an awkward expression, stumbling over his words. Previously, both in age and status, he had always towered above Mou. However, following the test, Mou's standing in the Xiao family had undoubtedly eclipsed his own, and now he was even his brother-in-law. Although the age difference between couples in the Dou Qi Continent is not particularly significant, after all, the ages of the powerful far exceed those of ordinary folk. Especially since Xiao Yu is merely a few years older than Mou. This reality was somewhat difficult for the proud Xiao Ning to accept. Just call me by my name, he finally managed to say. Perceiving Xiao Ning's embarrassment, Mou spoke with a calm demeanor. He maintained an equanimous attitude towards the union of the two families, feeling no sense of momentousness regarding the occasion. After all, having faced death twice, he found this matter trivial in comparison. The rules of the world are fundamentally upheld by interests. When Xiao Yan's talent was restored, Xiao Zhan, as a father, experienced not only surprise but also relief. He felt fortunate never to have given up on Xiao Yan, always encouraging him. If a father could act thus, how much more so could Mou, an outsider? Mou even entertained a somewhat insidious thought. Should he decline this marriage proposal, the Xiao family might not afford him the opportunity to flourish. If he refused to engage in the alliance, what could his intentions possibly be? Was it not a sign of ill will towards the Xiao family? As one of the ancient 8 clans, despite its decline, the Xiao family had survived for so long, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, with his current strength as a fighter, it would be all too easy for the Xiao family to eliminate him discreetly. While Mou pondered these matters, the Grand Elder approached him. Upon gazing at Mou, the Elder's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of vitality. He placed a frail hand on Mou's shoulder and said, "I entrust you with Yuer. I hope you do not disappoint this old man's expectations." As Mou understood, Xiao Yu's parents were often away managing family affairs, and the Grand Elder, as the head of the family, had raised Xiao Yu himself, making his words carry significant weight. Meeting the Elder's expectant gaze, Mou, though inexperienced in such matters, nodded solemnly. At that moment, Butler Missouri also approached, casting a kind glance at Mou and stating, "Miss Xiao Yu is intelligent and beautiful. Yuer will certainly treat her well." Faced with the earnest admonitions of the 2 elders, Mou felt somewhat helpless, merely nodding in response. Just then, Xiao Yan timely intervened to ease the tension, saying, "I have watched Xiao Yu grow since childhood. Entrusting Yuer to him is undoubtedly a wise choice." As he spoke, Xiao Yan gently patted the young man's shoulder, then, seeing a flash from the latter's storage ring, produced a small golden pouch. This contains 5 second-tier Thunder-type magic cores, intended as a dowry for Yuer. As the clan leader, Xiao Yan was known for his generosity, and without hesitation, he handed the 5 second-tier magic cores to Mou. Mou was taken aback. 5 second-tier Thunder-type magic cores, valued at around tens of thousands of gold coins in the market, constituted a considerable sum, even for the Xiao family, which held significant influence in Wutan City. With these magic cores, Mou felt confident he could swiftly progress to a 2-star or even 3-star fighter. After contemplating for a moment, he accepted them without hesitation. Observing this, Xiao Yan smiled. For a prodigy like Mou, the Xiao family, being an esteemed lineage, naturally understands the art of fostering connections, with the foremost strategy being the cultivation of emotional bonds. As for the least desirable approach, it is better left unmentioned. Fortunately, the Mo family has been intertwined with the Xiao family for 3 generations, fostering a sense of familiarity rather than estrangement between the 2 clans. As the dinner drew to a close amidst a joyful atmosphere, Mou, the guest of honor, bid farewell to his grandfather before departing from the Xiao household. In the Xiao family's rear mountains, where no birds dared to fly and all paths were devoid of human presence, the typically desolate landscape was graced with an enchanting figure. "You have arrived." Upon noticing a slender silhouette cloaked in black approaching slowly, the graceful figure spoke with a cold demeanor. Bathed in moonlight, the elegant figure unveiled a beautiful visage. It was Xiao Yu. At this moment, the young woman had shed her blue gown and donned her academy attire, her ample bosom gently rising and falling as she bit her silver teeth. Gazing at the dark figure with a frosty retort, "Do you know why I summoned you? Is it regarding the marriage?" Mou replied indifferently, "Weren't you the one who claimed to resolve this matter?" With a glare from her enchanting eyes, Xiao Yu confronted the composed Mou. At her words, Mou awkwardly scratched his nose, helplessly gesturing with his hands. "I initially intended to discuss this matter with the clan leader, but I had not anticipated the family elders to act so swiftly, directly conferring with my grandfather. Given their decision, I currently find myself unable to refuse." At that moment, he felt quite powerless, as any rash rejection could lead to considerable risks. Hearing Mou's response, Xiao Yu pursed her crimson lips, fully aware that he spoke the truth. Even she lacked the strength to oppose her grandfather's decisions. However, despite this understanding, her beautiful eyes remained stubbornly fixed on Mou, her ire unabated. Recognizing that Xiao Yu was struggling to accept the situation, Mou stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "Though the family has confirmed our engagement, it does not necessitate an immediate marriage. How about this? I shall depart from the Xiao household for a few years to explore the continent, and before I leave, I will provide you with a letter of divorce. At that point, we shall have no further ties. What do you think?" This was the best solution Mou could devise. Once he left the Xiao family, he would no longer be under their constraints, and in a few years, his strength would surely command respect from the clan's elders. However, what he deemed a prudent course of action appeared utterly abominable to Xiao Yu. Taking a deep breath to calm her rising fury, she leapt off the boulder with her alluring long legs, biting her silver teeth as she exclaimed, "A letter of divorce? You scoundrel, how dare you insult me?" Although the continent of martial Qi imposes no stringent requirements regarding female chastity, a letter of divorce would undoubtedly be a lifelong disgrace for an unmarried young lady. If this matter were to spread throughout the family, and even reach the esteemed Canaan Academy, it would render Xiao Yu utterly humiliated. Are you not the so-called prodigy of the family? Today, let us engage in battle. Should I be defeated, I shall marry you." A cold voice suddenly resonated, and at this juncture, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. "Should you lose, I shall cast you aside." Chapter 34. The duel under the moonlight. With those words, a hint of mockery flickered in Xiao Yu's gaze. In the realm of combat, if a man were to dismiss a woman, it could be somewhat excused. However, for a man to be dismissed by a woman is indeed a matter of profound shame. Especially for a genius like Mou, the news of being dismissed by a woman would undoubtedly invite scorn from all. Contemplating this, Mou furrowed his brow. Although he was indifferent to such superficial fame, the thought of being dismissed by a woman was difficult to endure. He chuckled. If cousin Xiao Yu is truly confident in her abilities, then let us have this match. Mou regarded the self-assured woman before him and spoke with a calm demeanor. To think that a 3-star fighter would underestimate him was rather naive. Noticing Mou's composed demeanor, a trace of doubt crossed Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes. Deep down, she acknowledged Mou's remarkable talent. Achieving such progress in a single year was no small feat, yet talent does not necessarily equate to combat prowess. The likelihood of a 1-star fighter triumphing over a 3-star fighter, especially one educated at an esteemed academy, was almost negligible. In light of this, do not blame me for lacking martial ethics. I hope you will not go back on your word after your defeat, Xiao Yu declared coldly. Although she did not grasp the source of Mou's confidence, she firmly believed that her strength would not falter against a newly ascended 1-star fighter. Having spoken, she stepped forward with her left foot, her graceful figure tracing an enticing curve. Her right leg, imbued with a fierce wind, propelled a powerful kick infused with pale blue energy towards Mou. Advanced yellow-tier combat technique, whirlwind shadow kick. Seeing the woman launch an attack without hesitation took Mou by surprise, yet the young man remained unperturbed. He swiftly retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the leg that sliced through the air with a chilling breeze. "Humph, no matter how gifted you are still merely a 1-star fighter. Concede." Observing Mou's continuous evasions, Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh. Her long legs moved with the ferocity of a tempest, each kick stirring up gusts of pale blue wind that swept the dry leaves from the ground. Indeed, the strength of a 3-star fighter presented the most formidable challenge Mou had encountered since his rebirth. Amidst such a fierce onslaught, he found little opportunity to counter, forced instead to focus on evasion. However, just moments later, Mou steadied his stance. The dragon's 9 flashes. Under the ferocious leg techniques of Xiao Yu, Mou appeared as an agile dragon gliding through the depths of the sea, effortlessly evading and neutralizing lethal strikes with remarkable precision. In the face of Xiao Yu's fierce dual-legged onslaught, Mou maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor, his handsome visage unperturbed, with narrowed eyes that suggested he was unfazed by the assault. What a splendid display of agility! Witnessing Mou's composed evasions, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. Having just ascended to the rank of a 1-star fighter, he was capable of mastering such remarkable skills. It seemed that the young man before her was not merely a figure of idle reputation. Moreover, this technique was not a product of his family, indicating that he possessed his own secrets. "Heh, cousin Xiao Yu, if this is all the strength you possess, your chances of defeating me appear rather bleak," Mou remarked with a playful tone while avoiding her strikes. Xiao Yu's leg techniques were not of the ordinary sort. Each move was infused with a formidable aura of fighting spirit. Yet Mou evaded them all flawlessly. If this continued, it was likely that Xiao Yu would exhaust her energy before she could even land a blow on Mou. As a student of the Ganon Academy, Xiao Yu naturally recognized this fact, her delicate features becoming slightly more serious. As a 3-star fighter, she had anticipated overwhelming Mou with her prowess. But she had not expected him to rise to such prominence despite his modest standing. He was indeed no ordinary opponent. "Your skills are commendable, but now I shall become serious," Xiao Yu declared, her expression grave. As her voice resonated, a powerful surge of azure fighting spirit erupted from her body. Flowing wind. Purple shadow palm. With a sharp cry, a piercing pale azure energy coalesced in her palm, resonating ominously in the air as it descended toward Mou's shoulder. Should he be struck, it would surely inflict grievous harm upon his arm, indicating that Xiao Yu was holding nothing back this time. The flowing wind, purple shadow palm. A low-tier mystical technique, possessed considerable power, requiring a fighter's prowess to cultivate. It was not a family technique, but rather an advanced combat skill learned by Xiao Yu at Ganon Academy. Sensing the sharpness of the impending energy, Mou's expression grew slightly grave, and he exhaled slowly, abruptly altering the flow of his internal fighting spirit. Simultaneously, the lightning patterns on his right arm illuminated tenfold. Thunderbolt body. With a resolute mental declaration, a tempestuous force of thunder erupted from Mou's being. Bang! The air quivered slightly as an invisible force of lightning struck fiercely against the rapidly approaching Xiao Yu, rendering her complexion pale under the immense pressure of the thunderous might. With a clash, the pale azure palm energy met the silvery lightning energy, but ultimately, the thunderous force prevailed. In the moment of standoff, Xiao Yu was directly overwhelmed by the sheer power of the lightning, resulting in her defeat. What kind of technique is this? How formidable! In the moment of defeat, a thought suddenly surged through Xiao Yu's mind. How could a mere starfighter possess not only extraordinary agility, but also such formidable combat skills? Could Mou truly be a prodigy? Alarmingly. Before Xiao Yu could contemplate further, an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed her, and she felt an unsettling void beneath her back. It dawned on her that, in the instant of her retreat, she had unwittingly backed herself to the edge of a precipice. Just moments ago, in her momentary lapse of focus, the cliff beneath her feet had begun to tremble perilously due to the clash of two forces. This was disastrous. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu's beautiful visage turned pale with fear, though the continent of combat energy is rife with tales proclaiming, if one day you should fall from a cliff into a chasm, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward, and perhaps you shall become a mighty warrior. Such words are not without merit. Throughout the continent's millennia of history, numerous stories abound of individuals who have risen to greatness through fortuitous encounters. The consequence of this narrative has led many dreamers to linger at the cliff's edge, ready to leap into the abyss in hopes of acquiring unparalleled skills. Though most return with broken limbs, Xiao Yu, however, did not harbor illusions of fortune. She feared that her fall would lead only to disability or, worse, the loss of her life. This line of thought ignited a deep-seated panic within the pampered young lady, who was accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence. Yet, at this moment, as her body dangled precariously and her internal energy was in disarray from the recent blow, she found herself powerless to act. Just as she prepared to surrender to fate and close her eyes, a sudden rustling noise broke the silence, and in the next instant, a shadow materialized behind her like a specter. Before Xiao Yu could react, strong arms enveloped her, lifting her in a princess carry. Instead of panic, she felt an unexpected sense of security upon encountering the solid, yet not overly broad shoulders behind her. As the shadow descended from the cliff, it lightly touched down on a fragment of rock, almost as if harnessing its energy. With each step it took, it sprang upward, and after 5 or 6 such leaps, the shadow safely landed on solid ground, cradling the young woman. As the shadow gently set her down, Xiao Yu felt an inexplicable sense of loss at the sudden absence of those strong arms. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the shadow's exquisite visage. Upon seeing that face, the panic within Xiao Yu gradually dissipated, replaced by a budding flutter of emotions. A cool breeze brushed against her long, elegant legs, and slowly, she regained her composure, her delicate features betraying a hint of conflict as she gazed at the young man before her. In the recent encounter, you showcased an astonishing agility, Mou. I concede defeat. Chapter 35, Daily Life with Xiao Yu. Following the family gathering, amidst these tranquil days, a month slipped by like water through fingers, almost imperceptibly. The sun blazed high in the sky, its searing rays turning the earth into a furnace, with tendrils of heat emanating from the ground and rising slowly, distorting one's vision. On the summit of the Xiao family's rear mountain, within a dense grove, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting tiny speckled patterns upon the ground strewn with dry foliage, resembling a starry sky. In this small forest, 2 figures moved swiftly, their palms colliding and generating waves of gentle gusts, sending nearby leaves swirling into the air. With a slight maneuver of his right arm, Mou casually deflected Xiao Yu's swift kick aimed at him. Though the attack appeared innocuous, the moment they collided, the seemingly ordinary force transformed into something fiercely aggressive. Nevertheless, this move posed little threat to the youth. Observing Mou's calm demeanor, Xiao Yu bit her pearly white teeth lightly, her fair hand gliding gracefully before her. Faint azure energy emanating from her fingertips, which shimmered with a subtle glow. As she launched another attack, a hint of helplessness crossed Mou's face. Since he had bested her a month ago, she had persistently sought him out, perhaps out of a sense of obligation or stubbornness, claiming it was for the purpose of honing their skills. Although Mou found it somewhat bothersome, he occasionally relished the interaction. After all, having such a slender and alluring companion during his arduous training undeniably added a touch of enjoyment. With a forceful stamp on the muddy ground, a small pit formed beneath her foot as Xiao Yu's graceful figure halted abruptly, 1 meter away from Mou. Stepping forward with her left foot, her lithe body traced an enticing curve as she fiercely kicked toward him. The whirlwind leg, her running form suddenly froze. With her right foot planted firmly, she spun, exerting force as her left leg arched elegantly in the air, accompanied by a sharp whoosh of wind, she lashed out at Mou with fierce intent. Gazing at Xiao Yu's formidable assault, Mou nodded slightly. Throughout this month of practice, it became evident that Xiao Yu was not merely a pretty face. Her mastery of combat techniques had significantly improved. Acknowledging this, Mou chose not to evade. His right arm illuminated with 10 lightning-like patterns, a testament to his own growth. In this month of training, he had made even greater strides than Xiao Yu. The lightning patterns on his right arm had coalesced into 17 distinct lines, an increase of 4 since a month prior. However, he deemed 10 patterns sufficient to handle Xiao Yu. Upon the invocation of the thunderous body, a formidable surge of thunderous power instantly enveloped Mou's right fist, which then decisively struck against Xiao Yu's left leg. The impact resonated with a muffled thud, creating a sound that echoed through the air, scattering the withered leaves into a whirlwind around them. In the moment of suspended conflict, both combatants retreated swiftly. However, while Mou retained an air of calm composure, Xiao Yu appeared somewhat flustered, her aura in disarray. What an anomaly. How could your family produce such a prodigy? Xiao Yu thought, her silver teeth clenched in frustration after observing Mou's unperturbed demeanor. Although she had lost to him in a contest a month prior, it was the ongoing sparring sessions that truly revealed the depths of his prowess. Over this month, Xiao Yu's perception of Mou had gradually shifted, and coupled with their unique relationship and the promise made during their competition, she found herself reluctantly accepting the identity of Mou's fiancé. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiao Yu glanced at the young man, her eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Unfazed by her tumultuous emotions, Mou wiped the sweat cascading down his face, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. With a swift motion, he shed his clothing, revealing a slightly lean yet perfectly proportioned physique. Xiao Yu, usually forthright, felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks as she beheld Mou's bare form. "What are you waiting for? Come over and help me wipe off the sweat," he commanded, leaning against the stone, tossing a towel in her direction. Despite the lack of profound feelings between them, the serendipitous bond of being betrothed had altered their dynamic. Mou accepted this shift with grace, vowing to provide Xiao Yu with all that a wife deserves, as long as she remained loyal. How dare you issue commands so nonchalantly? Xiao Yu thought, her pride momentarily stung. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she approached him with the towel in hand. Standing beside Mou, who had closed his eyes to rest, she exhaled a sigh of relief and gently began to wipe his body with her delicate hands. Feeling the proximity to his essence heightened her pulse, compelling her to focus and dispel distracting thoughts. However, this tranquil state was soon disrupted, as Mou awoke, his gaze ablaze with intensity, locking onto her with fervor. Due to the sweltering heat, Xiao Yu donned a short, delicate blue garment today, which accentuated her long neck and revealed an expanse of alluring snow-white skin. The young maiden, having fully developed, possessed a voluptuous bosom that seemed to bloom with the allure of youth. Coupled with her long, seductive legs, this captivating sight momentarily rendered Mou spellbound. "You little rascal." Noticing Mou's fervent gaze, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes flared with indignation, her silver teeth grinding out 3 words in frustration, yet deep down, there lingered a hint of pride. Awakened by Xiao Yu's reaction, the typically composed Mou offered an awkward smile. He was not one to covet beauty. Yet as a normal man who had been devoid of female company for quite some time, he found himself somewhat flustered. "You are my fiancée. Is it so unreasonable to look?" Being discovered was no great surprise, for their relationship had evolved beyond the ordinary, Mou stated with calm assurance. This left Xiao Yu momentarily speechless, her eyes glaring as she struggled to find words. After a pause, the young woman seemed to recall something and spoke softly. "In about 6 months, Jianan Academy will come to Wutan City to recruit students. One of the senior students responsible for the assessments has been rather persistent in his advances towards me." As she spoke, a flicker of disdain flashed across her beautiful eyes, revealing her deep-seated annoyance regarding the matter. Understanding the implications, Mou recognized that with Xiao Yu's beauty, it was only natural for her to attract many admirers, and evidently, these suitors had not taken her rejections to heart. A cold smile crept upon Mou's lips as he gazed at the young woman before him. "Rest assured, I will address this issue." Chapter 36. Farewell to Yafei. Jianan Academy, renowned throughout the Dou Qi Continent, stands as one of the few prestigious institutions aside from sects and noble families. In the northwestern part of the continent, the academy wields considerable influence. Mou recalled that Jianan Academy appeared to harbor a few reclusive superpowers. However, in Mou's future plans, he had no intention of attending Jianan Academy. After all, the academy was most famous for its techniques and combat skills, which were not in short supply for someone like Mou, who had been reborn. Moreover, it seemed that the academy possessed a highly ranked exotic flame, yet with the presence of Shan, Mou felt little interest in that as well. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yu's request, he could not, and would not, decline. Upon hearing Mou's agreeable response, a joyful smile graced Xiao Yu's delicate features, and deep within her heart, her acceptance of her role as Mou's fiancé blossomed like a sprouting bamboo shoot. After resolving the matter, Xiao Yu gently wiped the sweat from Mou's brow and, blushing, bid him farewell. Observing Xiao Yu's somewhat flustered departure, Mou shook his head in a complex manner. In his previous life, upon first traversing that vast continent, he harbored a beautiful yearning for the genuine affection between men and women. During an exploration of ancient relics, he met a strikingly talented woman. At the culmination of their exploration, due to unforeseen circumstances, he inadvertently found himself entangled with her, which consequently solidified their bond. Following that incident, Mou devoted his entire heart to the girl, and they once shared an inseparable intimacy, vowing eternal love. However, fate often unfolds contrary to one's desires. In a desperate bid to evade formidable foes, Mou sought refuge in a distant land for several years. Upon his return, despite having significantly enhanced his strength and vanquished his enemies, he discovered that the woman he cherished lay in another's embrace. There were no melodramatic deceptions or betrayals. When he inquired why she had strayed, her cold response was simply, "I once liked you, but now I prefer him." In that moment, Mou truly grasped the fickleness of human nature. Regarding Xiao Yu, Mou was uncertain whether their connection could endure, yet he remained unconcerned, firmly believing that only strength mattered. If he were to ascend to a position of unparalleled supremacy in the future, and if Xiao Yu remained steadfast, he would not hesitate to bestow upon her the respect and glory she deserved. Conversely, should she waver in her affections, he would cast her aside without a trace of regret. With such thoughts, Mou dismissed the distractions in his mind. Shortly after Xiao Yu departed, he extracted 5 Thunder-type magical cores from his spatial ring. 3 hours later, as the sun began to set and darkness crept in, the young man descended from the mountain. A careful observation of his aura revealed a stark transformation. He had become a 2-star fighter. The following morning, Mou rose early. After consuming 5 second-tier Thunder-type magical cores with the Phoenix Flame Thunder, he not only succeeded in breaking through to the 2-star fighter level, but had also reached its pinnacle. Mou sensed that with just 1 or 2 more second-tier magical cores, he could advance further to become a 3-star fighter. While a 2-star breakthrough within a month might raise concerns of instability among other fighters, he felt no such apprehension. Given his current physique, though not yet a fully matured heavenly thunder body, a 2-star advancement in a month was still acceptable. Reflecting on this, Mou again turned his attention to the magical cores. However, acquiring these cores necessitated a substantial amount of gold coins. Moreover, before leaving Wuten City, he needed to gather the remaining auxiliary materials for crafting the Beast Ring and the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear, which would also require a considerable expenditure of gold. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero. While auctioning off profound-level combat techniques may address immediate needs, it is not a sustainable solution. Prolonged engagement in such activities will inevitably raise suspicions. Even a formidable force like the Yunlan sect cannot frequently present numerous profound-level techniques for auction. Thus, Mou turned his attention to his original expertise, refining weapons. As a weaponsmith, akin to an alchemist, generating profit is remarkably effortless. Consequently, early in the morning, after assessing his resources, Mou embarked on an extensive procurement spree. This time, he intended to forge 2 distinct weapons, the Tiger Mouth Breaking Array Blade and the Dark Serpent Shadow Sword. Although these weapons are merely of the 2nd tier, they are sufficiently formidable. In the continent of fighting Qi, where elixirs reign supreme and alchemists hold the highest esteem, the scarcity of weaponsmiths has rendered high-quality weapons exceedingly rare. In a remote location like Wuten City, exceptional weapons are particularly hard to come by. Thus, although these 2 weapons are only 2nd tier, they hold significant allure for both fighters and grand fighters, ensuring a lucrative sale. Having made up his mind, Mou wasted no time and stepped out to commence his purchases. One of the primary reasons for selecting these 2 weapons was the commonality of their refining materials. After spending half a day and 2,000 gold coins, he successfully gathered everything he needed. Once his collection was complete, Mou entered a nearby inn, remaining there for an hour before venturing out again. At the Mitre auction house, within the appraisal room, the chief auctioneer, Yafei, gazed in astonishment at the 2 weapons laid before her. To the left was a long blade, nearly 2 meters in length, exuding a potent energy fluctuation. The hilt was intricately carved into the shape of a tiger's mouth, while the blade bore unusual combat Qi inscriptions, emanating a faint glow. To the right lay a short sword, markedly different from its counterpart. It was barely a span long, entirely black, yet akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, radiating a dangerous, lethal aura. These two weapons, the tiger mouth-breaking array blade and the dark serpent shadow sword, have been entrusted to your auction house for sale. MOU, cloaked in black, stated calmly, observing Yafei's astonishment. After considerable reflection, he had decided to present these exquisite weapons at the Mitre auction house, believing that the auction setting would elicit a higher price. Upon witnessing the remarkable quality of the weapons, Yafei slightly parted her alluring lips in surprise, her ample bosom forming enticing curves. Indeed, as MOU had surmised, the dearth of weaponsmiths in the continent of fighting Qi has rendered high-quality weapons a rare and priceless commodity. Although the weapons crafted by MOU are merely of the second tier, their unique techniques render them comparable to some third-tier weapons. Such extraordinary arms have been a rarity at the Mitre auction house for years, yet today, two have suddenly emerged. Moreover, the incessant auctioning of elixirs, combat techniques, and cultivation methods can lead to visual fatigue. Thus, introducing these two weapons serves to showcase the depth of the auction house's offerings. Yafei raised an elegant eyebrow, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the figure cloaked in black before her. Lost in thought for a moment, a fleeting hint of shyness flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She soon regained her radiant smile, her face brimming with alluring charm. It is a delightful surprise to see you return after several months, sir, bringing such a lucrative opportunity to our auction house. Chapter 37. Yafei's heart fluttered. When shall we proceed with the auction? Beneath the black cloak, MOU admired Yafei's graceful form from a close distance while inquiring. Are you in urgent need of funds, sir? If time permits, I would suggest waiting a day or two. It is quite rare to witness two high-quality weapons appearing simultaneously in the market. Allowing us to promote them could significantly enhance your profits, Yafei suggested with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, MOU pondered briefly before nodding. For him, a couple of days were inconsequential. Witnessing his agreement, Yafei's smile deepened, and she gracefully reached for the teacup beside her, personally offering it to him. After savoring a sip of tea, the black-cloaked figure stirred slightly, and a middle-aged man's voice emerged. Might you assist me in procuring some refining materials for your auction house? Yafei's eyes brightened slightly as she sat elegantly in her chair, her alluring silhouette accentuated. With a cheerful demeanor, she asked, "What materials do you require, sir?" 10 pounds of lava stone soaked for 50 years, 100 pounds of purple sand, an 80-year-old blood spirit wood, and 30 pounds of silver sand, MOU enumerated, recalling a multitude of materials with ease. Most of these were quite common, and considering the Mitre auction house's influence in the Gamma Empire, gathering them would pose little challenge. Rest assured, I will keep an eye out for these materials, and I shall inform you promptly upon any developments. May I inquire where you reside and how to contact you? Are you a refining master? Yafei asked curiously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. Within the Dou Qi Continent, the dominance of alchemists has led to the decline of other professions, resulting in a scarcity of legacies. An exceptional refining master is a rarity, and it is uncertain whether even a few can be found throughout the Gamma Empire. The man before her, capable of producing weapons of such caliber, could easily rival some third-tier alchemists. Even the Mitre family would seek to cultivate a relationship with a third-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, the astute MOU immediately discerned her intentions and replied with a light chuckle. The cost of the materials can be deducted directly from the sale of these two weapons. I shall simply come to collect them later. As for whether I am a master craftsman, the two weapons forged by my hand leave no doubt about my identity. Upon hearing the confirmation from the other party, Yafei's lovely face underwent a transformation, with a glimmer of surprise shining in her beautiful eyes. The ability to effortlessly forge two remarkable weapons for auction indicates that the individual's craftsmanship is undoubtedly extraordinary. Such a person, who personally comes to a modest place like Wutan City for trade, may not yet have been courted by any major faction. If I, Yafei, could successfully recruit him into our family, the rewards from my clan would be substantial. The thought of such an achievement stirred her heart. Perhaps she could ascend to the position of steward at the family headquarters due to this merit. Ah, good sir, your craftsmanship is truly unparalleled. Surely among the finest in the entire Jiamar Empire. Yet, it seems you are not currently affiliated with any faction. If you would not mind, the Maitel family would be honored to welcome you. As one of the three great families of the Empire, the Maitel family could offer generous compensation and ample resources. With the family's support, you might not be far from claiming the title of the foremost craftsman in the Jiamar Empire. At this thought, Yafei felt a surge of excitement. The idea of the Empire's leading master craftsman emerging from her recommendation would surely elevate her standing within the family for generations to come. Observing the dreamy look in Yafei's eyes, her rapid breaths, and the alluring fragrance she exuded, MOU couldn't help but sniff the air. It must be said, a passionate woman is the epitome of beauty. The usually poised and gracious Yafei was now in a state that was nearly indistinguishable from that of a love-struck girl. Indeed, she was a workaholic. Witnessing Yafei personally courting him and painting such grand prospects, Mou raised an eyebrow. Had he been an inexperienced youth, he might have been swayed by such tempting offers, but at this moment, her efforts seemed futile. If your esteemed family could promise to bestow Miss Yafei upon me, I might consider your proposal, Mou said sincerely, gazing at the enchanting Yafei beneath his dark cloak. Upon hearing his response, Yafei's beautiful face momentarily froze, only to be graced with a charming blush soon after. Recalling the mysterious and powerful figure's previous actions at the auction, combined with today's extravagant gestures, it seemed everything he did was for her. Being treated this way by such a formidable presence caused the usually mature and graceful Yafei to feel her heart flutter like a timid maiden. Seeing the typically dignified Yafei display such vulnerability, with a conflicted expression, Mou couldn't help but think, goodness, have I pushed too far this time? Realizing this, he hastily backtracked, feigning regret. I have never been one to impose. If Miss Yafei is reluctant, then alas, it cannot be helped. With that, without waiting for Yafei's reaction, Mou left the appraisal room in a somewhat despondent manner. Gazing at the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, Yafei found herself momentarily taken aback, her enchanting eyes fixated on the receding silhouette. Though she had felt a flicker of excitement, the seasoned Yafei, having undergone years of trials, was no naive girl easily swayed by impulse. Yet, the black-robed man's perceptive and understanding demeanor stirred something within her heart. Meanwhile, as Mou exited the auction house and stepped into a secluded alley, he removed his cloak, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. That was close. Had Yafei acquiesced, it would have been a predicament. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Mou couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He adjusted, knowing Yafei was a remarkably talented woman in the original narrative, but he hadn't anticipated that his jest would lead to such a convoluted situation. Mou had no interest in joining the middle family. The small Gamma Empire could hardly accommodate someone of his stature. As for Yafei, Mou's sentiments mirrored those he held towards Xiao. Strength was his paramount concern, and everything else was merely left to fate. Chapter 38, Gathering Materials. It must be acknowledged that the promotional prowess of the middle auction house was indeed formidable. Merely a day after Mou entrusted his weapons to the auction, nearly every faction in Wutan City had learned of the news, igniting fervor among the populace. Unlike the previous auction, which featured exorbitantly priced advanced techniques available only to a select few powerful factions, weapons resonated more practically with many. They not only enhanced one's combat prowess, but could also be cherished as heirlooms. As the Tiger's Mouth Overlord Blade and the Dark Serpent Shadow Sword stirred excitement throughout Wutan City, Mou, sequestered within his family, began to catch wind of the growing buzz. Observing that merely 2 weapons could create such a stir in a small town highlighted the scarcity of quality armaments and the town's remoteness. On the 3rd day, the Xiao family received an invitation from the middle auction house, piquing the interest of several elders within the family, as a reliable weapon was indeed a rare find. That afternoon, Mou seized the opportunity to slip out, this time eschewing the black cloak and boldly attending the auction. Today, the middle auction house was undoubtedly the most vibrant it had been in half a year. The spacious hall was teeming with people, the cacophony reminiscent of swarming flies, creating a rather vexatious atmosphere. Upon entering the auction, although the crowd remained sizable, it was significantly quieter than outside. Mou scanned the venue before choosing a seat towards the back of the auction platform. Leaning languidly against the chair's backrest, he surveyed the surroundings, waiting for the auction to commence. As soon as I took my seat, a wave of distinguished guests entered the venue. A casual glance from Mou revealed that they were the elders and power holders of the 3 prominent families, evidently drawn by the 2 weapons he had crafted. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Yafei, clad in an elegant garment reminiscent of a red qipao, gracefully ascended the auction stage. The contours of her voluptuous figure, tightly enveloped in the crimson fabric, instantly ignited a fervent gaze from several individuals in the audience. With a charming smile gracing her exquisite face, Yafei playfully covered her mouth and exchanged a few words with the crowd below, her mature allure effortlessly setting the atmosphere ablaze. Observing the sudden surge of excitement around him, Mou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Yafei was captivating. Had she lived on Blue Star, major corporations would undoubtedly vie for her talents. Feeling a tinge of pride as the ambience grew electric, Yafei had learned over the years just how potent her beauty was in captivating men, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile. Unbeknownst to her, Mou sat deliberately in the back row. With a slight parting of her lips, she chuckled softly, clapping her delicate hands, and cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Yafei is well aware of your intentions today. Thus, We shall forego the preliminary items and present the most coveted treasures directly. As she spoke, Yafei elegantly raised her hand, dimming the stage lights significantly. She slightly bent down to retrieve a wooden box from the center of the stage, within which lay a nearly 2-meter-long saber, coiled like a fierce tiger ready to pounce. The sight of the tiger's mouth saber instantly intensified the fervor among the crowd, as they eagerly prepared to claim it as their own. Forged by an unknown master craftsman, this blade possessed immense power and weight, and its very swing resembled a tiger in the hunt. The starting bid was set at 30,000 gold coins, though the price momentarily hushed the room. It wasn't long before a tall, muscular middle-aged man bellowed in a booming voice, 40,000. It was Oba Ba, an elder of the Oba family, a 2-star battle master. Recognizing the man, Mou acknowledged his towering physique, comparable to that of a basketball star. 45,000. 49,000. Clearly, Oba Ba was not the only one interested in this weapon. As the bids continued to escalate, Mou found himself astonished by the fervent enthusiasm displayed by the attendees for a quality weapon, far exceeding his expectations. It seemed the decision to promote the Mitre auction house was indeed sagacious. After nearly half an hour of bidding, the tiger's mouth saber ultimately fell into Oba Ba's hands for the staggering price of 60,000 gold coins. To say the least, given Oba Ba's formidable stature, there was likely no one more fitting than him to wield the tiger's mouth saber. Upon witnessing the first weapon auctioned at such a lofty price, Yafei breathed a sigh of relief, silently contemplating. This price should suffice to satisfy him, right? I wonder if he is still upset about the previous incident. I hope this auction can foster a more favorable impression of the middle family in his eyes. Gently shaking her head, Yafei glanced at the crowd, their faces etched with regret from unsuccessful bids, and smiled. She then presented a wooden box before the watchful eyes of the audience, opening it with a smile. The dark serpent shadow sword, as dark as the netherworld and akin to a serpent's shadow, has been appraised by the middle auction house. This sword possesses a certain capability to pierce through the battle armor of great fighters. The starting bid is 40,000 gold coins. With these words, the intensity of the audience's gaze heightened by threefold. In contrast to the grandiose tiger mouth overlord blade, the appeal of this short sword was undeniably broader, especially with its ability to penetrate battle armor, making it an exceptional tool for ambush and assassination. It was evident that Yafei recognized this aspect, leading to an immediate increase in the price by 10,000. 40,000. A figure clad in a voluminous black robe, obscuring half of his face, spoke coldly. Following the voice, Mou directed his attention towards the mysterious man in black. Noticing the somewhat familiar attire, the youth raised an eyebrow. However, what piqued Mou's interest more was the man's aura, a chilling presence resembling that of a venomous serpent, exuding an air of a dangerously skilled assassin. Clearly, there were intriguing individuals in Wutan City beyond the 3 prominent families. This realization prompted Mou to instinctively adopt a vigilant stance. 45,000. Many were astonished by the cold malice emanating from the black-robed figure, yet a few audacious bidders dared to raise their offers. 50,000. An elderly voice resonated through the hall. Mou recognized the familiar tone and turned to see it was the second elder of the Xiao family. However, the elder's pained expression suggested he was investing his very life savings. Old man, do refrain from engaging with such perilous items, remarked the second elder of the Jieli family. Jieli Nu, a 3rd-star great fighter. In stark contrast to the elder from the Xiao family, Jieli Nu was in the prime of his life, and he gazed at the Xiao elder with a mocking expression. In response, the typically domineering second elder found himself momentarily speechless. 50,000 was indeed the maximum he could afford. 60,000. Came the voice of Jieli Nu, his tone filled with derision. Upon hearing Jieli Nu's bid, the black-robed man deliberated briefly before coldly stating, 100,000. The audience gasped in astonishment at this sudden increase of 20,000. Spending 100,000 on a single weapon was beyond extravagant. Many began to speculate about the identity of this enigmatic figure. Clearly, such a personage was not known within the confines of Wutan City. The remaining elders of the 3 prominent families exhibited expressions that fluctuated between turmoil and tranquility. Lacking support from their respective clans and relying solely on their accumulated wealth over the years, it was evident that they could no longer sustain their participation in the auction. After a brief stalemate, Yafei discerned that the auction had nearly reached its conclusion and thus decisively struck the gavel. Observing this, Mou quietly slipped away, donning his previous black robe in a secluded corner before re-entering the auction hall. To his astonishment, the 2 weapons, which had a mere cost of 20,000 gold coins, fetched a staggering 160,000. It became apparent to Mou that auctioning weapons in the Dou Qi Continent indeed presented a lucrative opportunity for wealth accumulation. Guided by a maid, Mou arrived at Yafei's office, only to find himself unexpectedly greeted not by Yafei herself, but by her personal maid, Shueli. "My lord, here is what you requested. Please verify its contents." The maid, named Shueli, cautiously presented a spatial ring and then stood by with utmost vigilance. Mou speculated about the reason for Yafei's absence, suspecting it was due to her previous misunderstanding of his intentions, which likely left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dismissing this thought with a shake of his head, he extended his spiritual sense into the ring to examine the refining materials he required. As time slowly passed, and the maid waited anxiously, a subtle smile began to emerge on Mou's lips. The efficiency of the Mitre auction house was indeed commendable. Within just a few days, they had gathered all the materials he needed. He transferred all the refining materials along with the remaining 50,000 gold coins into his spatial ring and returned the ring to the maid. "Please convey to Miss Yafei that I am very satisfied with this transaction." With that, Mou cast a glance at the maid, who appeared as startled as a rabbit, smiled softly, and departed. Next, it was time for the Beast Ring and the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear to make their debut. Chapter 39, The Demon Frost Beast Ring. After gathering all the refining materials, Mou once again entered a 3-month period of seclusion. During these 3 months, he arranged all the materials in the cave where he had previously broken through to the fighter level and commenced his focused refinement. The Divine Might Black Thunder Spear was a 4th-tier weapon, while the Beast Ring was a high-grade spatial ring. Both were immensely valuable and exceedingly challenging to forge. In his past life, Mou could have completed such a task in less than a day, but now he was starting anew, with his innate thunder severely compromised, relying solely on his soul force, which surpassed that of his peers. Consequently, the forging process consumed significantly more time than that of a 2nd-tier weapon. Throughout the first 2 months, Mou diligently polished, tempered, and fused various materials, and it was only a month ago that he began the actual forging process. The endeavor demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy. However, fortunate for him, Mou's unparalleled refining techniques allowed him to successfully complete the forging within a month. Before him now lay 2 meticulously crafted items. On the left lies a deep purple ring, its surface shimmering with a faint violet glow, distinguishing it from ordinary low-grade rings. More importantly, this ring possesses a unique life essence, seemingly capable of housing living beings. This is the Beast Ring that Mou spent months refining. I shall name you the Demon Frost Beast Ring, as a reminder not to forget the treacherous duo, Mo Sha and Han Xuan. Mou extends his hand to grasp the Demon Frost Beast Ring, recalling deep-seated enmity as he gently caresses it. After forging a massive stone from the mountains, the internal space of the Demon Frost Beast Ring is akin to a small world of its own, ranking among the finest even in the Tianshuan continent. Although Mou currently has no need for such an expansive space, the Demon Frost Beast Ring surpasses low-grade rings significantly in terms of sturdiness and security. After toying with it for a while, Mou's spiritual energy permeates the interior of the Demon Frost Beast Ring, imprinting his soul mark within. With Mou's current spiritual strength, even a grand fighter would be unable to erase his soul mark. This is also a protective feature of high-grade rings, which the Demon Frost Beast Ring possesses as well. Upon completing this step, Mou focuses his mind, and the violet glow emanating from the ring vanishes, rendering it akin to an ordinary ring. Thus, he feels assured to don it on the ring finger of his right hand without the fear of being recognized. After thoroughly examining the Demon Frost Beast Ring, Mou's gaze shifts to the black spear on his right. The spear, slender and dark, measures approximately 9 feet in length, with a tip extending 1 foot 3 inches, faintly radiating black lightning. Though the spear remains still, an astonishing aura of power continuously emanates within the cave. Grasping the spear, Mou's entire demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation in an instant. At that moment, he resembles a spear of thunder piercing through the heavens, exuding an air of sharpness and ferocity. The Divine Might Black Thunder Spear, who would have thought I could once again wield you in battles across the continent? Mou tenderly caresses the spear as if it were a beloved, treasuring it deeply. A low hum resonates, as if sensing Mou's call. The Divine Might Black Thunder Spear releases a chilling aura, soaring out of the cave and shooting towards the sky. Very well, let me witness your power. Once more grasping the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear, Mou feels a thrill, stepping out of the cave and onto the precipice. Gazing at the spear in his hand, a spark of brilliance flashes in Mou's eyes, and he firmly grips the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear. An astonishing surge of thunderous fighting spirit flows into the spear incessantly. The brilliant lightning suddenly begins to retract, and in an instant, the once blinding lightning withdraws into the Divine Might Black Thunder Spear, while an immense energy pours in, causing a current of lightning-like energy to flow from the spear's tip as if it were a lake. Delightful. The familiar sensation elicited an involuntary laugh from MOU. With a sudden tremor of his arm, the spear angled towards the heavens, and then, accompanied by a mournful whistle of slicing wind, it plunged downwards with tremendous force. Upon striking the ground, a terrifying dark energy surged forth, causing the massive rock beneath MOU's feet to crack slightly. Heavenly thunderstorm shatter. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder, and at the tip of the divine might black thunder spear, the power of lightning erupted violently like a torrent. A dazzling silver light, overwhelming in its brilliance, accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound, tore through the air and surged towards the distant ravine. Wherever the silver light passed, birds and beasts scattered in panic, as if heralding the end of days. Boom. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, akin to a volcanic eruption, as a colossal cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the air. It was only after a quarter of an hour that the smoke dissipated. The cries of birds and beasts ceased, revealing the aftermath of the scene. The once steep ravine now lay in ruins, resembling shattered remnants of a wall, utterly disfigured by MOU's strike. Fragments of stone continuously tumbled down, creating a cacophony of sound. Having executed the heavenly thunderstorm shatter, which drained every ounce of his lightning-infused fighting spirit, MOU felt as if he were a sponge suddenly wrung dry, with a persistent ache gnawing at his nerves. The veins in his arms twitched slightly, a sign of overexertion. The heavenly thunderstorm shatter was a spear technique from MOU's previous life, perfectly compatible with the divine might black thunder spear, so he executed it with relative ease. However, this technique was still a terrestrial-grade combat skill, and despite his past proficiency, using it now with his current strength as a 5-star fighter proved to be exceedingly taxing. Indeed, MOU had now attained the strength of a 5-star fighter. Thanks to the formidable Tian Gang Thunder Body, he had swiftly advanced from a peak 2-star fighter to a 3-star fighter within a mere half-month. During his 3-month seclusion for weapon forging, he had also auctioned several weapons at the Mitre auction house. The gold coins he acquired were entirely spent on purchasing magic cores. After considerable effort, he procured nearly 20 magic cores of the lightning and fire duel system, elevating his prowess to that of a 5-star fighter. Licking his lips, MOU gradually turned his head to gaze at his right arm, which was now a vivid crimson. Lying exhausted upon the cool stone, his breathing, once rapid, gradually steadied. Yet, the pervasive ache throughout his body left him reluctant to move even a finger. With his current strength as a 5-star fighter, he could at most perform the heavenly thunderstorm shatter once, after which he would be completely drained until his stamina recovered. MOU tilted his head back, squinting lazily at the clouds drifting in the azure sky. A gentle breeze ruffled his black hair, brushing it against his forehead. Despite the immense toll this technique had taken on his body, MOU felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. Once this move is unleashed, it can be said that beneath the combat masters, none can stand in its way. As a trump card, it is indeed flawless. Chapter 40. Xiao Yan. In truth, it is not impossible. After finalizing all arrangements and regaining his energy, MOU slowly emerged from the cave and made his way directly home. Upon returning to his family with a pleasant mood, he noticed the 3 elders hurrying past him in the front courtyard. Halting his steps, a glimmer of contemplation crossed MOU's eyes as he distinctly observed the gloom and fury etched upon their faces. If memory serves, it seems that the Xiao family is on the brink of trouble. Fragments of thought flickered through his mind, yet he shook his head and turned around. Just then, a tall woman clad in academy attire darted out from a side path, standing before him with an air of indignation, gazing at the strikingly beautiful and alluring Xiao Yan. MOU's heart skipped a beat. Having not seen his fiancée for several months, he found himself missing those long legs. Caught off guard by MOU's somewhat heated gaze, Xiao Yan, initially brimming with anger, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She stepped forward, her eyes darting over MOU, and with a blend of annoyance and concern, inquired, "You have broken through?" During this time, MOU had secluded himself for several months under the pretense of breaking through his cultivation, primarily focused on refining weapons. However, while that was not his main objective, his strength had certainly not stagnated, bolstered by the powers of Shen Lei and Tian Gang Lei Ti. Thus, he nodded nonchalantly in response to the beautiful woman's question. Acknowledging his breakthrough, "I apologize for not being by your side these past few months," he confessed, moved by the sight of Xiao Yan, who had been waiting for him. Upon hearing his words, the anger that had once simmered within Xiao Yan dissipated like air escaping from a deflated balloon. With her long, graceful legs stepping forward, she extended her fair hand to smooth out the slightly wrinkled fabric of MOU's attire with utmost seriousness. Surprised by this gentle gesture from the typically fiery and willful Xiao Yan, MOU momentarily froze, but soon began to enjoy the moment. Since the family gathering nearly half a year ago, their relationship had naturally blossomed. with such actions now willingly embraced by Xiao Yu, which would have been unthinkable for her in the past. Nearby, a few family members passing by were left speechless upon witnessing Xiao Yu. Once the epitome of beauty and pride within the family, tenderly adjusting Mou's clothing. Many had long been captivated by her, especially by her alluring legs, which had haunted the dreams of countless young admirers. Now, seeing her adopt such a demure demeanor, they couldn't help but marvel at Mou's prowess in winning her heart. Lowering her gaze upon that exquisite face, a wisp of dark hair cascaded onto her ample bosom, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze, revealing the lusciousness beneath. A pair of alluring legs swayed enticingly, captivating in their movement. Staring blankly at Xiao Yu, Mou felt his breath subtly quicken, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. In his previous life, burdened by countless enemies and disillusionment with love, he had never entertained the notion of settling down, harboring little concern for matters of intimacy. Yet in this life, still indulging in a leisurely and somewhat lecherous maturation, coupled with the vitality of youth, he found himself increasingly intrigued. Mou, what are you staring at? After adjusting Mou's clothing, Xiao Yu finally noticed the heat in his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she playfully chided him. Awakened from his reverie, Mou felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet his thicker skin allowed him to nonchalantly respond after clearing his throat. It's nothing. I just think you are becoming more beautiful. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yu huffed softly, though her rosy, sensuous lips curled into a delightful smile. With her legs crossed, she suddenly spoke with a hint of shyness. Well, it wouldn't be impossible for you to consider it, but not here. With that, the typically bold Xiao Yu lowered her charming face, resembling a bashful bride on her wedding night. Taken aback by her words, Mou quickly grasped the underlying meaning. In the continent of dual spirits, customs were not as elaborate as those of his previous world, and once betrothed, couples were essentially regarded as true spouses, hence there was little aversion to premarital intimacy. During the past 3 months of Xiao Yu's seclusion, she had experienced a mix of longing and apprehension, which led to her candid expression of feelings today. Mou chuckled softly, shaking his head in bemusement. He had merely displayed the natural inclinations of any man, without any intent to act irresponsibly before acquiring sufficient means of self-defense. However, touched by Xiao Yu's heartfelt admission, he smiled and replied, "There's no need to rush. If it pleases you, I shall organize a grand wedding for you." At his words, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, and she nodded almost imperceptibly, akin to a whisper. Regretting her earlier statement, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate for a woman to voice such sentiments, fearing Mou might misconstrue her intentions. Fortunately, he did not immediately acquiesce, but rather expressed a desire to give her a magnificent wedding. As a woman, what could be more blissful than that? Not wishing to linger on the matter, Mou adeptly shifted the conversation. Has something occurred within the family recently? Why do the elders appear so troubled? Recently, the Jieli family unexpectedly acquired a first-tier alchemist, resulting in the emergence of a healing potion known as the revitalizing powder in their marketplace. This remedy is both affordable and abundant, garnering immense popularity among the mercenaries in the vicinity of Wutan City. Xiao Yu nodded, her brows furrowed as she softly remarked. Due to the influence of the revitalizing powder, the foot traffic in all of Xiao family's marketplaces has diminished by nearly half. Consequently, merchants from our markets have flocked to the Jieli family's marketplace. In just a few days, the Xiao family has suffered a significant economic blow, leaving Uncle Xiao overwhelmed by this predicament. Upon hearing this, Mou nodded in understanding, realizing why the 3 elders appeared so grim. Stroking his chin, Mou squinted slightly, contemplating the nature of commercial competition, recalling how in the end, Xiao Yan personally intervened to dismantle the Jieli family. Chapter 41. Mou takes action. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yu, Mou returned to his humble abode, where his grandfather was present, wearing a troubled expression. You're here, the elder said, a smile breaking through his furrowed brow at the sight of Mou. Sensing his grandfather's concerns, Mou surmised, "Grandfather, you are worried about the family's recent business troubles, aren't you?" The elder nodded in affirmation, sighing, "Our family has encountered conflicts with the Jieli family in business, resulting in a profit loss of 50 to 60%. We are even struggling to pay our servants monthly wages." As the family's chief steward, the elder undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of the family's financial state, which intensified his anxiety. Hearing the elder's sigh, Mou shook his head. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, believing that Xiao Yan would ultimately resolve the issue flawlessly. However, he suddenly realized that he was inextricably linked to the Xiao family, not only through his union with them, but also due to the decades of integration enjoyed by his grandfather, making him akin to the Xiao family members. Recognizing this connection, Mou understood that he could no longer remain passive, especially for the sake of the elderly man who had worked so hard. Grandfather, do not worry. I can resolve this matter, the youth declared calmly. At these words, the elder's aged face momentarily froze, his murky eyes flickering with a subtle hint of astonishment. It seemed that his grandson harbored significant secrets. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's council chamber, the family patriarch and the elders were seething with anger over the increasingly dismal state of the family business. After all, if things continued down this path, all of the Xiao family's marketplaces would face complete closure, relegating the Xiao family to a second-tier power. If only we could hire an alchemist, someone in the hall lamented. Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads in resignation. Even a first-tier alchemist was exceedingly difficult to procure. Just as despair settled over the room, Steward Mo and Mou entered, their presence unannounced. Hee, Patriarch. My grandson Yuer possesses a method to alleviate our family's troubles. The elderly steward entered with the youth. His voice, though low, resonated through the council chamber like a thunderclap. What? Upon hearing the steward's words, the members of the Xiao family gathered in the chamber, from the patriarch and elders down to the younger generation, gazed in astonishment at the pair of grandfather and grandson. Old Mo, such matters ought not to be spoken lightly. The elder, having grown closer since the alliance between the two families, discreetly cautioned. Xiao Yan also regarded Mou with a serious expression, unwilling for the youth's impetuousness to lead to indiscreet remarks. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Yu looked on in surprise at the striking young man who was her fiancé. When did he acquire such prowess? Noticing the skepticism in the crowd, the elder remained unperturbed and produced an extraordinary black orb from his robe. This is familiar to the second elder, who oversees the family business and recognized it as he stroked his white beard, tentatively inquiring, "Is this the Thunderfire Pearl that has recently gained popularity in Wutan City?" Upon hearing this, the steward nodded and proudly declared, "Indeed, it is the Thunderfire Pearl, and it was crafted by my grandson Yuer." What? At this revelation, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The Xiao family had been closely monitoring the emergence of the Thunderfire Pearl, yet they had remained unaware of its origin. To learn it was the work of Mou was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, Mou stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Recently, I encountered an esteemed elder who recognized my talent and imparted to me some techniques of artifact refinement, including the Thunderfire Pearl. Now, with our family in distress, how could I conceal my abilities? If granted 3 days and sufficient materials, I can provide 500 Thunderfire Pearls to alleviate our family's business woes." Upon hearing this, the members of the Xiao family were filled with joy. They had heard of the Thunderfire Pearl's esteemed reputation, particularly within the mercenary circles of Wutan City, where it was highly sought after. 500 Thunderfire Pearls, at market value, amounted to a staggering 150,000 gold coins. Should the Xiao family secure this business, their difficulties would be effortlessly resolved. Xiao Yan, realizing this, felt his earlier frown dissipate, replaced by sheer elation, as he excitedly patted Mou's shoulder and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the dragon of our Xiao family." Then, seemingly recalling something, Xiao Yan uneasily inquired, "Did that elder leave behind an address or any such information? Would it be a problem if our Xiao family sold the Thunderfire Pearls without his permission?" Hearing this, Mou couldn't help but admire Xiao Yan for his meticulousness, for he truly embodied the essence of a family patriarch. Little did he know that the mysterious elder was none other than the youth standing before him. With a smile, Mou shook his head and replied, "The esteemed elder departed after imparting the art of crafting to me. However, before his departure, he graciously permitted me to sell the items I forged. Recently, I found myself in need of funds, thus I crafted several Thunderfire Pearls for sale." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded in reassurance, yet expressed a tinge of regret, saying, "That elder must surely be a master craftsman of considerable skill. If he could grace the Xiao family with his presence for a time, it would undoubtedly elevate our family's prestige." His words evoked a wave of lamentation among the senior members of the Xiao family. A mere first-grade alchemist had already caused them considerable distress, and the presence of a distinguished craftsman could potentially advance the family's influence even further. The onlookers gazed at Mou with envy, knowing that receiving guidance from a craftsman, regardless of his level of expertise, was an invaluable opportunity. The mere ability to forge Thunderfire Pearls indicated that he was indeed an exceptional master of his craft. Whether in envy or regret, the family's crisis seemed to have been resolved with Mou's intervention. After all, the potions sold by the Galley family were merely low-grade healing remedies, while Thunderfire Pearls were crucial for survival in dire situations, a fact that mercenaries would surely recognize. As the atmosphere in the hall lightened and smiles replaced furrowed brows, a family guard hurriedly entered, respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, there is a cloaked figure outside who wishes to discuss some matters of collaboration with you." At this, Xiao Yan and several elders were momentarily taken aback, but then, As if struck by a thought, they swiftly urged, "Please, invite him in." Observing the sudden urgency in their demeanor, the assembly was left in astonishment, save for Mou, who appeared deep in contemplation. No need for formalities. Patriarch Xiao, I have come uninvited, boomed a voice from outside as an elderly chuckle resonated through the hall. As the voice echoed, a figure shrouded in a black cloak entered the hall with a calm and unhurried demeanor. At the moment the cloaked figure crossed the threshold, Mou raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The enigmatic apothecary had made his appearance. Chapter 42, The First Conversation with the Apothecary. Gazing upon the cloaked figure, Xiao Yan and the three elders quickly stepped away from the table, advancing with haste, and greeted respectfully, "Esteemed elder. Our family's affairs are quite busy, and Xiao Yan did not come forth to welcome you. I hope you can forgive this oversight." No need for such pleasantries, replied the aged voice with a light chuckle from beneath the cloak. Xiao Yan nodded eagerly, exchanging glances with the three elders before swiftly clearing a path and saying, "Please, esteemed elder, take a seat." The cloaked figure nodded in acknowledgement, showing no reluctance, and proceeded to take a seat at the prominent position beside them. Mou, I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. Disregarding the cloaked figure, Xiao approached with an alluring stride, her eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Mou. Her voice filled with delight. It seems fortune favored me by encountering an esteemed elder. Mou preferred not to linger on this topic for long and turned to the man in the black robe, inquiring deliberately, "Pray tell, who might this be?" At Mou's question, Xiao's beautiful eyes also rested upon the figure in black, her charming face displaying a hint of surprise. "This is an elder we met at the family auction. It is said he shares some connection with Xiao Yan. I never anticipated that this venerable gentleman would truly visit our Xiao family. It appears that his previous mention of collaboration was not merely idle talk. With his assistance, our family's current predicament should be swiftly resolved." Upon hearing this, Mou, though aware that this elder was indeed Xiao Yan, more accurately, under the guidance of Yao Lao, feigned ignorance and nodded in acknowledgement. Esteemed elder, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Xiao family today?" At that moment, Xiao Yan personally served a cup of warm tea and inquired with a smile. In response to Xiao Yan's question, the elder, Yao Lao, glanced around the Xiao family. Initially, he expected the atmosphere to be filled with despondency and ire, given the malicious business competition from the Jia family. He had come at Xiao Yan's behest to assist in resolving their familial crisis. However, while the ambience in the Xiao family lacked its usual harmony, each individual's face was adorned with confidence and composure. Could it be that the Xiao family has discovered a solution to their business troubles? Yao Lao pondered internally. Clan leader Xiao, I have heard that the recent circumstances of the Xiao family are rather dire. Yet, it seems that your kin are not overly concerned about this matter. Yao Lao directly inquired, unable to decipher the situation. Xiao Yan offered a wry smile. Indeed, the Xiao family has been nearly drained of half its industry by the Jia family. If this continues, we may well become a second-rate force in Wutan City. However, fortune has not entirely abandoned us. One of our younger members, Mou, has received instruction from a mysterious artifact craftsman, mastering the method for forging thunderfire pearls. Thus, we can stabilize the family's business moving forward. Yao Lao responded with surprise upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation. He did not expect the enigmatic Mou to possess such capabilities. An artifact craftsman is a profession that rivals that of a pharmacist. Yet due to its rarity and limited inheritance, it is not widely recognized. Furthermore, akin to pharmacists, typically only fire attribute fighters could pursue this craft. Yet, Mou, wielding lightning attribute energy, is capable of crafting artifacts. Could it be that an extraordinary artifact master has developed a method for lightning-based crafting? While I do not share deep ties with the Xiao family, I find that I connect well with your young master. I had already met Xiao Yan. I wonder if I might have the pleasure of meeting this other prodigy. The man in the black robe chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was naturally delighted and promptly gestured for Mou to approach. Surprised by Yao Lao's request to see him, Mou nonetheless made his way over and clasped his fists, greeting, "I am the junior, Mou, and it is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." This marks the first conversation between Mou and the venerable Yao Lao, a figure who has aided Xiao Yan in his journey from obscurity to becoming a formidable force known throughout the vast world. Mou holds a deep admiration for Yao Lao, particularly envying the powerful backing he provides. It is evident that Xiao Yan's future exploits are bolstered by the assurance of Yao Lao's support, with the latter's presence. Even facing a Dou Huang would evoke no fear. This is a privilege that Mou, having been reborn, cannot claim. He occasionally ponders the possibility of seeking a formidable soul entity as a protector in the future. Considering that Xiao Yan has fortuitously encountered both Yao Lao and the Fire Sovereign, Perhaps he too is not devoid of luck. Ah, you must be Mou, one of the twin dragons of the Xiao family. I have often heard Xiao Yan speak of you. Indeed, you are quite the talent. Destined to carve out your own place in this continent, Yao Lao suddenly exclaimed with a smile, his tone infused with unmasked admiration. This sentiment, however, stirred a hint of jealousy in the young man cloaked in black, for although Yao Lao treats Xiao Yan with the affection of a father, he is decidedly more of a strict teacher than a benevolent guardian, making such praise a rarity. Had the onlookers been aware of Yao Lao's true identity, they would undoubtedly have been astounded. Nevertheless, even without that knowledge, the weight of his words left them in shock. To carve out a niche in the continent would necessitate leaving the Jama Empire, implying a strength that must at least reach the level of Dozong. Such power would astonish not only the younger generation of the Xiao family, but even their esteemed elders. Mou was momentarily taken aback by Yao Lao's commendation. Although he is aware of the numerous advantages he possesses, and that his future achievements may be extraordinary if he successfully grows stronger, he currently remains quite weak. Yao Lao, hidden within Xiao Yan's ring, can discern potential from the minutiae, showcasing his keen insight. It is no wonder he has taken Xiao Yan as his exceptional disciple. Regrettably, human nature is fickle, and the renowned Yao Lao ultimately fell victim to his eldest disciple, Han Feng. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to seek your guidance. Mou responded lightly, harboring a favorable impression of Yao Lao. Indeed, you and Xiao Yan are among the few promising talents I have encountered. Since fate has intertwined our paths, allow me to lend you my support. The figure in black replied with a smile. Before the gathering could fully grasp the implications, a pale hand emerged from the black robe, adorned with a delicate crimson ring. With a flick of his fingertip against the ring, a brilliant light erupted. In an instant, the expansive conference table became adorned with an array of neatly arranged small jade vials, leaving not a single gap visible. The sudden appearance of these countless vials left all present in the hall, save for Mou and the oblivious Sun gasping in astonishment at the sheer volume of elixirs before them. Here lie 1,283 vials of healing elixir, known as coagulation powder. While it may not be heralded as the pinnacle of healing potions, its efficacy surpasses that of the revival powder from the Galley family. Observing the astonished gazes in the hall, the figure in black robes, Elder Yao, casually introduced the elixir. Xiao Yan was equally taken aback by the spectacle. Although with Mou's assistance, the Xiao family had evaded their crisis, the aid of this venerable elder could easily dismantle the Galley family. With a slight twitch of his lips, he gazed at the abundant array of elixirs before him, inhaling a breath of icy air. This is truly a grand endeavor. Mou, witnessing the scene, felt no desire to overshadow anyone. His ambitions did not lie with the Xiao family. His assistance was devoid of ulterior motives. Merely a demonstration of his own worth, aimed solely at ensuring his grandfather and Xiao Yu's better survival within the family. With this support, coupled with the guise of a mysterious alchemist, even upon Mou's departure, the Mo family would have firmly established itself within the Xiao family. Chapter 43. The Xiao family's counterattack. Following the unveiling of the elixirs, the collaboration between the Xiao family and Elder Yao was officially forged. In the subsequent profit-sharing discussions, Xiao Yan, adhering to his cautious nature, proposed a division of 90-10, with Elder Yao receiving the larger share. It can be said that Xiao Yan was an exceedingly competent patriarch. Faced with such temptation, he remained steadfast in his principles, never overstepping his bounds. However, he was unaware that Elder Yao was, in fact, Xiao Yan, who would not take advantage of the Xiao family. Had it not been for the concern of raising suspicions, he would have had no qualms about allocating the entire profit to the Xiao family. Ultimately, after negotiation, a 50-50 split was agreed upon, much to the delight of the entire Xiao household. With the assistance of Elder Yao and Mou, the crisis facing the Xiao family would not only be resolved, but could also lead to an advancement of their influence within Wutan City. After securing support in the form of over 1,000 vials of healing elixir, the Xiao family chose not to make any immediate declarations, instead awaiting Mou's completion of the Thunderfire orbs before diligently preparing to retaliate against the Galley family. In the ensuing 3 days, the Xiao family discreetly gathered 500 materials for crafting the Thunderfire orbs, while Mou embarked on an intensive, round-the-clock forging regimen. Yet, such fatigue was trivial for Mou, a 5-star fighter. Moreover, through this relentless labor, he became increasingly adept at the alchemical arts in his reborn state. As the Xiao family remained silent through these days of preparation, the Galley family grew ever more brazen, employing various underhanded tactics to entice away the remaining merchants from the Xiao family's marketplace. The Galley family had also taken note of the Xiao family's clandestine procurement of crafting materials, but they dismissed the possibility of the Xiao family concocting any schemes, thus disregarding the information. In response to the Gali family's overreaching actions, the Xiao family maintained their silence, and within this somewhat eerie atmosphere, 3 days quietly elapsed. Once again, the sun shines brilliantly on a splendid day, and the marketplace of the Gal family remains as bustling as it has been in recent times. The streets are teeming with people, and in the sales area for the rejuvenating elixir, a veritable sea of humanity surges forth. Shouts, curses, and the sounds of brawling coalesce into a cacophony that reverberates towards the heavens. Behind the sales counter for the medicinal concoction, members of the Gal family regard the mercenaries outside, who are fiercely battling over the healing potions, with a smirk of mockery. Their expressions are tinged with a sense of triumph, buoyed by their monopoly on the elixir. In recent times, the sales figures for the rejuvenating elixir have far surpassed the internal estimates of the Gal family. Enticed by this immense profit, they have become insatiable, raising the price of the elixir from 100 gold coins per box to a staggering 300, a threefold increase. Although the initial surge in price incited discontent among the mercenaries, the absence of alternatives meant that, despite their frustration, most had no choice but to begrudgingly accept their plight. However, today's circumstances have shifted unexpectedly. Amid the chaotic scramble for the rejuvenating elixir, a sudden cry pierced the air. The Xiao family's marketplace also offers healing potions. Not only that, but they also have thunderfire pearls for sale. Unsurprisingly, these individuals are spies dispatched by the Xiao family, deliberately spreading the news, signaling the commencement of the Xiao family's counteroffensive. As the shouts of the Xiao spies echoed through the crowd, the previously lively Gal family marketplace fell into an eerie silence. While the healing potions were one matter, the reputation of the Thunderfire Pearls had burgeoned in recent times. Many mercenaries had relied on these to escape perilous situations. It can be said that, compared to healing potions, Thunderfire Pearls are the true favorites among mercenaries, for one offers healing while the other provides salvation. Yet, the suddenness of this information left many mercenaries skeptical. The Xiao family had seemed exceedingly weak of late, and few believed they could produce such valuable items. Observing the doubt in the marketplace, one Xiao spy rushed forward, climbing atop a nearby boulder. With a sharp motion, he unsheathed a large blade from his waist, and, gritting his teeth, inflicted a deep cut upon his arm. Lifting his bloodied arm high, the robust man tilted a green vial, allowing a thick crimson liquid to flow forth and envelop the wound. As the viscous red substance seeped into the laceration, the gushing blood gradually thinned before the astonished crowd, and moments later, it coagulated into a thin, protective layer over the scar. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers in the street felt a surge of fervor. Such a rapid hemostatic effect was undoubtedly an essential item for any mission. Moreover, the scout produced a black orb adorned with intricate patterns from his pocket, igniting a fervent interest among the mercenaries present. This orb was none other than the famed Thunderfire Pearl that had recently captured the attention of Uton City. It represented the latest offering from the Xiao family, the blood condensation powder. Not only was its potency superior, but its price was also more than half compared to the spring revival powder. The Thunderfire Pearl was also available for sale. What are you waiting for? Delay, and it may be gone. The Xiao family scout brandished the jade vial and the Thunderfire Pearl, laughing maniacally. In the bustling street, a brief stillness descended. A mercenary who had just entered the marketplace stared in shock at the green vial and the Thunderfire Pearl in the giant's hands, before suddenly turning on his heel and fleeing. Observing the figure rushing out of the marketplace as if his life depended on it, the crowd, momentarily stunned, erupted into motion. A tidal wave of humanity surging forth, shaking the very ground beneath them. The once clamorous marketplace, following such a tremendous upheaval, transformed into an almost desolate expanse in the blink of an eye. Apart from the astonished merchants, the streets were sparsely populated. The Xiao family had initiated their counterattack. Gazing at the empty thoroughfare, the merchants collectively entertained a singular thought. They exchanged glances of concern and then raised their eyes towards the Gallier family in the upper pavilion, who were now in a state of disarray. The Xiao family had unveiled a healing remedy more potent than the spring revival powder, along with the Thunderfire Pearl. If supply remained sufficient, it was evident that the Gallier family would soon face defeat. Simultaneously, this scene was being replicated across all other marketplaces controlled by the Gallier family. Chapter 44. The Killing Intent of Luci. The emergence of the blood condensation powder and the Thunderfire Pearl was akin to a tempest, swiftly seizing over 70% of the healing remedy market in Uton City, and restoring the Xiao family marketplace's popularity in just 2 days, even surpassing its former glory. As the Xiao family reveled in their newfound wealth, the name of MOU resonated throughout Uton City once more. The source of the blood condensation powder sales was fiercely guarded by the Xiao family, with no leaks to the outside world. However, they openly acknowledged that the Thunderfire Pearl was crafted by MOU. After all, the whereabouts of the esteemed medicinal elder could not be disclosed. But MOU was indeed a legitimate member of the Xiao family, and thus his reputation was rightfully celebrated. This not only enhanced MOU's standing, but also significantly uplifted the prestige of the entire Xiao family. Upon learning that MOU was the mastermind behind the Thunderfire Pearl, not only did the morale within the Xiao family soar, but even the wavering middle powers swiftly gravitated towards them. By the second day following the release of the blood condensation powder, the Gallier family gradually reverted the price of their spring revival powder back to its original levels. However, due to the excessive profit-seeking behaviors of the Jali family that have recently incited widespread disdain among mercenaries, coupled with the fact that the Xiao family is offering the Thunderfire Pearls and blood coagulation powder as a package deal, even though the Jali family has lowered their prices, the popularity in the marketplace remains far from its previous fervor. The sales of healing potions and Thunderfire Pearls are thriving. Each morning, the blood coagulation powder and Thunderfire Pearls are snatched away by mercenaries who have already staked out the area. By the afternoon, the healing potions in the marketplace are typically sold out. Consequently, some mercenaries who fail to acquire the blood coagulation powder, left with no other choice, must visit the marketplace of the Jali family to purchase the inferior rejuvenation powder. With the indirect assistance of the mercenaries' high demand for healing potions, the Jali family has managed to maintain a precarious foothold against the Xiao family's fierce onslaught. The unfolding situation will ultimately depend on which side possesses a more substantial stock of healing potions. In the city of Wutan, within the Jali household, the brightly lit hall exudes an oppressive and somber atmosphere. Upon the central table lies a small green jade vial and a dark pearl. Numerous individuals, evidently high-ranking members of the Jali family, occupy the hall. In a prominent position on the left side of the hall, a young man clad in white, toying with the hand of a nearby maid, is the esteemed first-grade alchemist invited by the Jali family, Luci. This is the blood coagulation powder and Thunderfire Pearl suddenly concocted by the Xiao family. The popularity in our marketplace is already beginning to wane, Luci remarked. Seemingly oblivious to the disrespectful antics of the young man in white, Jali Bai's countenance darkened as he gazed at the two items on the table. How could the Xiao family possibly possess healing potions? Could it be the mysterious alchemist from the auction house? One of the high-ranking members of the Jali family expressed disbelief, recalling that internal sources from the Mitel auction house suggested the enigmatic alchemist was at least a third-grade practitioner. And that MOU, did he truly forge these Thunderfire Pearls? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jali family members turned notably grim, as the mysterious alchemist, disguised as the revered Yao Lao, loomed as a formidable threat in their eyes. Meanwhile, Luci extended his hand from the maid he had been toying with and, upon scrutinizing the small green vial, scoffed. This Xiao family's healing potion is nothing remarkable. Admittedly, the blood coagulation powder is indeed somewhat superior to the rejuvenation powder. However, judging by its quality, the alchemist's rank is clearly inferior to mine. Its potency likely stems from a peculiar formula rather than any exceptional skill. At his words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the assembly. If the Xiao family truly had the assistance of a third-grade alchemist, the Jali family would likely stand no chance of resurgence. From my experience, the alchemist engaged by the Xiao family may merely be a novice, who, through an unknown source, managed to concoct this blood coagulation powder. As for the Thunderfire Pearl, it is ultimately a triviality. In the Dou Qi Continent, one has never heard of any remarkable weaponsmiths. This fellow named MOU must have learned a trick or two from some ancient master. And such a trinket can only achieve notoriety in a small place like Wutan City. It is nothing of significance. The young man in white, Luci, sneered while toying with the pearl in his hand. To him, who had embraced orthodox alchemy, the art of weapon forging was beneath contempt. Of course, had he been acquainted with the true mastery of weapon crafting, he would not be so woefully ignorant. Then, as if struck by a thought, Luci turned his gaze towards the higher-ups of the Gale clan and remarked, "By the way, although the Xiao clan has begun to counterattack, I shall not yield a single share of what is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Gale clan's upper echelon soured. Their healing elixir's price had plummeted back to its original rate due to competition from the Xiao clan, now merely a third of its former value. Yet Luci's share remained unchanged, meaning the losses would be borne solely by the Gale clan. Consequently, the business of the healing elixir not only failed to yield profit, but also risked incurring losses. Observing the discontent among the clan's leaders, Gale Bai, as the patriarch, struggled to suppress his fury and forced a cordial smile, saying, "Naturally, Mr. Luci, we shall ensure that your share is paid in full as agreed." Nodding in satisfaction, Luci seemed to notice the reactions of the Gale clan's senior members, while he was indifferent to the ire of these insignificant beings. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes as he spoke. The efficacy of the blood-condensing powder can only be measured against the financial and material support you and the Xiao clan can muster. There is no alternative to hard power. However, as for the Thunderfire Pearl, you merely need to find an opportunity to eliminate or incapacitate that MOU. Once he is gone, the Xiao clan will be deprived of their supply, and you can seize the chance to reclaim some market share. Luci held a deep disdain for MOU, who had gained notoriety through such unrefined means, and a malicious gleam crossed his eyes as he devised this insidious plan. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of Gale Bai and the other high-ranking members of the Gale clan brightened as if they had stumbled upon a new continent. If the problem could not be resolved, why not eliminate the one causing it? Chapter 45, The Enraged Yufei. While the Gale clan languished in despair, the Xiao clan thrived like a joyous ocean. MOU's renown within the Xiao clan surged alongside the explosive popularity of the Thunderfire Pearl. After several days of market sales, the initial stock of 500 Thunderfire Pearls had been completely sold out. Upon notifying the clan to procure another 500 sets of materials, MOU hastened his forging efforts and dispatched the newly crafted pearls to the clan, with Xiao Yan, disguised as a cloaked figure, secretly delivering another batch of blood-condensing powder that morning. The atmosphere of joy grew ever more pronounced. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan remarked on the audacity of the Gali family, confident in the support of the esteemed elder and the young Yu, declaring that the Xiao family stood undefeated. He caressed the small green vial and the black bead in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, in just a few short days, the popularity of our market has surged to double what it was during its peak. Coupled with the profits from the sales of healing potions and Thunderfire beads, the earnings from merely these few days have already equaled what the Xiao family previously made over 2 or 3 months. The steady-tempered elder, in the face of such bountiful harvests, could not help but beam with joy. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, turning to glance at the somewhat bored Xiao Yan seated in a chair, then at the family's great benefactor, MOU. He chided, "You little rascal. Can't you learn a thing or two from MOU? Even if you don't possess such great abilities, you could at least remain steady at home and not wander about. Every time the elder visits, he finds you absent." Innocently rolling his eyes at the unwarranted scolding, Xiao Yan felt aggrieved, while MOU chuckled, "Uncle, if Xiao Yan didn't roam around, how could he encounter mysterious powerhouses like the elder? You shouldn't hold it against him." Hearing MOU defend Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, who had merely been venting frustrations, erupted into laughter. Indeed, MOU speaks wisely. The family's ability to overcome this crisis is largely thanks to your intervention. The contributions you have made will not be forgotten, and the half of the profits from the Thunderfire beads will soon be entrusted to you by your grandfather, the steward MO. Upon hearing this, MOU nodded in acknowledgement. While the sum was not substantial, it amounted to a considerable 10,000. Enough for his grandfather to live comfortably after he departed. Subsequently, Xiao Yan proceeded to arrange some family affairs, and the somewhat bored Xiao Yan left the conference hall early. After a while, MOU also prepared to take his leave. Upon exiting the family conference hall, MOU made his way to his room, where steward MO awaited him with evident delight. Witnessing the elder's joyful expression, MOU felt reassured that his efforts to assist the Xiao family had not been in vain. He declined the coins offered by the family, choosing instead to entrust them to his grandfather for safekeeping. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, just as MOU was about to depart the Xiao residence to practice martial arts in the back mountain, a sultry voice called out from behind, "Young Master MOU, it has been quite some time." As the words fell, a mature woman clad in a red qipao stood smiling by the gate. The fitted attire accentuated her exquisite curves, her serpentine waist swaying with an enticing grace. The hem of her qipao featured a slit that extended provocatively to her thigh, and with each step, the flash of her fair skin captivated the eye, a hint of springtime allure lingering in the air. "Yufei," MOU acknowledged, his brow slightly raised in curiosity. "Are you here to discuss collaboration with the clan leader?" He recalled how the elder, in the guise of the alchemist, frequently attended auctions to sell foundation-building liquids, and now, amidst the conflict between the Xiao family and the Gali family, Xiao Yan might have already engaged in discussions with the Miter family. The formidable presence of the esteemed apothecary has always been remarkable. Upon hearing this, Yufei was taken aback by MOU's swift deduction and nodded silently in acknowledgement. Her visit, aside from fulfilling old apothecary's request to collaborate with the Xiao family, had another underlying reason. Her memory was exceptionally keen. During the previous auction, she had inadvertently glimpsed the hands of that enigmatic black-robed craftsman, which were as fair and vibrant as a youth's. Now, MOU publicly claimed to have received guidance from a craftsman, and given the rarity of such artisans, it was evident that he must be connected to that mysterious figure. Upon further contemplation, it dawned on her that the black-robed craftsman at the auction might very well be Mou himself, and the weapons he had presented could have been entrusted to him by his master for sale. Biting her crimson lip lightly, Yafei cast a furtive glance at the youth beside her. Clad in a modest azure robe, he possessed a tall, slender figure and an unassuming yet handsome countenance. His eyes resembling the unfathomable depths of a starry ocean, calm and serene. After scrutinizing Mou, Yafei found it difficult to reconcile the playful tormentor from the auction with the emerging genius standing before her. Just as she was beginning to feel exasperated, Mou seemed to sense her thoughts and chuckled lightly. Slowing her pace, Yafei sighed. Should I address you as her little brother Mou? Have you recognized me? Mou replied with a playful grin, stroking his chin. Yafei, with a graceful motion, brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her forehead. Her casual elegance leaving the patrolling guards of the Xiao family momentarily entranced. She pursed her lips and remarked, Indeed, there are not many craftsmen with a little thought. One can deduce the truth. I presume the weapons you brought to the auction were crafted by your master, correct? Mou did not feel the need to clarify Yafei's misunderstanding and simply nodded lightly. My master prefers not to meet strangers. Thus the black-robed figure at the middle auction was indeed me. Upon hearing his confirmation, Yafei exhaled in relief. But then a shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she pondered something. In that case, you should hand over the items to us for auction without hesitation. Why must you? As she spoke, the usually poised Yafei felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. Mou understood the implication behind her words, but, faced with such an exceptional character, he found himself falling into the common pitfalls of men and spoke a bit too flirtatiously. Shaking his head, he sought to dispel any misunderstandings. My apologies. I shall pay a visit to express my regrets in due time. With that, he turned and left, his identity not being as sensitive as Xiao Yan's, making exposure a trivial matter. Watching Mou's nonchalant departure, a flicker of resentment crossed Yafei's eyes as she clenched her silver teeth in frustration. That little rascal already has a fiancé, and yet previously asked me to marry him. Chapter 46. My woman dares to move. After his identity was uncovered by Yafei, Mou remained unfazed and did not demand any confidentiality from her. After all, the enigmatic blacksmith was merely a fabricated persona of his own imagination, and he had no fear of being discovered. Following the intervention of the elder Yao, the middle auction house completely severed its ties with the Gale family regarding medicinal materials, further complicating the latter's predicament. Under such circumstances, Mou should have found himself with ample leisure time. However, before he could indulge in relaxation, the clan leader Xiao Yan bestowed upon him an appointment. In the bustling marketplace, Mou strolled casually along the streets, accompanied by 7 or 8 imposing men clad in the attire of the Xiao family's guards. Each of these formidable figures bore the insignia of 4 or more golden stars emblazoned upon their chests, a clear indication of their prowess as 4-star fighters. The thoroughfare was teeming with life, and many fierce mercenaries, exuding an aura of bloodlust, greeted the handsome youth with amiable smiles and respectful salutations. Young master, are you here to inspect the streets again? To this address, Mou merely nodded in acknowledgement. Half a month prior, Xiao Yan had unexpectedly assigned him to oversee this marketplace, though it was unprecedented for someone so young to manage such an establishment within the Xiao family. Mou's current status had undergone a transformation. He was now a significant contributor to the clan, and no one dared to voice dissent. Furthermore, Mou was aware that Xiao Yan had also been dispatched, taking on the role of a marketplace overseer. The Xiao family's marketplace was vast. Yet Mou had previously established his own influence in a similar arena, thus managing this minor marketplace came effortlessly to him. He delegated the intricate task of street divisions and pricing negotiations for prime commercial locations to competent professionals, while he, every few days, accompanied a group of burly men to patrol the streets and address safety concerns within the marketplace. Although Mou was still young, his ability to forge thunderfire pearls as a blacksmith earned him the utmost respect from the mercenaries in the marketplace. To them, the thunderfire pearl was akin to a life-saving artifact, and Mou, as its creator, was regarded as their savior. Consequently, under the aegis of Mou's esteemed reputation, the marketplace thrived, boasting the highest performance metrics. Reflecting on the leisurely lifestyle of the past half-month, Mou felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all, in his grand scheme, Yuten City was merely a transient stop. Within a month or so, he would embark on a journey for cultivation. Remaining in this small city would only hinder his progress. And given the vast expanse of the Dou Qi Continent, it was imperative for him to explore beyond. Shaking off the lingering sentiment of melancholy, Mou raised his gaze, just as a nimble little chubby figure darted swiftly through the crowd. Observing the agile approach of the plump boy, Mou furrowed his brow and inquired coolly, Xiao Lu, why are you running so fast? What has happened? Xiao Lu, a member of the Xiao family who once conveyed messages for Xiao Ning in the arena, had witnessed Mou's formidable prowess on that fateful day. With Mou's recent elevation in status within the Xiao family, he aspired to align himself with Mou. Given that Xiao Li's grandfather was acquainted with Butler, Missouri, Mou reluctantly accepted Xiao Lu as his attendant. With a simple, earnest smile directed at Mou, Xiao Lu urgently exclaimed, "It's dire. I just heard from our clansmen that cousin Xiao Yu and several others, including cousin Sun Er, have been harassed by a first-grade alchemist from the Jialia family at the outskirts of the market. I hurried over to inform you." As Mou's eyes narrowed slightly, his previously calm demeanor shifted to an icy chill. He tilted his head and quietly instructed, "Xiao Gu, I entrust this matter to you." A burly man responded respectfully, well aware that despite not knowing why Mou refrained from summoning help, he had learned over the past few days that this young master acted with his own principles. "Lead the way," Mou said to Xiao Lu with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu eagerly nodded and quickly took the lead. Over the past few days, he had been thoroughly impressed by Mou, and now, witnessing Mou take action, he felt no fear towards the audacious alchemist. Meanwhile, Luci was excitedly observing two young women before him. The girl on the left donned an elegant outfit, her delicate face untouched by makeup, radiating natural beauty. Her smooth hair flowed freely, casually tied with a short green scarf, reaching just to her waist. As the breeze swept by, her hair danced alluringly, captivating the heart. His gaze then shifted to the girl on the right, finally resting on her long, alluring legs, a hint of lasciviousness flickering in his eyes. "Ha ha, brother Luci. They are all from the Xiao family, especially the one on the right, named Xiao Yu, who is Mou's fiancé Jiao. Accompanied by a group of burly men, grinned lecherously as he approached. "Oh, the fiancé of that pathetic alchemist? This makes it all the more enticing." Luci's eyes remained fixated on Xiao Yu's legs, his pupils gleaming with a greedy light. "Jiao, make your move. Haven't you been looking for an opportunity to deal with Mou? Now is the perfect chance to lure him out. If we can incapacitate Mou and I acquire both of them, I will help you truly dismantle the Xiao family. Besides the revival powder, I can concoct 2 or 3 other types of elixirs. Should I succeed, the Xiao family would surely find themselves back in dire straits." Upon hearing this, Jiao was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Luci's deep-seated animosity towards Mou. Regrettably, he thought of the 2 beautiful women, but he quickly dismissed such thoughts. "Seize them," Jiao commanded, and the more than 10 burly men behind him immediately advanced menacingly towards Sun Er and the others. Witnessing such brazen audacity, Xiao Yu's brows furrowed in anger. With a cold laugh, she swiftly drew a green whip from her waist and lashed it fiercely at the approaching brute. With a sharp crack, a long line of blood appeared on the man's face. Although Xiao Yu was a 3-star fighter, her opponents, more than a dozen burly men, were also of comparable strength. After toppling 2 or 3 of them, Xiao Yu gradually found herself at a disadvantage, retreating with increasing urgency. Having just struck one of the men, causing him to cough up blood and stagger back, Xiao Yu's fair face turned pale as she took several steps back. She turned to Xiao Ning and commanded, "Take Sun Er away, and then summon Mou." Xiao Ning nodded hurriedly, but his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Sister, be careful." Upon hearing Xiao Ning's warning, Xiao Yu quickly turned back, only to see the burly man she had previously struck, his face twisted with rage, raising his iron fist to smash down upon her. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Yu swiftly gathered her fighting energy in her palm, preparing to retaliate. However, a dark figure flashed beside her, and a fierce gale struck the man's face with tremendous force, sending him sliding several meters across the ground. Bloodied and dazed before he finally came to a halt. "The Gale family wields great power. How dare they lay a hand on my woman?" The youth's expression was calm, yet sinister as he cast a cold glance at Luci and Jiao, speaking in a chilling tone. Chapter 47. The Twin Madcaps of the Xiao Family? With a frosty glare directed at Luci and Jiao, Mou slightly turned his head, gazing at Xiao Yu, whose face had flushed with embarrassment and anger. His tone softened. "Fear not, I am here." Taken aback by Mou's commanding demeanor, Xiao Yu's cheeks reddened further, leaving her flustered as she awkwardly shifted her gaze. "I ran into Sun Er when I came out. She mentioned wanting to see the sights, so I accompanied her. I had no idea we would encounter such ruffians." Mou nodded, his gaze shifting to the girl in green beside them. "Are you all right?" The girl nodded lightly. Smiling softly, "I am fine." Cousin Mou arrived just in time. Before Sun Er could finish her sentence, a calm yet chilling voice interrupted. "Those who dared to harm my Xiao family shall be crippled." With that, a youth wielding an iron rod stepped forward, followed by dozens of similarly armed men. As the black-clad youth's words echoed, the Xiao family's warriors erupted in sinister laughter, charging towards the Gale family's guards. Brother Xiao Yan. Upon seeing the black-clad youth, Sun'er's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards him. Witnessing this scene, Mou and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. In contrast to the youthful couple's exuberance, Mou and Xiao Yu maintained a respectful distance. However, after this incident, their bond had undeniably deepened. Cousin Mou, I am grateful for your timely arrival, Xiao Yan said after ensuring Sun'er was safe. I merely arrived a moment before you. Mou waved his hand lightly, smiling. Humph, the twin dragons of the Xiao family. You have finally made your appearance. Gale Ao seethed, glaring at the four who appeared to be engrossed in conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. Who are they? Luci's gaze was equally cold as he observed the two enchanting ladies nestled beside the two young men, a sight that he found difficult to accept. Luci. These two are the so-called twin dragons of the Xiao family, praised by all. The one in black is Xiao Yan, and the one in green is Mou, the alchemist who concocted the Thunderfire Pearl. Galio sneered as he introduced them beside Luci. Oh, so this is the so-called mediocre alchemist, Luci scoffed. Upon hearing Luci's words, Xiao Yu's delicate face flushed with anger. Having regarded Mou as the most significant person in her heart, she was naturally outraged by any insult directed at him. Beside her, Xiao Yan and Sun'er also wore unfriendly expressions. The Xiao family's triumph over the Galio family was significantly aided by the Thunderfire Pearl, and to insult Mou was tantamount to insulting the Xiao family. With a hand gently patting the furious Xiao Yu, Mou gazed at Luci with indifference. You can only concoct some low-grade healing potions. It appears that your skills as an alchemist are rather lacking. This remark from Mou elicited a thunderous laugh from the surrounding mercenaries. After the recent windfall of the Galio family, these mercenaries harbored significant grievances against the creator of the rejuvenation elixir. And witnessing Mou's affront to Lu, she brought them a sense of satisfaction. The clash between an alchemist and a craftsman was indeed a rare spectacle. As the laughter echoed around him, Luci's expression gradually darkened, his icy gaze fixated on Mou. It is not easy to compare the merits of alchemy and craftsmanship. If that is the case, let us speak with our true abilities. Let us battle and see whether your bravado holds up against your strength. I wonder if this so-called genius of the Xiao family has the courage to accept. Shameless. Xiao Yu immediately retorted, her anger flaring. You are already in your 20s and a renowned alchemist. How dare you issue such a challenge? It was well known that alchemists had no shortage of elixirs, which allowed them to enhance their strength far more rapidly than ordinary individuals, and Luci appeared to be 7 or 8 years older than Mou, rendering this challenge utterly unfair. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries present nodded in agreement, casting disdainful glances at Luci. Observing their reactions, Luci shot a glance at the expressionless Mou and coldly remarked, Indeed, I am a few years your senior and possess the strength of a 6-star fighter. However, if you dare not accept the challenge, then so be it. Do not dare to claim the title of alchemist, for you would merely be a coward. A 6-star fighter. Xiao Yu sighed in relief at this revelation, grateful that she had prevented a potentially disastrous challenge. The strength represented by a 6-star fighter was truly exceptional among the younger generation. Just as she felt fortunate to have helped Mou evade a significant predicament, the young man's calm voice suddenly rang out. It seems you harbor a strong disdain for craftsmen. If that is the case, then I accept your challenge. Upon hearing this, Luci was initially taken aback, but soon a sinister smile slowly crept upon his lips. If you seek death, do not blame me. The moment Mou consented, an uproar ensued among those present, be they members of the Xiao family or the mercenaries. After all, regardless of Mou's outstanding talent, the disparity in levels between them was not something anyone could afford to overlook. Just as the crowd deemed this situation absurd, Galio cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who was affectionately close to Sun'er, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. He pointed at Xiao Yan and angrily declared, Xiao Yan, I've heard you've made rapid progress lately, shedding the label of uselessness. If that is the case, you must have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. So how about a challenge? Upon hearing these words, the onlookers felt a wave of disdain for the Gailey family. It was one thing to bully the weak, but to do so repeatedly was utterly shameless. Could they not employ other methods? Just when the crowd believed Galio's scheme was futile. After all, many were aware of his strength as a 3-star fighter, while Xiao Yan was merely a 17-year-old youth who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Suddenly, a young man clad in black stepped forward and calmly stated, I accept your challenge. At this proclamation, the spectators were left in disbelief. Mou had accepted the challenge from a 6-star fighter, and moments later, Xiao Yan also accepted a challenge from a 3-star fighter. Was the Xiao family's twin dragons truly insane, or had they both lost their minds? Xiao Yu's expression darkened slightly, while she was unaware of Mou's true prowess. She knew he was far from ordinary, having easily defeated her months prior. Now that he dared to accept the challenge, it must signify he possessed extraordinary means. As for Xiao Yan, he had only been at the 8th tier of fighting energy a few months ago. Where did his newfound confidence stem from? Cousin Xiao Yan, it seems your strength has surged recently, Mou remarked, unfazed by Xiao Yan's acceptance of the challenge. I am still far behind my cousin Mou. Xiao Yan thought, fueled by the rising spirit within him at the sight of Mou disregarding even 6-star fighters, thus resolutely accepting Galio's challenge. Seeing the relaxed demeanor of the two opponents, Galio and Luci exchanged a glance, a trace of malice flickering deep within their eyes. Previously, the Gali family had conspired to incapacitate Mou, but had yet to find the right opportunity. Now, not only could they eliminate Mou, but they could also take down Xiao Yan, a splendid outcome indeed. Is it not the lifeblood of a family that matters most? If the twin dragons of the Xiao family were incapacitated, the Xiao family itself would surely crumble. Chapter 48, Devouring Beast Fire of the Shadowy Wolf Flame. You little brat, today you shall regret this foolish act. With Xiao Yan's acceptance of the challenge, Galio scoffed coldly, swiftly condensing faint azure fighting energy in his palm. Standing firmly in place, his figure unwavering, Galio suddenly curled his palms into claw-like shapes. At his fingertips, azure energy subtly coalesced into 10 sharp spikes. With a sinister grin, he swung his claws, creating a cutting wind as they surged toward Xiao Yan. Observing this, Xiao Yan summoned the energy within him, launching his iron rod without hesitation. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly toward Galio's head. Galio, regarding the incoming iron rod with disdain, let out a cold sneer. And with a swift motion of his azure-tinged palm, he countered the attack. The air before him shimmered slightly, and several faint azure whirlwinds materialized. As the iron rod passed through these miniature gales, its force was effortlessly dissipated. Devoid of its power, the rod fell feebly to the ground, merely half a meter from Galio's head, producing a crisp sound upon impact. As the battle between Xiao Yan and Galio unfolded, the onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene before them. However, witnessing Xiao Yan's disadvantage, many shook their heads in disappointment. Xiao Yan had risen to prominence too recently, and could not possibly rival Galio, who was several years his senior. This challenge seemed akin to throwing an egg against a stone. With this thought, their gaze shifted toward Mou, hoping for an unexpected twist. Unfazed by their expectations, Mou observed the retreating Xiao Yan. Fully aware of the latter's capabilities, no one understood them better than he. This fellow always kept his true strength hidden until the critical moment. Don't look. Your Xiao family isn't impressive at all, merely boasting, sneered Luci, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched Xiao Yan being overwhelmed by Galio. To him, Mou would likely meet the same fate as Xiao Yan. You ought not to be an alchemist, you are more suited to be a jester. For your expressions clearly surpass your skills. As Luci continued his mocking tirade, a flicker of disdain crossed Mou's calm eyes. Such a braggart, flaunting his modest power, was indeed tiresome. I hope your strength is more formidable than your words. The shadows in Luci's eyes deepened as he clenched his right fist tightly. Crimson energy rapidly condensed on his knuckles, ultimately forming a small vortex. Mystical level combat technique, fiery steel fist. With his fist raised, cutting winds accompanied the fiery pressure that surged forward. On the other side, feeling the overwhelming heat of the approaching flames, Mou remained unfazed. His internal energy surged rapidly, and simultaneously, 15 lightning patterns erupted on his right arm. Lightning body, displaying an expression as nonchalant as one dining or drinking, Mou unleashed the lightning body. And at that moment, amidst the attentive crowd, he collided with Galio's formidable punch. At the moment their fists and feet collided, a surge of thunderous energy erupted from Mou's right arm. A faint exclamation caused Luci's expression to change dramatically. Bang! The sound of their contact resonated like muffled thunder, reverberating outward from the point of impact. Crack! In that fleeting instant, the sound of bones fracturing pierced the air, and Luci's body was forcefully propelled backward. A 5-star fighter? Observing Luci's backward flight and Mou's displayed prowess, the surrounding mercenaries fell into a stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that Luci, who seemed to have a significant advantage, was so easily sent flying with a single strike. Even Xiao Yan and Galio, engaged in their own battle nearby, were drawn to this commotion, halting their actions in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Mou's cousin is truly a prodigy. Xiao Yan thought to himself in secret. With her delicate lips slightly parted, Xiao Yu gazed in shock at Luci, who had been defeated in one blow. She firmly believed that Mou would not be vanquished, yet she never anticipated it would be so effortless. Moreover, the strength of a 5-star fighter. How could this individual have improved so rapidly? Sun Er also looked at Mou in astonishment. It seemed that her cousin's apprenticeship under a mysterious alchemist was merely the tip of the iceberg, hinting at even greater secrets beneath the surface. Humph. Do not presume you have secured victory. Just then, Luci slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with an unquenchable resentment as he cast a venomous glare at Mou. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, a deep green, tangible flame materialized in his grasp. The emergence of this fire instantly heightened the tension in the arena. Some mercenaries, intimidated by the flame's presence, hastily retreated a few steps. Is that beast fire? Mou speculated upon witnessing the flame's ominous aura. Consider yourself fortunate. This is the dark wolf fire that my master gifted me upon my ascension to a first-tier alchemist. In the realm of beast fire, it is quite remarkable. Today, should you fall to its flames, it would indeed be an honor, Luci proclaimed, his demeanor fraught with desperation, yet brimming with malice. Hearing Luci's boastful declaration, Mou merely smiled faintly, a hint of disdain crossing his lips. Even ordinary, exotic fire held little concern for him. Moreover, this beast fire, both in color and intensity, appeared exceedingly mundane, comparable only to the commonplace. Let me witness the might of your beast fire, Mou replied calmly. Luci, incensed by Mou's apparent disregard for the dark wolf fire, felt his temper flare. Die, you wretched fool. As the beast fire ignited, Luci frantically siphoned his internal energy, continuously channeling it into the dark wolf fire. With his fervent actions, the flames grew increasingly deep green and sinister. Haha, perish at my hands. Feeling the immense and terrifying power of the flames in his palm, Luci could not help but laugh maniacally, brandishing the beast fire as he struck fiercely at Mou. This scoundrel, who had humiliated him so profoundly, must perish without a trace to assuage the deep-seated hatred in his heart. As Luci charged forward with such ferocity, Mou was compelled to acknowledge that this lecherous individual, when fighting for his life, indeed exuded a certain formidable presence. However, that was where it ended. Upon witnessing the eerie green beast fire, an inexplicable desire to consume it arose within Mou. Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame. At that moment, a crimson lightning flickered in his palm, surging forth under the boy's control to confront the dark wolf fire. Observing Mou's audacity to advance unflinchingly, Luci erupted into wild laughter. Come on. As the master of the dark wolf fire, no one understood its potency better than he did. Even formidable combat masters would hesitate to confront it directly. To him, Mou's actions were nothing short of a death wish. The sudden emergence of the obscure crimson lightning in Mou's palm, however, was something the arrogant Luci chose to overlook. Boom. Before Luci could revel in his laughter, an ominous sensation washed over him at the moment of collision between the dark wolf fire and the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame. He soon felt a terrifying pull on the beast fire within him, as if it were being wrenched away. Devour. On the other side, as the Xian clashed with the beast fire, Mou deftly commanded the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame to ravenously consume its counterpart. Although Xian was still in its nascent stage, its potency surpassed that of ordinary beast fire by a considerable margin. Much like a high-tier magical beast exerts dominance over a lower-tier creature, Xian possessed an overwhelming pressure over the beast fire. Thus, under Mou's guidance, the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame voraciously consumed the dark wolf fire bit by bit. Initially, Mou had anticipated some difficulty facing Luci's onslaught and was prepared to unleash the formidable Black Thunder Spear from his spatial ring. Yet, the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame subtly conveyed to him that it could indeed devour the dark wolf fire. Upon realizing this, Mou was elated and swiftly summoned the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame. Sensing an insatiable hunger within Xian that seemed more urgent and greedy than that of any magic core, Luci also noticed this shift. As his complexion turned pale and confusion mixed with terror gripped him, he desperately attempted to retract the beast fire. However, he quickly discovered that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, casting a gaze at Mou as if he were a demon. Haha, thank you, Mr. Luci, for your generous gift. Moments later, after completely devouring the dark wolf fire, Mou infused a subtle power of Xian into Luci's body before retracting the Vermilion Bird's heavenly flame. A smile playing on his lips as he regarded his opponent. Chapter 49. The thought of devouring exotic flames. Luci has been defeated once more. Upon witnessing Luci unleash the beast fire, the crowd was left utterly astonished as Mou effortlessly defeated him with overwhelming force. The terrifying might of the beast fire would be a considerable challenge for the average combat master, yet in Mou's hands, it was as if it were merely a toy, effortlessly neutralized, revealing the profound depths of this dragon from the Xiao family. Luci, Feeling the sudden void of beast fire within him, stared blankly at Mou. His previous bravado completely evaporated, and he hastily scrambled out of the battlefield. Mou's relentless tactics not only shattered Luci's confidence, but also dealt him an irreparable blow. Observing this, Mou, who had already taken covert measures, chose not to intervene. After all, publicly slaying a third-tier alchemist's apprentice was not a risk Mou, still relatively weak, wished to provoke. However, the hidden Xian lay within Lu. She would eventually become a ticking time bomb at the opportune moment. Shaking his head, Mou dismissed Luci from his thoughts and turned his attention to his own condition. After absorbing the ghostly poison wolf fire, Mou could sense that the Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder was undergoing further evolution. This effect was far more significant than consuming dozens of second-tier magic cores. It became evident that the absorption of beast fire carried immense benefits. If that were the case, could the Xian Lei not also devour? With this thought, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Mou's eyes. Compared to the slow process of consuming individual magic cores, the ghostly poison wolf fire he had just absorbed could rival the energy of dozens of second-tier magic cores. Even a third-tier core would pale in comparison. Following this battle, a period of seclusion would allow Mou to harness the energy feedback from the absorption of beast fire, potentially enabling him to break through 1 or even 2 stars. If a mere ordinary beast fire could yield such results, Mou surmised that consuming a type of was undoubtedly the quickest path to restoring the Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder to its peak state. However, given that possessed power on par with Xian Lei, careful consideration was required before proceeding. Beside him, Suner, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the crimson lightning in Mou's hands, felt a spark of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Coming from an ancient clan, she sensed that although the thunder in Mou's grasp was still quite feeble, it emanated an extraordinary aura, evoking a peculiar feeling within her. It was akin to a true dragon. Even if it were merely a newly hatched whelp, a dragon is a dragon, and that innate intimidation is inherent. Shaking her head, Suner seemed to grasp the greatest secret surrounding her cousin Mou. With this realization, she refrained from delving deeper. As a direct descendant of one of the 8 great imperial clans, her perspective was naturally distinct from the average person. Moreover, regarding this enigmatic cousin, Suner felt an inexplicable sense of caution. It was rare for anyone outside the 8 ancient imperial clans or the supreme beast families to evoke such feelings on the Dou Qi Continent. However, regarding this sentiment, Suner remained utterly convinced. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and the young girl ceased her contemplation, redirecting her concerned gaze toward Xiao Yan. As Mou swiftly dispatched Luci, the battle between Xiao Yan and Galio had reached a fever pitch. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yan's display of his formidable prowess as a fighter that led to Galio's defeat with a decisive 8 extremes collapse. This spectacle left the audience once again agape. Mou was already extraordinary, yet Xiao Yan was no less impressive, showcasing a series of techniques that left spectators breathless with excitement. The Xiao family's twin dragons were indeed deserving of their illustrious reputation. In contrast to Mou's subtle tactics against his adversaries, Xiao Yan appeared more direct in his approach, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Galio on the spot. However, just as the iron rod was merely half a meter from Galio's head, a thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder on the street. The Xiao family brat, merely engaging in a friendly challenge, dares to resort to such brutality? The speaker was none other than Galio's father, the current head of the Galio family, Galio by such a young age, yet with a heart so ruthless. Today, I shall teach the Xiao family a good lesson. Galio by sneered, casting a glance at his injured son and the intent Xiao Yan, then shifting his gaze to the calm and relaxed Mou, his eyes betraying a flicker of deep apprehension. He could not allow the Xiao family's twin dragons to rise unchecked. With this thought, Galio by rapidly condensed azure fighting spirit between his palms, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a pale blue wind blade that astonishingly split in 2, hurtling towards both Mou and Xiao Yan. The intense pressure generated by the wind blades cleared all debris from the ground, rendering it immaculate. Cousin Mou, let us strike together. Seeing Galio by personally engage, Xiao Yan could not help but curse under his breath, turning to Mou. In response, Mou nodded. Even he felt uncertain about successfully countering a direct assault from a great fighter, although fortunately, the opponent was not unleashing his full strength. Calmly observing the rapidly approaching wind blades, as they neared within 5 meters of him, Mou suddenly struck the ground with his palm, unleashing an invisible force that propelled him upwards. Upon contact with the ground, he was launched into the air, performing a graceful flip before landing steadily several meters away. In contrast to Mou's ease, Xiao Yan was considerably more cautious, yet after demonstrating some skill, he too managed to evade the wind blade. As the wind blade missed its target, it left a deep gash, several inches deep, on the hard stone surface. From Galio Bai's appearance to the Xiao family's twin dragons taking action, only a brief moment had passed. When the crowd witnessed Galio Bai as a great fighter, ambushing the two young combatants, a chorus of boos erupted. As the mercenaries present believed the situation could not worsen, a thunderous roar filled with rage suddenly erupted on the street. Damn it, Gaily, when did it become your place to reprimand my son and nephew, Xiao Yan? No sooner had the words left his lips than a fiery figure darted in from outside the marketplace. With a powerful stomp on a rooftop, the figure appeared before Mou and Xiao Yan in a flash, raising his head to let out a formidable roar, which bore an echo reminiscent of a lion's roar. Crack of the Lion Mountain. With a fierce demeanor, Xiao Yan clenched his iron fist and unleashed a strike directed at Gaily Bai above him. A massive red lion's head flickering into view atop his fist. Boom. The clash produced a resonant sound akin to a thunderous explosion, leaving many onlookers momentarily dazed. Observing Xiao Yan's decisive action, Mou and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. In the domain of Wutan City, the Xiao family feared no rival. Chapter 50, 7-Star Combatants. With Xiao Yan's arrival, the conflict with the Gaily family in the marketplace came to a close. After all, the Xiao family was flourishing, and their patriarch, Xiao Yan, was a master of the 5-star great fighter rank. Given the animosity between the two families, the most likely outcome was a mutual demise that would ultimately benefit a third party. It is worth noting that Wutan City is home to 3 prominent families. Aside from the Xiao and Gaily families, the Uba clan was lurking, eagerly anticipating the downfall of both. Xiao Yan and Gaily Bai were not hot-headed youths. So after exchanging stern words, Gaily Bai, feeling disgruntled, departed with Gaily Ao and others. Following this incident, the reputation of the twin dragons of the Xiao family resonated throughout Wutan City. If the other families had previously regarded the twin dragons merely as talented juniors, their displayed prowess and innate talent now placed them firmly on the list of individuals not to be trifled with. Consequently, during this conflict between the Xiao and Gaily families, numerous clans began to covertly align themselves with the Xiao family. It was evident to any discerning observer that as long as the twin dragons did not falter, they would undoubtedly emerge as formidable forces within the empire. Within the Xiao family, following the previous marketplace conflict, the higher-ups took measures to protect Mou and Xiao Yan from any underhanded tactics the Gaily family might employ. As for the position of the market master, it was, of course, suspended. Mou expressed indifference towards this matter, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. 3 days later, as Mou emerged from his quarters, his aura had deepened by threefold. 7-star combatant. Through 3 days of seclusion, Mou had consumed the dark wolf fire of Luci, fully absorbing its energy, while the Zhuke burning heaven thunder underwent yet another evolution. Not only that, the energy from this evolutionary feedback propelled Mou to a remarkable breakthrough, elevating him from a 1-star fighter to the realm of a 7-star warrior. In just a few short months, achieving such a feat is a rarity. Even among the esteemed members of the 8 ancient clans, who bear the bloodlines of Dou emperors, only a select few of their kin could accomplish this. With the assistance of Xianlei and the Tiangang Thunderbody, Mou not only succeeded in his breakthrough, but also established a profoundly solid foundation. His thunderous fighting spirit became exceptionally dense and fortified. Coupled with the myriad of hidden strengths he possessed, even those of lower star ranks could not contend with him. Shortly after Mou emerged from his seclusion, he received word from a guard regarding an impending family meeting. Considering the recent tumultuous changes in the outside world, he hastened to attend. At the Xiao family's conference hall, Xiao Yan greeted him with a warm smile. "Xiao Yu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." His satisfaction with Mou grew with each encounter. It was a pity he had no daughter, for otherwise, the Grand Elder would not have been able to monopolize Mou's talents. Not only could he concoct the remarkable Thunderfire Pearl, but his extraordinary strength and innate gifts had significantly bolstered the Xiao family's prestige, especially after his decisive victory over Luci. "Mou, over here." With a light laugh, he acknowledged the clan leader, only to hear a call from Xiao Yan, who was lazily reclined in a chair beside an empty seat. Seeing Xiao Yan alone, Mou quipped, "Cousin Xiao Yan, why aren't you with Sunner? Isn't my cousin Mou also without his cousin Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yan retorted, recalling how the once willful and headstrong Xiao Yu now presented herself like a gentle and tender wife before Mou. The transformation was astonishing to him. Disregarding Xiao Yan's playful jibe, Mou settled quietly into his seat. As he absorbed the subtle yet potent aura emanating from Mou, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that this enigmatic cousin had achieved yet another breakthrough? In the center of the hall, upon receiving a report from his subordinates, Xiao Yan momentarily paused before rising to his feet, his face alight with barely contained joy. exchanging excited glances with the three elders. He noticed their own expressions mirrored his elation. After pacing a few steps, he finally subdued his exuberance and inquired with a smile, "What of that alchemist named Luci?" "Unknown. Since the day of the conflict between Jiao and Luci with young masters Mou and Xiao Yan, he has not been seen since," came the reply. At this, Xiao Yan and the three elders exchanged startled glances, their attention subtly shifting to Mou, who remained seated with an air of detachment. If unforeseen circumstances do not arise, Luci's demise is indeed linked to him, for on that day, the profound thunder he infused into the opponent's body would detonate upon the slightest activation of their combat energy. As an alchemist, Luci may not frequently engage in battle, yet the alchemical process is a daily pursuit, necessitating the manipulation of fire attribute combat energy within his body. Thus, the end of Luci was inevitably at hand. Observing Mou's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, harboring a vague suspicion that Luci's death was intertwined with Mou. Otherwise, how could that individual have vanished without a trace right after clashing with the youth? By the way, clan leader, I inadvertently learned from an insider of the Jiao clan that the second elder, Xiao Yan, was seemingly slain by a mysterious figure cloaked in black while transporting medicinal materials. After a moment's hesitation, the messenger spoke in a hushed tone. Noticing this, Mou subtly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had been encountered during the last weapon auction. He was a formidable 3-star dome master, a top-tier combatant in Wutan City. Reflecting on this, Mou couldn't help but appreciate the advantages of having an elder at his side. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yan's eyelids twitched slightly, then he nodded, dismissing the messenger with a wave of his hand, his gaze now scrutinizing Xiao Yan with suspicion. Yenner, to easily slay a 3-star dome master like Xiao Yan. Such prowess in all of Wutan City, apart from your teacher, must be unmatched, correct? Xiao Yan shrugged, casually nodding. While he could not freely disclose the information from Yao Lao, this detail posed no significant issue. Next, let us observe how the Jiao clan manages this predicament. Seeing Xiao Yan's acknowledgement, Xiao Yan chuckled, a tinge of schadenfreude evident in his laughter. With the sole alchemist deceased and the medicinal materials completely plundered, it was no surprise that the Xiao and Jiao clans were poised for triumph in their impending confrontation. With this in mind, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the two youths quietly seated in the hall. The achievements of the Xiao clan were indeed largely attributable to these two young individuals. Chapter 51, A Gift. Just as Xiao Yan had anticipated, following Luci's unexpected death and the subsequent plundering of the Jiao clan's hard-earned medicinal materials, the clan found itself in dire straits. In order to repay the debts incurred from purchasing the materials, the Jiao clan even resorted to selling 2 of their own markets. It is essential to understand that these markets represent a family's lifeline. As long as the markets exist, the family retains a chance for resurgence. However, once the markets are lost, they can only languish in destitution, and the Jiao clan would inevitably sink into the ranks of a second-rate power. Furthermore, upon learning that their family had sold 2 markets to the Xiao clan for economic relief, Jiao was so infuriated that he fainted. Thus, the economic clash between the 2 prominent families in Wutan City has concluded with the victory of the Xiao family, while the defeated Gale family experiences a rapid decline, unable to regain its former glory. The rivalry between these 2 families has circulated fervently in Wutan City for over a week. But as the populace grew weary of the spectacle, their attention gradually shifted to another significant event, the enrollment of Canaan Academy. Amidst the myriad of rumors and whispers, Mou has developed a deeper understanding of this esteemed institution. As one of the most renowned higher learning establishments on the Dou Qi Continent, Canaan Academy is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all youth. Those who emerge from its halls are assured a smooth path ahead, returning to their hometowns with pride and success. Furthermore, Canaan Academy is a coveted prize sought after by various factions. Its strength is formidable, to the extent that the 3 neighboring empires dare not provoke it lightly. Mou, however, scoffs at this notion. What do the 3 empires possess in terms of Dozong? The depths of Canaan Academy are profound, founded by an elder of the Lei clan, one of the 8 great imperial clans, possessing the strength of a half-saint. Besides the elusive headmaster, the academy harbors 2 hidden guardians, allowing it to stand out even among the prominent forces in the central continent. In just a few days, the enrollment instructors from Canaan Academy will arrive in Wutan City. Hence, the attention of all its inhabitants is focused on this event. Contrary to the widespread anticipation, Mou remains remarkably at ease and does not harbor an overwhelming desire for Canaan Academy. For one who lacks neither combat skills nor techniques, he sees no need for such conventional education. As for the mysterious flame of Falling Heart, which ranks 14th on the flame ranking, Mou had previously contemplated its absorption after devouring beast fire, but soon dismissed the idea, despite its relatively high rank, even surpassing some of the lesser Xian Thunder within him. The risks associated with attempting to consume the flame of Falling Heart to evolve his Zhuke Burning Sky Thunder are simply too great. Unlike the relationship between Xian Thunder and Beast Fire, the existence of and Xian Thunder represents a balance of power without a hierarchy. Should Mo pursue this course, it might well be that consumes the Xian Thunder instead. Therefore, upon careful reflection, Mo has turned his attention to the lesser ranked. From what he knows, although are rare, they are not singular in existence. However, the top 3 flames on the ranking, Nether Lotus Demon Flame and Void Devouring Flame, are renowned enough that as long as they exist, no second will be born. As for the foremost ranked Emperor Flame, it is indeed a fusion of all. Therefore, although the last few are trapped within the ancient Emperor's cave, Mo firmly believes that there must be a second one still existing in the world, simply undiscovered. Regarding how to seek out the Mo has begun to form some vague ideas in his mind. Strolling through his family grounds, he gazes at the suddenly crowded training grounds, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Numerous young clan members are drenched in sweat, diligently honing their skills, all eagerly awaiting the final days to qualify for enrollment in the Canaan Academy. In his first life, he too had been in such a position, believing in the adage that last-minute efforts yield results. Yet that busy and fulfilling life feels increasingly distant from him now. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Mo lazily glanced at the scene before him, then turned away in boredom. While he understands the plight of these individuals who only put in effort at the last moment, he sees no need to pay them heed. The enrollment standards of Canaan Academy are quite rigorous. One must reach the 8th level of before turning 18. For Mo, who is on the verge of breaking through to an 8-star, this is a trivial matter, but for most present, it is an insurmountable challenge. Upon returning home, he spotted a familiar feminine silhouette standing gracefully within the room, exuding an alluring beauty. Narrowing his eyes as he admired her perfect curves and nearly flawless long legs, Mo stroked his chin, pondering that upon his departure, only his grandfather and this woman before him weighed heavily on his mind. With a soft chuckle, he leisurely approached the entranced woman clad in blue. Mo, are you really leaving? Before he could reach her, her melodious voice reached his ears. Pausing momentarily, he nodded and stepped forward, extending his hand to gently pat Xiao Yu's head, his fingers gliding through her silky hair, a sensation of comfort enveloping him instantly. Aren't you going to Canaan Academy? Allowing Mo to affectionately play with her hair, Xiao Yu inquired softly. He nodded and replied with a light smile. The continent is vast. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu parted her crimson lips, yet no words escaped her. In the boy standing before her, his calm starry eyes seemed to conceal an ungraspable ambition. By the way, take this. As Xiao Yu fell silent, Mo suddenly produced a spatial ring from his pocket, the very one he had acquired at the middle auction. With the magic frost beast ring now in his possession, this low-grade spatial ring had become redundant for him. Giving it to Xiao Yu was just right, and inside the ring lay a gift he had meticulously prepared for her. Receiving the spatial ring from Mo, Xiao Yu felt a surge of surprise and gratitude, but was not astonished, for the renowned craftsman before her had recently amassed quite a fortune. However, when she noticed the 2 pale blue scrolls nestled within the ring, her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gently extracted them. These were the mixed Origin Azure Wind technique and the Clear Shadow Sword technique. As she caressed the 2 scrolls, seemingly ordinary in material, yet grand in name, Xiao Yu softly uttered their titles. These are the 2 complementary wind attribute techniques and combat skills that I requested my master to transcribe for you. They are of intermediate earth rank, perfect for your cultivation, remarked Mo casually from the side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu, who had just unveiled the scrolls, felt her delicate hand tremble, and a flicker of disbelief flashed across her enchanting eyes. The 2 scrolls, which appeared quite mundane, were actually techniques and combat skills of earth rank. Techniques and skills of intermediate earth rank, and complementary no less. Such value could likely surpass even what the imperial family of the Jiama Empire could produce. To nonchalantly present such treasures, one could only wonder about the true identity of Mo's master. Mo, recognizing the worth of the scrolls, noted that even the typically headstrong Xiao Yu seemed momentarily at a loss. Fear not, my master has promised to grant them to you. Once you succeed in your cultivation, I am sure you will shine even among the many geniuses at Jian Academy. Mo reassured her, seemingly aware of Xiao Yu's anxiety. Among the 2 who felt uneasy, her grandfather was too advanced in age and had never cultivated Dou Qi, while Xiao Yu, despite not being of the highest caliber, had evidently been chosen by Jian Academy, indicating her commendable abilities. The 2 complementary combat techniques had been acquired by Mo in a past life after the demise of a certain family. He had devoted considerable effort to transcribing them recently. Now, as he entrusted them to Xiao Yu, he anticipated that she would achieve remarkable accomplishments by the time they met again. The reason Mou refrained from providing techniques of celestial rank was not due to reluctance, but rather because the spiritual energy required for such high-level techniques was beyond his current capacity. Moreover, with the adage that a man without guilt can suffer for possessing a treasure, Xiao Yu's current strength made Earth rank entirely sufficient. Yet, even with Mou's reassurances, Xiao Yu still felt a tinge of apprehension, her exquisite face betraying a mix of astonishment, joy, and unease. After all, these were techniques and combat skills of Earth rank. Accept them. With my talent, I am destined for greatness. If you wish to keep pace with me, do not decline, Mou stated directly when persuasion seemed futile. At this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes. She understood that the young man spoke the truth. The talents and skills he had demonstrated over the past few days had undoubtedly proven his immense potential, and in just a few months, he had surpassed her and left her far behind. One could only imagine the vast disparity that would exist between them in a few years. Very well. I shall accept them. With a firm grip on the 2 Earth-rank scrolls in her hands, Xiao Yu gazed resolutely at Mou, determined not to be merely a decorative figure in his life. Chapter 52. The Flaw of the Heavenly Thunder Body. The provision of 2 complementary Earth-ranked martial arts and fighting techniques to Xiao Yu was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Mou, but rather a thoroughly deliberated outcome. After spending considerable time together, it is evident that Xiao Yu has not disappointed him, and naturally, Mou has reserved a special place for her in his heart. Mou is indifferent to Xiao Yu's innate talents. He does not require the same reliance on a partner as Xiao Yan does with his young girlfriend. With the accompanying Earth-ranked combat skills and techniques, it is likely that Xiao Yu's achievements will surpass those depicted in the original narrative, thus allowing Mou to traverse the continent with greater peace of mind. After that day, the enrollment team from Jinan Academy arrived in Wutan City. Although their recruitment efforts were based in Wutan City, their responsibilities extended to several nearby cities. Consequently, when Mou and the others arrived at the designated recruitment square the following day, they were met with an almost endless sea of people. In the expansive square, a cacophony of voices rose to the heavens as countless youths desperately pushed toward the center of the square. Were it not for the military forces dispatched by the city lord's residents maintaining order at the edges, the fervent crowd would have likely surged forward without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan and his companions could not help but sigh, while Mou turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu. Upon meeting Mou's eyes, Xiao Yu understood his unspoken thoughts and smiled, saying, "The individual in charge of the recruitment in Wutan City is my mentor. As her esteemed protégé, I naturally have my ways." With a playful tilt of her nose, Xiao Yu cheerfully grasped Mou's arm and waved her hand. "Follow me." Since receiving the Earth-ranked martial arts from Mou, Xiao Yu has increasingly adhered to his guidance, almost viewing him as her very own sky. Observing Xiao Yu's bold display of affection, Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and the younger generation, including Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, looked on in astonishment at this elder sister and cousin. Is this truly the same headstrong and proud young lady? She has undoubtedly transformed into a doting partner. As Xiao Yu led him along, feeling the warmth of her soft arm against him, Mou discreetly brushed his nose while attempting to suppress the sudden stirrings of excitement within. After circling the vast square, they eventually halted at the western side, which lay at the rear of the square, where a heavily armed military presence formed a formidable barrier in multiple layers. Casting a sweeping gaze over the stern defenses, Xiao Yu offered a few words of instruction to Mou and the others before stepping forward alone. She retrieved a verdant green token from her bosom and engaged in quiet conversation with a soldier resembling an officer. After a brief exchange, she waved to Mou and the others, signaling them to approach. The officer's piercing gaze meticulously scrutinized Mou and his companions, and after a moment, he raised his hand and commanded, "Let them through." At the sound of the officer's command, the tightly formed wall of armored soldiers responded with the synchronized clank of their armor, gradually revealing a narrow path just wide enough for passage. With a grateful smile directed at the middle-aged officer, Xiao Yu carefully tucked away the green badge and proudly raised her chin towards Mou and the others. Before following the officer as she stepped forward, the narrow path, flanked by an imposing wall of armored soldiers, was rendered fearsome by the blood-soaked remnants of battle. Yet for the leading figures, Mou and Xiao Yan, it was merely commonplace. The other members of the Xiao family, however, were not as composed. Irritated, Xiao Yu waved dismissively at the officer, urging the weak-kneed Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning to hasten towards the interior of the square. Upon reaching the center of the square, they encountered a grand green canopy, under which a few young men and women, having successfully passed their assessments, approached with expressions of exhilaration. "You are." As they neared the grand canopy, A melodious laughter reached Mou and the others. A crimson figure darted towards them, ultimately enveloping Xiao Yu in a warm embrace. Playfully teasing, "Let me check if you've gained weight. Get away." With a playful reprimand, Xiao Yu pushed the girl away. To avoid arousing any suspicion from Mou, she quickly introduced, "This is my dear sister from Canaan Academy, named Xuan. She then proceeded to introduce Mou and the others to Xuan. Upon hearing this, Mou and the others turned their gazes towards the young woman in red. Her slightly delicate face radiated a brilliant smile, and her chestnut hair was casually tied back in a ponytail. She possessed an enviable figure, with a voluptuous bosom and a slender waist, complemented by a rounded backside. Although her appearance was somewhat less striking than Xiao Yu's, her alluring physique enhanced her allure significantly. Xiao Yu affectionately linked arms with Xuan, their camaraderie evident in their expressions. "So, this is your fiancé, Mou?" Xuan remarked, observing the affectionate glances Xiao Yu cast towards Mou. Her curiosity piqued by the rumors she had heard upon arriving in Wutan City. Indeed. While I cannot speak to your talents, your looks alone are those of a handsome gentleman," she said, her gaze lingering on Mou. The recent buzz surrounding the Xiao family's twin dragons in Wutan City had even reached her ears as a newcomer. A glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes as she suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Yu, whispering, "Tell me, would you mind if your fiancé had multiple wives? What do you think of me? I possess both charm and allure." Xiao Yu, taken aback by Xuan's increasingly outrageous remarks, felt a flush of embarrassment cross her delicate features as she firmly pushed Xuan away. Casting a glance at Xuan's more ample figure and then at the composed Mou, Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though she recognized Xuan's words as mere jest, a lingering sensation of possessiveness stirred within her heart, as if fearing Mou might be taken away. The onlookers, including Xiao Yan and others, observed the playful interaction between the two, merely attributing it to a heartfelt reunion after a long separation, thus quietly watching from the sidelines. Only Mou, possessing a soul power far beyond the ordinary, caught snippets of their conversation. Although his expression remained calm, an array of wicked thoughts suddenly flickered through his mind. As his gaze shifted slightly, he noticed the ponytailed girl, Xuan, moving about. Her bosom swayed enticingly, revealing a hint of delicate skin, while her rounded, pert form and Xiao Yu's elegantly long legs stirred a sense of intrigue. If the two were truly capable, it seemed the postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body was not entirely flawless. Reflecting on the nefarious thoughts that had crossed his mind moments earlier, Mou paused, then shook his head, ridding himself of such notions. Throughout his recent days of cultivation, he had gradually discerned the shortcomings of the postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body. The foremost flaw being an inability to control the desires of the flesh. This body, characterized by its extreme yang essence, held an unparalleled allure for women. Yet it equally rendered one vulnerable to the temptations of carnal pleasures. In Mou's recollections of his past life, he recalled instances of individuals possessing the Heavenly Gang Thunder body. Although these individuals exhibited extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, they often blazed across the realm like comets, gaining renown only to vanish into obscurity shortly thereafter. Upon further investigation, Mou learned that those endowed with the Heavenly Gang Thunder body, despite their rapid advancement in cultivation and remarkable strength, ultimately found themselves ensnared by their escalating desires. Invariably, they succumbed to the indulgences of worldly temptations, their progress stagnating, leading them to fade into mediocrity after several decades. In his previous life, Mou had managed to transcend this pitfall, largely due to his soul's rebirth, which diminished the influence of physical constitution on his spirit, and his disillusionment with love, which led him to pursue power with unwavering resolve. Yet, the current manifestation of the postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body seemed to be veering towards a similar peril. Shaking his head, Mou decided to dismiss these concerns for the time being. At least for now, the advantages of the postnatal Heavenly Gang Thunder body outweighed its drawbacks. As for the potential descent into the abyss of beauty, he held absolute confidence in his ability to steer his own fate. Chapter 53, Overcoming Rivals in Love. After facilitating introductions between Xuan and the Xiao clan members, the group soon ventured inward. Approaching the verdant expanse of the large tent, they beheld over a dozen men and women, gathered in small circles, engaged in idle chatter. Their casual demeanor suggested they, like Xuan, were students of Canaan Academy. Outside the shade, a cluster of 20-odd young men and women sat on the ground beneath the relentless sun. Despite the heat causing beads of sweat to stream down their faces, a sense of restraint was evident among them, indicating they were likely newcomers who had just passed the preliminary tests. Within the confines of the tent, A group of chatting young women suddenly lifted their gazes towards the approaching figures of Xiao Yu and her companions, their faces lighting up with surprise. A throng of ladies surged forward, enveloping Xiao Yu in their midst, their laughter and chatter filling the air with joy. As Mu Yu scanned the faces of these youthful and beautiful female students, he noted their expressions of delight, realizing that Xiao Yu seemed to possess a commendable social standing within the academy. Amidst this vibrant scene, Mu Yu felt a stir of emotion within him, a flicker of crimson glinting in his gaze. However, being no naive youth consumed by reckless desire, he swiftly quelled this fleeting impulse. What exquisite beauties! At that moment, the women's attention shifted towards Suner and Xiao Mei, whose remarkable appearances elicited gasps of admiration. Their gaze gradually turned to Mu Yu. And while Xiao Yan exuded a mature charm and Xiao Ning possessed a handsome allure, neither could rival the unique magnetism that Mu Yu exuded. Such a dashing gentleman. Is this your fiancé? Do confess, have you strayed? The boldness of their inquiries, posed in the presence of the very individuals concerned, caused even the steadfast Mu Yu to twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yan and Suner also felt a flush of embarrassment, struggling to withstand such audacious topics, which proved overwhelming for the inexperienced youths. Do not speak nonsense. Amidst the playful banter, Xiao Yu's delicate features rapidly flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered the mouths of her female peers. Xiao Yu, it has been a long time. Just then, a male voice unexpectedly resonated through the laughter. Turning their heads, the group saw a young man clad in grayish-white attire, a broad smile adorning his face as he stood behind them. Xiao Yu's blush gradually subsided as she turned to face him, skillfully linking her arm with Mu Yu's. Casting a sidelong glance at the young man, she replied coolly, "Rob, it has indeed been a while." "Ha." Rob chuckled, nodding slightly, his gaze seemingly nonchalant as he took in the sight of their intertwined hands. However, a flicker of coldness and anger flashed within his eyes as he regarded Mu Yu. "So, are these your companions?" he inquired with a smile as he stepped closer. "Yes." Nodding casually, Xiao Yu proceeded to reintroduce Mu Yu and the others, adding with a smile, "I brought them here for the assessment." "Oh, I see." Rob nodded in understanding. "Since they are brought by you, Xiao Yu, there's no need for testing. I trust your judgment, especially since the news of the Xiao family's twin dragons has spread throughout Yuden City in mere days. I presume the one you hold is your fiancé, Mu Yu, one of the twin dragons of the Xiao family?" As he spoke, Rob fixed his gaze on Mu Yu, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Observing the scene, Mo Yu quickly discerned that the trouble Xiao Yu had mentioned previously was none other than the tenacious suitor. "Rob." A flicker of coldness passed through Mo Yu's eyes. It was entirely natural for someone to admire Xiao Yu, for indeed, a graceful lady should attract a gentleman's affection, and Xiao Yu's beauty was nothing short of remarkable. However, this individual clearly did not grasp the concept of relinquishment, which was utterly exasperating. With Xiao Yu firmly embraced in his arms, savoring the warmth of her softness, Mo Yu gazed calmly at Rob and declared, "I am your fiancé, Mo Yu. Pray, what wisdom do you seek?" Suddenly drawn closer by Mo Yu's embrace, Xiao Yu felt her heart flutter. The warmth of the youth's chest and his composed assertion filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. Witnessing Mo Yu hold Xiao Yu in plain view of the crowd, Rob could no longer maintain his facade of a disingenuous smile. In the outer academy of Gano Academy, who was unaware of his relentless pursuit of Xiao Yu, although Xiao Yu had consistently rebuffed his advances, Rob believed that his steadfastness would eventually win her over, believing sincerity would yield a favorable outcome, until Mo Yu unexpectedly entered the fray. Rob had heard tales of Mo Yu's prowess, having vanquished 6-star fighters while serving as a first-grade alchemist. Such accomplishments were indeed remarkable. Yet, Rob did not regard them with much concern. While alchemists held a noble status, Rob's own background had acquainted him with numerous alchemists, leading him to view Mo Yu's achievements as unremarkable, especially since he was merely a 1-star alchemist. At this stage, the combat prowess of an alchemist was not particularly impressive, and due to an excessive reliance on medicinal pills, their fighting spirit often appeared superficial, rendering their strength inadequate for their level. Though Rob was only a 4-star fighter, his mastery of techniques and solid foundation made him no less formidable than an ordinary 6-star fighter. Moreover, he had not witnessed the battle firsthand and speculated that Mo Yu had enlisted the aid of his family's guards to overpower the alchemist, thus reaping the fame for himself. Contemplating this, Rob cast a dubious glance at Mo Yu and remarked with a hint of malice, "I am not worthy of instruction, but I have heard that young Master Mo enjoys considerable renown in Wutan City. Should young Master Mo desire to enter the Ghana Academy, you would become my junior. Might I, as your senior, have the honor of sparring with you?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Xiao family and the female students present furrowed their brows at Rob. This fellow was utterly deluded, attempting to sow discord in such a situation. Although they had heard of Xiao Yu's powerful fiancé, his fame in the small town of Wutan was overshadowed by the multitude of geniuses at Ghana Academy, each a talent of significant repute. It was only upon entering Ghana Academy that one could truly comprehend that only those geniuses who had continuously endured trials and battles were worthy of the title. Thus, they contemplated advising Rob, as such behavior was far too presumptuous for a prospective senior. As the young women prepared to leave, the boy beside them gradually released Xiao Yu's waist and remarked with a calm demeanor, "Respect is best shown through obedience. In that case, let us engage in a friendly contest. Since this individual was so relentless, he would be best subdued." Upon hearing his words, the female students of the Canaan Academy were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to persuade Xiao Yu to intervene, they noticed the members of the Xiao family, including Xiao Yu herself, displaying expressions of eager anticipation as if they were spectators at a spectacle. Chapter 54. Apologies, but I harbor no interest in Canaan Academy. Witnessing Mou accept the challenge, Rob's lips curled into a cold smile. Why aren't you stopping him? Senior Rob is a 4-star fighter. The girls beside Xiao Yu chastised her gently, unable to hide their concern. Judging by Rob's demeanor, it was evident that the impending confrontation would not merely be a friendly spar. Standing next to Xiao Yu, Shui and I blinked her bright eyes curiously, fixating on the boy who maintained a serene smile. She was eager to discern whether this boy named Mou was worthy of Xiao Yu's trust. Biting her rosy lips, Shui and I crossed her arms, her figure creating a pronounced curve, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Xiao Yu lazily stretched her arms, her modest bosom proudly accentuating its contours. She casually swept aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and glanced at the boy's back, murmuring lightly, "It remains uncertain who will endure the hardship." Observing the two about to clash within the tent, the 20 or so new students outside, basking under the scorching sun, cast curious glances in their direction. They were all prodigies from Wutan City or nearby towns, having either witnessed or heard of Mou's esteemed reputation. It was indeed a novelty to witness a newcomer confronting a seasoned senior. "Are you ready?" Relishing the attention, Rob's smile grew more pronounced, his gaze sweeping over Mou with a chilling demeanor as he hypocritically said, "Let us begin swiftly, it will soon conclude." Mou appeared unconcerned, his calm voice momentarily startling the onlookers. "Is that so? You seem quite confident." Rob's anger surged at Mou's dismissive perception of him as a mere minor character. With a cold snicker, Rob leaned forward abruptly, his right fist clenched, yellow energy coalescing upon it, emanating a formidable force akin to thick earth. And he struck fiercely towards Mou's head. "Earth attribute energy, I see." Mou lazily lifted his eyelids, observing the rapidly enlarging fist within his line of sight. He shook his head slightly, and, just before the fist made contact, thrust his palm forward decisively, intercepting Rob's blow with an unyielding stance. After his palm made contact, he remained utterly still, as if Rob's powerful fist had plunged into an abyss, yielding no response whatsoever. "Too weak. Use your full strength. You have one more chance to attack." Raising his face, Mou shook his head gently and spoke softly. The youth's voice carried a hint of mockery, rendering those around him momentarily speechless, their astonished gazes fixed intently on the point of contact between fists and palms. It was hard to fathom how a mere freshman could so effortlessly counter an attack from a seasoned 4-star fighter. "You scoundrel!" Seeking death. Humiliated before the crowd by a freshman, Rob could no longer maintain his composure, his face turning crimson. With a powerful push from his right foot against the ground, he leaped into the air, spinning fiercely. A faint yellow aura of fighting spirit surged from his right hand, forming a ghostly semblance of an earthen wall that enveloped his palm, which he then brought crashing down upon Mou's head. Earth Rock Coffin Palm. How shameless. To resort to the Earth Rock Coffin Palm, a technique of the mid-level Xian rank. This fellow is utterly disgraceful. The girls watching exclaimed in outrage at the sight of Rob's indistinct earthen wall. Observing Rob's actions, Xiao Yu furrowed her brows slightly, though they soon relaxed. After all, even Luci had been defeated by Mou despite employing beast fire. Raising his face, Mou wore a calm expression. In the face of this formidable palm technique, he slowly lifted his own hand, aiming at the rapidly descending attack from Rob. "It ends here." His lips moved slightly, and 10 lightning patterns illuminated his right arm as he uttered a soft command. With the sound of his voice, a ferocious wave of invisible thunderous fighting spirit erupted from Mou's palm, striking fiercely against Rob's descending attack. With a resounding bang, the earthen wall technique shattered like a collapsing mountain, and Mou's fist continued its relentless assault towards Rob's chest. Rob, struck unexpectedly in the chest, turned pale, and in an instant, he was propelled backward, a mouthful of blood violently spewing forth. With a thud, He crashed heavily onto the scorching stone ground after being propelled several meters away, his chest constricted and darkness enveloping his vision as he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. From Rob's powerful attack to his inexplicable retreat, the entire sequence transpired in a mere span of seconds. Witnessing the swift turn of events, silence enveloped the tent and its surroundings, as if everyone held their breath in unison. Truly, there is no falsehood in such a renowned reputation. What terrifying talent. The onlookers, both freshmen and seasoned students alike, were left in awe, their hearts shaken as they fixated on MOU. Yuer, just what level of strength does your fiancé possess? By the looks of it, he must be at least 6 or 7 stars, right? One of the girls beside Xiao Yan stammered, gazing at the young man in the azure robe with astonishment. Easily defeating a seasoned 4-star fighter, such prowess surely surpassed that of a mere low-star fighter. And considering the youth's age, it was all the more frightening. Xiao Yan smiled sweetly, her gaze fixed intently on the young man in the arena, a deep admiration flickering in her eyes. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "It's about right, but his strength has surged remarkably. Just a year ago, he was merely at the Dou Qi stage." What? Upon hearing this, the female students, including Shui and I, looked at MOU in astonishment. His rapid ascension in power, coupled with the absence of any superficiality in his Dou Qi, could only signify that his talent was exceptionally formidable. They silently pondered whether they were about to encounter another individual as extraordinary as those on the inner academy's elite rankings. While they were enveloped in shock and curiosity, MOU, having effortlessly dealt with Luo Bu, smirked disdainfully. With such meager strength, he dared to relentlessly pursue Xiao Yan? One could surmise that after this lesson, the fellow would think twice before provoking her again. Should he persist in his foolishness, MOU would not hesitate to make him vanish without a trace. Having dismissed this nuisance, MOU prepared to take his leave, as he had no genuine intention of participating in the assessment at the Ganon Academy. However, just as he was about to bid farewell to Xiao Yan and the others, a gentle, melodious voice resonated within the tent, softening hearts instantaneously. "Hee, this little one possesses remarkable talent. It seems I may have stumbled upon a treasure this time." A woman, far more mature and voluptuous than Xiao Yan and Shui and I, emerged with a warm smile, her gentle demeanor flowing like a clear stream through the hearts of those present. Following her appearance, the gazes of several young men inside and outside the tent ignited with fervor. A fleeting spark of desire flickered in MOU's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, restoring his calm demeanor. Observing the exquisitely gentle and alluring woman, MOU replied softly, "I apologize, but I am not interested in Ganon Academy." Chapter 55, Terrifying Potential. "I apologize, but I am not interested in Ganon Academy." His unremarkable words astonished both the students and the instructors present. In the Dou Qi Continent, particularly among the 3 great empires nearby, Ganon Academy was regarded as a dream destination for every young man and woman. This was precisely why the Academy's recruitment teams drew such fervent crowds each time they arrived. Not only did the Academy boast excellent mentors, but it also offered superior techniques and combat skills, along with hidden networking advantages. One could say that as long as one graduated steadily from Ganon Academy, their future would be paved with golden opportunities. To encounter someone today who claimed indifference toward Ganon Academy was a rarity indeed. Consequently, MOU's declaration ushered in an atmosphere of awkwardness, with the typically gentle and nurturing mentor raising her delicate brow in surprise. "Ruolin, Hihi, Yuer has missed you dearly." Gazing at the gentle woman who appeared within the confines of the tent, and sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Xiao Yan called out, then leaped forward, cheerfully embracing the seemingly voluptuous, yet not overly plump waist of the latter. "Hihi, Yuer, are you enjoying your holiday?" Embracing the delighted Xiao Yan, the atmosphere of embarrassment was dispelled as the gentle woman, known as Mentor Ruolin, gradually relaxed her furrowed brow and smiled warmly. "Not too bad," Xiao Yan replied playfully, glancing at the indifferent MOU. This fellow was remarkably forthright in his rejection, which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, her relationship with Mentor Ruolin was quite good. Playfully nipping at Mentor Ruolin's delicate earlobe, she teased, "The mentor is becoming increasingly gentle. At this rate, any man favored by her in the future might find himself ensnared in her tender embrace." A faint blush adorned Mentor Ruolin's cheeks as she shook her head in resignation, affectionately patting Xiao Yan's head. She then turned to MOU and the others, nodding her chin in their direction, and spoke softly. "Are they the ones you brought? They seem quite impressive, but your fiancé appears disinterested in Ganon Academy." "Ah, about that," Xiao Yan responded, feeling a bit shy. "He simply has matters to attend to and cannot come to Ganon Academy for the time being." Although she was uncertain of MOU's thoughts, she understood, after all, having a mysterious master who could casually wield formidable techniques would make it understandable for him to disregard Ganon Academy. Indeed, but I cannot afford to let go of such a promising talent, Mentor Roland stated with fervent determination. Shaking her head, she released Xiao Yu and approached the dozens of new students beneath the blazing sun, smiling as she said, "Everyone, please come in." Upon hearing her speak, the new students, drenched in sweat from the heat, instantly wore expressions of joy and hurriedly scrambled into the shade of the tent. With a gentle smile, Mentor Roland's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on MOU's face. She smiled slightly and softly remarked, "Rob harbors no ill intentions. He was merely a bit hot-headed earlier, which led to his rash behavior. Please do not hold it against him. It's all right, if he hasn't learned his lesson. I wouldn't mind teaching him again. However, next time, I cannot guarantee I will show such leniency," the youth replied, his words laced with a chilling intent. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback by the boy's concealed malice, realizing that despite his youth, he did not appear as impetuous as he seemed. Rather, he possessed profound depth. Once they regained their composure, the female students present gazed enviously at Xiao Yu, who had such a remarkably capable fiancé. It was truly enviable. Xiao Yu, striding with her alluring long legs, felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she fixed her gaze intently on MOU, exuding a deep sense of reliance. With her gaze fixed intently on the calm youth before her, who spoke with a fierce resolve, Mentor Roland blinked her long eyelashes, suddenly feeling as though she were confronting a top student from the inner academy. After a moment of whimsical thoughts, she shook her head and instructed two male students to carry the unconscious Rob inside. Lowering her head, she examined Rob's injuries, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she cast a reproachful glance at MOU. After pondering for a moment, Mentor Roland extended her pristine hand, lightly touching Rob's arm. A gentle, aquamarine energy flowed from her fingers into his body, soothing the chaotic fighting spirit within him and mending some of the injuries he had sustained. Under the nurturing effects of Roland's healing water attribute energy, the unconscious Rob soon stirred, groaning as he regained consciousness. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly, releasing her hand. As he opened his eyes and beheld the smiling Roland beside him, a flicker of realization crossed Rob's gaze, quickly followed by a wave of embarrassment as he struggled to his feet, his eyes darting away from MOU in a timid manner. Clearly, after this setback, Rob no longer harbored any desire to pursue Xiao Yu. Once the matter was settled, Roland approached MOU, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "Given your ability to easily defeat Rob, your strength must be quite impressive. Might I inquire about your age and precise capabilities?" Hearing her soft-spoken words, coupled with her mature allure, MOU felt a stir of emotions. He replied nonchalantly, 17 years old, 7-star fighter. At this declaration, Roland, who had maintained an air of gentle grace, suddenly froze, her exquisite face reflecting astonishment. The revelation of MOU's true strength sent waves of shock through all the new and seasoned students present. 17 years old, 7-star fighter. According to the Academy's classification, anyone under 20 with an 8-stage fighting spirit was deemed of considerable potential. A 9-stage fighting spirit marked an elite potential, with the highest tier being the 5-star fighter. Thus, MOU undoubtedly surpassed the level of elite potential. As far as they knew, there had only been one new student of such extraordinary potential in the past decade at the Canaan Academy. After a prolonged moment, Roland regained her composure, her gaze fixed on MOU with an intensity that seemed to radiate an alluring aroma. Her gentle, water-like eyes sparkled with a profound desire, as if she wished to envelop the youth entirely. A talent of such caliber must be brought into the fold of Canaan Academy. Meanwhile, Rob, upon hearing of MOU's prowess, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondering what sort of anomaly he had inadvertently provoked. Xiao Yan and Sun Er exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the astonishment that resonated among their peers, especially Sun Er, whose own strength was merely that of a 6-star fighter. Although this was partly due to her deliberate suppression, as the young master of an ancient clan, it was astonishing that she found herself matched by MOU, a talent rarely seen in centuries. Within Xiao Yan's heart, a surge of indomitable spirit arose, for he was determined not to fall behind his cousin MOU. Xiao Yu cast a glance at MOU, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride, while Xiao Ning gradually shed her former arrogance and began to silently accept this brother-in-law. Even feeling a sense of pride within her heart, Xiao Mei fixated on the composed youth, a tinge of bitterness creeping into her heart, before turning her gaze to the alluringly beautiful Xiao Yu, her eyes filled with deep envy. Chapter 56. Mentor, I too wish to request a leave of absence. Upon learning of MOU's remarkable talent, Ruo Lin's thoughts instantly became animated. Throughout the illustrious history of Gannan Academy, countless prodigies have emerged, and the Academy is renowned for its ability to discover and nurture such talents. For Gannan Academy, cultivating genius is not merely a one-sided endeavor. It also reaps substantial rewards in return. The tuition fees alone represent a considerable income for the institution, and concealed within this are countless invaluable connections. Over the years, Gannan Academy has undoubtedly trained numerous emperors and generals for the various empires of the Northwest continent, and many dominant figures have emerged from its halls. Even from the Central Plains, numerous talented individuals have journeyed great distances to seek knowledge at Gannan Academy. In light of these circumstances, Gannan Academy stands proudly upon the Northwest continent, impervious to the influence of myriad forces. Thus, the discovery and cultivation of talent is not as straightforward as it may appear for mentors. Finding a promising candidate not only garners rewards from the academy, but may also yield unforeseen benefits in the future. Consequently, upon realizing MOU's extraordinary potential, Ruo Lin firmly resolved in her heart that this individual must be brought into Gannan Academy. Oh, who would have thought that I would encounter a freshman with such extraordinary potential? It seems fortune smiles upon me. As the astonishment on her face gradually subsided, Mentor Ruo Lin gazed at MOU with eyes shimmering with intrigue. Hearing this, MOU furrowed his brow. He had made his intentions clear. Yet it appeared that the other party had not relinquished her desire to recruit him. Just as MOU prepared to decline once more, Mentor Ruo Lin playfully winked at him, her soft voice resounding. Little genius, MOU. May I inquire as to why you harbor no interest in Gannan Academy? Upon witnessing Ruo Lin's youthful demeanor, MOU, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, I am inherently fond of freedom and am disinterested in conventional, formal education. Before long, I shall embark on my own adventures across the continent. At MOU's words, Ruo Lin's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as her quick-witted mind adeptly discerned two significant points from his statement. Firstly, MOU's reluctance to attend Gannan Academy did not stem from a dislike of the institution, but rather from his own aspirations, which evidently conflicted with the notion of enrolling at Gannan Academy. In the second point, MOU's rejection of the Canaan Academy is not due to an affiliation with any sect. It is essential to understand that within the Dou Qi Continent, sects wield significant influence. For instance, the Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire enjoys a popularity in Wutan City that rivals that of Canaan Academy. If MOU had chosen to join a sect, it would have been difficult to dissuade her. With these realizations, Mentor Roland felt a renewed confidence in persuading MOU. Ah, so it is, she mused. This young prodigy, MOU, possesses remarkable ambition, seeking to carve her path to strength independently. Although Mentor Roland comprehended MOU's perspective, she could not wholly endorse it. Departing from both academy and sect may present unforeseen opportunities for rapid growth, yet the greater the opportunity, the higher the risk, and one misstep could lead to perilous downfall. However, she also recognized that MOU was not the type to act impulsively. Thus, her counsel would likely not resonate deeply with her. Consequently, Mentor Roland turned her gaze toward Xiao Yu, then gently addressed MOU. Your fiancé, is also at Canaan Academy. Regardless of the circumstances, there is an undeniable connection between you and the academy. How about this? You could join Canaan Academy, and I shall grant you an indefinite leave of absence. As long as you acknowledge yourself as a student of Canaan Academy, it would suffice for you to visit the academy at some point in the future. What do you think? Upon hearing this, MOU was moved by Mentor Roland's sincere intentions. This beautiful and gentle mentor was evidently not as superficial as she seemed. It was only natural. As a prestigious institution on the Dou Qi Continent, Canaan Academy would not employ instructors lacking in intellect. After contemplating for a moment and glancing at Xiao Yu, MOU ultimately nodded in agreement. For her, being a nominal student of Canaan Academy held no adverse implications, especially considering that many members of the Xiao family were currently enrolled there. Thus, she did not mind visiting Canaan Academy in the future. Seeing MOU's acceptance, Mentor Roland let out a sigh of relief. Recruiting a student with such potential would undoubtedly attract the attention of the academy's higher-ups upon her return. The onlookers, witnessing Mentor Roland's earnest efforts to court MOU, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. They had to exert considerable effort to gain admission to Canaan Academy. Whereas MOU was actively sought after by a mentor, such treatment was indeed worlds apart. However, gazing at the composed youth, they felt no jealousy. The presence of her potential foretold future accomplishments that would surely surpass their own. With this matter resolved, Mentor Roland shifted her focus to assessing the potential of other students. With a gentle smile, she turned and elegantly seated herself in a chair at the front of the tent, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded the new students within. With a graceful motion, she raised her hand, and a shimmering storage ring appeared, revealing a roll of green parchment and an ink brush. He Yuan, Dou Qi level 9, age 20. In the forefront, a young man with a dark complexion and a slightly flushed face was the first to announce his details. Smiling gently, Minter Roland swiftly noted down this student's information. Feeling a sense of relief, this was the caliber of achievement one would expect from a reputable academy. She then spoke. Level: Lin Dun, Dou Qi 8th layer, age 19. Level: Kuli, Dou Qi 9th layer, age 17. One by one, new students began to report their statistics. However, compared to MOU's impressive background, their performances seemed rather ordinary. Just as the atmosphere in the tent began to settle, the data from two new students once again sent ripples through the calm ambience. Xiao Yan, 17, 4-star Dome Master. Xiao Sun, 16, 6-star Dome Master. The moment these achievements were announced, Minter Roland, who had just begun to regain her composure, was jolted back into astonishment. With MOU's precedent in mind, her capacity for shock had somewhat improved, yet she still found it hard to believe such results. After a moment, as her astonishment gradually subsided, she glanced at Xiao Yan and Sun before casting a fleeting look at the seemingly indifferent MOU in the corner. A glimmer of intrigue passing through her eyes. She turned to Xiao Yu and inquired softly, are they both from your clan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was equally astounded by the accomplishments of Xiao Yan and Sun. These two juniors had indeed surpassed her in strength. Remembering the earth-tier techniques and skills gifted by MOU, Xiao Yu resolved to strive harder, determined not to lag behind them. Minter Roland, Xiao Yan and Sun are my cousins. Their talents are indeed remarkable. Xiao Yan and MOU are renowned as the twin dragons of the Xiao clan, she replied, taking a deep breath. Hey, your family hasn't been consuming celestial herbs, have they? How come there are so many prodigies? Exclaimed several girls nearby in astonishment at Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu chose not to respond. Despite having spent considerable time with the twin dragons and Sun, she remained awestruck by their innate abilities. Indeed, comparisons between individuals can be quite disheartening. As everyone continued to be astounded, Xiao Yan stepped forward, glancing at his cousin, who seemed indifferent to his and Sun's achievements, as if he had anticipated this all along. He then scratched his head and awkwardly addressed Minter Roland. Minter Roland, may I also request a leave of absence? It doesn't need to be as lengthy as MOU's. About a year would suffice. Minter Roland, her expression darkening, thought to herself. Chapter 57, Complaints of Minter Roland. Minter, I, too, would like to request a leave. Xiao Yan's calm voice resonated within the tent, leaving the previously cheerful Minter Roland utterly exasperated. The extended leave granted to MOU was due to his extraordinary talent, which led Minter Roland to bend the rules just this once to ensure his admission. However, if anyone believes that the Academy's rules can be whimsically disregarded, then Minter Roland would not hesitate to impart a stern lesson before the commencement of the term. Although Xiao Yan's talent appears quite commendable to her, with a potential ranking among the top 100 of this year's new students, it pales in comparison to the terrifying potential of MOU, which is evidently irreplaceable. Sensing Minter Roland's displeasure, Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of place, yet still resolutely voicing his opinion. After all, the 3-year rivalry with Nalan Yanran weighs heavily on his heart, and only through rigorous training with Yao Lao can he achieve rapid growth. Moreover, MOU's cousin was right. Individuals of a free-spirited nature seldom thrive in the tranquil environment of the academy. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, MOU, who had been quietly detached, suddenly cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention. Minter Roland, my family refers to Xiao Yan and me as the twin dragons of the Xiao clan. Are you not curious? Upon hearing this, Minter Roland and several new and old students cast curious glances at Xiao Yan. Initially, they had thought the familial comparison was merely a token gesture, but MOU's words suggested otherwise. With a puzzled blink, Roland's anger began to dissipate, and she inquired with curiosity, "Oh, is there some underlying reason for this?" In response, MOU turned to the serene girl beside him and chuckled. Perhaps Sun could elucidate this matter. With that, MOU closed his eyes once more, merely wishing to assist Xiao Yan without indulging in excessive praise for him. Such matters were undoubtedly best handled by the protective Sun. Seeing this, Minter Roland shook her head in resignation. Even someone as gentle as she held mixed feelings towards this rebellious student. Turning to the girl, who resembled a blue lotus, admiration flickered in Roland's eyes. At 16 years old, a 6-star fighter, although she could not rival MOU's prowess, was still a year younger and evidently possessed remarkable talent. Moreover, the girl exuded a gentle and virtuous demeanor, far superior to that of the rebellious student. You must be Sun. As MOU mentioned, could you elaborate on this? Minter Roland gently took the girl's hand. Of course, Minter Roland, Sun replied with a bright nod, her autumn-like eyes curving into delicate crescents, appearing exceedingly adorable. MOU's cousin is correct. Within the Xiao clan, both brother Xiao Yan and cousin MOU possess unparalleled talent, and I am but insignificant in comparison. Oh. Ruolin's brows subtly arched. Becoming a 6-star fighter at the age of 16 is considered insignificant in the Xiao clan? Could it be that the Xiao clan is a hidden superfamily from the central state? Shaking her head, though deeply skeptical, she inquired with curiosity, as for MOU. What about Xiao Yan? As Mentor Ruolin's words fell, the gaze within the tent shifted towards Xiao Yan. Curiosity filled the air regarding how Xiao Yan's potential could possibly be on par with that of MOU. Observing the collective attention directed at him, excluding MOU, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. However, he understood that MOU and Sun Er's actions were motivated by concern for him, which warmed his heart. The matters concerning him were well known in Wutan City, and MOU and Sun Er had perhaps exaggerated his situation. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The mysterious strength of Sun Er needs no elaboration, and as for MOU, the pace of his advancement over the past 2 years has been astonishing and remarkable." Compared to these two, Xiao Yan felt that even if he were to regain his innate talent, it would pale in comparison. Noting Xiao Yan's modesty, Sun Er, unwilling to let her beloved be underestimated, furrowed her brows and gathered her thoughts before speaking softly. "Brother Xiao Yan, have you forgotten? You were refining Qi at 4 years old, reached the 9th tier of Dou Qi by 10, and became a Dou Shi at 11. At her side, Mentor Ruolin and the assembled new and old students gasped in astonishment. An 11-year-old Dou Shi was unparalleled within the Canaan Academy. Sun Er continued, her lips pursing slightly. From 12 to 15, Brother Xiao Yan fell to the 3rd tier of Dou Qi. However, after enduring a 3-year period of stagnation, he regained his extraordinary talent. In just a year and a half after turning 15, he advanced from the 3rd tier of Dou Qi to now being a 4-star Dou Shi." As her words concluded, a chorus of gasps resonated throughout the tent, filled with awe towards Xiao Yan's terrifying talent. No wonder he was known as one of the twin dragons of the Xiao family alongside MOU. His innate abilities were indeed formidable, possibly even more so than MOU's. Hearing Sun Er lavish praise upon him, MOU slightly opened his tightly shut eyes and smiled faintly, dismissing it with nonchalance. After this incident concluded, he would be leaving Wutan City to explore broader horizons. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he and Xiao Yan would be parting ways for an extended period. The past 2 years had been exceptionally rare moments of tranquility for MOU since his rebirth, and he found himself reluctant to leave. However, such days could not last indefinitely. Like a fledgling eagle, he must soar high and venture forth to grow stronger. As MOU contemplated this, the negotiations on Xiao Yan's side finally reached a conclusion. Under the threat of withdrawing from recruitment, Mentor Ruolin ultimately chose to concede, with MOU setting a precedent. Mentor Ruolin did not press Xiao Yan too hard, thus eliminating the dramatic confrontation depicted in the original narrative where Xiao Yan faced off against a great Dou Shi for the first time. After approving Xiao Yan's 1-year leave, Mentor Ruolin furrowed her brows and turned to look at MOU and Xiao Yan, slowly exhaling a breath that caused the ample curves of her chest to sway with a breathtaking grace. At that moment, the gentle Ruolin could not help but express her grievances, her alluring red lips parting slightly as she murmured, "The Xiao family as twin dragons? I see them more as twin troubles." Chapter 58, inquiring about the revenge for the murder of one's father. Having resolved Xiao Yan's leave of absence, matters within the tent were nearly settled. "Well, let us conclude today's recruitment," Mentor Ruolin spoke softly. "For the remaining 7 days, we shall continue our admissions in the city. Mentor, during our time in Wutan City, why not stay with us at the Xiao family?" Observing Mentor Ruolin preparing to turn away, Xiao Yu hurriedly approached, grasping her arm with a playful smile. "Stay with the Xiao family?" Ruolin paused, her brows knitting slightly as she hesitated. "Isn't there a designated reception area for Jian and Academy in Wutan City? Wouldn't visiting the Xiao family be somewhat intrusive?" "Hehe, it's no trouble at all. Having a mentor from Jian and Academy is a blessing for our Xiao family. I believe, should they know that Mentor Ruolin is willing to visit, the entire Xiao family would be delighted." Xiao Yan interjected with a gentle smile as he stepped forward. Though MOU remained silent, his gaze on Mentor Ruolin spoke volumes. He clearly discerned Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan's intention to elevate the Xiao family's status through their association with Jian and Academy and naturally expressed his support. After all, Jian and Academy, as a transcendent force in the northwestern continent, would undoubtedly enhance the Xiao family's influence in Wutan City. The Xiao family had also shown him kindness, and with his grandfather now residing there, he naturally wished for their flourishing success. Seeing the agreement in MOU and Xiao Yan's eyes, Mentor Ruolin pursed her rosy lips. With her experience, she was well aware of her own standing and the influence it wielded in Wutan City. Generally, past recruitment mentors tended to disregard such local powers. After pondering for a moment, Ruolin lightly nodded, a smile gracing her features. Very well, I shall impose upon the Xiao family for a few days. Given that Mou and Xiao Yan were rare talents in Jianan Academy's century-long history, Mentor Ruolin would certainly weigh their opinions with care. Upon receiving her affirmative nod, Xiao Yu's face brightened, and she joyfully embraced the softness of Ruolin's waist. Rob, you all may return to the reception area. We shall continue here tomorrow. Remember, do not cause any trouble. With an affectionate pat on Xiao Yu's head, Mentor Ruolin directed Rob and his group back to the tent. Understood. Rob nodded quickly. He now harbored a genuine fear of Mou and would not dare return to his family's domain. Upon hearing the news that the admissions mentor from Canaan Academy had arrived at the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan and the three elders, who were engaged in deliberations within the meeting hall, were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, their faces lit up with delight, and they quickly rose to their feet. Exchanging glances before hastily exiting the hall, they made their way to the family entrance, where they warmly welcomed a group of charming young women into their abode. Under the introduction of Xiao Yu, both parties established a preliminary acquaintance. Upon learning of Mentor Ruolin and her companion's purpose for visiting, Xiao Yan readily assented and promptly dispatched someone to prepare vacant rooms in the rear courtyard. This decisive action garnered considerable favor from Mentor Ruolin and her entourage. The sudden influx of beautiful and talented students from Canaan Academy invigorated the atmosphere within the clan. As nightfall descended, the Xiao family naturally extended their utmost hospitality. Following dinner, noticing the cordial exchange between the two parties, Mou quietly approached Xiao Yan to inquire about certain matters. What? You wish to know the cause of your father's demise? In contrast to the lively front courtyard, the rear courtyard was tranquil, having been left undisturbed while the servants busied themselves in the front. However, the sudden exclamation of surprise shattered the stillness. Xiao Yan, who had been attending to Mentor Ruolin and her group in the front hall, was taken aback by Mou's private inquiry and led the boy to a secluded area of the quiet rear courtyard. To his astonishment, the youth posed such a question, causing the typically composed Xiao Yan to exclaim in surprise. His expression immediately turned serious, revealing an inner conflict. Observing the rarely seen vulnerability of the usually formidable Xiao Yan, Mou understood that something was amiss. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have concealed the truth from him, nor would the clan leader exhibit such a profound change in demeanor. Before departing from Wutan City, it was imperative for him to unravel the reasons behind this mystery. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of the elder who had cared for him throughout his life, only to be left bereaved. Should there be any enmity or vendetta involved, even if it entailed confronting the esteemed Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire or the powers of Central Continent, Mou vowed to seek justice for the elder one day. Uncle, I have matured. There are matters that cannot remain hidden for a lifetime. I hope you will confide in me rather than forcing me to seek answers on my own. Mou gazed earnestly at Xiao Yan, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Xiao Yan sighed and regarded the young man before him, as if he were gazing upon his own son, Xiao Yan. Both were embodiments of tenacity. Once they set their minds to something, they seldom wavered. Clearly, even if he remained silent, Mou would seek alternative means to uncover the events of that fateful year, which could potentially create distance between them. Alas, this matter was once a closely guarded secret of the family, forbidden to be spoken of by anyone. I, along with several elders, had resolved to bury it within our hearts. Your grandfather chose not to disclose it to you for your own good. Xiao Yan sighed, clearly reluctant to discuss the cause of Mou's father's death. However, as the son, Mou had every right to inquire about it. He gazed quietly at Xiao Yan, who, as the patriarch of the family, was undoubtedly knowledgeable about the matter. This was precisely why Mou had chosen to seek Xiao Yan rather than insist on asking his grandfather, whose grief over the loss of a child in old age was too profound. Mou did not wish to reopen old wounds. Noticing the deep contemplation in Mou's eyes, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, carefully recalling the events of that fateful time before he slowly spoke. The cause of your father's death is linked to a prominent family in the northeastern region of the empire. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Mou's eyes, and he replied icily, which family does my uncle refer to? It is your ancestral family. The Mo family of Yinqing, Xiao Yan revealed. Chapter 59, The Mo family of Yinqing. The Mo family of Yinqing? Upon hearing this unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar name, Mou's brows furrowed slightly. What kind of family is that? The Mo family is one of the 4 great families in the northeastern province of the Gamma Empire. While their power may not rival that of the formidable Nalan family, they are certainly not to be underestimated. They have long established their dominance in the northeastern region, akin to local tyrants, and few dare to provoke them. Their influence easily surpasses that of our Xiao family, Xiao Yan stated with a frown. My uncle implies that the Mo family in Wutan City is related to the Mo family of Yinqing? Mo speculated, recalling his father's connection to the family. Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation. Your grandfather hails from the Mo family of Yinqing. He came to Wutan City after suffering punishment for a failed mission, which resulted in the loss of his cultivation. It was my father who took him in, and thus your family has been rooted in the Xiao family of Wutan City for 40 years. At the revelation that his grandfather had been rendered powerless, a flicker of anger crossed Mo's eyes as he coldly inquired, and my father's death is also related to the Mo family of Yinqing? Sensing the deep-seated intent for vengeance in the young man's words, Xiao Yan shook his head, envisioning the future where Mo might storm the Mo family. While the Mo family was formidable, Mo's talent was such that he could indeed achieve it. Gazing at the bright moon above, Xiao Yan sighed. After being expelled by the Mo family of Yinqing, your father was deeply dissatisfied. He devoted himself entirely to cultivation, and his strength improved rapidly. By the time he was just over 30, he had already broken through to the great fighter level, nearly matching my own prowess. Reflecting on Mo's father, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of nostalgia. Once, they had been inseparable training companions, now divided by the veil of death. Mo nodded thoughtfully. To have married into the Xiao family as a mere servant, his father was certainly no fool. Then did my father seek to return to the Mo family and was subsequently wronged by them? Mo speculated. Xiao Yan shook his head slowly and replied, not quite. Upon learning of your father's formidable prowess, the Mo family sent emissaries to seek him out. They engaged in discussions regarding matters seemingly related to your family's return to the clan. The specifics of the situation elude me. However, I am aware that after this encounter, your father returned to the Mo family and subsequently vanished without a trace. In the interim, your grandfather exhausted all his savings in a desperate search for news, ultimately discovering that your father had met with an untimely demise. The Xiao family also leveraged considerable connections to investigate, only to learn that your father perished during a mission for the Mo family, the particulars of which remain undisclosed by them. At the mention of the Mo family, a cold glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Mo Yuxing's eyes. The cultivation of his grandfather and the death of his biological father were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Mo family. What is the extent of the Mo family's power? Mo inquired, his demeanor calming as his fingers gently caressed the demon frost beast ring. The strongest among the Mo family is the elder we previously mentioned, known as Mo Cheng. His reputation resonates profoundly in the eastern territories of the empire. Years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the notorious Black Whirlwind Bandits, a group of formidable rogues not to be trifled with, boasting 3 great Dou masters among their ranks, alongside numerous Dou masters. Their strength rivals that of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City. Mo Cheng's ruthless nature earned him the moniker of the Butcher, Xiao Yan stated solemnly. Duelings then? Mo murmured. Indeed, he is a dueling. While his prowess is undeniably impressive, the primary reason for Mo Cheng's esteemed reputation stems from another facet of his identity. At this point, Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly. What identity? In his youth, he was once an acolyte of the Yunlan sect. Although he later severed ties with them, he continues to remit a substantial tribute to the sect annually. Consequently, the relationship between the Mo family and the Yunlan sect is remarkably cordial, with the sect offering considerable patronage to the Mo family. As Xiao Yan elaborated, Mo grew increasingly acquainted with the Mo family of Salt City. In the next moment, a flash of memory surged within him. He finally comprehended the source of his familiarity with the Mo family. This was the very Mo family that Xiao Yan had confronted to rescue Qing Lin, leading to the demise of the bodyguard Hai Buodong. With this realization, Mo appeared to deduce the circumstances surrounding his biological father's death. According to his knowledge, the Mo family had long been engaged in the research of transplanting beast limbs to replace original organs, thereby acquiring immense power. In the original narrative, they had set their sights on Qing Lin's unique 3-flowered blue snake eyes, provoking Xiao Yan, which ultimately led to the elder's downfall at his hands. The Mo family, in their relentless pursuit of this technology, had likely conducted countless inhumane experiments in secret. If all goes as expected, the Mo family must have made a deal with the original's father to transplant the limbs of a beast in exchange for their family's return to the clan. For the Mo family, if successful, they would gain a formidable warrior, leading to mutual satisfaction. Even in failure, the only loss would be an outsider, a member previously exiled from the clan, thus incurring minimal damage. The Mo family is indeed shrewd in their calculations. Contemplating this, Mo could not help but feel a profound surge of murderous intent towards this minor family that briefly appeared in the original narrative, while simultaneously nurturing an even greater craving for power. The Mo family of Yinqing is regarded as a significant force in the northeastern part of the empire, if not the entire empire. Yet in the grand scheme of the Northwest Continent or the Dou Qi Continent, they are hardly noteworthy. Even such a family is tirelessly striving to grow stronger. It is indeed a world where the strong are revered. Regarding such biological research, had it been anyone else, Mou might have harbored some interest, but since the Mo family has provoked his ire, he shall annihilate them once he gains strength. Little you. The Mo family's influence is vast. After my father's demise, our family's power gradually waned. Thus we were powerless regarding your father's death, Xiao Yan sighed. In response, Mou waved his hand, saying, the Xiao family has taken care of my Mo family for 3 generations. That in itself is a tremendous grace. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I, Mou, shall surely repay it. Seeing that Mou bore no grudge, Xiao Yan gradually exhaled in relief and continued. The elder of the Mo family not only possesses the strength of a Douling, but also maintains an unbreakable connection with the Yunlong sect. Therefore, little you, if you seek revenge, it would be wise to wait until you have grown stronger. Mou nodded. With his current strength, he was certainly no match for a Douling expert. He understood that there remained a considerable journey ahead before he could confront the Mo family. Chapter 60. Seeking assistance from Suner. After learning of the original's father's cause of death, Mou formed a preliminary plan in his heart. The Mo family's power is neither excessively large nor particularly small. Within the entire Gamma Empire, the Mo family can barely be considered a formidable entity. Given that the top 10 experts of the Gamma Empire possess merely the strength of Dou, whereas the Mo family boasts a Douling, which is sufficient to dominate a region. Had Mou possessed the original's talent, he would have only managed to reach the level of a Dou Shi after a lifetime of cultivation. And such strength would undoubtedly lead to his demise if he sought revenge against the Mo family. This was also the reason why his grandfather had been reluctant to reveal the cause of his father's death. For the current Mou, the Mo family is merely a slightly larger grasshopper. Given a few years to grow, a Douling would not pose a challenge. Thus, having set this matter aside, Mou turned his attention to another issue. Xiao family, Suner's boudoir. It was Mou's first visit to a young lady's chamber since his rebirth, and he could not help but touch his nose. However, considering that he needed the assistance of the young girl for the matter below, he mustered the courage to come. Mou, cousin, you are indeed a rare guest. What brings you here today? Observing the calm and composed youth seated nearby, clad in a green garment, the ethereal voice of a girl, subtly revealing her graceful figure, resonated in the air. Raising the tea that Suner had personally brewed, its faint, delicate fragrance lingered enticingly. Mou chuckled lightly, saying, before my departure, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance, dear cousin Suner, hence my visit. Oh, it is quite unusual for you, cousin Mou, to require my help, Suner replied playfully, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. However, she recalled Mou's kindness towards brother Xiao Yan. Should he need assistance, she would certainly do her utmost to help. Although aware that Suner, this spirited young lady, would not refuse him, Mou felt a sense of relief upon hearing her affirmation. In the Dou Qi Continent, if the young master of an ancient clan like Suner were to speak personally, there was a near certainty that her requests would be fulfilled. Taking a gentle sip of the tea, Mou perceived the abundant energy it contained, which seemed to amplify the Dou Qi within him. He smiled subtly, choosing not to reveal his intentions outright, but instead alluding to the tea's origin. This tea is exceptional. I dare say even the imperial family of the Gamma Empire could not afford such a brew. It must be that your backing is quite formidable, dear cousin Suner. Noting that Mou had refrained from directly stating his request and had instead highlighted the tea's provenance, the astute Suner quickly grasped his implication. With a soft chuckle, she replied, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to disclose the forces behind me. I hope you can understand, cousin Mou. However, should you require assistance from my backing, I hold a respectable position within that realm and may indeed be able to help. Seeing that Suner had promptly understood his meaning, Mou could not help but smile. As the young master of an ancient clan, Suner was not merely the naive girl she appeared to be. Aware of her status within the ancient clan, Mou recognized her previous modesty for what it was. Now that Suner had already agreed, he felt no need for further circumlocution and directly stated, might I ask if you could have your backing assist me in locating a few of the lower-ranked flames from the flame ranking? Should you acquire any information, please notify me promptly. Seeking a flame? Upon hearing Mou's request, Suner's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. What seemed a monumental task to others did not faze her. Instead, she asked curiously, do you require a flame, cousin Mou? Recalling his earlier display of lightning in the marketplace, she understood that this enigmatic cousin did not seem to lack in hidden strengths. While flames were indeed rare and precious across the continent, those of lower rank were not as formidable as they might sound. Nodding, Mou looked at Suner and said, for certain reasons, I truly need a lower-ranked flame. If you happen to hear anything, Please inform me without delay. Certainly, if my cousin Suner finds it difficult or cannot locate the information regarding me, I shall harbor no grievances towards her. Upon hearing this, Suner smiled, her cleverness preventing her from probing into the reasons behind Mou's need for the. With eyes as charming as crescent moons, she replied, Cousin Mou, you are too polite. Although the is elusive, it is not insurmountably so. Please wait for 3 days. I will surely have news for you. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Cousin Suner. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will undoubtedly repay this kindness. Upon hearing that Suner could acquire information on the within 3 days, a flicker of surprise crossed Mou's eyes. The Dou Qi Continent is vast and daunting. Even a Dosheng cannot claim to have traversed every corner of the world. Yet, Suner boldly asserted that she would have information within 3 days, truly showcasing the ancient clan's remarkable mystique and power. This was precisely why Mou sought Suner as assistance. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might spend years searching for even the most obscure. Cousin Mou, there is no need for such formality. You have already bestowed great kindness upon me and brother Xiao Yan, Suner said gently. Once this matter was settled, Mou did not linger in Suner's chamber and took his leave. The young girl gazed calmly at the retreating figure of the boy, silent as if she were a wise elder deep in contemplation. After a moment's silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with an ethereal authority that made one question whether she was the gentle maiden from moments ago or a regal empress. Come forth. With her words, a green shadow inexplicably emerged from the darkness behind her, respectfully kneeling and addressing her, Mississippi. You heard Cousin Mou's request, did you not? Return and inform the clan that within 3 days, I must ascertain the distribution of the lowest ranked on the list. The green figure hesitated before responding, Miss. The Dou Qi Continent is vast. Even the Jiama Empire is but a grain of sand within it. To gather information on the lowest ranked within 3 days will require considerable resources from the clan, a privilege you possess only once every 2 years. Do you truly wish to use it to assist young Master Mou in locating them? At this, the young girl did not reply immediately. Instead, she stated calmly, Cousin Mou has shown immense kindness to me and brother Xiao Yan. Since he has asked, I cannot refuse. The green figure was taken aback, but slowly nodded in understanding. He was well aware of his young mistress's character. When one has received kindness, repayment is essential, especially when it concerns Xiao Yan. With a sigh, just as the green figure prepared to take his leave, another voice from the young girl echoed. Furthermore, I firmly believe that one day in the future, my ancient clan may very well find a use for the benevolence bestowed upon us by Cousin Mou. The ethereal voice of the young maiden resonated in the depths of the green figure's ear, reverberating like thunder, exploding within his mind. The ancient clan stands as one of the most formidable remnants of the 8 great clans from antiquity, while Mou is merely a prodigy from a small town. Given the words of our esteemed young lady, could it be that Mou will evolve into an extraordinarily formidable presence in the future? Chapter 61, Departure. Auction House, Waiting Lounge. Elegantly seated in a chair, Yafei crossed her right foot over her left, revealing an enticing glimpse of her alabaster skin beneath her flowing red qipao. As the moment of parting drew near, Mou opted to visit the Maitel auction house, both to procure some travel necessities and to pay a visit to Yafei, as well as to ensure his grandfather's safety in his absence. At that moment, Yafei scrutinized a lengthy scroll of paper in her hands, then turned to the handsome youth beside her with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, Mou, how did you acquire so many supplies for the outdoors? Do you intend to journey far? Indeed, I shall be departing from Wutan City in a few days, and I may not return for quite some time. Mou replied with a gentle smile as he sipped his tea. For a long time? Yafei was taken aback once more, her voice filled with surprise. Are you really going far away, to accompany your master? Upon hearing mention of his fictitious master, Mou merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Sigh. With your exceptional talent for cultivation, remaining in Wutan City will indeed impede your journey to becoming a true powerhouse, Yafei remarked softly, acknowledging the reality. With a hint of resignation, Yafei accepted the card, beckoning a maid to her side to swiftly attend to the necessary arrangements. After my departure, I hope that the Maitel auction house will take good care of the Xiao family and my grandfather. Should you ever require assistance in the future, Yafei, Mou will not hesitate to help, he said, raising his gaze to the alluring woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, Yafei replied, her heart stirred by the young man's promise, her beautiful eyes lingering on him as she nodded slowly. As the topic of parting loomed, an unspoken understanding enveloped the two, rendering them momentarily silent. After a quarter of an hour in this tranquil state, as the atmosphere shifted, Mou looked up to see a maid approaching swiftly beyond the gauzy curtain. He gradually rose, smiling as he said, I must take my leave. This may well be my last visit before our farewell. Extending her delicate hand, Yifei gently patted Moyu's shoulder. Suddenly, lost in thought, she leaned forward, encircling the young man in an embrace. This is the interest you owe for all the teasing, her enchanting voice whispered near his ear as the sweet fragrance enveloped him, causing Moyu to raise an eyebrow. In the next moment, he swiftly wrapped his arm around her alluring waist. My interest is not so easily claimed. After a fleeting moment of tenderness, withdrew his hand from the softness he had been savoring, casting a casual wave towards before turning to depart. Until we meet again. As he vanished around the corner, the flush on's fair countenance gradually faded, her delicate hand lingering where it had once rested, where a faint warmth seemed to linger. That insufferable little rascal, taking advantage of her once more. Clenching her silver teeth, she recalled their intimate encounter, a peculiar sensation coursing through her heart. Upon exiting the auction house, found himself reminiscing about that gentle touch, his thoughts wandering. It was no wonder that those endowed with the would succumb to such temptation. The sensation was indeed exquisite. After indulging in such thoughts for a brief moment, resolutely cast them aside. Regardless of the allure, strength remained the bedrock of existence. Without it, one could be humiliated by anyone, be they a goddess or a 300-pound hack. Once all provisions were prepared, ceased his busyness for the next 2 days, settling into the fleeting tranquility of life and enjoying the quiet company of his elderly grandfather. It seemed that his grandfather was aware of sentiments. As he rambled on about various topics, most of which were trivial, yet listened attentively in silence. S. tranquility did not go unnoticed by the headstrong and capricious, who, sensing a change, began to linger by his side, her ordinarily indifferent eyes now shimmering with deep reluctance and affection. As they walked along the family path, stretched lazily. Today was the day of departure. He had just met with and learned of his objective for this journey. In accordance with your request, my faction has conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that the second ranked has previously appeared in the of the. Reflecting on's words, felt a flicker of relief. The second ranked in the of, what fortuitous circumstances. As he contemplated the plan to consume a lower rank to elevate to its peak, had been strategizing, albeit without much hope. Though was vast and obscure, with nearly negligible chances of locating that had not appeared in the original text, which was precisely why he sought assistance. Even with her support, doubted that her ancient clan could successfully procure such information. Furthermore, should they find it, if it were situated in the east or south of, felt ill-equipped to pursue it. Crossing the continent was perilous. Even experts would not venture such distances lightly, and was not so audacious as to ask to deliver directly to him. Moreover, the bond between the two was not such that Sooner would exert herself to this extent. Fortunately, information regarding the was discovered, and it resided within the Beast Valley of the Mulan Empire. As per MOU's knowledge, the Mulan Empire was not exceedingly distant from the Giamata Empire, and was adjacent to the 3 great empires surrounding the Ganon Academy. Thus, venturing into the Mulan Empire was not particularly perilous for MOU at this juncture. Furthermore, Sooner revealed that this had only recently manifested, having been serendipitously discovered by an elder of her clan several centuries prior while traversing the northwestern continent. However, due to its nascent state, it existed merely as a seed of, and thus was not acted upon. This was undoubtedly good news for MOU. The maturation of typically requires millennia to fully develop, while several centuries may seem prolonged for a person or a family, for it had merely just surpassed its early growth phase. A lower ranked, not at its peak, was practically tailor-made for MOU, alleviating his concerns about being consumed by the during the process of absorption. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a lamentable situation. Following a narrow path, he made his way to his chamber. MOU's belongings were quite sparse. Most had already been packed away into the Frost Demon Beast Ring, leaving little of significance to carry. Standing at the threshold of his room, he gazed upon his grandfather, peacefully napping, and offered a faint smile. As the door creaked open softly, the last rays of sunlight gradually vanished through the gap. Sensing his grandson's gaze, the elder slowly opened his eyes after MOU had turned to leave. He retrieved a spiritual token from beside his bed, inscribed with the characters for MO Jingyun. In his murky old eyes, a profound reluctance flickered. Jingyun, Yuer has departed. You have a good son, should you be aware in the afterlife. Please bless Yuer to avenge his great grievances. MOU's departure did not disturb anyone. Clad in a green outfit, the youth stepped out of the main door empty-handed, gradually disappearing from the end of the street under the respectful gaze of the family guards. Just as MOU exited the gates of Wutan City, he spotted a familiar figure around a corner, a young man, Xiao Yan's cousin. Chapter 62, Hidden Malice. Xiao Yan's cousin. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, MOU momentarily paused, then recalled something, chuckling lightly. What? You venture far without even bidding your family farewell. Noticing MOU's accusatory tone, Xiao Yan shrugged innocently. Isn't it the same for you? Mou? Surely your family is unaware of your travels. Seeing this, Mou smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. What plans do you have for this journey? Xiao Yan's cousin. Mou inquired, stroking his chin as if contemplating. Xiao Yan rested his chin on his palm, languidly responding. I have none for the moment. What about you, Mou? Upon hearing this, Mou's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile as he lightly remarked. I intend to journey to the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range and traverse it to reach the Mulan Empire. Oh. Upon learning of Mou's destination, Xiao Yan softly murmured a few words, yet he refrained from delving deeper, aware that Mou harbored his own secrets. However, out of curiosity regarding the chosen path, he inquired, traversing the Beast Mountain range is perilous, is it not? There are numerous safer routes to the Mulan Empire. Why does my cousin choose this one? Hehe, I am somewhat pressed for time. Although crossing the Beast Mountain range is fraught with danger, it is closer, and it also benefits my cultivation, Mou replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Mou's explanation, Xiao Yan nodded, feeling a deeper admiration for him. It is in perilous places that one's potential can truly be unleashed. Though the principle is understood, not everyone possesses the capability to act upon it. Of course, he was unaware that Mou had an unexpected intention in mind. Being familiar with the original narrative, Mou recalled that it was in the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range where Xiao Yan encountered the little doctor and Yun Yun, leaving behind countless regrets after their irresponsible flirtations. Naturally, Mou would not occupy himself with such matters idly. Rather, he believed that since Sun Er had rendered him significant assistance, he ought to reciprocate in kind. Moreover, he had previously promised Sun Er to keep an eye on Xiao Yan, ensuring he would not be unfaithful. Thus, Mou devised this plan to sever Xiao Yan's entanglements with them from the source. As for whether Mou harbored any other intentions, that remains unknown. Indeed, upon hearing that Mou was headed to the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range, neither Xiao Yan nor the hidden presence of Yao Lao had considered this aspect. After all, the journey of trial was inherently a solitary endeavor. If the two were to converge, it would be counterproductive. Furthermore, with Xiao Yan harboring a significant secret, he would surely be reluctant to undertake this journey alongside Mou. Sai, your cousin is also bound for the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range. I had originally planned for you to train here for a year before heading to the Tagore Desert. However, since there is a conflict, we shall adjust the itinerary. The northern part of the Beast Mountain range is also commendable, and it is not far from the Tagore Desert. Once there, I will personally guide your training. Yao Lao's aged voice resonated slowly within Xiao Yan's mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan discreetly nodded and then smiled at Mou, saying, Since my cousin is heading to the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range, I shall proceed to the northern part. Seeing Xiao Yan indeed alter his plans, Mou smiled in return. Just as he was about to bid farewell to the youth, Xiao Yan suddenly asked, Cousin Mou, will you attend my 3-year appointment with Nalin Yanran? Rubbing his chin, Mou contemplated that there was still over a year until Xiao Yan's 3-year agreement with Nalin Yanran, a time frame in which he could not guarantee his return. I will do my utmost to attend. However, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Yan, I have faith that you will undoubtedly succeed. Foreseeing the outcome, Mou gazed confidently at the youth poised to take flight before him. Witnessing Mou's unwavering self-assurance stirred profound emotions within Xiao Yan, who, looking at the striking young man, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes and said, Cousin Mou, take care. With a subtle nod, Mou gracefully turned and departed. As Mou's retreating figure faded from view, the ethereal spirit of Yao Lao emerged, his aged eyes flickering with a deep insight as he murmured, This parting will determine whether you become a dragon or a mere worm, depending on the fruits of your cultivation. Yinqing, nestled in the eastern province of the Gama Empire, boasts a wide thoroughfare that serves as a vital artery connecting the interior of the empire to its eastern territories, thus possessing a strategically advantageous position. Within Yinqing, aside from the imperial authority, the most formidable entity is undoubtedly the Mo family. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Mo family, a middle-aged man with a somewhat sullen expression was anxiously tapping his fingers on the table while holding a teacup. Mo Lan was troubled, as he had not anticipated that a once-exiled member of the family would give rise to such an extraordinary prodigy. Following the burgeoning reputation of the Xiao family's twin dragons in Wutan City, 2 families within the Gama Empire closely monitored this development. One of these was the Nalin family, allied through marriage with the Xiao family. Initially, the Nalin family was not entirely supportive of the union, as the former Xiao Yan had been synonymous with weakness, and the prospect of marrying their esteemed daughter to a perceived failure was met with considerable reluctance. Consequently, Nalin Yanran's attempt to annul the engagement was bolstered by the support of the Yunlan sect, with some members of the Nalin family further inciting the situation. However, As the fame of the Xiao family's twin dragons spread, Xiao Yan shed his label as a failure, displaying a rate of cultivation that was, astonishingly, even more formidable than during his peak in childhood. Thus, the potential he exhibited was undeniably enough to warrant the Nalan family's attention. Yet, Nalan Yinran's unilateral actions had transformed their relationship into a frosty stalemate, placing the Nalan family in a most uncomfortable predicament. If this continued, they risked losing not only a son-in-law of limitless potential, but also the possibility of inciting resentment within Xiao Yan. The mere thought of a future powerhouse, possibly a Dou Huang, harboring animosity towards the Nalan family must have caused considerable distress among their higher-ups. In light of this, Mo Lan, as the head of the Mo family, did not revel in their misfortune. Rather, he too was engulfed in worry. For the other half of the Xiao family's twin dragons, the youth named Mou was indeed of his own bloodline. Logically, even though Mou had been cast out from the Mo family, the emergence of such a genius should have prompted the family to joyfully welcome him back and nurture his talents. After all, blood is thicker than water. For such an outstanding descendant of a remarkable family, even the most generous of treatments would not be excessive. However, the patriarch, Mo Lan, found himself in a state of great distress, as the family's previous short-sightedness had tragically transformed this potential into an impossibility. This was largely due to Mou's father, Mo Jingyun, who had been used as a subject for experimentation by the family and had ultimately perished, either directly or indirectly, at the hands of the clan. Thus, upon learning of Mou's extraordinary talent, the Mo family experienced not joy, but a surge of panic. A youth with the potential to become a Dou Huang was now on their radar, and who knew when disaster might strike? What is the matter with Moin? It's been nearly half a year, and you still haven't dealt with Amir Doja? Mo Lan slammed his teacup down heavily on the table in frustration. After discovering Mou's gifts, he took decisive action, sending the clan's most skilled assassin to Wu-Ten City, intent on eradicating this future threat before it could blossom. Yet, nearly 6 months had passed without any news. Patriarch, while Moin possesses remarkable assassination skills, his strength is only that of a 4-star Dou Master. As far as I know, the Xiao family has several Dou Masters, and their patriarch, Xiao Yan, is a 5-star Dou Master. It is only natural for Moin to take his time to ensure a successful outcome, one elder of the Mo family remarked. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded pensively, murmuring, "Let us hope so. What a pity it would be for such a promising talent to be lost. If he could return to the Mo family, he could undoubtedly elevate our clan to dominance over the entire northeastern province. However, since grievances have already been established, we must not blame the Mo family for being ruthless." The sinister words echoed throughout the hall, sending shivers down the spines of the esteemed members of the Mo clan. Chapter 63. The Fire Shield in the pitch-black night sky. A crescent moon hung above, casting a faint, cool light upon the earth. Within a dim little forest, a modest campfire flickered gently, bringing a touch of warmth and light to the silent darkness. Beside the fire, a young man leaned against a tree trunk, the flames illuminating his handsome features. After parting ways with Xiao Yan, Mou had now been away from Wu-Tan City for 3 days. The year-long comfortable life he had enjoyed in the city had left him somewhat unaccustomed to the wilderness. However, the youth was not a naive novice unfamiliar with the world. Thus, over the past 3 days, he gradually adapted to this experience. His objective on this journey was the Beast Valley of the Mulan Empire, but before that, it would be wise to enhance his strength. After all, the Mulan Empire bordered the Jamma Empire, and it was certain that many formidable experts resided within its territory. As per Mou's understanding, although the Mulan Empire lacks Douzone powerhouses, it boasts 3 peak Dou Huang experts, commonly referred to as the 3 Elders of Mulan. Despite never having stepped into the realm of Douzone, these 3 elders have cultivated a unique fusion martial art, known as the 3 Beasts Savage Technique. When they unleash this combined technique, its formidable power is such that even a Douzone would tread carefully. Thus, these 3 are entirely capable of contending with an ordinary Douzone expert. In the original narrative, the 3 elders of Mulan once posed considerable challenges to the fledgling Flame Alliance founded by Xiao Yanzi. However, Mou, well-versed in the original plot, is also aware of the inherent flaw in their fusion technique. If one of them is interrupted, the execution of this martial art cannot be completed. Although it is uncertain whether he will encounter the 3 elders during his visit to the Mulan Empire, Mou remains vigilant, just in case. The long night stretches endlessly. For a martial artist, sleep is no longer a necessity. Thus, beneath the luminous moonlight, Mou silently begins his meditation and cultivation. After a night of practice, although his Dou Qi progresses slowly, he feels invigorated rather than fatigued, with a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his starry eyes. Consequently, as the sun rises, Mou embarks on his journey for the day. Under the scorching sun, the relentless heat has cracked the earthen ground, and as his feet tread upon the hardened soil, a wave of warmth surges from beneath, causing the traveler to sweat profusely while cursing the oppressive weather. In contrast to the sun-baked dirt road, the dense and shady forest path offers much more relief. On the narrow trail through the woods, a young man deftly leaps over obstacles and navigates through unseen watercourses, as if the rugged terrain beneath his feet were a smooth thoroughfare. The swift flash technique is advantageous for travel, yet unfortunately, it is only equivalent to a mid-level Xian stage technique. Should the Tiangang Thunder Body fail to continue its growth, the internal Dou Qi energy would fall short. Employing the 9-Dragon Flash not only saves time, but also serves as a means of cultivation. However, after just an hour, Mou has already expended 6 or 7 portions of his Dou Qi. Shaking his head, he gazes northeast, hoping that after successfully devouring the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, his Xian Lei will reach its peak and further evolve his Tiangang Thunder Body. In order to conserve Dou Qi, Mou refrains from using the swift flash for travel. Fortunately, he arrives at a small town closest to the Demon Beast Mountain range before nightfall. This town, known as Qingshan Town, is often referred to as the Monster Beast Town due to its proximity to the mountain range. Within the town, the predominant crowd consists of mercenaries who live by the blade, banding together in groups. Upon hearing the name of this town, Mou raises an eyebrow. If memory serves correctly, it seems that the little medical sage is currently making a living here. Regarding the fateful and exquisitely beautiful little medical sage, Mou found himself somewhat intrigued. However, due to his own circumstances, he had severed all ties with Xiao Yan, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Sun Air. Yet, without Xiao Yan's assistance, the little medical sage would likely find it challenging to condense the poison pill and control her toxic body solely through her own strength. Mou felt a twinge of regret about this, but he bore no excessive guilt. After all, this was a world grounded in reality. Xiao Yan and the little medical sage were no longer intertwined, and Mou's actions merely altered the trajectory of events. For the people of the present, the sun continued to rise in the east and set in the west with no discernible changes. However, should an opportunity arise, Mou would not hesitate to lend a helping hand to the little medical sage. The lethal toxins unleashed by her toxic body would pose a grave danger to others, but for him, they might prove to be a substantial boon. After all, the mysterious thunder within him had an insatiable appetite for such sinister substances. After a moment's contemplation, Mou promptly dispelled these thoughts from his mind. Given his existence, who could say if the original storyline had shifted? It was entirely possible that the little medical sage had already departed from Qingshan Town. As he walked along the cobblestone streets, the strikingly handsome and fair-skinned Mou inevitably attracted numerous curious glances, some even revealing a hint of lewdness. In response, Mou furrowed his brow and swiftly hurled a thunderfire pearl, which detonated with a resounding explosion, leaving the mercenary in a life-threatening state. Witnessing Mou's sudden and unprovoked aggression, the mercenary's companions were filled with rage. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Mou discreetly produced several more thunderfire pearls from his palm. Upon seeing this, the mercenaries, well aware of the pearl's potency, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. They had no desire to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their comrade, and began to retreat hastily. Observing this, Mou expressionlessly strode past the path they had cleared. These thunderfire pearls had been meticulously crafted over the past few days, possessing significantly greater power than before, capable of overwhelming even 5- or 6-star fighters, making them particularly suitable for dealing with minor thugs. Flanking the street were numerous shops, bustling with activity due to the advantageous location. Mou's gaze wandered with interest among the brightly lit establishments, but it was when his eyes fell upon a spacious apothecary that he finally halted. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a step forward and entered the renowned Wan Yaoba apothecary. Upon entering the expansive shop, illuminated by moonstone hung on the walls, it felt as bright as day. At that moment, the store was quite crowded, and the staff were exceedingly busy, so no one immediately attended to Mou, who had just arrived. Casually glancing around, Mou shook his head in disappointment. Although there were indeed some commendable materials for refining weapons, they held little value for him at present. Just as he prepared to leave empty-handed, something caught his eye, prompting him to pause abruptly. Through the transparent counter, he fixed his gaze intently on a purple-black object tucked away in the corner. After a moment, his brow twitched, and with a calm demeanor, he approached the counter, lowering his head to scrutinize the peculiar item once more. "Excuse me, could you please retrieve that for me?" Mou requested, slowly retracting his gaze filled with a mix of greed and excitement, addressing a passing male shop attendant. The young attendant, noticing Mou's distinguished presence, brightened instantly. He glanced at the item in question and promptly replied with a courteous smile, "That's a black crystal stone, a mid-tier material, priced at 3,000 gold coins." Indeed, it was the very object he sought, the purple crystal stone, one of the principal materials for crafting the fire restraint hood. Chapter 64. The first encounter with the little medicine Immortal. Upon seeing this black-purple object, a smile crept onto Mou's lips. What began as a mundane stroll had serendipitously led him to this treasure. The purple crystal stone is an exceedingly rare high-grade refining material. Typically, it is found in conjunction with the black crystal stone, though in significantly lower quantities. Its appearance is nearly indistinguishable from that of the black crystal stone, making it challenging for the untrained eye to differentiate between the two. Fortunately, as a master of weapon refinement, Mou possessed extensive knowledge of various materials, allowing him to recognize it without oversight. The purple crystal stone serves as a primary ingredient in crafting the fire restraint hood, which is intrinsically linked to the evolution of the Vermilion Bird's Heavenly Thunder. Having resolved to absorb the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts to elevate the Vermilion Bird's Heavenly Thunder to its peak, Mou meticulously prepared to ensure absolute certainty. It is crucial to understand that the profound thunder is not a mere element of the Dou Qi Continent. Utilizing it to consume foreign flames is an endeavor fraught with peril. Both the profound thunder and the foreign flames are exceedingly volatile, each possessing terrifying destructive capabilities. Even though the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts ranks lower and has yet to reach its pinnacle state, the process of having the profound thunder successfully absorb and refine it is bound to be riddled with numerous challenges and dangers. Consequently, Mou undertook some special preparations to enhance the likelihood of the Vermilion Bird's Heavenly Thunder successfully consuming the spirit fire. The fire restraint hood is a crucial aspect of this intricate plan. The fire restraint hood is a unique weapon, resembling a fishing net in its form. While it may not hold significant utility in combat, it possesses a remarkable ability to restrain flames, effectively withstanding intensely scorching temperatures. Thus, within Mou's strategy, the intention is to utilize the fire restraint hood to control the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts before deploying the Vermilion Bird's Heavenly Thunder to absorb the foreign flames, thereby increasing the success rate of his endeavor. With the assistance of Yafei, the auxiliary materials required for refining the fire shield had nearly been gathered through the middle auction, save for a few primary materials yet to be accounted for, among which was the coveted amethyst. To his surprise, shortly after departing from Wutan City, he encountered it by chance. Indeed, embarking on an expedition was fraught with both risks and opportunities. Mou smiled faintly, casually toying with the amethyst in his hand under the flattering gaze of the shop attendant. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Do you have any additional amethysts available for bulk purchase?" The attendant, momentarily taken aback by the question, shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have none left." Suppressing a sigh of disappointment, Mou's expression remained unchanged as he lifted his finger, revealing a pale green card containing 5,000 gold coins. He handed it to the attendant and swiftly stowed the amethyst into his storage ring. After a brief silence, he casually asked the attendant, who was processing the transaction, "This amethyst, was it sourced from the Monster Mountain Range?" Indeed, the Monster Mountain Range is rich in medicinal herbs and refining materials. Our Wan Yao Pavilion employs specialized procurement teams, though each expedition requires substantial funds to hire mercenary groups for protection, the attendant replied. His spirits lifted after successfully closing a deal. Nodding slightly, Mou began to gather his belongings, but soon noticed a sudden commotion at the entrance of the apothecary. "Wow, it's the little Dr. Fairy. So beautiful, and look at that slender waist." Two men nearby were whispering to each other. I can't believe we actually encountered the little Dr. Fairy." Mou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their conversation. As the crowd swelled, he finally caught sight of the young woman surrounded by admirers. Clad in a pale white dress, her beauty, while not strikingly otherworldly, was certainly rare. Her serene smile radiated a refreshing and ethereal aura, significantly enhancing her allure. His gaze roamed over her figure, ultimately resting on her slender waist, accentuated by a green ribbon. Mou's eyes flickered with astonishment at the sight of her delicate form. However, while the little Dr. Fairy was indeed enchanting, she, like Sun'er, was still young and had not yet fully matured. Moreover, she had yet to master the peculiarities of her poison body, thus lacking the chilling demeanor that often accompanied such power. Yet, Mou understood that this very poison body was destined to transform her into a person of emotional detachment. Whereas, in truth, the little Dr. Fairy possessed a kind and gentle heart. From a young age, the little healer harbored dreams of becoming an alchemist. Although her nature is gentle and kind, this does not imply a lack of vigilance toward strangers. She gracefully rebuffs any man who attempts to flirt with her. all the while carrying a powder capable of subduing fighters as a means of self-defense. Due to her benevolent disposition, the powders she concocts are not lethal poisons. However, should one provoke her, she would not hesitate to employ toxins to torment her adversaries. The little healer possesses a sensitive heart, her needs are few, and even a modicum of trust can elicit a radiant smile upon her delicate visage. This simple request could soften the heart of even the most incorrigible scoundrel. Her aspiration to be an alchemist fuels her passion for medicinal herbs. For her, acquiring a rare plant brings far greater excitement than the possession of vast riches. Reflecting on this, Mou shook his head, pondering whether a soul like hers, if born on Blue Star, would fall victim to the deceit of unscrupulous men, leaving her with nothing but ashes. Observing the little healer, who was already seated and tending to the injured, Mou refrained from approaching her. Despite her kindness and longing for affection, she is innately cautious. His unwarranted proximity would undoubtedly arouse her suspicion. His gaze lingered on her, and he could not help but acknowledge her gentle demeanor. Her benevolent smile rendered even the fiercest mercenaries as docile as lambs in her presence. Little did they know, aside from Mou, that this seemingly kind woman would one day become a figure reviled by all, a fearsome poison mistress. After a prolonged observation of this enchanting scene, Mou stepped out of the myriad medicinal bar. Gazing at the darkening sky, he wandered to the end of a nearby street, where he found an inn and secured a room. Sitting upon the bed, he examined the amethyst crystals he had gathered that day, a smile gracing his lips. With most of the necessary components collected, he only needed the Tai Xian golden silk and the Jinyang wood to forge a flame shield. Sighing and shaking his head, he recalled the beautiful figure he had seen earlier. If all went according to plan, he would soon find an opportune moment to meet the little healer. The following morning, the sun rose slowly in the east. As the morning light filtered into the room, the young man awoke with punctuality, his time spent in the wilderness having finely tuned his biological clock. Observing the remnants of a magical core on the floor, it became apparent that he had not slept throughout the night. Nevertheless, an invigorating vitality radiated from him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Mou formed the seals of cultivation with his hands and gently closed his eyes once more. The early morning was the prime time for training his battle energy. Moreover, last night he consumed the remaining 3 second-tier magic cores brought from Wutan City with the profound thunder, though the effects were not as pronounced as before. Yet his fighting spirit progressed considerably. As Mou's breathing gradually steadied, the tranquil space around him suddenly rippled like water, with strands of fighting spirit emanating from the atmosphere. After absorbing the energy feedback from the vermilion bird's heavenly flame thunder the previous night, Mou's body felt akin to a sponge, as most of the fighting spirit, in sync with his breath, permeated into him. Following the refinement, through specific meridians dictated by several techniques, it was gradually stored within the small, ever-suspended vortex. The cultivation of fighting spirit lasted nearly an hour, and when the sunlight outside illuminated the room, Mou slowly concluded his practice. The hand seals dissipated, and a wave of somewhat heavy impure energy was expelled in a long exhale. As his eyelids gradually opened, a faint silver glow flickered across his dark pupils, momentarily vanishing into the depths of his gaze. The efficacy of the second-tier magic cores indeed paled in comparison. However, even so, with another fortnight of training, he would ascend to the rank of an 8-star fighter. Stretching languidly, hearing the crackling sounds emanating from within, Mou murmured to himself, "Today, I shall venture into the Beast Mountain range." A thought seemed to strike him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Leaping down from his bed, Mou performed a brief morning routine in his room, then approached the bedside to finalize his packing. Though he appeared composed about traversing the Beast Mountain range, he was inwardly cautious. In the depths of the mountain, beasts roamed freely, posing numerous dangers. Traveling alone made one exceptionally vulnerable to beast attacks. Thus, most mercenaries entering the mountains typically traveled in groups, save for a few audacious souls. Given Mou's current strength, he could only contend with an ordinary second-tier beast, hence his careful approach to entering the Beast Mountain range. At the town's entrance, a throng of mercenaries had gathered, their shouts echoing as they beckoned those wishing to enter the mountains alone. According to Mou's understanding, mercenaries were not prevalent across the continent. They primarily existed near some beast-infested mountain ranges on the 4 corners of the continent. In contrast, Central State housed formidable beast factions, with some super beast families being exceedingly terrifying, thus lacking mercenaries. Mercenaries are categorized into 3 types, the first being tightly organized groups akin to sects, the second being temporary assemblages, and the third being solitary individuals. The boisterous mercenaries at the town's entrance belonged to the second category. Standing in a corner, Mou was not in haste. Joining a mercenary group was indeed a prudent choice for someone unfamiliar with the area, yet he seemed to be awaiting something. Indeed, the next shout brought a smile to Mou's lips. The Wan Medicine Pavilion is preparing to venture into the Monster Beast Mountain range for herb gathering, accompanied by the renowned Little Medicinal Fairy. There are only 50 spots available, and participants must possess strength above that of a 2-star fighter. The announcement momentarily hushed the bustling entrance of the small town. After a brief exchange of glances, the mercenaries who believed themselves qualified immediately surged toward the middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Mou, with a knowing smile, was well aware of the narrative that would lead to the fateful encounter between Xiao Yan and the Little Medicinal Fairy. Thus, he felt no urgency. He merely needed to follow the prescribed course. His interest in the Little Medicinal Fairy was not particularly intense, as he did not harbor any peculiar inclinations to collect the world's beauties. However, he was profoundly intrigued by the mysterious poison body. On one hand, he possessed a special physique himself, and on the other, the poison she wielded could prove highly beneficial to him. His contemplation did not linger for long, as the reputation of the Little Medicinal Fairy held immense sway in this quaint town, causing the 50 available slots to incite fierce competition among the crowd. Seizing the moment, Mou discreetly summoned the Vermilion Bird's heavenly thunder and directed a jolt of electricity into the throng, momentarily paralyzing those present. He took advantage of this opportunity to swiftly advance to the forefront. Only one spot remained. The middle-aged man cheerfully raised the sheepskin scroll in his hand and addressed the throng. "Me." A youthful voice rang out before the middle-aged man. "Huh." The middle-aged man was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the strikingly handsome youth before him. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Young brother, our requirement is for 2-star fighters. Where did you come from, little brat? You haven't even grown your first hair and are already running about. Ouch. My arm feels a bit numb. Kid, scram. Don't provoke me." At that moment, a mercenary who had regained his faculties began to curse. Upon hearing this, Mou furrowed his brow, his silvery fighting spirit surging rapidly. He swung his right hand fiercely, emanating a hint of thunderous might, and struck the most vociferous mercenary. With a resounding crack, the mercenary who had been the loudest was sent flying over 10 meters, blood pouring from his wounds, his breath weak, teetering on the edge of life and death. "Is this sufficient?" Mou remarked nonchalantly, brushing his hands together. "Enough, enough. Young brother, your talent is truly formidable." That mercenary, named Mo Yan, had just recently broken through to 2-star fighter status. To defeat him with a single blow, you must possess the strength of a 4-star or 5-star fighter. The middle-aged man exclaimed in admiration. In response, Mou merely nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Noticing this, the middle-aged man did not press further. Although the youth appeared handsome and charming, his ruthless temperament made even the seasoned man feel a chill run down his spine. Nodding in astonishment, the middle-aged man smiled at Mou and said, "In that case, the final position is yours. The mercenary fee is 500 gold coins for the round trip to ensure the safety of our medicinal herb collection team from Wanyaozhai. You will receive half of the payment up front, with the remainder to be paid upon our return." Mou merely nodded indifferently, showing no concern for the 500 gold coins. Upon witnessing the last spot being claimed by this formidable individual who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, the surrounding mercenaries were left to depart with a sense of disappointment, yet not without casting peculiar glances at Mou. This was due to both the youth's extraordinary talent and his ruthless methods. Mo Yan, known for his sharp tongue, was now experiencing the consequences of his actions. Chapter 66, The Secret Beneath the Cliff. After demonstrating commendable strength, Mou seamlessly integrated into this hastily assembled mercenary group. Within the tranquil forest, the large contingent moved quietly, with vigilant eyes scanning the shadowy recesses among the trees, hands gripping their weapons tightly, ever ready for any unforeseen circumstances. As seasoned mercenaries who had traversed the Monster Beast Mountains for many years, despite it being their first collaboration, they maintained a basic level of tacit understanding. Through exchanged glances, they were able to discern signals indicating danger or safety from one another. Although it was Mou's first experience as a mercenary in this life and the last, he exhibited the necessary alertness and cooperation flawlessly. Consequently, his performance astonished the surrounding mercenaries. They expected such a prodigy to lack practicality. Yet he displayed experience akin to a seasoned veteran. At this moment, Mou turned his gaze back toward the heavily guarded Wanyaozhai herb collection team, ultimately focusing on the petite healer within the group. Beside her stood a rather handsome young man. However, it seemed that the petite healer was rather indifferent to the young man's enthusiastic advances. Narrowing his eyes, Mou's gaze swept over the young man, eventually resting upon a badge emblazoned on his chest, depicting the head of a one-eyed wolf. The compliments from those around him revealed his identity as the deputy leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, Moonlight. Shifting his gaze past the young man, Mou observed the 30 or so mercenaries adorned with the same badge. He knew these individuals belonged to one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. In contrast to the makeshift team of scattered mercenaries like Mou, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps was evidently better trained and held greater trust from Wan Yaozhai. Outside the Monster Beast Mountains, everything remained relatively calm. However, shortly after the team entered the mountains, they were met with a series of minor beast attacks that continuously unfolded before Mou. As the group traversed merely a few kilometers, they were besieged by 3 waves of monstrous attacks. Fortunately, the mercenaries, numerous and formidable, repelled these assaults at the cost of only a few minor injuries among their ranks. During these encounters, Mou displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly overcoming the ordinary first-tier beasts that dared to confront him. Consequently, within this hastily assembled team, Mou gradually earned the respect of his companions, though the young man himself remained indifferent to their admiration. Dear friends, we are nearing the medicinal herb zone. Let us take a moment to rest. After such a long journey, everyone must be weary. The gentle voice of the little healer suddenly broke the silence within the group. Upon hearing her words, the entire team halted in unison. After a brief consultation, a portion of the mercenaries dispersed to keep watch, while the others settled down to recover their much-exhausted energy from the trek. This short distance posed no challenge to Mou, who felt invigorated and unscathed. However, upon noticing the little healer's figure vanish from sight, Mou raised an eyebrow and informed a nearby mercenary that he was stepping away for a moment. He then strolled slowly toward a nearby thicket. Entering the woods, the light dimmed slightly, and as he noticed faint traces of passage beneath his feet, a subtle smile graced his lips. The deeper he ventured into the secluded grove, the more he found himself before a steep cliff, its base adorned with lush, verdant foliage, a truly captivating sight. Taken aback by the cliff, Mou paused, a thought striking him as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. His gaze swept along the cliff's edge, and suddenly he halted, his attention drawn to a delicate white flower blooming at the precipice, bearing vibrant crimson fruits. Intrigued, Mou raised an eyebrow and approached. To his surprise, a slender jade-like hand reached out and plucked the flower. Unfazed by this sudden appearance, Mou advanced a step closer. As he drew near, a face radiating an ethereal charm emerged from below the cliff, glancing up at the composed youth standing above with a hint of panic in her eyes. Do you require assistance? Mou inquired with a light smile, observing the little healer suspended precariously beneath the cliff. Could you lend me a hand? She replied softly, gazing up at the uniquely charismatic youth, feeling a curious sense of being seen. Mou nodded and grasped the little healer's outstretched hand, exerting a gentle pull. In an elegant leap, she soared from the cliff's edge, her form tracing a graceful arc through the air as she ascended to the summit. Thank you, she breathed, her voice filled with gratitude. As her footsteps touched the ground, the little healer murmured a soft thank you, swiftly extricating herself from Mou's grasp. Her gaze subtly flickered towards the edge of the cliff. With delicate fingers brushing aside a few strands of hair, her eyes moved over Mou's handsome visage. Upon gazing upon the youth's striking features, a memory seemed to resurface, prompting her to inquire, "You are the mercenary guard hired by the Wan Yao Pavilion, am I correct?" Noticing the fleeting glance of the little healer towards the cliff, Mou offered a discreet smile. It appears that the widely circulated adage in the Dou Qi Continent holds truth. When you find yourself plummeting off a cliff, do not panic, for perhaps the path to strength lies just ahead. Indeed, Mou replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention back to the young woman before him. While the little healer's beauty was not extraordinary, her gentle aura was undeniably captivating. Observing Mou's casual acquiescence and his apparent lack of intent to depart, the little healer furrowed her brows slightly. Her dark eyes darted around before her slender fingers pointed towards a white plant at the cliff's edge. With a smile, she remarked, "You seem quite interested in this herb. Do you happen to know it?" In response, Mou replied coolly, "That is a bailon fruit, a mid-tier medicinal material, probably worth around 4,000 gold coins." The little healer's beautiful eyes widened in surprise at the youth's rapid identification of the herb and its value, leading her to exclaim, "You have knowledge of herb identification as well?" "I know a thing or two," he shrugged, offering a vague response. Although his primary vocation was that of a weaponsmith, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of alchemy. Sensing no further inquiry from her, the little healer retrieved the bailon fruit from her bosom and said, "You have aided me once. Consider this bailon fruit as a token of gratitude." Mou gently shook his head, saying, "A gentleman does not take what others cherish. This bailon fruit is more suited to you." The little healer paused, taken aback by his words, and her gaze lingered on him, her fondness for the youth deepening as she softly replied, "Thank you." After a moment, noticing Mou's continued presence, The little healer glanced at the cliff, her expression conflicted. Before stating brightly, "All right, the team will likely be finished resting soon. We should return." To her astonishment, upon her words, the youth remained motionless. Seeing that the little healer seemed eager to send her away, a subtle smile appeared on Mou's lips. Under the faint moonlight, his handsome face took on an almost ethereal quality. He regarded the little healer before turning his gaze towards the abyss below, uttering words that left her utterly astonished. If my conjecture holds true, there must be a secret beneath this cliff. Chapter 67, Collaboration. There must be a secret beneath this cliff. Mou's calm voice echoed, causing a transformation in the little healer's delicate features. In the next moment, she abruptly retreated, a cloud of white powder suddenly erupting and swiftly enveloping Mou. After a white powder enveloped Mou for a brief moment, it was gently swept away by a soft breeze, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Observing the fallen Mou, the young healer lightly brushed the remaining powder from her palms, biting her crimson lip as she sighed. "Though I am unaware of how you uncovered this secret, I must apologize." Shaking her head, she approached the unconscious Mou, crouching down with the intention of binding him with a rope, unaware that the young man had already awakened and swiftly seized her. The powder was non-toxic, merely inducing dizziness. However, Mou, possessing the vermilion bird's heavenly flame, was impervious to such effects. "Release me." The sudden turn of events caught the young healer off guard, her expression shifting as she felt the masculine aura above her, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Gritting her silver teeth, she retorted, "You ambushed me. Surely you owe me an explanation?" Despite having subdued the young healer, Mou did not relent, eyeing the delicate beauty before him with scrutiny. While he would not intimidate her with the same forceful demeanor as Xiao Yan, he had no intention of letting her go easily. "I have no idea what you are talking about," she replied, her face slightly changing as she coldly insisted. "Release me at once, or I shall scream. If anyone witnesses you treating me this way, you will not leave the monster beast mountain alive." "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and call for help. We shall see if you can keep the secret beneath this cliff once they arrive," Mou replied nonchalantly. "How do you know about it?" The young healer questioned suspiciously, having only recently discovered the secret herself. "You were inadvertently glancing at the cliff multiple times, and then you appeared mysteriously beneath it. Any seasoned mercenary would sense something amiss." Although Mou was already aware of everything, the young healer's behavior was indeed rather clumsy. Upon hearing his words, the young healer paused, a hint of embarrassment flushing her cheeks. Though she was of a similar age to Mou, she lacked his experience and knowledge. "I am Mou. Given that you did not exhibit any intent to kill, I shall not harm you. You must have stumbled upon this secret not long ago. How about we collaborate?" Mou, familiar with the cave's contents, had little interest in most of it and was willing to share with the young healer. Seeing this, the young healer bit her lip, her beautiful eyes intensely scrutinizing Mou. After a moment, she reluctantly replied, "I agree, but I hope you will not go back on your word." With a gentle smile, Mou stood and extended his hand to help her up. Once both were on their feet, Mou refrained from further coercion, recognizing that the young healer's abilities were limited and that any poison would be ineffective against him. Thus, he graciously released her. Upon witnessing the unwavering self-assurance of the youth before her, the young healer cast a surprised glance at Mou, and in that moment, a portion of her inner resentment dissipated. The two approached the precipice, their gazes drawn to a peculiar cliffside. After a brief silence, the young healer parted her crimson lips and softly remarked, "That place is something I stumbled upon during a herb-gathering expedition. Beyond the strange tree lies a concealed cave, elusive to discovery. Within that cave, it seems, there are remnants left by a predecessor, though I have never ventured inside, so my knowledge of its interior is scant. However, judging by certain traces, the individual who left the cave must have been quite formidable." Mou nodded faintly, aware of the cave's mysteries far better than the young healer. Yet he deemed it inappropriate to divulge such information. He was also immensely intrigued by a particular item within. On the steep cliff, two silhouettes emerged under the gentle glow of the moonlight, appearing both obscure and ethereal. "Shall we begin?" Mou stepped forward, peering into the abyss below, before turning to the young healer. With a slight nod, the young healer crouched down, gathering some dry twigs, swiftly binding them together to form two torches. She sprinkled a touch of pale yellow powder atop them, then retrieved a spark from her garments to ignite them. Holding one of the torches aloft, Mou assessed the quality of the rope that the young healer had just procured before calmly suggesting, "Let us descend together." His tone was unassuming, yet carried an undeniable authority. Seeing this, the young healer, who had initially intended for Mou to lead the way, clenched her teeth in frustration and stamped her foot in annoyance. With a slight smile, Mou tied the rope to a sturdy tree. giving it a firm tug before opening his arms to the young healer and saying, "Come here." "What do you intend to do?" she asked, her delicate features marked by caution. "To descend together, of course. Do you happen to possess a second rope?" Mou observed her closely, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Startled by his words, the young healer glared at him, her teeth gritted. The rope was originally meant for her, and now it had been seized, leaving her feeling somewhat constrained. "Do not act recklessly," she warned, her voice carrying a non-threatening tone as a fragrant breeze enveloped Mou, followed by a soft impact as she collided into his embrace. Feeling the gentle warmth of her form against him caused Mou to shudder, and he was soon enveloped by a delicate fragrance, accompanied by an overwhelming softness akin to cotton. In the midst of this private sensation, the drawbacks of his heavenly thunder body began to stir subtly. Taking a deep breath to quell his burgeoning desires, Mou extended his arm, encircling her slender waist, all the while striving to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. "Are you not moving?" Just as Mou was lost in the softness of her presence, the young healer's voice, tinged with both embarrassment and indignation, broke through his reverie. "Apologies." Mou tightened his embrace around the enchanting beauty in his arms, and with a gentle push of his toes against the edge of the precipice, they plunged directly into the abyss below, accompanied by the howling winds that whipped around them. Mou secured the little healer with his left arm, while his right hand twirled a rope several times before yanking it sharply. Their rapidly descending forms gradually came to a halt, suspended in midair above the cliff. After a brief moment, the two silhouettes drifted downwards and landed steadily within a cave. Upon reaching their destination, Mou let out a sigh and glanced down at the little healer, who had tightly wrapped herself around him, her head nestled in his embrace. He couldn't help but tease, "How does it feel?" Hearing his words, the little healer mustered the courage to peek outside. Upon realizing they had arrived safely, she let out a sigh of relief, though her cheeks flushed when she noticed how closely she clung to the young man, resembling a beautiful serpent. In the tranquil night, with only the occasional chirping of birds breaking the silence, the girl remained entwined around the boy, feeling the warmth of his chest. A peculiar atmosphere began to rise in the confined space, just as the girl, her face aglow with embarrassment, contemplated releasing her hold on him. His voice suddenly cut through the air, causing her to shudder and cling tighter to his waist. "Be careful, there's a rock serpent." Chapter 68. The Little Healer's Thoughts. "A rock serpent? What should we do?" Upon hearing Mou's alarm, the little healer trembled and quickly inquired, aware that it was a top-tier magical beast. Mou narrowed his eyes as he observed the yellow rock serpent coiling in the air, its triangular eyes gleaming with a bloody coldness. "Hold on to me," he instructed in a low voice. "What?" she replied in confusion. "I said, hold on to me, or else I cannot be held responsible for your demise." As his words fell, Mou waved his right hand, and a crimson lightning bolt materialized in his grasp. The emergence of the vermilion bird's fiery thunder filled the cave with a crackling brightness. Seeing the tangible lightning in Mou's hand, the little healer's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. This extraordinary young man seemed to possess remarkable abilities. With a powerful flap of its narrow wings, the rock serpent, eyes gleaming with menace, dove towards the cave's entrance where Mou and the healer stood. Its enormous jaws, lined with sharp fangs glistening ominously, approached rapidly. The little healer, feeling the tension, tightened her grip around Mou's neck, her legs unknowingly wrapping around his waist. As the rock serpent closed in, only a mere 10 meters away, the thunderous energy within Mou surged rapidly. The lightning in his hand transformed into a sword of thunder, the might of the vermilion bird erupting forth, releasing a high-level pressure that momentarily stunned the serpent. Seizing the opportunity, Mou swung the thunder sword fiercely at the serpent's head. Bang! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, the head of the rock serpent was severed by the thunder sword wielded by Mou. With a heavy thud, the yellow rock serpent, its head removed, plummeted from the air, crashing deeply into the seemingly bottomless valley below. Such formidable thunder. After the serpent was vanquished, the petite healer swiftly extricated herself from Mou's embrace, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks at the memory of their previous intimate position. Realizing that Mou had effortlessly slain the serpent, she comprehended that this young man before her was far from ordinary, at least in Qing town. No one of his caliber had ever appeared. "Let us proceed and see what treasures await us," Mou said nonchalantly, as he retracted the Xian lei into his body, leaving only a flicker of crimson lightning at his fingertips to illuminate the path ahead. As they ventured into the dark cavern, the petite healer hesitated for a moment, glancing at the pitch-black interior. After a brief pause, she bit her silver teeth and followed, drawn by the sight of the slender yet sturdy figure of the young man. Walking through the serene and shadowy cave, a subtle chill enveloped them, the silence only broken by the faint sound of their footsteps. The dim surroundings prompted the healer to instinctively wrap her arms around herself, closely trailing behind Mou. In such an environment, he was the sole source of comfort and security she felt. After traversing for over 10 minutes, a soft voice suddenly broke the stillness. It turned out that the petite healer had been following too closely. When Mou halted abruptly, she bumped directly into his back. The unexpected closeness caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she stepped back in embarrassment, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The combination of their earlier tender contact and her alluring exclamation ignited an unbidden flame within the young man. Rubbing his nose, Mou took a deep breath and pointed towards a light yellow stone door ahead, stating, "We have arrived." He then diverted his gaze from the door, using the feeble glow of the lightning to survey the surrounding stone walls. Observing Mou's actions, the petite healer seemed to grasp the situation as well. Disregarding her shyness, she joined him in the search. "Found it," she exclaimed in a hushed tone, prompting him to quickly shift his attention towards her. Beside the stone door, she had crouched down, her delicate hand feeling for a small protrusion beneath the door. With a gentle press of her finger, a series of creaking sounds echoed through the cavern. Upon witnessing the stone door begin to open, Mou and the petite healer exchanged a glance. And recalling their earlier contact, they instinctively withdrew from one another before stepping into the stone chamber. As they crossed the threshold, their surroundings expanded into a vast stone room. Inside, the chamber appeared somewhat austere and spacious, with moonstone embedded in the walls for illumination. At the center of the room stood a solitary chair, upon which rested a skeleton, seated upright. Before the seat, there lay a rather elongated slab of blue stone, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were arranged with meticulous precision. Additionally, in 3 corners of the stone chamber, a considerable accumulation of gleaming gold coins and other precious treasures was conspicuously displayed, the quantity of coins likely exceeding several 100,000. In the final corner, a modest flower bed was constructed from earth, within which a variety of flora flourished, exuding an enchanting fragrance that permeated the air. Observing the gleam in the eyes of the young healer beside him, Mou instantly grasped that these herbs had thoroughly captivated her. "Go ahead, the herbs are yours. I shall explore elsewhere," he suggested. "Really?" Upon hearing Mou's words, the girl's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she earnestly regarded the boy. Through prior understanding, she recognized that Mou was not oblivious to the value of the herbs, and his earlier decisive defeat of the rock snake had quelled any desire she might have had to contest with him. Yet, he willingly offered her these invaluable herbs. Akin to a dream lover from a romantic tale, the mere thought of that phrase made her shyly avert her gaze from Mou. She was still a sheltered girl, her toxic body not having altered her nature significantly, and like any other girl, she fantasized about her future husband. Among her foremost wishes was the desire for him to present her with numerous herbs as tokens of affection, the flower bed brimming with various high-grade herbs, coupled with the strikingly handsome and valiant youth beside her, seemed to fulfill all her imaginings perfectly. While the young healer indulged in her daydreams, Mou approached the skeletal remains, scrutinizing the bones. Noticing Mou's rather dreary demeanor, the young healer puffed her cheeks and lightly huffed before proceeding to the flower bed to begin transplanting the herbs. "Oh, indeed there is something." While the young healer busied herself, Mou's gaze fell upon the skeletal arm clasping a bony hand, and through the fracture above, he perceived a small scroll nestled within the crevices of the bones. It appeared to be the remnant map of the purifying lotus demon fire. Gazing at the faintly visible ancient scroll, Mou reached in and subsequently tucked it away in his storage ring. This fragment was merely an incidental acquisition. His true objective lay with the stone boxes atop the stone table. After retrieving 3 keys from the skeleton's palm, Mou slowly approached the 3 stone boxes. Turning his attention to the second box, a smile gracing his lips. Given his current need for aerial combat techniques, this was fortuitous indeed. Chapter 69, Harvest. Holding the key in his hand, Mou caressed the warm metallic lock, turning his head to glance at the young healer, who had completely unearthed the herbs, and said with a grin, "Hurry over, lest you find me devouring it all. I don't believe you." Though they had only known each other for a fleeting day, the young healer sensed that the youth before her was not of a selfish disposition, thus fostering an inexplicable trust within her heart. She placed the gathered herbs in jade vials upon the stone table, and with a touch of reluctance, selected 6 vials to present to him, saying, "We agreed to share equally, and I cannot go back on my word." With a casual glance, Mou acknowledged the vials. Although they held little value for him, he could not disregard the earnestness in Xiao Yan's demeanor, and thus accepted them into his spatial ring. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled. Mou's generosity resonated with her, and she was not one to take advantage of others. Once the herbs were divided, Muyu raised 3 black keys in his hand towards Xiao Yan before unlocking the 3 stone boxes upon the table. As he tried each key in turn, a soft click resonated within the empty stone chamber, signaling the successful opening of the boxes. With the metallic clasp springing back, Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed with joy, and she eagerly urged him on. Muyu directed his gaze towards the open box and reached inside to retrieve an ancient scroll adorned with vibrant colors. Here, he said, handing it to the girl beside him. Upon seeing the scroll, Muyu immediately recognized its significance and passed it to her. Is this the 7-colored poison manual? Xiao Yan asked with curiosity as she took the scroll from his hands. Her brows arched in surprise when she read the introduction inscribed upon it. You must not covet this item. Due to my innate attributes, I cannot become an alchemist. Thus, I must rely on such tools. A shadow of melancholy briefly crossed her delicate features as she spoke. Understanding the underlying reason, Muyu merely nodded and replied, I have no need for it. You should keep it. Thank you, Xiao Yan responded, relief washing over her as she gratefully acknowledged him. Having witnessed Muyu's strength firsthand, she was acutely aware of how effortlessly he could have claimed the treasures hidden within the cave, yet he harbored no such intentions. As this realization dawned upon her, Xiao Yan couldn't help but steal glances at Muyu. His abyss-like eyes and sculpted features radiated a unique aura within the dim, confined cave, akin to a blazing source of fire, drawing in all who dared approach. Ahem, what are you staring at? Muyu's light cough interrupted her reverie. Nothing at all, Xiao Yan stammered, abruptly pulled from her daydream. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her heart began to race. Observing the scene, Muyu shook his head in confusion, as the sight of the little medical fairy reminded him of infatuated young girls. However, this girl, who would later be known as the Heavenly Poison Lady, would hardly succumb to such frivolities. Yet throughout, Muyu only recalled the drawbacks of the celestial thunder body for himself, forgetting that such a physique could be irresistibly alluring to women, particularly to someone like the little medical fairy, who possessed the extreme physique of the poison body. Shifting his attention to the stone platform, he directed his gaze toward the second stone box, inserting the key and slowly exploring its contents. Under the illumination of the moonstone within the stone chamber, the contents of the box were laid bare. Indeed, it was what he sought. Gazing at the black scroll nestled within the box, Muyu's eyebrows arched in intrigue, and a smile graced his lips. Reaching out, he retrieved the black scroll, his eyes lingering on the small script on its side. Advanced Flight Combat Technique of the Mysterious Rank, Wings of the Eagle? Flight Combat Technique? What is that? Upon first encountering this term, the little medical fairy blinked in bewilderment. A technique that allows one to soar through the skies, Muyu explained. Flight. Doesn't that require at least the talent of a Dueling to achieve? She responded, astonished. In the Dou Qi Continent, only those above Dueling could hope for even short-distance flight. Upon reaching the ranks of Dou Wang or Dou Huang, one could manifest energy wings from their Dou Qi, liberating themselves from the Earth's confines to soar into the heavens. Thus, flight techniques are exceedingly rare. Even in Muyu's past life, he had never encountered one, for by the time he could seek such skills, he had already transcended the need for flight. Therefore, the primary objective of Muyu's journey was this advanced flight technique of the mysterious rank. After all, the specifics of the 10,000 Beasts Valley remained uncertain, and mastering the art of flight would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. Holding the somewhat weighty black scroll in his hand, Muyu gestured towards the little medical fairy. I believe this belongs to you, does it not? Seeing Muyu's gesture, the little medical fairy nodded in acquiescence. There's just one last one. Once we finish this, we shall return. Having acquired the flight technique, Muyu felt little enthusiasm for the third stone box. However, recalling that in the original story, Xiao Yan had not obtained this box, he nonetheless opened it out of curiosity. Advanced Combat Technique of the Mysterious Rank, Roar of the Mad Lion. Upon witnessing yet another combat technique, the little medical fairy adorably puffed her cheeks in resignation. Since I have no use for this, it shall be yours as well. In response, Muyu nodded and stored it in his spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, the Roar of the Mad Lion turned out to be a combat technique that complemented marksmanship. Though he possessed a corresponding Earth rank gun technique, its energy consumption was too great, making the Roar of the Mad Lion highly suitable for him at present. Someone has arrived? Just as the battle skills were absorbed into the ring, Muyu sensed a stir from outside, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. What? Startled, the little medical fairy shook her head, saying, It's impossible. Only the two of us know about this. No worries, I trust you. Leave everything to me, Muyu reassured her, patting her shoulder lightly. Listening to his calm words, the turmoil in the little medical fairy's heart gradually dissipated. Gazing at the young man before her was like peering into a fog, inscrutable and profound. Hee hee, little medical fairy. Thank you for guiding me. In the next moment, several figures emerged slowly from the darkness outside the door, accompanied by a familiar, gentle laughter. Upon seeing the leading man, the little medical fairy's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Muli. Chapter 70. The Might of Xianlei. Muli. At the pitch-black stone door. Shadows crept out from the darkness, revealing the face of the young vice-leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group. His gaze swept over several piles of gleaming gold coins within the stone chamber, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry, little medical fairy. Liffey has already informed me. How could my assistant reveal such information to you? Did you bribe her? You scoundrel. The little medical fairy's brows furrowed as a realization struck her. Hee. With just a few sweet words, she divulged everything. Not just her, but soon you will be mine as well. Muli replied confidently, then turned his attention to Muyu. You must be Muyu. I've heard about your impressive performance upon joining the mercenary group. Why not join my Wolf Head mercenary group? Once I take over from my father, I will make you my right hand. With the funds from this cave, our Wolf Head mercenary group can certainly swallow all the forces in Qingshan town and expand outward. At that time, your status and power will only be second to mine. What do you think? Muli spoke with conviction, envisioning a prosperous future. He had heard of the young man's strength upon joining and admired it, thus nurturing the desire to recruit him. As the young vice-leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, he possessed considerable ambition. However, all his aspirations hinged on whether he possessed sufficient strength. Muyu chuckled playfully, his gaze sweeping over the level badges on the chests of the more than 10 mercenaries blocking the stone door. These mercenaries boasted strength around 4 to 5 stars in combat, while Muli himself was merely at the 6-star level. The Wolf Head mercenary group, lacking even a grandmaster, aspired to expand? I suggest you cease dreaming, Muyu scoffed. In his previous life, he had established a formidable faction, but only after achieving significant strength and gaining substantial support did he resolve to create it. The likes of the Wolf Head mercenary corps, whose might barely reached the level of a 2-star Dou master, were merely jesting in their aspirations for expansion. It appears you are determined to oppose my Wolf Fong mercenary corps. What a pity for your talent. However, it is perhaps for the best, as I cannot place my trust in a genius like you. Upon hearing Mou's scornful words, Muli's eyes flared with intense fury as he coldly commanded. Take action, eliminate that brat, and be careful not to harm the little medical fairy. She is my chosen woman. With a grim expression, Muli waved his hand sharply, issuing a chilling order. Yes. In response to Muli's command, more than 10 mercenaries behind him immediately split into 3, their faces contorted with ferocity as they lunged toward Mou and his companion. With a swift glance at the approaching trio of mercenaries, a faint smile graced Mou's lips. He flicked his fingers, summoning arcs of crimson lightning that struck the assailants. In such a narrow and confined space, it was evidently ill-suited for unleashing devastating combat techniques. Otherwise, a cave-in could lead to mutual destruction. Accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, a streak of red lightning surged through the air, rendering the 3 mercenaries unconscious. Having consumed numerous magic cores, Mou's strength had significantly increased, and his Zhuke Burning Heaven Thunder had also matured rapidly, making him more than capable of dealing with ordinary combatants. Witnessing the sudden and terrifying display of lightning in Mou's hands, as well as his silent yet effective subdual of 3 reasonably skilled mercenaries, Muli's confident demeanor shifted. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Ma Si, rally them and attack. Muli, feeling an unsettling anxiety, shouted urgently. Hearing Muli's command, a tall man named Ma Si stepped forward, and the remaining 10 mercenaries drew their weapons, their eyes gleaming with malice as they charged towards Mou. Mou, be careful. The little medical fairy, standing nearby, immediately warned. Although the youth's power was formidable, the presence of so many seasoned mercenaries made her uneasy. In response, Mou turned to the little medical fairy with a calm smile, his gaze as serene as an abyss. Within the dim and somewhat eerie cavern, amidst the cacophony of the mercenaries' assault, a surge of crimson lightning suddenly manifested in the youth's hands. The red lightning, akin to serpentine electricity, streaked through the air with a flash of crimson light. The onlookers felt an abrupt heat against their skin, followed by an overwhelming sense of paralysis, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity as the flowing red current coursed over the bodies of the mercenaries. As this current spread, a scent reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the cave, and the mercenaries, overwhelmed, succumbed to the electric shock. In the depths of the cave, confronted with this terrifying spectacle and the nauseating stench that permeated the air, Muli gasped as if his neck had been severed, his mouth agape in desperate attempts to breathe. The triumph that once adorned his face gradually transformed into sheer horror, and as he cast another glance at Mou, his expression mirrored that of a terrified soul confronted by a demon. The little healer stood in shock, her delicate hand covering her slightly parted lips. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the boy, her heart racing in sync with the crackling electricity in the atmosphere. The 10-odd mercenaries, brimming with murderous intent, were instantaneously incapacitated by a thunderous bolt, leaving no one to fathom that the orchestrator of this chaos was the seemingly harmless young man before them. Moonlight, the vice-captain, will you take matters into your own hands now? Mo taunted, slowly retracting the vermilion bird thunderbolt from his grasp while gazing at Mu Li with a mocking glint. Mo, brother Mo, young master Mo, please spare me, have mercy. Upon hearing Mo's words, Mu Li's earlier bravado evaporated. He crawled desperately towards Mo, his face a portrait of terror as he pleaded for mercy. To dispatch more than a dozen seasoned 4- and 5-star fighters in an instant was a feat that, aside from his father, no one in the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps could achieve. With his mere 6-star prowess, he dared not provoke the tiger further. Witnessing Mu Li's frantic demeanor, the little healer couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in the irony that this man, who often leveraged his status to ingratiate himself with her and deceive her close mate, would now face such a fate. Suddenly, a peal of laughter broke the tension, and Mo turned to find the little healer, usually graceful and composed, laughing unabashedly. Upon noticing Mo's gaze, her face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. What do you think should be done with him? Mo, in a pleasant mood from the sight of the adorable little healer, entrusted Mu Li's fate to her discretion. Me? The little healer was taken aback by Mo's suggestion, incredulously pointing to herself with her slender fingers. Is there no one else but you and me? Oh, right, excluding him, Mo remarked, gesturing towards Mu Li. Observing Mo's dismissal of the vice-captain's significance, the little healer let out another giggle. Mu Li's face darkened. Yet he perceived a glimmer of hope and hastily implored the little healer, please, dear lady, spare me this once. I promise to cease my pursuits once I return. Seeing his desperate plea, the little healer's expression wavered, and in the end, her kind heart softened. She turned to Mo and said, then let him go. As long as you leave Qing Shan town, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps should not trouble you again. I have a reputation here, and even if I release him, they will not dare to act against me. Upon hearing this, Mo did not retract his stance. With a cold gaze fixed on Mu Li, he declared, you may be spared from a living death, but a mortal fate is inescapable. With that, a surge of power emanated from Mo's fingertips, targeting Mu Li's knee, delivering a devastating blow that rendered him crippled, accompanied by Mu Li's anguished cries. After thoroughly ransacking the valuable items within the stone door, Mo and the little medical fairy emerged from the cave. As for Mu Li, now crippled, he was left to fend for himself. Chapter 71, Farewell. Upon stepping out of the stone door and reaching the cave entrance, Mo discovered that the rope they had descended on had mysteriously vanished. It must have been the handiwork of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group. Noticing the damaged rope, Mo furrowed his brow. In response, the little medical fairy lightly bit her crimson lip and spoke, I have a solution. Oh, Mo smiled softly, as if an idea had struck him. What is your plan? Seeing Mo's curiosity, the little medical fairy produced a short bamboo flute from her bosom, placed it to her lips, and gently blew into it. A peculiar sound wave swiftly emanated from the flute, traveling through the passage and eventually spiraling into the night sky above the cliff. Waving the bamboo flute playfully, the little medical fairy exclaimed, my companion can assist us in our journey. It is a first-tier blue eagle. Upon hearing this, Mo nodded. Although the continent of Dou Qi lacked contracted magical beasts and sects that enslaved them, some humans could indeed cultivate bonds with magical creatures to achieve similar ends. With the sound wave barely dissipated, a piercing cry suddenly reverberated through the night sky. Under the moonlight, Mo could vaguely see a magnificent blue eagle soaring rapidly through the depths of the mountains, soon circling above the cliff. Let us go. Watching the arrival of the blue eagle, the little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beckoned to Mo. Nodding slightly, Mo wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little medical fairy and leaped onto the back of the enormous blue eagle. Xiao Yan, let us go. Upon landing on the eagle's back, the blue eagle spread its mighty wings, generating a powerful gust of wind as it took to the skies. Bearing the two on its back, the space on the eagle's back was limited, compounded by the fierce winds at high altitude, prompting Mo to keep his hold on the little medical fairy, ensuring the vulnerable girl remained secure in his embrace. As she felt the large hand resting on her delicate waist and the solid warmth of his chest against her back, the little medical fairy's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. Unbeknownst to Mo, who faced away from her, he remained oblivious to her blossoming embarrassment. Amidst the howling winds, Mo reveled in the softness he held while appreciating the convenience of traveling atop the blue eagle, contemplating whether to contract a magical beast in the coming days. After all, The Beast Mountain was not lacking in magical creatures, and with the Beast Ring at his disposal, he need not rely on special markings for summoning like the little medical fairy. He could simply place the creature within the ring and release it when needed. A process of remarkable convenience. As this thought burgeoned in Mou's mind, he became increasingly inclined towards the idea. Even though examples of enslaving magical beasts were rare in the continent of Dou Qi, considering their formidable strength. However, the Northwest continent is not like the Central Plains, devoid of formidable beast clans. Thus, as long as one remains cautious, the act of contracting a magical beast entails little risk. Mou, where do you intend to go next? While pondering how to contract a magical beast, Mou was relieved to see that the little healer had not exhibited any negative behavior. Her fondness for him was steadily increasing. Upon hearing her words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, the soft texture in his hand snapping him back to reality. Inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped the young woman, he shifted his thoughts and replied calmly, I plan to stay in the magical Beast Mountain range for a while before traversing it to reach the Mulan Empire. The Mulan Empire? Hearing this name, the little healer murmured softly, instinctively asking, You are leaving the Jama Empire, will you return? Realizing that her question might have been too intimate, she wished to retract it but found it too late, her fair cheeks flushing a lovely shade of pink. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, causing her delicate frame to shiver. Noticing this, Mou tightened his arm around her, his not overly tall stature enveloping the little healer completely. I won't be leaving just yet. If fate allows, we will meet again, he mused, contemplating the softness in his embrace. He understood that the little healer's next destination was the Union Empire, a place flourishing with poison masters, making it ideal for her cultivation. In all honesty, Mou held a deep admiration for this remarkably talented character from the original text. Through their brief interaction, he found himself harboring a degree of affection for her. Nonetheless, his unwavering pursuit remained his own strength. While he could appreciate the beautiful scenery encountered along the way, he would not linger. Perched upon the eagle's back, a tranquil silence enveloped them, creating a delicate atmosphere of unspoken understanding. For the little healer, Mou, the mysterious and powerful youth who had unexpectedly entered her life, seemed to provide an unparalleled sense of security and trust. Below lies the location of the herbal gathering team. Since you are not returning, I shall leave you here. You may depart at dawn. Is that agreeable? Gazing at the campfire below, she gently bit her red lip, a hint of reluctance in her eyes as she turned to Mou. Indeed. Smiling, Mou nodded and released his hold on her waist, chuckling softly. Then we shall part ways here. The next time we meet may be quite some time from now. The warmth of their connection dissipated, leaving the little healer feeling a sudden emptiness as she nodded in understanding. This is for you. From his spatial ring, Mou produced a pale green token and handed it to the little healer. This is called the Mother-Child Communication Token. If one is damaged, the other will sense it. I will not be leaving the magical Beast Mountain range for the time being. Should the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps trouble you, simply crush this token, and I will sense it and come to your aid. The pair of tokens was forged by Mou in the city of Wutan, and at this moment, they proved to be quite useful. After the cave exploration with the little medical sage, Mou found himself developing a certain bond with her. Furthermore, he had no desire to alter the course of events in such a way that would lead to the downfall of this remarkably talented young woman. Upon hearing Mou's introduction, the little medical sage was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes flickered with complexity as she regarded the boy. She then extended her delicate hand to accept the black token, nodding with an air of vivacity. I shall take my leave now. Observing her demeanor, Mou chuckled softly, scratching his nose, and nodded slightly while waving farewell to the little medical sage as he turned to venture into the dark depths of the forest. Farewell. Watching Mou's gradually receding figure, the little medical sage held the black token in her hand, reflecting on the warmth of friendship and the feeling of being cared for. It was indeed a delightful sensation, she mused. Mou, perhaps you shall be my only friend in this lifetime. Then, seemingly lost in thought, she spoke wistfully, for it was the first time she, burdened with the calamity of her toxic physique, had been treated in such a manner. Chapter 72, Mastering the Art of Aerial Combat. In the pristine air of the forest, Mou lay concealed within a patch of grass, his breath completely subdued, his body as still as stone. His gaze pierced through the foliage, fixated intently on a green wolf that was drinking from a stream. Today marked the third day since Mou had parted ways with the little medical sage. Throughout this time, he had been journeying deeper into the monster Beast Mountain range, and by now, he should have reached a central location within its confines. The green wolf before him was an ordinary second-tier beast, its strength comparable to that of a 2- or 3-star human fighter. Over the course of the past few days, Mou had worn it down to a state of near exhaustion. To prevent the beast from retaliating in desperation, He had patiently awaited the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. In that instant, as the limping green wolf approached the stream to drink, Mou's keen senses detected his opportunity. With agile grace, he moved through the fallen leaves, positioning himself behind the wolf. 17 lightning patterns erupted along his right arm, an overwhelming force surging within him. His fist clenched tightly, imbued with fierce, thunderous energy. It struck heavily against the wolf's flank. Thunder Fury. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an immense force propelled the wolf forward, eliciting a pained whimper as its body skidded across the ground for several meters before colliding with a tree. With a final convulsion, it succumbed to the inevitable. With resolute steps, Mou approached. Drawing a small dagger from his waist, he severed the wolf's head. Instantly, a small green crystal emerged before his eyes. At last, he had discovered a second-tier magic core. Gazing at the green crystal, a smile crept across Mou's lips. He had been sensing the imminent breakthrough, and this magic core was the key to his advancement. After extracting the magic core, Mou casually discarded the wolf's carcass aside, raised his head to ascertain his bearings, and then swiftly made his way towards a particular cliff. Upon reaching the steep cliff, he carefully climbed the somewhat damp and slippery stones, resembling a nimble monkey as he quickly entered the prearranged cave situated about 4 or 5 meters off the ground. The interior of the cave was slightly cool, yet spacious enough for Mou to comfortably reside. Inside, there were some living supplies, and further in, a stone bed awaited him. Unable to resist, Mou immediately set out to cultivate with the second-tier magic core he had just acquired. Sitting atop the stone bed, he first formed the hand seals for cultivation and gradually calmed the battle energy that had been depleted earlier. After an hour of this cycle, when he sensed that his battle energy had returned to its usual state, he summoned the Xianlei. Having become exceedingly adept at using Xianlei to absorb magic cores, he seamlessly devoured the second-tier magic core. Upon finishing the absorption, the energy feedback from Xianlei was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, allowing Mou to successfully achieve a breakthrough. 8-star Battle Master. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, a subtle smile graced Mou's lips. As an 8-star Battle Master, he was merely 2 steps away from becoming a Battle Master. However, those 2 steps proved to be a source of consternation for Mou, as the energy required for cultivation increased significantly at this advanced stage. Otherwise, the speed of his progress would diminish considerably. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Mou flipped his palm, and a roll of black scroll materialized in his hand, revealing itself to be a high-level flight battle technique. As he untied the meticulously bound strings of the scroll, it unfurled slowly to reveal 2 ominously dark eagle wings. The wings were jet black, with hints of purple cloud patterns subtly visible. Upon closer inspection, they bore a metallic quality akin to black steel, and the feathers emitted a faint warmth. The black flame purple cloud sculpture, a 5th-tier flying magical beast, was said to possess the rare bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Its flight speed ranked among the best of all flying magical beasts, and it was known for its cunning and ferocity, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. It thrived solely in the southern regions of the continent, known as the Cloud of Storms. Mou mused as he read the small print. He had not anticipated that this flight technique originated from the southern continent, which truly required traversing mountains and rivers. Gently, Mou touched the slightly purplish-black eagle wings. His soul perception was exceptionally keen. Upon contact, he sensed a violent and barbarous soul concealed within the wings. It held an unconscious spirit, having separated the soul of the flying magical beast from its wings, ultimately merging them through a secret method. Indeed, the flight techniques of the battle energy continent possessed extraordinary intricacies. Mou reflected with a hint of admiration. In light of this, I shall first subdue your lingering soul. My palms descended upon the ancient scroll, gently pressing against the supple wings, as my eyes gradually closed. Moments after my hands made contact with the wings, the ferocious eagle spirit within unleashed a piercing shriek that resonated through my very essence, sending tremors through my soul. The sound pierced the scroll and surged along my arm, striking my mind with relentless force like a drill. However, my spirit was no weaker than that of an average great fighter, especially with the enhancement of the mystic thunder. Even the remnants of a 5th-tier magical beast could not prevail against me. This contest of souls lasted a mere 3 minutes, culminating in the total defeat of the Azure Cloud Eagle. I was not the least bit surprised. If I could not withstand even a remnant of a 5th-tier beast, I would have no reason to traverse the continent. Having subdued the Azure Cloud Eagle, my palms once again touched the eagle wings. The fighting spirit within me began to circulate along the path described by the scroll, gradually flowing to my arms and seeping into my palms. When the fighting spirit manifested in my hands, the eagle wings depicted on the black scroll suddenly radiated a brilliant light, a blend of violet and black that grew ever more intense, ultimately transforming into two slender beams of purple-black light that darted into my palms like lightning. Upon entering my body, these beams coursed rapidly through my meridians. When they reached the meridians along my spine, they abruptly halted and, with a forceful twist, they forcibly drew forth two exceedingly fine branches from the main conduit. These branches extended from the trunk and gradually came to a stop upon reaching my back. Simultaneously, all the inscriptions and illustrations of the eagle wings upon the black scroll vanished without a trace. Gazing at the now empty scroll, a thought sparked within me, and my fighting spirit flowed along the newly formed branches, infusing my back. Upon receiving this infusion of fighting spirit, the dark eagle wing tattoo on my back immediately erupted with violet radiance, transforming into tangible wings, their span expanding from the size of a palm to approximately 2 feet. Feeling the weight of these violet-tinged wings, I gave a gentle flap. With a whoosh of wind, I leaped from the cave, soaring directly into the air. What a long-lost sensation. Suspended in midair, I felt the gentle beat of my violet wings as I gazed down at the mountains that appeared diminutive below me. Reflecting on the marvel of it all. Chapter 73, Yearning. Indeed, to transform fighting spirit into wings is not an endeavor for the ordinary. After soaring through the skies for a brief moment, I sensed the rapid depletion of my fighting spirit and hastily returned to the cave, ceasing the infusion. The eagle wings on my back retracted and returned to their form as a dark tattoo. With my current strength as an 8-star fighter, maintaining the flight of the azure cloud wings would last a maximum of half an hour, indicating that I still had a considerable journey ahead to truly master the art of flight. Gathering the now blank black scroll, Mou once again retrieved an ancient scroll from his spatial ring. This must be the fragmentary map of the pure lotus demon fire. Mou reflected as he examined the archaic scroll. On the slightly yellowed parchment, there were patterns that appeared utterly chaotic. He traced one line with a finger, following it with a slow, deliberate movement. Although this artifact seemed of little use to him, he decided to store it away for the time being. Perhaps he could later present it to Xiao Yan when their paths crossed. After securing the ancient scroll, Mou's interest in the pure lotus demon fire, a high-ranking exotic flame, waned, and he subsequently extracted a scroll of combat techniques from his ring. It was the advanced Xian rank combat skill, Roaring Lion's Chant, which he had uncovered in the third stone box within the cave. His curiosity regarding this technique was piqued. Given his current strength, this level of combat skill was perfectly suited for him and could be seamlessly combined with his spear techniques. As for the earth-rank spear techniques, he deemed it wise to keep them as a contingency. With this thought, Mou stretched and, once restored to a state of readiness, immersed his soul energy into the scroll to glean its training methods. Although this combat skill was classified as advanced Xian rank, its contents were not overly complex. Drawing upon his years of experience with spear techniques, Mou managed to grasp its fundamentals within the span of an hour. After another hour had passed, a subtle smile of confidence graced his lips as he departed from the cave dwelling. Venturing deep into the forest, he summoned the divine, might-black thunder spear with a flicker of his beast ring. Holding the spear, Mou gazed at the stone wall before him, slowly raising the weapon. Exhaling gently, he narrowed his eyes, and moments later, they snapped open. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from within him. An unending stream of fighting spirit was channeled and concentrated at the tip of the spear. As the fighting spirit intensified, it gradually took the form of a lion's head. Its mouth opened in a terrifying roar. Seeing the fighting spirit lion's head coalesce at the spear's tip, a glimmer of joy flickered in Mou's eyes, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In merely half a day, he had mastered an advanced Xian rank combat skill. Such speed was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, the spear trembled with an uncanny intensity, and a colossal energy lion erupted forth from the tip of the divine, might-black thunder spear. Its ferocious roar resonating throughout the forest, sending the surrounding magical beasts scattering in terror. The advanced Xian rank combat skill, Roaring Lion's Chant. In the vastness of the forest, a sound akin to thunder erupted, followed by a torrential surge of energy that spread across the entire woodland. At that moment, numerous trees were uprooted, and a gaping chasm, 3 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, appeared on the massive rocks beyond, a blinding spectacle of destruction. At the edge of the ravine, countless fine cracks spread across the stone wall, resembling creeping ivy. The power displayed was impressive. Observing the damage he had inflicted, Mou nodded in satisfaction. Despite possessing only the strength of an 8-star warrior, with this maneuver, even low-ranked warriors would likely find themselves outmatched. This journey had indeed yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he acquired a flight combat technique, but he had also mastered a proficient marksmanship technique, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Mou resumed his secluded training. The Beast Mountain range offered an abundance of magical beast cores. While the first and second tier cores contributed little to his advancement, the accumulation of these resources steadily bolstered his strength each day. During MOU's dedicated training, Muli returned to the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Upon learning of MOU's whereabouts, particularly that the majority of the treasures from the cave had been claimed by the young man, the Mercenary Corps embarked on a frenzied search for him. As their pursuit intensified, after sacrificing more than a dozen comrades, they finally began to close in on the forest where MOU resided. 2 months later, on a certain day, as MOU successfully condensed 20 lightning runes, a squad of mercenaries from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps recklessly intruded upon his tranquil abode. Captain Ganmu, having seen the portrait described by the young leader, identified the boy as MOU. At that moment, a mercenary held up a picture, pointing towards the practicing youth. Addressing a gaunt man mounted on a unicorn, "Is this the little rascal who has ruined the captain's beloved son? Though I hold no fondness for that pretty boy Muli, anyone who dares to steal from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps must pay the price," Ganmu declared coldly, casting a menacing gaze towards MOU. Just as his words hung in the air, a sharp gust of wind suddenly surged forth. The force of the attack startled Ganmu, a 9-star warrior, prompting him to swiftly raise his iron staff in defense. With a thunderous crash, the shadowy projectile struck the staff, sending sparks flying, as a long black spear, imbued with terrifying might, embedded itself deep into the ground after rebounding from the staff. At the same time, Ganmu felt the immense power coursing through the spear numb his arm, his expression turning grave, while even the unicorn beneath him knelt under the sheer force. Witnessing this scene, the mercenaries of the Wolfhead Corps gaped in astonishment. To think that a spear, thrown from an unknown origin, could force the two-team leader, a 9-star warrior, into such a predicament. What terrifying strength must this possess? Gazing at the elongated black spear, the eyes of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps members narrowed in disbelief. Amidst the swirling debris that obscured his vision, the seasoned Ganmu remained remarkably composed, retreating swiftly while his keen gaze continually scanned his surroundings. Suddenly halting in his tracks, the mercenary looked up in horror, only to be met with a face that bore a mischievous charm. The young man approached leisurely, gracefully picking up the spear from the ground and executing a fluid flourish. The weapon's owner was none other than MOU. Upon witnessing this scene, Ganmu's pupils constricted. He had learned of the boy's combat prowess from Muli, but had always dismissed it as mere bravado, believing MOU to be at most a 7 or 8-star fighter. However, the unfolding events seemed to defy his expectations. Chapter 74. The Assassination of the Great Fighter. Scanning the insignias of the mercenaries across from him, MOU could not help but smirk coldly. The Wolfhead Mercenary Group? Have you come here to meet your demise? His decision to allow the little healer to spare Muli was primarily due to his contempt for the Wolfhead Mercenary Group's capabilities. Their leader was merely a 2-star fighter, and the rest were not but insignificant underlings. He had not anticipated that someone would genuinely come to hunt him down. Truly a case of greed clouding judgment. You are MOU? Hand over what you obtained in the cave, and I may spare your life. In the fleeting moment of their earlier confrontation, Ganmu had sensed that the youth before him was not as simple as he seemed, and his initial desire to eliminate him had waned slightly. Nevertheless, he was determined to reclaim the items from the cave at any cost. Indeed, that is I. MOU replied, caressing the spear in his hand with a playful demeanor. If you wish for me to relinquish what I acquired in the cave, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Ganmu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asserted, if you obediently hand over the items, I can recommend you to our leader as the 4th commander of the Wolfhead Mercenary Group. 4th commander? No need for that. If you can survive this encounter with my spear, I will grant you my life, MOU retorted coldly. You little brat, daring to toy with me. Realizing he had been mocked, Ganmu's irritation grew. You possess a bit of talent, but today you shall witness the might of your elder. With that, Ganmu squeezed his legs tightly, and his steed understood the command, letting out a fierce cry as both horse and rider charged towards MOU with formidable force. Yet, as the duo approached with overwhelming momentum, MOU's expression remained unchanged. Channeling his energy along specific pathways, he suddenly stomped his foot against the ground. In an instant, the next moment, the youth vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, it was as if a shadow had materialized above Ganmu's head. Second commander, be careful. Below. The mercenary reminded. Before Ganmu could react, a figure swiftly leaped onto the horse's head, spinning midair, and forcefully struck Ganmu beneath the chin with a right kick. Instantly, Ganmu's body traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Before he could comprehend the situation, a foot was firmly planted on his chest. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye. Witnessing Ganmu, now reduced to a mere object beneath MOU's foot, the mercenaries were left in a state of astonishment, as if confronted by an incredible phenomenon. Coughing violently, laced with blood, Ganmu glared up at the youth above him with a fierce expression. "Kill him," he bellowed, prompting his subordinates to draw their weapons with ferocity and charge at Mou. Simultaneously, a faint green aura of energy surged violently from Ganmu's body, transforming his fists to a withered, wooden hue as he gripped them tightly and unleashed a furious strike toward Mou's lower leg. Dash! Echoed a soft command in Mou's mind, and a surge of white energy rapidly enveloped his foot, which then slammed down onto Ganmu's chest, propelling him toward the charging mercenaries. With a resounding impact, the explosive force generated by the dash caused Ganmu's chest to reverberate, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Pale and swaying, Ganmu gripped an iron rod tightly, gritting his teeth as he advanced to attack Mou. In a matter of 2 or 3 exchanges, Mou effortlessly dispatched several mercenaries, each possessing the strength of 5-star fighters, and slowly turned to face the fearsome Ganmu, who was charging at him with a vibrant green aura, with his right hand firmly grasping the godly might Black Thunder Spear. Mou momentarily paused before violently stomping the ground, creating a thunderous sound as he propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he was before Ganmu, tightening his grip on the spear, which was infused with unmatched ferocity, as he brought it down in a fierce slash. The sharp gust of wind from the strike turned Ganmu's already pale visage even graver. He hastily tightened his grip on the iron rod, his energy surging violently within as he braced himself for the unavoidable confrontation. Bang! The crisp sound of steel clashing resonated throughout the forest. As the iron rod made contact with the spear, the immense force behind the strike caused Ganmu's body to plunge downward, his feet sinking into the ground. Crack! In the next moment, the steel rod in Ganmu's hand began to show signs of fissures, which rapidly expanded, ultimately shattering with a sharp sound. Staring in disbelief at his weapon being forcefully severed, a look of shock spread across Ganmu's face, prompting him to hastily retreat. Boom! With a fierce thrust, the divine might Black Thunder Spear continued its relentless assault, striking heavily against Ganmu's chest. A muffled sound echoed as he suffered another brutal blow. His already pallid complexion turned even more as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body rolling helplessly across the ground for several meters, a pitiful sight. What a terrifying little demon. Flee! Realizing that he had encountered a formidable opponent who had easily subdued him with a single strike, Ganmu understood that the youth before him must be a scion of one of the great families of the empire. With this realization, he abandoned any thoughts of continuing the fight. His body twisted unnaturally as he leaped onto his unicorn steed. With a swift motion, he mounted the horse without casting a glance back at Mou, hastily urging the creature to turn and flee. Observing this, a cold glint flashed in Mou's eyes. Gripping the divine might Black Thunder Spear tightly, he unleashed its ferocity, transforming it into a shadow that shot forth with the speed of lightning. Boom! Sensing the terrifying momentum behind him, Ganmu turned to see the ominous shadow of the spear's tip. His expression shifted drastically, revealing profound fear as he struck the horse's back with urgency. Alas, even the unicorn's swift pace could not rival the spear's velocity. In a panic, Ganmu attempted to raise his hand to defend himself, but the divine might Black Thunder Spear accelerated abruptly, caught off guard by the spear's relentless advance. It mercilessly pierced his chest. Instantly, his eyes bulged in shock, his chest caving in as blood mixed with shattered organs flowed from his mouth. He was propelled backward from the horse, crashing through 2 or 3 trees before finally coming to a halt. Ganmu is dead, Mou remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the audacity of a mere 9-star fighter daring to pursue him. Approaching Ganmu's lifeless body, he observed the unblinking stare of the fallen, his expression indifferent. Placing his right foot upon Ganmu's chest, he slowly withdrew the spear, drawing forth a cascade of blood. Just as Mou sheathed the divine might Black Thunder Spear and prepared to depart, a sudden tension gripped his heart, and his countenance shifted in alarm. Channeling his fighting spirit to his feet, he leaped away swiftly. Boom! Moments after Mou's departure, a massive black hand descended with terrifying force upon the spot he had just vacated. The impact stirred up clouds of dust and shattered the surrounding trees. Witnessing this scene, Mou's expression hardened. The assailant's strength was at least that of a grand fighter. Chapter 75, Moine. My lord, are you still lurking in the shadows? Mou's gaze swept dangerously across the forest. The sudden strike from earlier had imbued him with a sense of imminent peril. Had it not been for his extraordinary spiritual power, which allowed him to sense a hint of danger, he would have likely met the same fate as Ganmu, reduced to nothing but ashes. Contemplating this, Mou's expression grew grave. The newcomer was certainly not a member of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. In fact, there was not a single grand fighter to be found in the entirety of Qingshi town. Such formidable beings could easily dominate a region within the imperial cities. With MOU's current strength, he could effortlessly handle low-ranking fighters and retreat unscathed from high-ranking ones. However, he was no match for a grand fighter. As MOU's words fell, a shadow emerged from beneath a great tree, revealing a figure clad in a black robe that obscured much of their face, emanating an aura of chilling indifference. Standing there, they appeared unremarkable, yet upon seeing this figure, MOU's pupils constricted sharply. The presence radiating from this individual rivaled that of Xiao Yan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. Indeed, a grand fighter had made their move, and their strength was formidable. This presented a significant predicament, yet there was an unsettling familiarity to this figure's aura. MOU's dark eyes fixated on the silhouette, his brow furrowing as a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. Such a formidable youth, barely in his teens, had already claimed the life of a 9-star fighter. How regrettable it would be for the MO family to eliminate you. Suddenly, the shadowy figure spoke in a hoarse, cold tone, gazing at MOU with a glimmer of admiration, swiftly replaced by a palpable intent to kill. This individual was Moin, a killer dispatched by the MO family patriarch. A 4-star grand fighter. Initially, upon receiving this assignment, Moin had dismissed it. He had clandestinely taken down countless grand fighters, including one 7-star grand fighter. His reputation in the northeastern provinces of the empire was formidable, rivaling even that of the current patriarch, Lan, second only to the elder. Thus, when informed of an assassination target at the level of a fighter, Moin had regarded the task with disdain. However, upon arriving in Wutan City and encountering MOU's renown firsthand, he realized the family's concerns were well-founded. If the family could not claim MOU, they must assuredly eliminate him. Regrettably, after over half a year in Wutan City, MOU seldom ventured outside, spending most of his time in seclusion within the Xiao family estate. Even when he did go out, it was with such secrecy that few noticed his presence, preventing Moin from seizing an opportunity. Thus, Lan resolved to infiltrate the Xiao family stealthily to eliminate MOU, confident that the Xiao family patriarch, a mere 5-star grand fighter, posed little threat to him. However, shortly after infiltrating the Xiao residence, he was abruptly intercepted by a powerful aura, as if it had sensed his presence the moment he attempted to sneak into the Xiao family. This realization instilled a profound sense of fear within Moin. His shadowy technique is so elusive that even a spirit duelist might struggle to detect it. Yet, upon entering the Xiao family estate, it revealed itself, indicating that the Xiao family certainly harbors hidden power, at least at the level of a Dou Wang. Realizing this, Moin dared not infiltrate the Xiao family stealthily. However, abandoning the assassination was not an option. Thus, he lay in wait within Wutan City until he received word of the Xiao family's twin dragons venturing out. Upon learning this news, Moin felt a surge of opportunity. After extensive inquiries, he indeed heard of MOU being pursued by the Wolf Head mercenary group in Qing town. Following a contingent of the Wolf Head mercenaries, he successfully tracked down MOU's whereabouts. Witnessing MOU decisively slay the group's vice-captain intensified Moin's murderous intent. This youth truly possessed the bearing of a Dou Huang. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, the chieftain's fears could very well materialize one day. As the black-cloaked figure's sudden aura of killing intent surged, MOU's brow furrowed slightly. He had just caught wind of the name MO family. "Are you from the MO family?" MOU inquired somberly. If the visitor were indeed a great dome master of the MO family, it would elucidate the overwhelming malice directed at him. Yet, MOU remained unaware that Moin had long been preparing to assassinate him for half a year. Nor did he know that Sun Er had inadvertently aided him once more. Had Elder Ling not secretly driven Moin away, he might have already fallen victim to the latter's treachery. "I am Moin, acting on the chieftain's orders to take your life. As a killer, I should not divulge so much information. However, out of respect for our shared bloodline, I shall grant you the courtesy of understanding your fate," Moin rasped, his voice carrying an undeniable authority, akin to that of the Grim Reaper demanding a soul. No matter how formidable MOU's talents may be, he remained merely a fighter at this moment, and there was no escaping Moin's grasp. "The MO family? I have yet to seek you out. Yet you dare to pursue me," MOU retorted, his expression frosty as a cold glimmer of murderous intent surged within his eyes. "Huh. You are indeed the son of Mo Jingyun. You possess remarkable courage," Moin remarked, impressed by MOU's unflinching demeanor, despite being a killer himself. "Have you met my father?" MOU's countenance shifted upon hearing the name Mo Jingyun from another's lips, and he regarded the figure in black with icy disdain. "Indeed, I have seen him. Though his talent may not rival yours, he is far superior to the family's useless drunks. Alas, I cannot speak further on this matter." Mo's hoarse voice abruptly ceased, evidently wary of something. At these words, Mo recalled the experiments conducted by the Mo family involving the transplantation of magical beast limbs, solidifying his suspicions regarding the circumstances of his father's demise. Enough of this. It is time to send you to meet your father, Mo stated. As a killer, his verbosity was somewhat excessive, yet considering Mo's shared bloodline and exceptional talent, he deemed it fitting to elaborate so extensively. As the words of the figure cloaked in black came to a close, a chilling aura emanated from him. Akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash a lethal strike at a critical moment. If you seek my life, let us see if you are capable of accomplishing that feat. Mo cast a cold gaze upon the suddenly transformed demeanor of his adversary, his eyes revealing an unprecedented gravity. After all, with his strength as an 8-star Dou fighter, it seemed utterly implausible to triumph over a Grand Dou master, who stood 2 ranks above him. Nevertheless, Mo remained composed. He understood that panic served no purpose at this juncture, and it was not an easy task for a Grand Dou master to claim his life. Observing this, Mo allowed a sinister smile to creep across his face. Although he was uncertain of the source of Mo's confidence, he recognized that he could no longer afford to let this youth grow unchecked. Otherwise, should the Mo clan intervene again, it would necessitate the personal involvement of the Grand Elder. Chapter 76, The Rending of the Thunderclouds. Fixating ominously on the tranquil Mo slowly raised his palm. The Dou Qi within him surged with murderous intent, rapidly coursing through his veins, manifesting as a torrent of black energy. Mo furrowed his brow upon witnessing this dark Dou Qi, realizing it was of the rare dark attribute, which explained the figure's prowess as an assassin. The dark attribute is exceedingly uncommon among the various classifications of Dou Qi and possesses formidable combat capabilities. Prepare to meet your demise. The raspy voice echoed ominously as Mo's form dimmed and then inexplicably vanished, only to reappear before Mo in an instant. His hand, infused with overwhelming Dou Qi, descended towards Mo's chest with alarming force. Feeling the sharp gust of wind generated by the impending strike, Mo's expression grew solemn. The disparity between a Grand Dou master and a Dou fighter is akin to the chasm between 2 disparate realms. With his current strength, he doubted he could withstand even 10 exchanges against his opponent. In a flash, his soul sensed the impending attack, and Mo swiftly sidestepped to the left, his Dou Qi surging rapidly within him. Grasping the divine might Black Thunder Spear, he aimed a fierce strike at Mo's head. However, Mo was not overly perturbed by the fierce energy descending from above. His right hand shot up, and black Dou Qi erupted forth, coalescing into a circular shield that intercepted Mo's spear thrust. Not only that, but the black shield, having deflected the divine might Black Thunder Spear, swiftly dissolved into swirling black mist, surging towards Mo along the spear's shaft. Vermilion birds blazing thunder. Realizing the imminent danger, Mo felt a surge of alarm. Should the menacing black mist ensnare him, he would find himself in grave peril. With a thought, he summoned the vermilion bird's blazing thunder, which crackled with crimson lightning along the shaft of his spear, charging forth like a wolf among sheep, relentlessly shattering the encroaching black mist. Oh, how peculiar is this thunder! As he beheld the crimson lightning that materialized in Mo's palm, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mo's eyes. With his extensive knowledge, he could certainly perceive the extraordinary nature of this thunder. Upon witnessing a failed strike, Mo withdrew the black mist, while Mo swiftly retreated, hastily creating distance. In this first encounter with a formidable great fighter since his rebirth, Mo was compelled to acknowledge the overwhelming might of his opponent. A mere casual attack from the adversary had forced him to employ both his weapon and techniques in rapid succession. Impressive agility, and the thunderclap you wield is rather peculiar. A pity, he mused, his gaze reflecting a blend of regret and curiosity as he fixated on the crimson thunder in Mo's grasp. With a sardonic smile, he sneered at Mo. If this is all your capability amounts to, you would do well to cease your struggles. With such limited power, it is unlikely you could ever defeat me. Unfazed, Mo coldly retorted. You sharp-tongued brat, allow me to demonstrate the true strength of a warrior. With a fierce cry, Mo's murderous intent surged, his hands swiftly forming seals. Simultaneously, an even more potent surge of fighting spirit erupted from him. As he completed his seals, a dense black energy mist began to pour forth from his body, coalescing above him into a black canopy reminiscent of ominous storm clouds. This obsidian mist rapidly condensed in midair, swiftly shaping itself into a long black spear exceeding 2 meters in length, its surface adorned with intricate black patterns. The energy flowing like rippling water, exuding an eerie aura. Shadow Strike. With this thunderous declaration, the black spear hurtled toward Mou, slicing through the air with tremendous force, akin to a lightning bolt aimed directly at the youth. Observing the terrifying black energy spear, Mou remained composed, firmly gripping the divine might black thunder spear. On his right arm, 20 bolts of lightning surged to life, and as the runes illuminated, his aura intensified, his fair skin hardening like rock. After cultivating the thunder body to 20 runes, its domineering nature began to manifest, although Mou was merely at the fighter level. The prowess he exhibited while employing the thunder body likely surpassed that of a great fighter clad in fighting spirit attire. Simultaneously, the fighting spirit coalescing around his spear grew increasingly potent, subtly forming the visage of a roaring energy lion's head. Gazing at the lion's head materializing at the spear's tip, Mou's fighting spirit sword, for Mou represented his first true adversary since his rebirth. Thunder body, raging lion's roar. As both profound techniques were unleashed, Mou's aura ascended to unprecedented heights, such that even a low-star great fighter would feel inadequate in its presence. With a resounding clash, as Mou thrust forth his spear, the energy lion's head collided with the black energy spear, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that radiated outward from the epicenter. The immense energies from both forces propelled all nearby obstacles into the air, and the ensuing gust of wind whipped Mou's attire into a frenzied flutter. In the fierce confrontation, the dark spear of shadowy energy and the silvery lion's head clashed like ferocious beasts, tearing at each other. After a brief yet intense struggle, the black energy spear pierced through the lion's head, lunging directly towards Mou. The prowess of a grand duelist was indeed formidable. Witnessing this scene, a wave of trepidation washed over Mou. His current realm was far too low, a full 2 major realms beneath his opponent. Relying solely on combat energy, he possessed almost no chance of victory. As the energy arrow surged toward him, Mou grasped the divine might black thunder spear, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. He tightened his grip and began to channel an astonishing torrent of thunderous combat energy into the spear. Simultaneously, the natural energies of the forest surged, a multitude of visible energies seemingly drawn in a frenzy, pouring into the divine might black thunder spear held in Mou's hands. As the infusion of energy intensified, the brilliant lightning radiance atop the spear began to retract, the once blinding light swiftly condensing back into the spear. With the overwhelming influx of energy, a surge of lightning-like force flowed freely from the spear's tip, reminiscent of a serene lake. With a sudden jolt of his arm, Mou aimed the spear directly at the energy arrow, and with a resounding whoosh, he thrust it forward. Earth-tier combat skill, 9 heavens, thundercloud split. A thunderous bellow erupted as the power of thunder exploded from the tip of the divine might black thunder spear, akin to a raging mountain torrent. Boom. As the spear passed, the air appeared to tremble and twist, a sight to behold from afar. After Mou infused the last vestige of combat energy within him into the spear, a blinding flash erupted from its tip, releasing a formidable lightning lance that, in the blink of an eye, shattered the black energy arrow, ultimately striking fiercely towards Mou. In his line of sight, a dazzling silver light flickered. As the lightning lance obliterated the shadowy thrust, Mou's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. The manifestation of combat energy? Such a feat could only be achieved by a grand duelist at the very least. How could this mere duelist, standing before him, possibly unleash such a flawless condensed attack? A shock of astonishment swept through Mou, leaving him no time to ponder this perplexing and somewhat insane question. His combat energy surged uncontrollably, enveloping the black mist with a layer of dark energy, akin to a thin film cloaking it. Shadow dance. Taking a deep breath, the black mist above Mou began to swirl violently. Strands of black energy, resembling silken ribbons, materialized one after another before him, forming an intricate web-like tapestry. Boom. As the thunderous roar reverberated, the ground where Mou stood erupted, sending soil skyward. Suddenly, a shadow abruptly shot forth from the earth, its feet firmly embedded in the ground. After a hasty retreat of several meters, the figure collided heavily with a colossal tree, which instantly splintered with a resounding crash, bringing the shadow to a momentary halt. You shall perish. Mou's expression darkened ominously upon witnessing an adversary, a mere 8-star fighter, manage to repel him. Chapter 77. The Power of the Soul. Truly, a grand fighter. Even Earth-grade combat techniques posed no fatal threat to him. Observing that Mou had only been pushed back a few steps, and his vitality quickly stabilized after a brief tumult, Mou couldn't help but reflect on the formidable challenge of surpassing 2 tiers. In his estimation, even a 6- or 7-star fighter would likely be unable to withstand the 9 heavens thundercloud rift unscathed. Enough of this. Being forced into such a predicament by a mere teenager ignited a fierce murderous intent in Mo Yin's gaze. The more terrifying Mo Yu's exhibited prowess and potential became, the less he could afford to let this boy escape. With a hoarse bellow, the disdain on Mo Yin's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. It was evident that he had begun to regard Mo Yu with genuine seriousness. The myriad of techniques displayed by the youth were beyond his comprehension, stirring a profound sense of dread within him. He could not allow this boy the opportunity to grow. In the next instant, a surge of dark fighting energy erupted from Mo Yin, dissipating momentarily before coalescing into a form-fitting black battle armor. The transformation into armor was one of the hallmarks of a grand fighter. As a 4-star grand fighter, Mo Yin's battle armor exuded a chilling and sinister aura, clearly beyond what lower-tier grand fighters could achieve. The summoning of this battle armor signified that Mo Yin was about to unveil his true strength. To be compelled to don battle armor by a fighter of my realm, Mo Yu, though I remain unaware of your cousin Xiao Yan's true talents, I am willing to acknowledge the veracity of the Xiao family's dragon title. Alas, fate has denied you the opportunity to continue your ascent. Today, I shall eradicate you completely. Mo Yin's voice dripped with cold resolve. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, one befitting a grand fighter. In response, Mo Yu remained silent. The previous Earth-grade technique had nearly depleted his fighting energy. Yet, to think that a mere grand fighter could extinguish him seemed overly presumptuous. In the next moment, Mo Yu retracted the scant fighting energy remaining within him, seemingly surrendering to fate. However, his hands swiftly formed an intricate and profound seal, akin to an ethereal illusion. Boom. As the ink feather handprint took shape, a torrent of formidable soul energy gradually emanated from Mo Yu's mind, enveloping a substantial portion of the forest in an instant. This sudden surge of spiritual pressure left Mo Yin momentarily stunned. He quickly donned a grave expression and began to search for the source of this soul power. To his astonishment, he discovered that the origin of this overwhelming force was none other than the young boy before him. Such potent soul energy belonged to this lad. Mo Yin gazed in disbelief at the figure of the youth, his eyes darkening with a sense of foreboding. In his estimation, this soul power rivaled that of a typical third-tier alchemist. Not only could the youth, at the level of a fighter, unleash extraordinary combat techniques, but he also possessed such formidable soul strength. Contemplating the boy's various strange abilities only deepened Mo Yin's perplexity, causing his countenance to darken even further. Surely, this boy was merely an 8-star fighter? Yet how could his soul power be so immense? The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. Eventually, Mo Yin resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Regardless of the strength of the soul energy, he would eliminate this boy today. With a flash of determination, Mo Yin clasped his hands, causing the surrounding black mist of energy to morph into 2 handleless sword blades, which shot forth like lightning towards Mo Yu's throat and heart. However, what appeared to be an exceedingly difficult attack to evade for a lower-tier great fighter was not insurmountable under Mo Yu's keen perception of soul energy. He concentrated his soul force, launching an invisible wave of energy that collided heavily with the sword blades, sending them careening off course. "Why is your soul energy so strong?" Mo Yin queried, his voice raspy with disbelief as he regarded the enigmatic youth. I shall reveal it to you once you are dead," Mo Yu replied coldly. As a master of weapon crafting, his soul power had always been extraordinarily robust, even though he had lost much of his cultivation after his rebirth. The protection of the mysterious thunders still allowed him to retain a remnant of his soul strength, enough to rival some ordinary great fighters. Given his current low level of combat energy, which posed no threat to his opponent, Mo Yu had no choice but to invoke his soul power. "You arrogant little brat," Mo Yin hissed, witnessing Mo Yu's defiance. In an instant, he appeared directly before Mo Yu, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a powerful shadow palm aimed directly at him. As the formidable force surged towards him, Mo Yu remained unfazed, channeling an invisible wave of soul energy that continued to coalesce beneath his handprint, ultimately striking back against the shadow palm. With a resounding crash, the collision of soul energy and black combat energy reverberated through the clearing, sending shockwaves that uprooted trees in the vicinity. Beneath their feet, a vast pit formed, deepening several meters into the earth. As the duel continued, Mo Yin's expression gradually grew solemn, for he discerned that Mo Yu's soul power was not only equivalent to that of a third-tier alchemist, but also displayed an extraordinarily terrifying mastery over soul energy. Being a core member of the Mo family, and given the family's unique relationship with the Yunlan sect, he had, on a fortuitous occasion, encountered the foremost alchemist of the Jamar Empire, the 6th-tier Pil King Gu He, and had witnessed the latter's prowess up close. However, Today's contest with MOU revealed that MOU's control over soul energy was, astonishingly, even more exquisite and flawless than that of the premier alchemist of the Jamar Empire. This boy is indeed peculiar. With another clash of fighting spirit and soul power, both combatants trembled momentarily. MOU swiftly retreated, his eyes flashing with cold light as a robust black fighting spirit surged from his body. Yet this time, it did not disperse into a black mist. Instead, it rapidly coalesced before him. Boy, your soul energy is formidable, but your fighting spirit is too weak. This is your fatal flaw at present. However, in the future, you shall not have such an opportunity again. A cold smile crept across Mo Yin's lips as the swiftly condensing black fighting spirit gradually formed a spear that extended several zhang in length. At a certain moment, when the energy atop the black spear reached its zenith, Mo Yin finally ceased to restrain himself. With a grave expression and a sharp cry, the already dark mist enveloping the spear surged violently, momentarily obscuring the blazing sunlight above, casting half the sky into shadow. Mystical advanced fighting technique, Death Spear, in midair. As the command resounded, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, an ominous killing intent cascading down from the sky towards MOU. It was evident that Mo Yin had begun to unleash true lethality. As the spear, imbued with fearsome energy, took form, an overwhelming presence descended upon MOU, who stood below like a mere leaf in a tempestuous sea, threatened to be engulfed at any moment. Mo Yin cast a sinister glare at MOU, uncertain of why the latter's soul power and control were so immensely potent, yet he was confident that against his full-powered strike with a mystical advanced fighting technique, that ethereal soul energy would dissipate like air. MOU would surely perish beneath this assault. Gazing up at the ever-enlarging black spear, Mo Yin's confident, cold smile did not go unnoticed by MOU, who saw the certainty of his opponent. A disdainful expression crossed the young man's face. Fighting spirit could be wielded through fighting techniques. Could soul energy not manifest as soul techniques? Just so, he too possessed soul techniques. As this thought crossed his mind, MOU slowly extended his hands, forming an extraordinary hand seal. With the seal's manifestation, a vast and formidable surge of soul power rapidly coalesced in his palms. And within the ethereal space, a faintly discernible spiral mark emerged. The soul imprint harnessed MOU's soul power, condensing it into a form of attack. Although the gathered soul power was not significantly stronger than what MOU had previously exhibited, the disparity in their potency was immense. Much like combat techniques, soul techniques also possess the remarkable ability to consolidate soul power and achieve amplification, an effect intrinsically linked to the quality of the soul technique. MOU understood that in the ancient times of the Dou Qi Continent, alchemists could fully unleash the might of soul power, rivaling even the combat techniques of formidable warriors. This method was referred to as soul techniques by the ancient alchemists. Although most soul techniques have become extinct, a few clandestine alchemists still retain some knowledge. Despite the differences in continents, the application of soul power exhibited remarkable similarities. According to the calculations of the Dou Qi Continent, the spiral soul imprint MOU employed was on par with mid-level soul techniques of the profound tier. Soul techniques, akin to combat techniques, imply that if a warrior cultivating Dou Qi lacks combat techniques, they can only rely on their robust Dou Qi in battle. However, in such a scenario, confronting someone with combat techniques would inevitably lead to disadvantage. Thus, after Mo Yin executed his combat technique, MOU unhesitatingly unleashed his soul technique, Spiral Soul Imprint. With the command uttered, the immense soul power in MOU's hands solidified instantly, and a soul technique imprint, resembling a spiral, shot forth like lightning directly toward the ominous black spear. Although the soul spiral imprint was intangible, its unusual pressure was palpable even from a distance, leaving one breathless. Mo Yin was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically at MOU's display of soul power manifesting a skill akin to a combat technique. This method was unprecedented in his experience. Indeed, he believed that even the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire, Gu He, would not possess such a technique. With that thought, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Mo Yin's eyes. The boy's consecutive extraordinary feats shattered his worldview. If he did not eliminate MOU, he feared the emergence of an obsessive inner demon. As this realization struck him, a sinister expression crept across Mo Yin's face, and his black Dou Qi surged once more, converging upon the terrifying spear, launching a fierce assault against the spiral soul imprint. Boom! The spiral soul imprint collided with the black spear in an instant, unleashing an invisible gust of wind that rippled outward from the point of impact. The ground trembled as waves of energy surged forth, causing countless trees to explode into a shower of wood shavings with a resounding crack. As the two forces collided, MOU's body was violently jolted back by the terrifying invisible energy, retreating several dozen steps until he plunged his long spear into the ground, carving a deep gash several meters long before he finally halted. With a sharp exhale, he steadied himself, only to feel a sudden bitter taste in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood that stained the earth beneath his feet of vivid crimson. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Yu's expression darkened. Although his soul power was not insignificant, it merely paralleled that of an ordinary great fighter. In contrast, Mo Yin possessed a formidable strength of a 4-star great fighter, complemented by his enigmatic dark energy and impressive combat techniques, making him no less formidable than those of 5 or 6 stars. It was likely that even Xiao Yan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, might not be his match. The Spiral Soul Seal was almost his most powerful technique at that moment. Should the battle continue, he might have no choice but to burn his soul power to escape unscathed. The potential repercussions of such an act were severe, yet preserving his life took precedence above all else. Just as Mo Yu was mulling over his dire predicament, a chilling intent to kill suddenly enveloped him. A shadow beneath his feet morphed into a figure, brandishing a black dagger aimed directly at his head. Mo Yu, perish. The figure was none other than Mo Yin, who had shed his earlier composure. His solid battle armor lay in tatters, and his black cloak was equally torn, revealing a gaunt, menacing face stained with fresh blood. Clearly, he had suffered significant damage from their recent clash of techniques. As Mo Yin launched his sudden assault, Mo Yu seemed momentarily caught off guard, allowing the black dagger to pierce through his skull. Witnessing this exhilarating scene, Mo Yin felt an overwhelming thrill. Who would have thought that a mere fighter could drive a renowned great fighter to such desperation in the northeastern province? However, just as he believed he had accomplished his task and slain Mo Yu, the Yu's form began to dissipate slowly before his incredulous eyes as the dagger passed through. Was this an afterimage? Realizing what had transpired, the seasoned Mo Yin's face contorted into a devilish grimace, exuding a chilling malice. That was close. Upon seeing the afterimage shatter, Mo Yu, hidden in another corner, let out a sigh of relief. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed an unprecedented danger and had hurriedly substituted his true form with an afterimage to evade the lethal assassination. The ability to execute stealthy strikes through shadows truly showcased Mo Yin's remarkable prowess. You little wretch, you shall not escape my grasp today. Mo Yin's eyes glinted with venomous intent as he glared at Mo Yu, his frustration mounting with each failed attempt to corner the boy. Upon hearing these words, Mo Yu's expression darkened considerably. This individual's assassination techniques were virtually impossible to defend against. Without eliminating or severely injuring him, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. Just as Mo Yu prepared to unleash his soul power for a devastating blow, his gaze fell upon the familiar black short sword in Mo Yin's hand, and his eyes instantly gleamed with recognition, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 79, Weapon Explosion Technique. Dark Serpent Shadow Sword. The sight of the shadowy short sword in Mo Yin's grasp triggered memories of a past event at the auction in Wuten City, leading Mo Yu to an immediate realization. At that time, 2 weapons were auctioned at the Mitre auction house, one of which was purchased by a mysterious figure in a black robe. The moment he first laid eyes on Mo Yin, Mo Yu felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It seemed evident that Mo Yin was the one who had acquired the Dark Serpent Shadow Sword. Although Mo Yu was unaware of why Mo Yin had infiltrated Wuten City and had refrained from attacking him until now, the presence of the Dark Serpent Shadow Sword sparked a glimmer of escape strategy in his mind. Who are you really? Mo Yin rasped, his voice hoarse as he regarded Mo Yu. The various tactics displayed by the youth evoked a sensation of confronting some ancient monstrosity within him. I am the one destined to slay you. Mo Yu silently replenished his internal fighting spirit and nearly depleted soul power, gradually maneuvering toward the nearby cliff while casting a cold gaze. You stubborn boy, you must die today. Mo Yin fixed his intense gaze upon the youth, who was now perilously close to the edge of the cliff. Did he truly believe he could escape? Apologies, but it seems your desires may not be fulfilled. Lifting his gaze to meet Mo Yin's twisted visage, Mo Yu felt a flush rise to his pale cheeks, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a pair of jet-black eagle wings, approximately 1 meter in span, erupted from his back. Beholding the wings that had unexpectedly manifested behind Mo Yu, Mo Yin was once again struck with astonishment, his expression dark as the depths of a stormy sea. With a powerful flap of his wings, Mo Yu leapt into the abyss, wings beating rapidly, and in Mo Yin's astonished gaze, he began to unsteadily soar towards the opposite cliff. Fighting Spirit Transformation. A Spirit King powerhouse. No, this is that boy's peculiar technique. Sensing the fighting spirit still resonating at the level of a fighter, Mo Yin shook his head grimly. The little wretch possessed a multitude of tricks, nearly deceiving even him. Little wretch, there is no way you can escape my grasp today. With a menacing grin, Yin coiled his body, his left leg suddenly thrusting with immense force, shattering his trousers. The exposed thigh bulged with veins resembling small serpents, and it inexplicably widened, while the once normal leg hair surged half an inch in length, turning an extraordinarily dark hue, akin to the fur of a wild wolf. At this moment, Yin's thigh had completely deviated from the normal human form, resembling more the limbs of a formidable beast. A faint green hue gradually surged within the thigh, and in an instant, the entire limb transformed into a deep emerald shade, reminiscent of the ferocious leg of a tempestuous wolf. Young one, this is the fourth-tier beastly leg of the wind wolf, painstakingly grafted by me. Today, let me test its might on you. With a sinister grin, Yin slammed the wind wolf leg forcefully onto the ground, unleashing a wave of energy that cracked the earth beneath, resembling a spider's web of fissures spreading out. As Yin took a step forward, his body propelled towards Mu like a bullet, moving at a speed several times faster than Mu's battle Qi wings. Observing Yin, who was relentlessly pursuing him with a short sword, Mu revealed a peculiar smile. You wretched little pest, perish. With a fierce glare, Yin's eyes narrowed as he soared above Mu, striking down like a venomous serpent. Suspended in midair, Mu had no means to evade. Yet he had no intention of retreating. Channeling his soul force, Mu deftly infused it into the shadowy serpent blade. With a swift incantation, he uttered, "Weapon detonation." In the astonished gaze of Yin, the short sword unexpectedly erupted. The explosion, akin to that of a second or even third-tier weapon, resonated with a thunderous roar that sent birds and creatures scattering from the cliffs. The shockwave from the blast momentarily halted Yin's advance, and the close-range explosion caught him off guard. His once fierce visage was marred with blood, and his right arm that held the sword was obliterated. Reeling from the devastating blow, Yin felt a tumult within, hastily suppressing it. Gazing down at the sheer cliff, he dared not linger in midair without the protection of battle Qi wings. With a resentful glare at Mu, he swiftly employed his agile form to return to the cliff's edge. Seizing the opportunity, Mu harnessed the wind's force to hastily flee. As he soared, he noticed a glimmering green light drifting in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a spatial ring. Recognizing it as the very ring that had been blasted from Yin's severed arm, he flapped his battle Qi wings and swiftly secured the green ring close to his heart. Now, the treasures of a grand battle master were entirely his. Yin, this ring shall serve as interest for your assassination attempt. Your life may yet be spared, but I shall surely come to claim it in due time. The silhouette of the youth gradually faded into the enveloping darkness, yet the faint, icy laughter lingered, swirling ominously in the air. Damn little bastard, I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth. A chilling, venomous roar echoed from the precipice. Observing the vanishing right arm along with the spatial ring upon it, and the fleeing figure of Yin's expression darkened, a tempest of rage igniting within his gaze. The renowned figure in the northeastern provinces found himself, against a mere fighter, experiencing an unprecedented blunder. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu cautiously leaped across the expanse of the deep chasm. Upon reaching the opposite edge, before he could land, the exhausted fighting spirit within him compelled him to retract his purple cloud wings with a swift motion. Instantly, he plummeted vertically, crashing into a soft patch of grass below. The depletion of both his fighting spirit and soul power rendered the youth exceedingly weak. Had it not been for the cliff, he would have surely faced death if Yin were to pursue him again. Nonetheless, even in his weakened state, the prudent Mu dared not linger. Struggling to rise, he staggered forward like an elderly man, making his way into the depths of the monster beast mountain range. Although his fighting spirit and soul power were utterly drained, his physical condition remained remarkably robust due to his training in the thunder body. After persevering for a quarter of an hour, he finally paused at the entrance of a spacious cave. After setting a trap with the thunder fire pearl buried around the cave's mouth, the exhausted youth could no longer withstand the heavy pull of slumber and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. In the depths of the somnolent darkness, Mu felt as though his entire being was immersed in frigid waters. A gentle and soothing energy emanated from the thunderfire pearl, flowing through countless pores in his body, quietly circulating within. As the energy coursed through him, the slightly damaged meridians, due to the excessive expenditure of fighting spirit, began to mend gradually. Chapter 80. The Harvest Within the Spatial Ring. Since the arduous battle with the Grand Fighter, an entire day and night had slipped by unbeknownst to him. With the meticulous nurturing of the Thunderfire Pearl, Mu's internal condition was steadily recovering. Once his meridians and muscles returned to their normal state, the warm energy circulating within him began to wane. As the external energy diminished, ultimately vanishing entirely, Mu finally pierced through the darkness of his consciousness and opened his eyes, albeit hazily. A sharp pain surged through his head. Upon opening his eyes, Mou was immediately beset by a splitting headache, a wave of intense agony crashing through his mind. It seems I have been reckless in using my soul technique, he thought, clutching his head, his complexion pale. For an ordinary person, the depletion of fighting spirit would be a grave predicament, necessitating a considerable amount of time to restore to its former state. However, for Mou, who possesses the extraordinary physique nurtured by the vermilion bird's heavenly fire and the celestial thunder body, the journey to recovery is not overly complicated. In contrast, the depletion of soul energy presents a more formidable challenge. Although the principles governing soul techniques and combat techniques are akin, soul techniques demand a greater reserve of soul energy than their combat counterparts. This is a significant reason why many soul techniques have been lost throughout the continent of Dou Qi. The soul energy required for Mou, a third-tier alchemist, to execute an intermediate-level soul technique is comparable to the energy expenditure of performing an earth-grade combat technique. Without external assistance, the exhaustion of soul energy has left Mou in a rather lamentable state. Oh, the herbs given by the little healer seem to possess properties that can treat soul energy. Gently caressing his temple, a sudden realization struck Mou, his dark eyes sparkling with newfound hope. With this thought, he suppressed the throbbing pain in his mind and retrieved 6 jade vials from his spatial ring, gifted by the little healer. His gaze swept over the vials until it landed on the second vial from the left, which emanated a thin mist and contained delicate, needle-like green grass. A smile unwittingly graced his lips. The rejuvenation grass. Although this herb is merely of medium grade and valued at only a few thousand gold coins, it possesses certain restorative properties for soul energy. While it may not completely restore the damaged soul energy of Mou, it is certainly not without merit, especially since he possesses a perfect recipe in his mind for maximizing its efficacy. After a considerable period, in the spacious cave adorned with torches illuminating its walls, the young man focused intently on the white jade vial in his hand. The liquid inside shimmered a bluish-green hue. As he swirled the vial, he discerned that the faintly green liquid contained a significant amount of pure energy. The rejuvenation spirit liquid had finally been concocted. In his previous life, Mou frequently faced exhaustion from overusing his soul energy, making him particularly attentive to recipes that aid in its recovery. Though the rejuvenation grass is not of high grade, the resulting rejuvenation spirit liquid is remarkably effective, even comparable to a second-tier elixir. With a faint smile, Mou hesitated no longer and gulped down the pale green liquid. As the liquid entered his body, he felt a gentle energy permeating deep into his mind, alleviating the throbbing pain considerably. Not only that, but the depleted soul energy also began to respond, slowly starting to recover. Though this restoration process is gradual, even less than 1/10 the speed of combat energy recovery, the young man remains content. It is essential to understand that soul energy, unlike combat energy, is an ethereal force. Thus, its utilization and recovery are exceedingly intricate. As time passed slowly for a quarter of an hour, when the potency of the rejuvenation spirit liquid began to wane, the young man gradually opened his eyes. Regrettably, if only there were a few more resurrection herbs. The refreshing sensation dissipated as Mou shook his head. His soul energy was severely depleted. Although a vial of resurrection spirit liquid proved effective, its quantity remained insufficient. Alas, he would have to recover slowly from the remaining soul exhaustion. Stretching lazily, Mou was not one to be discontented. A single resurrection herb had already significantly improved his condition, and the rest of his soul depletion could only be restored through gradual recovery. After meditating for an hour and feeling his internal energy gradually stabilize, Mou finally opened his eyes and retrieved a green spatial ring from his pocket. This ring had been propelled away by the shockwave from the explosion of the dark serpent shadow sword after Mo Yin's arm had been blasted. Mou was able to control the explosion of the dark serpent shadow sword due to his mastery of a secret technique called the weapon explosion art. While this technique held no value in combat, it allowed him to embed a subtle mark during weapon forging, one that was exceedingly discreet, only detectable by the weapon's creator. Once triggered, the weapon would immediately disintegrate and explode. In his previous life, despite being a master blacksmith, Mou had many enemies. After narrowly escaping death when one of his foes wielded a weapon he had forged, he resolved to develop the weapon explosion art. In his rebirth, this skill became a habitual practice, and he had casually marked the dark serpent shadow sword, not expecting it to be of actual use. Reflecting on this, Mou could not help but lament the unpredictability of fate, along with a profound sense of murderous intent towards Mo Yin and the Mo family behind him. Had it not been for his formidable abilities, he might have truly perished here. After a moment, Mou suppressed the palpable murderous intent and began to examine the spatial ring. The quality of the ring was not high. It was merely a low-grade spatial ring. However, being a collection of a Grand Dou Master, Mou found himself intrigued. His soul energy successfully penetrated the ring, and upon noticing a cluster emitting a faint golden hue, stretching several meters in a linear fashion from the corner, a smile crept across his lips. The Taishan golden silk. This was one of the last two primary materials needed for crafting the fire-binding cover, and he had unexpectedly found it within Mo Yin's spatial ring. Before Mou could fully savor his joy, he discovered a third-tier magic core within the ring, prompting him to reflect on the notion that survival from great peril often brings subsequent blessings. Mo Yin had proven to be his first formidable adversary since his rebirth, presenting him with considerable challenges. Fortunately, Mou had navigated through these trials successfully and amassed several valuable spoils. A third-tier magical beast was comparable to a Grand Dou Master, making the rarity of a third-tier magic core significantly higher than that of a second-tier magic core. In the vast city of Wutan, the number of third-tier magic cores was exceedingly scarce. With this third-tier magic core in hand, Mou could swiftly break through to the 9-star Dou warrior level. After scouring once more, aside from some low-grade elixirs and gold coins, there were no other worthwhile items within the spatial ring, much to Mou's lack of surprise. Although Mo Yin was a formidable Dou Master, being an assassin meant he could not carry all his possessions while on a mission. Discovering the Taishan golden silk and a third-tier magic core was already a source of great satisfaction for Mou. He transferred all the items from the pale green ring into his beast ring before reclaiming it to his bosom. At that moment, Mou also became aware of his location. In order to evade Mo Yin's relentless pursuit, he had been compelled to delve deep into the heart of the Beast Mountain Range. Unlike the periphery, the interior of the Beast Mountain Range was teeming with high-tier magical beasts, where 5th-tier creatures were common and 6th-tier ones were not rare. Consequently, Mou spent most of his time hiding in caves, training diligently, and occasionally venturing out to hunt lower-tier magical beasts to enhance his meals. After establishing a secure refuge here, he successfully thwarted Mo Yin's assassination attempts and experienced no further disturbances. As he engaged in tranquil cultivation, the Dou Qi within him matured like a fine wine, growing increasingly rich and robust. A month after awakening from his coma, Mou's spiritual power gradually returned to full strength, even advancing further. Thus, he began to prepare for a breakthrough. After adeptly utilizing the Xianlei to absorb the third-tier magic core, the violent energy contained within undoubtedly provided a sumptuous feast for the Zhuge, burning heaven thunder, allowing it to flourish rapidly. With the assistance of the Xianlei, it was only natural that Mou would seamlessly ascend to the rank of a 9-star Dou fighter, just a step away from becoming a Dou Master. Rising to his feet, he had yet to relish his triumph when suddenly, a violent wave of energy and the ferocious roar of a lion erupted in the sky like a muffled thunderclap. Was this the aura of a Dou Emperor? Chapter 81, Yun. Listening to the roar imbued with ferocity, Mou's expression froze as his gaze fixated on the distant sky, the source of the turbulent energy. This was the roar of the 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst winged Lion King. Could it be? Realizing something, Mou hastily turned his attention toward the source of the roar. Above the azure sky, intense energy fluctuations continuously produced sounds akin to muffled thunder. Even though Mou was quite distant from the battleground, his eyes remained glued to the far-off horizon, where hues of azure and crimson spread across half the sky, painting even the languid white clouds with a dual glow. Once again, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Observing the energy pressure emanating from the sky, Mou became increasingly convinced. Is it Yun? Few in the entire Gamma Empire could pose a threat to the 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst winged Lion King. If the events were to unfold as originally anticipated, then this individual could undoubtedly be none other than Yun. Still retains some recollections of Yun's life. At this moment, she stands as the 3rd most formidable warrior among the top 10 in the Gamma Empire, possessing the extraordinary prowess of a 3-star Dou Huang. Simultaneously, she serves as the 9th-generation leader of the Yunlan sect and the mentor of Nalan Yanran, having been taught by Yun Shan, the 8th-generation patriarch of the sect. In the future, following the destruction of the Yunlan sect by Xiao Yan, Yun and her disciple Nalan Yanran departed from the Gamma Empire to join the Huazong of Zhongzhou, where she assumed the role of a guest elder. By a fortunate turn of events, Yun received the lifelong Dou Qi of Huayu, the leader of the Huazong, allowing her to ascend to the rank of Dou Zun. With Xiao Yan's assistance, Yun triumphed over the acting patriarch, Hua Jin, and became the new leader of the Huazong, officially taking the helm of the sect. However, due to the interference of Mou, Xiao Yan and Yun's paths diverged, leaving the future of Yun's narrative uncertain. It seems that Yun Yun intended to acquire the purple spirit crystal from the 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Yet, this formidable creature is not to be trifled with, even though she ranks as the 3rd strongest in the Gamma Empire. Any attempt to outsmart it could result in dire consequences. Were it not for Xiao Yan's intervention, she would likely face grave danger. Observing the considerable energy fluctuations in the distance, Mou furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the ferocity of the battle, even from afar. He had no desire to involve himself in the fray, while he could potentially escape from the hands of a Grand Dou Master. The residual energy from a Dou Huang's conflict could inflict severe harm upon him. However, fortune favors the bold. Although he lacked the concealed protection of Yao Lao, he possessed various extraordinary means at his disposal. Recalling how Xiao Yan managed to seize tremendous benefits from such circumstances in the original narrative, he felt a surge of temptation. Should Yun Yun, as in the original tale, falter against the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Mou might join forces with her to procure a share of the spoils. From what Mou knew, within the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, there existed not only the coveted purple spirit crystal, but also the highly valuable accompanying purple crystal source. This source is produced alongside the Lion King at a minuscule probability during its gestation, containing vast amounts of pure energy due to its prolonged residence within the Lion King's body. Once a small beast attains the 4th-tier magical beast status, consuming this source could directly elevate it to the rank of a 5th-tier magical beast. If Mou could secure this source and present it to the Dou Qi for devouring, it might enable him to swiftly surpass the Dou Master rank, perhaps even achieving more than a single star. With this thought in mind, Mou pressed his lips together, silently resolving to pursue this opportunity. In the next moment, the purple cloud wings on his back unfurled with a whoosh. Propelled by his advancement beyond the 9-star Dou fighter level, the length of the wings increased slightly, rendering them even more formidable than before. As the purple cloud wings fluttered gently, Mou's body began to rise gradually into the air. With another powerful flap, he soared low towards the battleground, all the while diligently suppressing his aura to remain undetected. Soaring swiftly above the treetops, Mou approached the site of the fierce battle after more than 10 minutes. The intense energy fluctuations in the sky cast a palpable pressure that rendered his expression considerably grave. The presence of a Dou Huang-level powerhouse still loomed at a significant distance from him, coming to a halt several dozen meters away from the aerial combat zone. He took refuge in the dense forest and ascended to the top of a towering tree. From this vantage point, Mou could clearly observe the combatants in the sky. His gaze first fell upon the enormous amethyst-winged Lion King, a beast of considerable size, measuring several hundred meters in length. Its body cloaked in a layer of purple crystalline armor that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, almost blinding. The creature's head bore a fearsome lion visage, its blood-red eyes shimmering with an otherworldly purple glow, and a massive mouth lined with sharp fangs. Atop its head sprouted a fiery red spiral horn, wreathed in swirling violet flames. The lion's body was adorned with a pair of purple wings and 4 stout claws. Standing in midair, the colossal beast emanated an invisible pressure, prompting Mou to tread cautiously. How I long for the magic core of a 6th-tier magical beast. His gaze, filled with avarice, lingered on the beast that harbored terrifying fiery energy. If the Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder could consume the amethyst-winged Lion King's core, it might propel him directly past the nascent stage into the growth phase, or even the mature phase. At that point, should it devour the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, it could reach its pinnacle. The Dou Qi Burning Sky Thunder would become the first complete profound thunder he mastered upon arriving in the Dou Qi Continent. Shaking his head at the absurdity of his own hopeful thoughts, Mou's attention shifted to the individual confronting the amethyst-winged Lion King. It must be Yun Yun, he mused, a truly exquisite woman. His gaze roamed over her alluring figure as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Clad in a flowing white gown that elegantly enveloped her voluptuous form, she wielded a somewhat peculiar long sword radiating a cerulean glow. Her lustrous hair was fashioned into an elegant phoenix headdress, and her serene, captivating visage exuded both grace and nobility, even beneath her modest attire. Behind Yun Yun, a pair of ethereal azure wings manifested, formed from her own Dou Qi, embodying the essence of Dou Qi wings. Indeed, she possesses an exceptionally tranquil disposition. Observing the woman in the sky, whose expression remained as serene as a placid lake, Mou could not help but murmur. It seemed that few things could rattle her composure. Such a person resembled the clouds above, languid and indifferent, yet possessing the wisdom and calmness to survey all beneath her.